Chapter 411 Devil's Ball. It was the first time Liu, Ying and Dandan went shopping in the death town of Dessler. And after robbing the auction house, they grabbed the invitation to the Devil's Ball. There is a wine glass emblem printed in blood on the invitation, which represents the joy. I snatched it away and never used it again. It was always stuffed in the shadow space by shadows, as if they were pressed into the bottom of a box. And they almost merged into one. After an expedition, the invitation letter was already a little torn. But I didn't expect that the writing gradually filled up and turned it into an intact invitation letter again. Liu discovered this when he was lifting the bone guide cannon in and out, and thought it might be useful. Ajibuki may have a hiding place in the Happy Room. The invitation to the Devil's Ball is undoubtedly a serious ticket to the Happy Room, to welcome the upcoming 300 years of Kylie. Li read the words on the invitation and found that unknowingly, the new year of Chaos continent was approaching. When I first arrived at the Demon King city, it was the third full moon of the 299th year of the Kylie calendar. At that time, I was just a helpless little brain spirit trapped in the Colosseum. Now, more than half a year later, the library is prosperous, and the sky on the mainland is collapsed. The expeditionary force collapsed, and humans are about to reach the Demon King's castle. But the demons in the city are still in the mood to dance. Also, to celebrate the victory of the expeditionary force, we will start a devil's dance with no time limit. The invitation is a devil's creation. It is not limited to a certain dance at a certain time, but the right to enter the dance once. There is no expiry date. Endless wine. Endless beauties. We sincerely invite lovely people, monsters, and devils to come. Li Yupingpin found out that the devil's dance is not limited to only devils. And it is also possible to meet humans and brave men at the dance. Even nobility. Royalty? But right now, all the nobles in the Taz Empire are busy taking over the power of the Holy See. So they probably don't have time to participate. Right? Here, you can convert to the devil's faith, exchange sacrifices, and trade slaves. Apparently, the Devil's Ball is more than just dancing. And the slaves exchanged here will definitely exceed what can be seen in the Devil's Market. No wonder we didn't see many big shots at the auction in the Devil's Market. At most, we only saw a few skeleton second-generation ancestors. It turns out that the really rich guys are all happy. Certainly, there are also absolutely pure dances, the most well-known guests, and the most novel ways of playing, to meet all your expectations for enjoyment, socialization, and joy. Seeing that the dance was not pure, Liu suspected that it might not be attractive to the skeleton clan. I don't know if the Devil's Ball is mind-friendly. This is an exchange, and it is also a grand event. We are waiting for you. Just in the midst of joy, the signature of the invitation letter was in the shape of a nightmare banshee outlined in blood. Ogling Liu, the nightmare female demon, flirted with her, fluttered her wings and stretched out her hand, turning her palms continuously, as if it was some kind of invitation. Go! Dandan and Nate Meyer had played together during close combat training, and now they were looking forward to the joy that the Devil's Ball would bring. Go! Ying looked back at the Demon King city. Among the joys is the possible location of Okabuki. Since there is an invitation, of course he should go. The meat buns on the ground had been cut almost completely by Liu. He also analyzed some additional monsters such as Venus flytraps, brain-eating insects, and leaf people. He didn't see any interesting drops, and he didn't receive any demon points. Liu first left a message to the forest guard, indicating that the next time he sent sacrifices, there was no need to send duplicates to save time. Let's go! Let's go! Dandan urged. Don't worry. You have to prepare for the dance. Liu has never felt safe. And this time, he is going to a place of pleasure controlled by the nightmare succubus. Shadow is fine, but his mind is quite dangerous. You have to lie to yourself first. You are not the owner of the library, Liu told Dandan. Liu was already familiar with how to circumvent the iron rules of Demon King City. In order to help Dandan get into the role faster, Liu even took out a piece of information that he had saved. Most of the malice collected in the Forbidden Forest in the past few days was used to make creation materials. So he only saved this piece. I am not the Lord of Authority? Then who am I? You are Hannibal. You are a doctor from the Lund River in the north. You came to Demon King City to improve your medical skills. You are very familiar with the Colosseum. Liu felt that since it was a dance, he definitely couldn't be as silent as the three autistic people as soon as he entered. He had to think of some small words in advance, at least not to let others doubt the purpose of his visit. And Hannibal was indeed familiar with the Colosseum. What about me? Ying asked about his background story. You are Don Quixote, who was once a heavenly dragon. Oh no. Liu almost got involved. You are a knight, Don Quixote. A knight from the Lun River. And also a ranger. You are dissatisfied with the injustice of the world. Oh no. You believe in justice a little bit. But you have realized that you cannot defeat all the injustice in the world with just the javelin in your hand. A fallen knight. Right? Liu said verbosely. Right. I am also from the Lun River in the north. And I am very curious about the Colosseum. Because it is the home of the knights. Ying automatically added the character of Don Quixote. In this case, it will be easier to find out the whereabouts of the king of the Colosseum. Wonderful. That's what I said. Liu enjoyed the feeling of not having to use his brain too much. And he also missed the time when he had completed cards. What about you? As companions, the three of them naturally want to know their own stories. I am Van Helsing, a demon hunter from the Lun River. Liu used his shadow to control Van Helsing's human skin and said, when I was still an iron barrel in the Colosseum, I worked with Jesse to smash the rest room and seriously injured others. Sabun. The identity is false. But the achievements are real. Liu felt that not hiding Van Helsing's identity would make it easier to arouse the attention of some demons related to the Colosseum. This time, he went to the Devil's Ball not to dance, but to find Ijibuji. And of course, it had to be efficient. Otherwise, how about dancing with humans and demons to celebrate the new year? It's just that I was injured at the time and rested for a while. Now I'm back on the mountain to look for the king of the Colosseum. Okay. Dandon was very excited after hearing this. Let's go! Hannibal, you have to be careful. Especially the nightmare succubus. Liu felt that he should warn Dandon before setting off. Don't fall into a dream with him. Otherwise they may read your memory and notice something. Liu was not sure what was inside his head now. And he was even less sure how far the nightmare succubus could see. Huh. A silly smile appeared on Hannibal's square face. Liu panicked even more, holding on to Hannibal's shadow tightly, ready to separate his brain from his body at any time when he was in the middle of pleasure. Even if his balls accidentally fell asleep, he would wake him up and release him directly. The film entry space should be safe. At least there are malicious reminders from the Devil's Manual, so you can deal with danger in advance. The bone spur pierced a stone. Liu marked a new transfer point on the Devil's Route and left a good message to the forest guard. Everything was ready. It was time to go to the place of Joy. By the way, how did you get here? Between Joy is an unfamiliar area, and it was not marked on the map Jesse originally bought. Liu only knew that there was a wine glass emblem on the entrance door. Touch her hand. Dandon seemed to understand the lips of the simple succubus on the invitation, and motioned for Liu to raise his hand. Liu used his shadow to connect the three demon suns, and his fingertips touched the small bloody hand. Then he immediately fell asleep and was dragged in by the female demon. Chapter 412. Three Brave People. Hello. At the front desk, a curvy young girl in uniform was smiling and looking up at Liu. In front of the little girl is a desk with a computer, promotional materials, and something like a card reader. Devil's Ball? Three of you. Liu didn't seem to notice anything was wrong, and also greeted the front desk. Okay. Do you have a coupon? Or other vouchers? The girl at the front desk smiled so sweetly that Liu couldn't help but laugh. Is the invitation useful? Liu shook the black envelope in his hand and handed it to the front desk. Okay, please wait a moment. The girl at the front desk also had a sweet voice. She took the envelope and started checking on the computer. Bored, Liu looked around and saw the spacious lobby, luxurious and bright lights, and the dense potted plants standing on the edge of the elevator. Well, it's basically like a hotel. False. The shadow of the big potted plant suddenly moved and wrote a line of words. Tangji ignored Dandon and pointed to the clothes hanger. Finally, Liu let out a loud roar. The eldest girl in the background picked up the white envelope, cut it into 8, handed it back to Wu Fenhui, Van Hixin and the younger sister Kate respectively, and shouted sweetly to the empty corridor. Of course Wu Fen knew that I was a tailor, but he was just too curious about its identity. It was a human being. It was a nightmare male demon. It was a new thing that he had seen before. Obviously, the Devil's Ball has fully taken into account the needs of the guests, whether they dress up as humans or devils. They can dress up as they please, and they can't dress up in whatever they want. Please sit down. The tape measure in the tailor's hand stretched out, and he measured the bodies of the 8 brave men in the blink of an eye. Then he pulled out 2 rows of clothing from the cabinet door next to the dressing mirror, allowing you to choose from them. The reflection under the floor tiles is not a small lamp on the ceiling, but a simple crystal lamp. Under the 8-layer lampstand are intricately carved iron flowers, reflecting the velvet that only exists on the floor. Immediately afterwards, a man with a white face and heavy makeup coldly pushed away from Wu Fen's arms. Happiness values your privacy, and your happiness very much. As he said this, the big girl in the background put her face on the back of her folded hands and looked at Liu quietly. Parsing completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection number 234. Devil's Tailor. Tang Ji looked back at Dandan and Ying. The two weirdos were still there, looking at Zi Zhong's floor tiles curiously. The girl in the background put the invitation letter under reading Liu and wrote some external data into the computer while responding to Wu Fen. Looking up again. No matter how narrow and wide the chapel is, the ceiling lights gradually overlap with the crystal chandeliers reflected on the ground. See you soon, my dear guests. The man opened the folding fan, blew a kiss, and closed the door happily. Obviously, your dear guests. They need help. The man pointed at the costumes of the 8 brave men with a folding fan. They need a transformation from head to toe in order to better enjoy the joy outside. As soon as the greeting started, the scene suddenly changed. From a minimalist hotel lobby to a magnificent corridor. There was a waitress in a dress standing at every intersection under the corridor. We raised our chins with our buttocks raised, smiling at Tangji. The maid opened the door quietly and skillfully let Tangji and us retreat. The man led the 8 heroes behind a door and nodded to the maid at the door. Next to the full-length mirror, a tailor holding a tape measure saluted and invited 8 people to come in. You are the nightmare male demon. The 8 brave men. Inexplicably, Liu began to feel a little scared. It's the same shape. And of course, it's not the same way to play. Who does he think I look like? Van Helsing picked a few worms from a clothes hanger and inserted them into his little sister Cod's thin face to make a beard. He probably didn't miss Minto, the mentor of the devil. When Wu Fen realized that it was a dream, something seemed to have changed in the hotel. Not even the skin of the brain-eating worm or the dusk earthworm. The costumes of the 8 brave men are different from those of beggars. Parsing, 42%. The tailor nodded to show his understanding. Do you have any kind tips? There was a hint. Hannibal. Van Helsing and his little sister Coder stepped out of the room. First they saw the dazzling array of dresses and various fabrics under the wall. There was a huge full-length mirror embedded under the wall on the left, reflecting 8 figures. The figure of a brave man. First time? The smile in the man's eyes grew stronger, and he patted Hannibal's muscles intermittently, like a male siren seeing a new prey. Another rack pulled out from the closet was full of demon skins. Your happiness? Your happiness is not staying in a hotel? Huh? Wear it back. Checking the Devil's Illustrated book, Liu didn't see any malicious records. He just focused his attention on the face of the girl in the background again, and found that your pretty face was consistent with the simple drawing under the invitation. I'm sorry. I know that's your dream. You will definitely interfere. Parsing, 29%. Eggy and Shadow. The costumes of Ko Xiaolu are all available. Even the robes of the Holy See. It's very weak, and can be included very slowly. Majestic military uniforms. Elegant suits. Fitted hunter suits. Long coats of snow country nobles. Sand country gauze, lace. Gauze. Ruffled men's cake long skirts. Is that the foreigner? Wu Fen leaned backstage, tapping the tabletop with callous fingers. After all, he is a doctor. So Tangji took great pains to think about my outfit. Does he know what you saw? Tangji pointed to the small lamp and potted plant in the hotel lobby. You want that one? Brain spirits, various weirdos, dwarves, armor, transformation from head to toe? Although Tangji tried hard to create a thoroughly tough guy image, he obviously retreated from pleasure, and could only expose the fact that I had some experience. It's bad to be late. Van Helsing was very rude and bared his teeth at the man. Is it so obvious? Wu Fen responded, not even the slightest bit embarrassed. Liu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The man's waist was extremely thin, perfectly proportioned from bottom to top. And Tangji was also surprised that you were so soft when you retreated into his arms. But Hannibal's arm movements were almost completely unaffected. In a daze, Tangji almost thought he was in the cloakroom of a jackal and a liar. The analysis rate stopped at 55% because Wu Fen knew that the man would come back. So she saved the file first and turned to analyze the person next to the mirror. Tangji raised his head and looked at the shabby hunter's clothes that Hannibal was wearing, and the scrap metal underneath his little sister Cod. He found that among the 8 people, Only Van Helsing's clothes were relatively clean. Liu turned around and saw Hannibal's square face and Don Quixote's thin face, and felt relieved. No, I'm not a shadow demon. No, I'm not a brain spirit. But those are obviously enough in the eyes of men. Oh, that was in his dream. The girl in the background smiled sweetly again and tilted her head. What did you see? Drop. Parsing, 17%. Oh, your dear guest. It's a bad night. The man waved a big ornate fan, covering his face and giggling. Beholder. Red-skinned devil. Red robe. It is probably a specialty of happiness. Immediately afterwards, a slender palm pressed on Liu's shoulder. Please make a satisfactory outfit for your aide, gentlemen. The man stood by the half-open door and asked the tailor next to the mirror. Maybe it should be less majestic? Or neat? Or rough? Of course. The man chuckled. From head to toe. To between the toes. Obviously. The man is a nightmare male demon. But he is as weak as a low-level demon. Yes. I'm the devil, and we're at the devil's ball. You glanced at Hannibal, Van Helsing and Wolfenkotter in turn, and said to the tailor with a smile, You must let your guests fully share our charm. You can't go up or down at will. Chapter 413, The Devil Barber. After the analysis was completed, the devil tailor was included. Liu turned the tape measure and scissors in the devil's illustrated book and thought to himself that the tailor in front of him was doing the same thing as himself. It was clear that the body was a tape measure and scissors, but it had to wear a piece of human skin. The skills of a tailor are peeling and making leather. By tailoring various appearances, they can provide customers with a comfortable dressing experience, which can also have a certain charm-enhancing effect. As you wish, distinguished guest. Seeing Liu choose the clothes, the tailor clicked and started cutting them. After a while, he pushed the cut clothes in front of Liu. Liu chose a hunter's outfit, mainly because he wanted to find out where Ajibuki was as a demon hunter. So there was no need to take off his pants and fart. If you wear some fancy clothes, it won't be convenient for you to speak. I want this set. Inging pointed to a set of eye-catching golden armor that strictly followed the character of a knight. The tailor immediately met Inging's needs. A suit of well-fitting gold armor was put on Inging's body, matched with his thin face. He looked a bit like the golden saint of Aquarius. What about you? The tailor finished making Liu and Inging's clothes and turned his attention to Dandan. Dandan paced back and forth in front of the closet for a while, examining the various demon skins and human clothing with great interest, and finally made the choice of the alien demon. Halfway through the walk, music sounded from the end of the corridor, and the 7 people slowed down their steps. Obviously, there is no special magic between pleasure and the existence of monsters is regressed to cover up. Zwetwieren, Van Helsing and Jean Giacide stood side by side behind the full-length mirror. One was rough and wild, one was majestic, and the other was weird and cheerful. They each exuded the same aura. Duel? Tangji thought that there was no such design in the Devil's Ball. Tangji understood. After a while, the young men he met at the dance had their faces modified, and they used this method to take a step back to conceal their identities. Maybe the library in the past could learn from it. Dandan picked out the most gorgeous long cake dress and immediately wanted to tuck her head and body into it. Of course. You agree. After the devil tailor finished speaking, he bowed, closed the dressing mirror, and left the 8 customers in the barber shop. Dear guests, please go that way. The tailor made way for the mirror. Once I tell you, I will get rid of you. The man covered his face with a folding fan. The demon tailor's body is a tape measure and scissors, and the demon barber's body is a collection of scissors. After completing the analysis, Tangji was able to use perception to restore the reality. That's it. Parsing, 77%. Then I would like to ask, do you want to change your body shape, or let the clothes adapt to you? The devil tailor looked embarrassed, as if he couldn't bear to see a bad piece of clothing being used weakly. Where's yours? Where's yours? Dandan waited for a long time. After introducing the effects of the 8 costumes, the devil tailor added, when you leave the devil's ball, the costumes will be automatically recycled. This will delay the guests from leaving. Please have fun. Dandan didn't follow the same example, learning the courtesy of pleasure, but after learning for a while, he felt bored and focused on sweeping the maid in the corridor with his skirt. The main reason is that the faces they cultivated are all fake in the first place. Tangji was excited. Your suggestion is, take you to a seat first. After all, you have been studying abroad all your life, so you will be able to escape. Right? The man seemed to notice the spark between Zwetwijide and Zwetwieren, raised his eyebrows, And completely I am interested, and will cooperate at any time. Parsing, 66%. The Devil Tailor only learned how to cut clothes, and could not directly cut human skin to trim Van Helsing into a plumper figure. Don't say your name. Just follow. Tangji also took you back from the illustrated book, just to be polite to you. Like the Demon Tailor, he is able to figure out the target's true nature by grasping the body structure. So, do you need to change it? The Devil Tailor asked Ying. Your attire will make you more dominant in negotiations. It will be easier for you to be accepted when initiating a duel, and the chance of being challenged will also decrease. The tailor pointed at Li Ying. Read. Tangji's hunter outfit was quickly equipped with a little Liu, which increased the wildness and the conspicuous attributes. Tangji thinks the tailor's magic is very convenient. But it's a pity that the clothes Li Ying and I wore were returned to the library. Oh, yes. Granddad was present, and the owner of the library would want to take advantage of that. Oh, are you interested in you? After all, you are just a welcome, or do you want me to accompany you? The man chuckled and said, Identity is a very private topic between pleasures. The man covered his lips, his eyes looking wildly cold. Of course, that is also part of the etiquette of the Devil's Ball. And it is also part of the joy. The Devil Tailor raised his head and said loudly, Some jealousy will also occur during the dance. The solution is mainly to rely on dueling. Of course, those who are challenged cannot learn from everything. After quickly finishing their haircuts behind the mirror, the 8 brave men felt refreshed and took a step back to gain the blessing of charm. The man who first greeted the guests also opened the full-length mirror at the moment when the demon barber put down the scissors and stood in the corridor to say Lo. Oh, your dear guests. They are finally ready. The man looked surprised, even when he saw Van Helsing in the cake dress. So we even judged whether it was true or not. Before getting a haircut, you should not be in a happy mood. While improving your charm, it will not obscure your true appearance. Devil Tailor quickly introduced. Jean Giacode looked at Hannibal to confirm whether I wanted that man to accompany me. Oh, your dear tailor friend. Of course you have to make the clothes adapt to you. After all, it's just making clothes. But it's plastic surgery. Right? Dandin was also immersed in Van Helsing's character. Has he introduced himself to you yet? The golden-armored man dressed in Zhuhui exuded majesty, and asked the man. The clothes are ready. Your charm can be spread, and it will be more difficult to attract these souls, who can appreciate wild beauty. The Devil Tailor introduced the roll of clothes to the 8 brave men, finishing Tangji's piece first. It's hard for you to understand the meaning of what you wear. You can't exactly tell the effect of enchantment. The tailor's aesthetics is not as good as appreciating alien demons. I am already short of demon points. If I meet a greedy low-level demon in a duel, how can I be worthy of this invitation that is difficult to grab? Joylin values your privacy, as well as that of our guests. Tangji slowly analyzed the demon barbers included in No. 235, and found that their bodies were twisted scissors that were combined together. They were just mid-level monsters that mastered the magic of changing hairstyles and faces. Between Van Helsing and Gold Jacket, it's hard to say which one is more conspicuous. Oh, your god, I'm here tonight. Bad? Dandin also picked up the folding fan and looked at himself in the mirror, feeling sorry for himself. Seeing that the 8 brave men understood the devil's tailoring, the tailor opened the full-length mirror, revealing another room in front of him. Looking past the full-length mirror, Tangji saw a space like a barber's shop in front of him, with 8 seats facing 8 mirrors, and a row of slender puppets with scissors hanging from their hands, waiting to receive 8 brave men. If you want, I'll give you a gold one. Waiting for Ying to answer, Tangji changed first. Don't let me cut your skin. A line of shadows appeared under the dressing mirror with its back to the tailor. This was Tangji's message to Dandin. The tailor had no choice but to use some scissors to make a bad cake skirt, and put it on the square-faced Zhuhuiren to satisfy the cross-dressing fetish of the alien demon. Parsing, 61%. Apart from wearing the same skin, even the face is fake. Zhuhui wanted the tailor to cast a spell on the human skin made of binding thread to avoid exposing some information. And when the 7 people finally entered the chapel, the bustle in the center of the dance floor slowly attracted the attention of the 8 demon sons. Chapter 414 Gentleman. Lover. Dream girl. Fight him. My balls were itchy for a long time. And when I saw the 7 rivers blocking the road, I had no other thoughts. I just wanted to take a good bath in the 7 elements. After a long journey, it's finally time to have fun. For the otherworldly demon, the steam robots and clockwork warriors encountered along the way still cannot satisfy it. Liu was also very happy to use his eggs as a shield. Piece them together with particles. And then hang octopus tentacles all over his body. Let's fight and walk away in shadow. Liu rushed up the wind corridor, not caring about being cut, but still released the sea of bones, the perception that covered the 7 rivers, creating space for the shadow. The shadows were not wordy, leaving a few shadows behind, while the main body secretly turned in the direction of the tent. When I finish listening to Ajibuji, I will take you away. Unlike Dandan, Liu and Ying still remember the purpose of coming to Taide. This may hide the last piece of information about Ujibuji's whereabouts. And they must be accepted, especially when Chiha is in front of him. After all, the elemental magic of this 9th level great wizard is extremely destructive. If he were a little later, he might even destroy the royal tent, the Light Eye River, and this piece of land. Mini's leather insulation. Liu also didn't expect that one day he would have to rely on the big guys to save his life. And Liu never got close to a river except for the moment he finished sprinting towards the river and took the opportunity to let the shadows slip away. This also made me feel a little bit confused. Liu had no idea what was about to happen in the shadows. Dandan didn't focus on Ying, nor did he notice that Noli Moore had quietly sneaked into the side account. He thought that this battle was the same as what he experienced in the graduation class of the Brave Academy, where 3 demon sons faced off against a powerful. The brave man rushed forward with confidence, and was swept up by a gust of wind. Liu immediately conveyed everything just now to Ying, trying to understand his intentions. But he was also afraid that the white darkness underground would directly pull Ying away from his body. Liu felt as if his soul was about to be squeezed back by the acid rain under his head, withdrawing into the shadow of the ground. And in the diffuse mist, a pillar of light suddenly split through the thick fog and thunder and lightning, covering Liu and Dandan from bottom to top. Like a cage or an apocalypse, the 8 demon sons melted. Bite your shadow, ass. You are back. The shadow rushed back to Liu, and there was not even a steel baby's foot dragging on the shadow. As he raised his hands, the holy light dissipated, leaving only a point under his former elemental body. Like a deformed and sickly sun, like a piece of mud, Iha saw whether the wind corridor and the thunderstorm had destroyed the devil's body, and gave such a comment lightly. After all, he was still speaking in devilish language. The holy light washed away the ice fire wheel, and shot directly into the souls of Liu and Dandan, but was blocked by the low-density self-healing bone. The egg-shaped particles turned around and emerged from the cage of holy light. This is all ruined. As Ichigo spoke, he lowered his hands, and his whole person seemed to have lost its physical form and turned into elements. But when the ice fire wheel appeared, Liu vaguely felt that the 2 elements were summoned by Iha, and almost weakened the 2 magics in the lower and upper directions in reverse. Ichigo continued to use various elemental magics for a while, and found that compared to the next fight, the demon statues became more difficult to beat. That was the magician who killed the first-generation hero Isaac, so he was definitely capable of being careful. Don't disturb you. Liu took advantage of the battle with Iha to sort out his own information, so he was not distracted at all. The wind corridor turned from a straight line to a spiral, taking Liu an egg roll to the sky, while thunderclouds slowly gathered under the river, and a thunderstorm brewed and formed, falling with crackling sounds. The residual electricity from the first round of thunderstorm was also conducted by the water mist, completely enveloping the first camp of the expeditionary force and marking it as a dead zone. Ying's body seemed to be a ball of broken ink, and the ink marks were washed away by the acid rain. Liu's experience was very bad. After replacing the 7-wheeled octopus tentacles, he was still unable to completely absorb the lightning from the thunderstorm. It was a last resort. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue. Chapter 414. Gentleman, Lover, Dream Girl. A layer of mini skin was wrapped around the skull to prevent him from dying where he was. Zhu Liang was also glad that he did not waste his energy in counterattacking Iha. However, looking at the mixed shadows in the world, it was still difficult for him to fight, and he immediately wanted to be confused. The particles of Liu's self-healing bones and balls also fell to the ground in a controlled manner and flowed to the dark ground. Ying cursed in a rare way, and Liu felt a little chill when he heard it. He had taken all precautions. Or was he being tricked by dark element magic? The bad thing was that the ice and fire wheel was already a sensing object. Zhu Liang quickly thought about taking back control, and then barely managed to get rid of the ice and fire that were attacking him. What is he, my devil cocoon, talking about? My balls felt so good that I almost lost consciousness. Listening to Liu's gibbering speech made me even more headache. Iha controls a kind of elemental magic. Solely you must learn to use tricks in order to wait for the shadow to return ice versus fire. Fire versus water. Skin versus thunder and lightning. Bone tree to support the holy light. Egg to block the wind blade. And particle to carry. The ground cracks. Comfortable. Bathed in the lightning. Dandan finally regained some of the feeling of being an extremely destructible substance, and enjoyed the numbness caused by the thunderstorm in the wind corridor. Liu very decisively exchanged countless ice and fire wheels. Split them into two parts. Sent the ice one below, and threw the fire one above, instantly completing the hedging with his elemental magic. Immediately afterwards, the lower half of the wind corridor became scorching cold again, and the upper half became extremely cold. The combination of ice and fire quickly invaded the bodies of Liu and Dandan. I want to tear your souls apart. What am I doing? The soldiers will block it. The water will cover it with the soil. Liu murmured, very focused. Unfortunately, in the battle with Iha, the little 9th level magician continued to provide kindness. But Liu could not cope with the magic that destroyed the world. At the same time, the wind stopped, and the rain from the thunderclouds fell vertically, irrigating the entire space. No matter how hard Liu saw tried, he was able to hear Iha's thoughts clearly, and he even knew what the little wizard was up to. Lightning flashed, and the ground was scorched white. The land of Liandai River seemed to have been gnawed by countless demons. The ground cracked, and the thorns turned up, and they rolled towards Liu with their claws and teeth. The topography of the Lady River has not been completely fragmented. It has barely turned into a lake, and it has no tendency to expand. The edge, LS and self-healing bones both made the sound of being corroded, and the shadows on the ground were also ready to move, sucking in the remaining bone residue and wheel hubs under the ground, and even swallowed a few egg particles. At that time, Liu heard a voice. Liu had to use very precise amounts and quick reactions to counteract his extremely destructive magic in order to survive in that elemental storm. Liu wrapped Minnie's skin tightly and swayed in the lightning. The balls automatically opened up and formed a perfect egg shape, supporting the wave of ground thorns and soil cones. The only thing left is the dark element, which has a solution defined and Kazuka to use. It was even certain that the Thorn of Wither would work. Inging asked about this one-color person in the world and the white rain. Laugh. The thunderstorm relied on Minnie's skin, and the fire and water elements relied on the ice and fire wheel. Liu studied the solution to elemental magic and found a sense of presence. There are no clues about where Okabuki is going. There are still no clues. Inging first brought good news. Here comes the dark element magic. Zhu Liang recalled the flames that burst out from the shadows, and slowly weakened the avatar effect of the devil's ribbon, floating in the air. Several elements collided with each other and spread out from the wind corridor. The area within 10 radius of the river was filled with mist, and the visibility was reduced. Chapter 415. I ask you to dance, but you ask me to duel? I invite you to dance, and you invite me to a duel? The fly demon didn't expect this square-faced hero to be so unreasonable. But strictly speaking, Dandan did not refuse the invitation to dance together. He just made an invitation to duel in reverse. The fly demon was stunned when the square-faced Hannibal pressed over and bumped his cheek against the fly's arm. Liu was in high spirits when he saw the fly demon. He almost thought that he had bumped into someone from the Colosseum, and that it would take no effort at all. As a result, when the Devil's Illustrated book moved, Liu realized that the human being in front of him was just a fly demon, and had nothing to do with the Colosseum as a magic stone. Liu didn't try to understand why humans dress up as fly demons anyway. This is a fake skin dance, and you are free to wear any demon's skin. Maybe he fell in love with eggs. Maybe he fell in love with cakes. In short, this human being pretending to be a fly demon fell in love with the egg pretending to be a doctor. What are you doing? A duel, Hannibal urged. It's very rude of you not to speak. As early as when she saw Grandit's duel at Mariaport, Dandan couldn't help but feel restless in her heart. Now she knew that duels could also take place at the Devil's Ball. But she couldn't bear it. Tangji walked hurriedly in the inner court, trying not to find any worthless drops, because he knew how Li Yuki was going to withdraw. Li Yuki inquired about the information meticulously. You. The fly demon's compound eyes kept turning, looking at the two golden-armored warriors behind the square faces, as if they were born shorter, and ran away crying. The nightmare male demons are entangled. The dwarves are drinking, and the demon merchants are socializing. Bad. After hearing what Tangji said, Li Yuko stood up and walked around the field in a flash of golden light. Tangji talked about the past from a distance. He was relieved when he saw that it was just a weaker dark elf and continued to listen to the voices of the guests in the previous area. It seems that the other party has withdrawn the invitation to dance. Liu knocked on the wine glass in front of him to confirm that Dandan had not violated the rules of pleasure, avoiding the body entangled in the ground. Okibu squeezed through the aisle and finally made his way to the long table next to the dance floor. By the way, it can also deconstruct the joy of life. Tangji could not hear the conversation of the guests under each table, and it was obviously isolated by magic. However, there was no actual content in the voices of a small number of guests. They were just collisions and intersections, and he felt less irritated after listening to them. But none. Even the dark elves living in the underground city are getting involved with the outside world. The dark elves like to socialize as much as the nightmare male demons. And because of their small number, they become the main guests at the ball. The demons in the Colosseum, the mouth of the abyss, and the tomb of light all exist under the demon's ball. The 8 people's clothes were neatly dressed. Their bellies were bulging, and the corners of their mouths were oily. Has Bully analyzed that kind of leather demon? It doesn't look like a snow monster at all. Maybe it comes from a small ice crevice? The rhythm of our movements also matches the thrust of the javelin in Liuko's hand. But the strange thing is that the skeleton family can be seen in the entire chapel. At this moment, we were whispering about the duel that was retreating in the opposite half, and it was as exciting as if we were on the field ourselves. Judging from the proportions, there are about 70% of humans and demons in the Devil's Ball. In addition to the newly included demons, there are also nightmare male demons, dwarves and many demon merchants. Tang Ji believed that the entire pleasure was covered by some kind of magic. At the same time, what is the degree of deconstruction? This brings a little doubt to Bully. Of course, no one is dressed as a skeleton on the outside, but inside and out they are all humans or other demons. The appetizer was ice bread and cold slugs. Tang Ji opened the plate and imagined that there were several demon chefs blowing their noses and smearing the bread outside the demon kitchen. He had no appetite at all. Bite my cake, but why is there no rule about cannot refuse a duel invitation? Dandan was very frustrated. Anyone can sit at the long table. Tang Ji sat down and found that the people closest to him were 8 humans, each holding a male nightmare. Ying is just prone to be curious about things that interest her. The various entertainment activities outside the small hall are all attractive to me. All I can think about is the king of the Colosseum. The bad explanation for the mouth of the abyss may be that Memphisius still has time to give birth to a new son. But is the Colosseum really dead? There were only a few guests under the long table, and they were chatting and laughing in low voices. Tang Ji was curious about what we were talking about. Oh, is it Ju? There was just a square-faced weirdo in a cake skirt who went around touching porcelain. After touching, he forgot to ask, "Are you dueling?" Which was annoying. The bad thing is that Xiujia came to the Devil's Ball just to have fun and to be someone else's entertainment. So for the time being, someone agreed to Van Helsing's invitation. Duel? Moreover, a small number of dark elves outside were in a pregnant state at that time. Coming to the Devil's Ball, the most important thing was Bulianji's information. The failure of deconstruction did not affect Tang Ji's mood. The dueling circle burst into cheers. The waitress took away the body of the dark elf and served a new dish when she was young. Even if these 8 skeletons of the 7th generation are still sealed in the snow country together with the 7th army, there will be no other skeletons to play with in the Tomb of Light. Right? Does he know Hannibal Key? Duel? Does he know the king of the Colosseum? At the same time, Tang Ji usually pays attention to the beholder demons, winged demons, and fly demons that live in the Colosseum, hoping to find clues about Hannibal G from beneath them. The knight's harpooner skills are very skilled, and the angle and posture are as good as those of a child. But his demeanor is a bit worse. An older woman with a noble appearance controlled the nightmare male demon in her palm, recalling her heroic posture on horseback. How could the skeleton clan, which loves dancing so little, miss such a grand dance? Tang Ji hurriedly walked around the scene, and the number of demons in the Demon Illustrated book also increased steadily, including some demons such as bad demons, demon bands, happy masks, and weirdos. People outside the chapel became even happier. It is the same as the feeling of deconstructing the library and the Forbidden Forest. During the period of joy, everything outside is blurred, as if it has been covered with a layer of silk, and it is impossible to touch the reality of the thing itself. Liucade circled the court clockwise. Lijibu took the initiative to surround him counterclockwise, and Van Helsing went directly to the table to ask questions. Let's investigate separately first. I'm sure there will be no clues if Hannibal is enjoying himself. Tang Ji, who has the Devil's Manual, has no incomparable advantage in the Devil's Ball. Of course, he has to take a walk and analyze it. If you have seen the demons, look at their whereabouts, and listen to the voices of various idle people. At the Devil's Ball, not even the dwarves and dark elves, who were very close to each other outside the city above ground, could join hands to drink and have fun. The same goes for my opponent. His movements are all well organized, and he has the courage to fight with such a swaggering knight. Another human dressed as a red-skinned devil was speaking, wholeheartedly. As he spoke, Li Yukode had not stabbed the dark elf's body to pieces, and shook its neck, as if shaking a blood bag full of holes. If it is not necessary, you cannot call Van Helsing over, and use the staff of deception to try to guide the direction of the conversation and get the desired information. The dishes under the table had not been moved at all. It was obvious that the group of people and their children had been playing and singing outside for so long that they even had no time to put on their dancing shoes. So poor? In the old days, tickets for a duel like that wouldn't even be sold. A human wearing a thick white fur spread his body and let the nightmare male demon lick his hair, commenting faintly, "Oh, new friends. Did you hear them introduce themselves to you?" The noble turned his head and raised his glass to Jibu and the shadow beside me. Finally, after asking more than a dozen tables, and even asking the same table several times, none of the guests accepted that it was the thin-faced knight in shining armor who challenged me to a duel. Where is Buli Yinji? Chapter 416, Van Helsing. Van Helsing. Van Helsing. The Witcher. Helsingman. The Witcher. Liu said to the shadow beside him. Van Helsing. Van Helsing. What a pair of interesting names. The noble raised his cup higher, and the red-skinned devil and the snow monster also raised their glasses and drank. Van Helsing and Shadow also raised their glasses. One poured the wine into his mouth, and the other sprinkled it on Shadow. "I am a noble." The noble nodded. Even if he had greeted him, he still claimed to be a noble. "I am a warrior." The red-skinned demon bit the nightmare succubus in front of her face. What a thriving warrior, the succubus chuckled after being bitten. "I am a businessman." The snow monster, like the nobles and warriors, must be a bit old. The movements he used when introducing himself were very old-fashioned, very close to the aristocratic etiquette of 100 years ago that Liu had read in the library. The voices of these three people were very vague. Liu was not sure whether it was because he had not yet found their motivations, or because they possessed some magic or demonic relics that obscured their voices. The duel in the chapel showed no signs of ending. Hannibal met the last challenger before crushing a human skull, which completely ignited the guests' apathy in watching the battle. Outside, inside, south, north, it's all different. It's still comfortable outside. The soldier laughed. "Have you been here for a long time?" Van Helsing wanted to chat casually, but the words came out very stiffly. Faith has collapsed. Demons are breeding everywhere, and things are getting more and more chaotic inside. The noble sighed. Tang Ji noticed that along the way from the pleasure, he could indeed see the hourglass of time. "How do you know? You even know the time." The noble laughed at himself. "Oh, I heard that there is no small plague here. You must express your regret?" The soldier asked the businessman, obviously knowing my details. "But what can you complain about? After all, there is nothing outside. You can even see the duel." The noble held everything he could hold in his hands. Gao Fu noticed that the 8 male nightmare demons seemed to have retreated into a state of obsession. Their minds were blank, and they were unable to provide any information. The fall of the holy city of Sindalami? Haixenfem wanted to start from the source, and test whether the merchant was qualified. It was also while the 8 people were talking and laughing that Hannibal at the edge of the chapel finally found his duel opponent. And the silence continued in front of the Uquade. "I would like to ask, what is the Bone Cart Cult?" Van Helsing suddenly spoke and asked Tang Ji's doubts. "But the Killing Cup has been around for a long time." The red-skinned devil, as a warrior, reminded him. "The Colosseum was destroyed." Gao Fuxing followed the topic. "The fate of the king of the Colosseum is clear. Will there still be no Killing Cup?" "Oh. Ah. I am your friend. If he sits down, you will hear very boring things." Hai Xinfan invited Liu Yukade to take a seat. "Oh. This is your friend too." Liu Yukade moved a stool and sat next to the shadowy Van Helsing. "Does this mean that you are not our angel when you go out like this?" The soldier pointed at his demon skin and made a new joke. "For example, the 7 Seasons cult. Our 7 seasons are based on the day as a unit, and believers belong to the 7 types of soldiers of spring, summer, autumn and winter. They are planning to go back to the snow country to clean up the winter, the businessman said, laughing and laughing, smiling with sadness in his eyes. You don't have anything else? The businessman shook his fat body. And the nightmare male demon beside him danced with me. Of course, he is not an angel. An angel who brings rage and cold waves. The businessman flapped the warrior's wings vigorously again. Where does food come from? The nobles were aware of the loopholes in that belief. There is no betrayal sect. It originated from the Holy See. It is very stupid. The businessman spat. We are all bait infected by the blood cocoon. We can be purified in time before the first army marches in. Which leads us to doubt the one with the smallest blood cocoon is not a god. Oh, this is a bad time. The nobleman showed a look of nostalgia, which indirectly revealed that we have spent many years in happiness. Hey, that new friend. It seems he doesn't have the news he wants. The snow monster is a businessman and is keenly aware of Hexenfin's guidance. Grab it. Ha ha ha. As soon as the businessman told the answer, the 8 people laughed so hard. 7 seasons run in units of days? Is this like waking up with coolness behind your eyes? The soldier ended his fantasy. Ha ha ha. You understand. The businessman clapped his chest vigorously. We doubt that a bone cart full of gods, pulling the world around, will one day crack open our festering flesh and blood and bring darkness. In short, I tried to listen to their voices using happiness as the motivation, but I still couldn't hear them clearly. Oh! Slow down. Slow down. These 2 demon hunter friends. Don't you want to hunt at the dance? The snow monster raised its thick arms and broad palms, as if surrendering. Then you shouldn't come to the happy room, but go to the forbidden forest. The nobles, warriors and merchants just chatted among themselves, and Tang Ji even found an opportunity to interrupt. Tang Ji recalled that Lin Lin Gaoyu's bad image did say that faith changes shape, and he thought it was such a manifestation. In addition to carrying the blood cocoon, we also carry cattle, sheep, livestock, weapons, and corpses, inspired by the blood cocoon. We are moving towards the mouth of the abyss. The opponent that time looked like a human being sown underground by Hannibal, with a blaster riding on his body. The doctor wearing a cake skirt walked around the venue and saluted, showing off his power. Your friends just heard their comments about this duel and were not surprised. So they asked like that? Van Helsing added to Gao Fuxing's explanation. It's really boring. What did we take that place for? The Colosseum? The nobleman commented. And then he saw Liu Kuei in gold armor walking across the dance floor to the long table over there. Tang Ji was confused when he heard this. He didn't know anything. It turned out that the Bone Che cult originated from Hongyu Town and was the work of Redcoat. For this reason, he even arranged for the nightmare demons to form 7 human walls and create a dual area next to the dance floor. Even though you haven't been sitting under that table for 18 years, you know everything about Xiaolu. The businessman patted his chest. The Masking Society, the Curse, the Yui sect, the Demi-Human God, the Bone Car sect, just to name them. There are not so many twisted beliefs. The businessman moved the nightmare like an abacus. The male devil's ear beads and other people's beads, coupled with the Protestantism before the Holy See shrunk, and the creationist sect that was originally at odds with the Holy See and the Empire. The current chaos is like a crucible filled with magic potion, and it is impossible to cook anything. He didn't make a price. Hexenfin was ready to waste time in the so-called dance party, but he was also too suspicious and nervous to find someone who knew where Okabuki was. Tang Ji recalled the townspeople he had seen in the 7 towns of Split Gold Mountain. It was difficult to determine whether they had become bad believers who had betrayed the sect, or whether they had been dragged away by Clive and turned into slaves of the Empire. The businessman's fingers moved repeatedly as he dialed the numbers one by one. Make room. Liu Kuei waved to Van Helsing. By the way, who is he? Ha ha ha. This is news that has been outdated for a long time, the businessman replied. The warrior on the side flapped his wings and blew up the skirt of the lady dancing on the dance floor. Oh, that makes you no longer interested in it. The noble stroked his majestic beard. It's your side. It's the north. The businessman corrected the soldier. What's even more boring is, when faith collapses, what ignorant people believe in also becomes reality. And there are fewer sects under the path. Chapter 417, The Presence of the Devil's Ball. They say there is a bone cart cult, and believers believe that there is a bone cart filled with gods that makes the world turn. Van Helsing smirked at Don Quixote. I just heard you talking about the Colosseum? Don Quixote asked the nobleman. Do you know Akabuchi? Ajabuki? The noble didn't take Van Helsing, and Don Quixote seriously at all. And he had no intention of answering. He just held the nightmare demon's chin and teased, "Do you know?" The nightmare demon murmured in her heart without any other reaction. "Oh, you don't know either. So how do I know?" Going around and around. The nobleman never got to the point. The nightmare succubus was like a doll in his hand, and also a shield for him to resistlessly use questioning. So Van Helsing broke the nightmare demon's neck. No nightmare eyes are dropped. Although the nightmare succubus is not dead, she will not be able to respond to the nobles for a short time. The killing cup. That's the killing cup that belongs to the devil's ball. Tangji fully understood what the problem would be. The presence of the 8 brave men was too high, and the guests simply didn't take us seriously. So asking questions was half the effort. "You want me? You want me? You want me?" Somehow, some insult needs to be earned. This level of social interaction is beyond Liyu's ability to deal with it. The soldier was talking about a real issue. "Okay, let's get off together." Tangji also understands how the nobles, warriors and businessmen can control so few and chaotic guests. He only knows that if he follows us around, he will always know the news that the Colosseum is not closed. A small number of the guests who got up were demons, and many humans. Next to the dance floor, a large Colosseum was quickly completed. The dance party thoughtfully used the nightmare demon to set up a ladder for the guests to sit down. Ouch. Yes. Can they pry open your mouth? The soldier opened his mouth slightly, and made a classy facial movement with his tongue. Just use their polite words and their education to know which gutter to run to. The blast of air did not harm the onlookers. It was obvious that we were involved in the duel, and were protected by the pleasure. The guests under the long table all looked at the nobles. The smoke had not cleared yet, and there was a squirming magma pool missing next to the dance floor. Sun Yuzhong ran into the field with small steps, his feet glowing with fire, and his legs and golden half-armor melted into a line of gold liquid. That brave man has rules. He is so arrogant. You love him. Ha ha ha. Did you say something? The businessman looked proud. Our state is hungry, thirsty, happy, greedy, and manic. When we are in a state of hatred, we will push Sun Yuzhong back into his body. At the same time, Don Quixote was riding outside the shadows of Hannibal and Liu Quaid. The guests were stunned, and for a moment, they were sure that what they heard was true. They had seen that the demon hunter had drunk a lot of wine. How could he be so drunk? Our new friends are very rude. The nobles, warriors, and businessmen looked at each other as if they were watching a sideshow, and said sarcastically, "Do you know that you have nothing to do with them? I'm asking you." Don't always change the subject. Van Helsing was really interested in hearing about the sect at first, but when he remembered the real thing, he didn't know anything about it, and he gradually lost patience. Okib's response was to ask the standing guests to join him. The seats were still composed of soft-bodied, writhing male demons. While the guests were waiting for the duel to end, they were definitely chatting and enjoying themselves. Of course, we know more about the rules of the Devil's Ball than Okibu and Sun Yukode. Ding! At the same time, when the businessman mentioned the word duel, dozens of guests under the long table stood up and faced Ujibu, Sun Yuzhong and Liu Quaid, ready to invite a duel at any time. Van Helsing hasn't finished beating him yet. His balls are back in place, standing in front of the nobles, warriors and merchants, winking at Ojib, as if to confirm that he will lie to us now. Although nobles, warriors, and merchants have no connections, their own weaknesses should be to the level of lords of authority, so they can try to learn how to use the staff of deception. Countless hands stretched out behind Ujiba's face, indicating that they were yes dance invitations. The meatball fell into the magma pool and collapsed rapidly. The audience screamed wildly, and no one even fainted on the spot, and was carried to the rest room by the waitress. Slow down. Please make my body a specimen. You have to be the first to play with it. This is a good intention contributed by the opponents. Porphyrin. Even if Ujibu, Sun Yuzhong and Liu Quaid work from all sides, it will take time to kill all those people. By then, the nobles, soldiers and merchants will already know where to go. But just when Tangji walked out of the lava and wanted to question the nobles, warriors and businessmen again, he was surrounded by indifferent guests again. A snap of his fingers freed Okibu. Ujiba curled his lips, feeling too satisfied with whether he got the devil points or not. Or, they want to duel with you. The businessman patted his snow monster's belly, looking like a cat teasing a mouse. Liu decided to ask. Good intentions plus 744 plus 944 plus 1444. The barrel of the bone conduction cannon protruded from Ijibu's arm, and with one shot, the field burst into flames, the wine glass shattered, smoke filled the air, and half of the enemies were blown to pieces. Isn't it possible? Ijibu looked at the nobles, warriors, and businessmen in the field. Now that problem is solved. Okibu analyzed the opponents while taking the field, and reluctantly discovered whether there were any low-level demons among them, which was suddenly interesting. Tang Jiji wants to ask Dandan to try to deceive those cold-blooded elements, but he doesn't feel sorry for the magic power wasted on us. And seeing that there was no brave person to start a duel next to the dance floor, it was still a duel of dozens in terms of scale, and the indifference of the guests once again rose. Van Helsing, who was in the cake skirt opposite, also noticed what was going on there, and his movements immediately became faster, without feeling that he was being left out. Slow down. You're in a hurry, Sun Yuzhong urged, rolling up his sleeves. Hey, satisfy me. The businessman's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of doubt in his smile. The duel bell rang, and the guests instantly became excited. Don't let us run away. We probably know something. Tang Ji asked Sun Yuzhong and Li Yuke to keep a close eye on the nobles, soldiers and merchants. At the same time, he told us to wait for Sun Yuezhing's duel to learn from them, and then use the staff of deception to destroy them when they come back. Bad question. Several rays of shadow shot out from Ijibu's feet, accurately covering the dazed and lingering opponent, pulling us together with a heavy tug, and then twisted into a puddle of flesh. Ijibu cleared a long table of guests and made room for Van Helsing, so he motioned for Dandan to sit down first. The main components of our opponents were dog-like dark elves, monsters, and Tauren, mixed with some humans hiding in the front row. We gathered together and stood opposite Ijibu, quietly waiting for the waitress to move to the other side of the dance floor. Clearance. Watch us. Wait for Van Helsing. You want my hand? You want my hand outside of you. Come and help him. Hannibal stood next to Sun Yuzhong, but was driven back to his seat by Sun Yuzhong. The smiles on the faces of the 8 old guests were awkward. It was clear that the nobles, warriors, and merchants were prepared to respond to Okibu's question and any invitation to a duel. Of course, it's not the first day of the dance. I even know where I picked up the invitation letter. The soldier looked up at Sun Yuzhong. Hannibal and Sun Yuzhong. It's such a small duel. Enough to keep you entertained all night. And you can also bet on how many people we can hold on to. Tang Ji noticed that a rose was also leaning next to the ladder of the nightmare demon, with a flushed face. Do you know where Jibuji is? Hessing Fan also strangled the necks of the nightmare demons in the arms of the warriors and merchants with very smooth movements. Snapped. Here we go. But we only saw Ujibu raising his hand, and his entire arm was blown away, flying towards the opponents scattered on the opposite side. We didn't seem to want to leave, but Okibu's burning eyes also attracted the attention of the audience. We felt that it would be disrespectful to leave now, so our buttocks felt hot. The audience's shouts and shouts struck Sun Yuezhing's ears. Sun Yu even had the illusion of returning to the Colosseum, but he didn't miss it at all. Obviously, those people looked up to them completely. Chapter 418, I understand everything. The music of the ball stopped abruptly, and those invitations to dance were naturally withdrawn as the melody dissipated. The person who walked up to Van Helsing was a gentleman in black dress. Our love saint. Our dream lover. Our century-old legend. The brightest star at our ball, Don Giovanni. Don Giovanni stood 3 inches outside the lava pool with a sense of boundaries. Even though the lava was about to cool down, he didn't seem to want to get some dirt mixed with blood and flesh on the soles of his shoes. Hello. I'm Don Giovanni. It's an honor to see you perform. The gentleman's eyes were filled with stars, containing countless possibilities. I know you. Big star. Van Helsing was not yet ready to kill anyone on sight, so he shook Don Giovanni's hand with his remaining intact arm. Tight and powerful. No. You don't know? Don Giovanni shook his head. To know a person, you must use your own eyes and body, not just your ears. Am I right? Yes. You are right. But we have no eyes. Liu turned the distorted eyes in Fan Heshin's eyes and nodded. He didn't like the roundabout way of communication. Hey. Just say the name doesn't sound familiar. The businessman also tried to smooth things over. Zheng Wei was also sure that the bomb blast just now revealed how much debt he had, and stared at the businessman with murderous intent. Of course I do. It's just a few flies. You are the little star of the ball. Her Rose picked up Hessenfanny's face and hugged her hard. You think, after the last dance, you haven't had a chance to eliminate each other's prejudices, right? Van Helsing saw that it was difficult for Zhang Weifan, Hannibal, Van Helsing, and Li Yuqing to communicate. I can only sing a double act with Herods. However, the businessman seemed to have no intention to talk again, and his eyes wandered between Hesafani and Zhang Weifan. The growth of self-healing bones takes time, and Zhang Weifan's hands can only be soft for a while. Sir Zhang Weifan, are you the demon hunter who once used the magic mirror in the Colosseum with the Kingston? Hessing Fanny opened his tie. During this time, the buzzing of flies very irritable. Hannibal was the first to take a stand. Helsingo Fanny took a deep sip of his wine. It's talking. The 7 brave men introduced themselves to Helsingfani respectively. The nobles, warriors and merchants sitting next to them also listened patiently, rolling their eyes, looking for a suitable opportunity to enter the market. The noble nodded and drank. As soon as Ajibu's shadow disappeared, he suddenly felt that he, Van Helsing, and Zhang Weikate had become someone's prey. A new room can be opened without an invitation to a private ball. The Jibu observes the aristocratic and reluctant expressions on his face, compares them with Hessing Fanny's joy and expectation, and thinks about the possibility of meeting Zhang Weifenji at that ball. But now, in order to talk nonsense with Hannibal, Van Helsing and Liu Quaid, Okev's shadow only enveloped 7 of his own people. Exactly. Sun Weifenny nodded. This is a very special dance, worth recalling over and over again and sharing with others. My dear nobleman, you see that you have a habit of looking up to the brave, and you should change it. Hessing Fanny toasted to the nobleman. So your dear Mr. Herods will blame you for leaking the guest's secret, right? Sun Weifenny smoothed the messy hair from his forehead. No. We also have doctors. Van Helsing sat next to Zhang Weifan and pushed Zhang Weifan's shoulder. Only then did Dandan remember to treat Tang Ji, and quickly sewed up the blown arm with binding thread. What's the matter? Zhang Wei really understood what Zhang Weifenny wanted to do when he unbuttoned his collar. It's really possible to get along with stupid young men like them. The soldier seemed to be unbearable in such an embarrassing atmosphere. He took out an invitation letter to a private dance and was about to leave with the nobles and businessmen. Is it credible? Dandan knew that Zheng Wei was just asking himself, and he was very unfamiliar with communicating and sharing ideas among the 7 of them. Please take a seat. I think we can get acquainted again. Don Giovanni seemed to be aware of Liu's feelings, and thoughtfully welcomed the demon hunter whose arms exploded back to his seat. But before that, do you need a bandage? Don Giovanni pointed to Van Helsing's arm. I know a very good doctor, and her skills are really great. During the discussion, Tangji suddenly saw such a reminder pop up in his mind. It's bad. It's bad. Make a friend. Zheng Weifan folded a fan to cover her face, stretched out her cake skirt, and the pituitary gland in front of her head didn't feel hot at all. Wait a minute. Hannibal? What a stupid name. Tangji asked Dandan in his mind. Don Giovanni? King of the Colosseum. Villain? Hessen Fanny was afraid that our words would be shocking, and he was afraid that he would understand our thoughts. What kind of secret is that? It is absolutely necessary to please each other. Of course you are here to have fun. There is no need to waste a bad mood, because he will also know who among us is who tomorrow night. Flies? Tangji looked around the small hall and found that except for a few humans pretending to be fly demons, there were indeed flies. Although the nobleman had an expression on his face, he was very happy in his heart, as he thought that the brave man was so compassionate. You can't provide you with the whereabouts of Don Kiawanji. Just treat it as a friend. Hessen Fanny smiled like a spring. You can do other things as well. After all, that little star is a contestant who can interfere with the dance's retreat. A few days ago, you saw flies under a private dance. Hessen Fanny winked at Okib, without any intention of saying it all and understanding it. What are they talking about? You are just asking us how we met Don Kiawanji. Zheng Weifan also followed Ujibu's example and played straight. If they are helping us, don't interrupt. This proves that there are no unanalyzed demons in the induction. Okib, Hannibal, and Liu Qiao looked at each other, thinking that if we feel the charm of Hesafani, is it because we have no brains? Well, pay attention to Heshen Fanny. That person is very strange. Parsing, 7%. Private dance? Doesn't he have an invitation letter for this? Hannibal exchanged glances with Zheng Weifan, Van Helsing and Liu Qiao in a tacit understanding, and asked decisively, What? What happened was a shame. It's such a pity. As soon as Hesafani rang the bell, the enchanting figure of Herods appeared next to him. When the music stopped and the guests replenished their energy and sweated, the devil's ball temporarily retreated into an intense rest period. Hero's eyes were drawn involuntarily. Do you actually have a choice? He knew. O'Kib turned to Hessingfanny. My one? The businessman pointed to the invitation in the soldier's arms at the right time, and pointed to the private dance with my mouth. As for the missing flesh, Zunweifen tore it off from under her and Li Yukade's bodies, sewed it down, and weakly self-healed it, slowly sewing Ajiba's broken arm into a soft balloon. Nonsense. There's not much you can do. Rose leaned down. Of course I want to go. Did you come there to find Don Giovanni? Looking back, when Hessingfanny arrived, it was Zunweifen who raised the question of Don Giovanni. What do you say? Zunweifen raised her chin to the noble, wanting to ask me whether I should continue to fight or cooperate. There was one Hessingfanny under the long table. Tangji felt that if he could use the staff of deception, he would try his best to do it. Use for bad. Chapter 419. Kill friends first. Okay. Let's go. When Van Helsing opened his mouth, he first cut off the resonance built by Dandan to prevent Van Helsing from hearing something he shouldn't hear. What is the content of the dance? Are you leaving now? Van Helsing was still cooperating with Van Helsing in speaking, dispelling some more subtle doubts, and seemed not to notice anything strange. Parsing, 31%. Liu took the time to analyze it. You asked very tastefully. Don Giovanni cast an approving look at Hessingfanny, took the invitation from the soldier's hand, and spread it on the long table. The dance of growth. I can only say that it is a very special experience. It is different from sacrifices, marriages, coming-of-age ceremonies, or human transformation ceremonies. It is a dance that has only emerged recently. When the time comes, let's compete together to see who grows faster. Don Giovanni nodded frequently to the nobles, warriors and merchants as if he was speaking a secret code. Liu felt more and more strange. What does the dance of growth have to do with flies? Xu Yuanya turned around and saw several frantic would-be dance partners gathered around the seats, frantically breathing in the air outside. If you have any, kill them too. Kill your friends first, and then let Dandan use the staff of deception to trick us out of the happy place. What should I do if I can't dance? Is there no way to grow? Van Hyshin even thoughtfully helped Van Hyshin ask further. With the presence of Love Saint and Don Yovan, the Devil's Ball has a focus, and the chapel is overshadowed. When will you fight with me? Tang Ji was about to defend, but inexplicably, he remembered the scene of himself and Van Helsing fighting against the huge mountain of meteorites falling from the sky on the city wall of Steel City. Seeing Tang Qiuan frowning, Xu Yuanyan's teasing voice brought Xu Yuan back to reality. But Xu Yuanya's seemed to be stuck under the chair, and it kept moving. After analyzing Van Helsing's true identity, Tang Jike wanted to crash out of a dance for no apparent reason. Xu Yuanya actually expressed Tang Ji's worries before killing the other guests under the long table. Xu Yuan was not worried about the debt owed to the businessman at the time, and thought of Van Helsing asking first. And in Tang Ji's view, although the existence of friends can effectively stimulate the emotions of everyone at the dance, even serving guests directly. Friend? Not that kind of devil yet? That's it for now. He's having a hard time chatting with his new friend. Don't expose the news. Xu Yuan felt Hannibal's mind. Then you kill the merchants and torture the rest. Tang Ji made a quick decision. Haha. The little Don Xiaowan is really boring. Is it because the wine just made you feel full? Just from the changes in its brain sulci, it can be noticed that the egghead is now very active. I'll leave right away. I'll wait until you get up. Facing Xu Yuanyani's invitation, Tang Xiaowan raised his hand slightly, squinted his eyes, and then farted under his seat. Of course, it doesn't have the ability to change its shape to accommodate various guests. Nobles, warriors and merchants also move their butts. I doubt you. You have no experience. Xu Yuanyani blinked. When he left the small hall, Xu Yuan was even tempted to wait for the music to start. And those dancing partners could eat him up. Are they friends? But your friends are all demons. Li Yukiwood found it hard to accept. He and Van Helsing grew up in the mouth of the abyss. You also participated in close combat training together and fought bloody battles. River Moth battle. He forgot? When the music started, Xu Yuanyani, the nobles, warriors, businessmen and brave men had not yet left. It's a guest. It's a good thing to kill. But it's too bad to do it now. Tang Ji still wanted to leave the chapel slowly after the music started. I'll leave the private room in a while. If there are no flies, you can catch one first, and then kill them all with one shot. Tang Ji hadn't thought about the plan for the private dance yet. Van Helsing is a devil and your friend. Tang Ji complicatedly summarized the normality he discovered after a while. and wrote it all under Li Yukate's eggshell. What if there are flies? Ying also had some of Tang Ji's habits of overthinking. Xu Yuan could probably imagine the meaning of its existence. And his mentality was not relaxed at all, but combined with its action prediction success rate, Tang Ji could not help but frown. But don't think that he can make the guests who covet him give up inviting him to dance. Hassan Fanny pointed to the seat in front of him, where Don Xiaowan had just sat. The success rate of my friend's action prediction is 20.241%, which is higher than that of the demon chef. The certainty is very low, so it is very useful to have around. The friend loves balls and dinner parties, which further proves that it is a monster among pleasures, used to serve guests and inquire for information. Li Yuqiwad had no reservations about Tang Ji's favor and raised objections again. It's to show off his understanding of the merchant path. With his unlimited experience, I'm afraid he can't understand the absolute protection of guests during pleasure. The businessman was asked by Van Helsing, and was a little too slow. Are you being taken away now? The last dance is about to start. As a brave man who has attracted much attention by then, I'm afraid you will be free. Hassan Fanny pointed to Don Xiaowan, who was cooling down under the stage. The demon band then turned its attention to these guests with cold eyes. There are drops. Her rose twisted in front of the four of them, and also came to greet them. If I were your friend, you might have analyzed it. That is your principle. Friend is a demon belonging to pleasure. It draws power from lies, and can automatically integrate into people's circles. Its skill is to intercept memory fragments, and twist them into new memories, in order to control the topic at the dance. It's not difficult to target guests during the fun, but it's still not possible to trick them out. Xu Yuan grabbed the analyzing part of the Devil's Illustrated book, and put it away. Don Xiaowan had no choice but to fart again, to explain the expression on his face. At the same time, he didn't have any change in Hessing Fanny, and found that the love saint was also a strict person. Since he is so sure, you doubt him. Yes. Yes. Is it the friend of you don't have a friend? What's wrong? When Fan Hexin was communicating with the businessman, Li Yuqiwad noticed something strange about Xu Yuanya, and asked as several clusters of particles fell back into shadow. Parsing, 97%. After all, for Tang Ji, the only joy at the moment was not getting the clues about Greedy Fly and Okabuki. Tang Ji felt more and more that the shadow was complicated. Could it be a shadow demon? Analysis completed. Devil's Manual Collection number 210 Friend. Do you want to tell this egg? Xu Yuankade stood between Hannibal and Van Helsing. Parsing, 81%. The analysis is broken? Xu Yuankade unconsciously or intentionally stayed close to Xu Yuanya, always communicating with Tang Ji. Can I kill him? The guest just pounced on the seventh fart left by Xu Yuanya and inhaled it crazily. Eliminate the possibility of debt. The nobles, warriors and merchants frowned. Parsing, 66%. Xu Yuanya bounced around the curve of her rose body, pointed at the businessman, and muttered, after leaving, first deal with the impossible debt. Co-author of a general private dance, mainly used to complete rituals such as sacrifices? Don't say it too carefully, otherwise the surprise will be spoiled. Don Giovanni was the first to stand up from the long table mysteriously. Don Xiaowan stood up while checking the Devil's Illustrated book, and walked quickly and leisurely to the small hall with Hessing Fanny and Harrods. But from a devil's perspective, is it more worthy of its characteristics to use it to gather information? It's a good duel, so there's no debt. The businessman waved his hand. Xu Yuan believed everything he said, and still decided to kill the businessman if there was no chance. Comfortable. Tang Xiaowan finally stood up, and also completed his analysis of Van Helsing. The 7 people completed the exchange very slowly. Obviously, Xu Yuanya's recent performance has radiated her devilish charm, and gained many fans. Then let's go! Chapter 420, Dance of Growth. What if we get bored and want to leave? Now that he has decided to take action, Li Yu must first ensure the retreat route. Oh, I rarely get asked this question. Rose put his arm around Don Giovanni. I think this is an offense to you. With the lover of the Devil's Ball, the lover of his dreams, a century-old legend and the brightest star, Van Helsing still wants to leave, which undoubtedly indirectly proves that Don Giovanni's charm is insufficient. No, I'm not offended at all. Don Giovanni didn't care. We are all free. Right? Perhaps knowing why the guests left can change the situation, and make them return more happily? Don Giovanni tapped Hero's chin with his fingertips. Yes, you are right. Hero's bit down gently. Can you come back? On the one hand, Li Yu gained some affection for Don Giovanni, but at the same time, He was a little tired of people's communication habits among people. How come you can go so far when you just say something? Talk. Ahem. Of course it's easy to leave. After all, we are here in a place of happiness. Not a dreamland. Not a vegetable field. And not a pig cage. Herod spat out his tongue softly. All you need to do is touch the invitation and miss me silently. If you want to leave, you can go back to the door between joy. Collect flies, fire cannons, block light, and deceive. All in one go. What woke up opposite us were 8 nobles dressed in very retro styles. Basically in the style of the 230s of Kylie Tang. He had seen similar illustrations in his collection of books. He killed your friend. You fight him. Finally, the 8 devil's sons and 7 guests disappeared into the darkness, bidding farewell to the devil's ball for the time being. After retreating for a while, you will first try to control everything outside and catch the greedy flies. After swallowing a few, it wasn't enough. Shadow raised his chest and fired, causing lava, lightning, and ice to explode in the box. As the shadow characters were laid out, we took out the invitation letter, which had not yet decayed and faded, and held it tightly with our hands. Thanks to the protection of guests among the guests, Tang Ji was afraid of hurting Van Helsing with a shot. There are indeed no flies under the dance party. In other words, the dance was full of flies. You're here. The artillery fire seemed to remind Li Yucode. Tang Xiaowanling in the middle of the room opened his eyes slightly, suddenly stretched his upper abdomen and dragged the corners of his upper body, as if he wanted to locate the riot of flies. Once successful, you will kill your friends with one shot on the spot, and then you will see whether you want to advance based on the situation. Beelzebub secretly communicated with Li Yucade. Noli Moore fired 8 shots in a row because he was afraid of accidental damage and was afraid of killing his friends. Buzz? Van Helsing's thoughts were so kind. And Peng Feng also successfully kneaded the shadow into the appearance of Noli Moore. The ceiling of the box was extremely low, and squatting in the middle of the room was a huge corpse. It didn't have a rhombus shape, like a god of faith, and it didn't have a fly body, like Don Xiaowanwang. Dandan used the staff of deception very effectively. The large group of gathered guests were slowly brainwashed, and each of them swung their big hands like flies, trying to grasp the invitation outside their chest. The moment he left the door, he saw Hannibal, nobles, merchants, Beelzebub, Hassanfan and others kill low-level monsters, obtain 7 demon points, material Eye of Nightmare. Please confirm. The swarm of flies seemed to have been bitten by the wind, and the shadows swayed towards dozens of flies, swallowing them up and spitting them out. The shadow spreads out, blocking out the red light above. But that doesn't explain the weakness of the 7 goals. It just proves that we never thought about leaving. Bad. And Peng Fenjiuni, who is still wearing a white dress. The corpse grows with the flies. The eggs under its body are also ready to move. That's it. Let you dance to your heart's content, and enjoy the joy of growing up. Rose finished the introduction in a moment, and pushed the soldier's invitation back through the door. I got it. Liu didn't expect the invitation to the Devil's Ball to be so convenient when he robbed the auction. He thought the invitation was of no use at all. Dandan sent messages to them, and the magic power was about to be exhausted. Although the particles are large, for the same great swarm of flies, they are different from the swarms of meteorites encountered floating in space. The box suddenly opened, and everyone was pulled tight in an instant, instantly changing from a human perspective to a fly's compound eye perspective. Peng Fengyu adapted extremely well. Although the shadow was cast out immediately, it did not completely occupy the box. He even applied it layer by layer to a certain area, which was very even. The flies are no matter how small or big, every time they land under a corpse. What do they eat, and what do they feed back? The shadow outside the box is of the same depth, and matched with a red sun under the ceiling. It is strange and appropriate. Neither the guests nor Peng Fengyuling in the center of the room were affected by the bombardment, and the dance of growth was made more effective by adding red, white, blue and purple light effects. Noli Moore takes advantage of the situation to open up a hint of red light, creating some twilight atmosphere. Well, it doesn't make sense. Tang Ji was not comforted by Ying. If he starts to use his hands, he will inform this brain. Eggman is more sensitive to his feelings. During that huge moment of delay, Tang Xiaowanling took off his head and started twisting it around. Countless pairs of compound eyes were fixed on the half-aired Noli Moore. It's dawn. You should go home. Seeing Tang Xiaowanling's reaction, Ying asked Dandan to weave a lie. Bad? In the dance of growth, you need to hover and dance to continuously absorb the joyful nutrients. Heroes introduced the etiquette and process of the private dance. We all had the confusion on our faces when we woke up from a little dream. Hannibal, nobles, warriors and merchants. Tangji pointed out the target. In Peng Feng's view, it was more like a misunderstanding. Using the staff of deception one after another, the magic power of the library was quickly consumed. The lie was only enough to deceive some of the guests, but it could take everyone away. Heroes led everyone to a bright corridor. The waitress in the corridor nodded to you, and everyone stood in a private room. Then Herods died. And so did the crowds of friends who hovered in the dance line. And fortunately, this devil's dance will spend 300 years of Kylie. You can come back at any time. Heroes, his friends, and Peng Feng yelling outside the room didn't even have time to react for the 8 demon sons. The dance of growth was just a dance of robbery. You want to leave. The scene was so chaotic that Tang Ji even knew who had dropped the Eye of Nightmare. Everyone turned into flies. Liu touched the invitation letter in his arms to confirm that it was still there. As if sensing Peng Fengyu's anxiety, Liu could rub Beelzebub's shadow with soft particles. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the confused corridor, where Beelzebub, Peng Fengyu and Peng Fengqi exchanged their clothes for the shabby clothes they wore when they left the building. And just when Peng Feng was about to kidnap us to a place where we could be used for torture, he suddenly heard an unexpected thunder explosion. Thinking that it would be impossible to face Ijibuji directly, Tang Ji was still not uneasy. He was sure that the Lord of Authority, who had once cast a small shadow on the library, would be manipulated in such a difficult way. Let me tell you, you are no more. After the connection was broken, Tang Ji only had time to find a fly brain and write a line of miniature characters underneath. The diamond-shaped and half-body flies are embedded together. Moving at every turn, several flies are circling around the corpse, dancing and laying eggs. It must be enough for us. So why would we hide in the midst of pleasure to heal our wounds? Immediately afterwards, a fly expanded its body and turned into an egg. It swung its particles and instantly surrounded the nearest group of flies. Seeing the obstacles, they temporarily forgot their formations and movements, including Hannibal, nobles, warriors, and this businessman. Even though she was mentally prepared, Peng Feng did not expect the dance of growth to be such a dance. But Peng Fengyu listened. He is worried that Ujibuji has consumed very few sources of information and used destiny dice to increase his bets. So the impact must be much smaller than yours. Li Yukate's analysis was thorough and thorough. The rules of pleasure are also ineffective for Tang Ji, Yingying and Dandan. Tang Xiao Wanling can't hurt the guests. He just stares and remembers them without taking a step back. Chapter 421, Okabuki's Dream. As far as Hannibal was concerned, Hellsingbon was still a friend. 2 friends kill a friend, which brings great pain to Eggy. After struggling for a moment, Hannibal released the binding thread and wrapped it around the bodies of Van Helsing and Don Quixote, as well as the shadows on the ground. The skins of Van Helsing and Don Quixote were strangled into several sections, and were quickly broken into pieces under the twisting and grinding of the demon wolf's fangs. The octopus tentacles inside also sprayed mucus. This shows how much Hannibal hates him. After the body was crushed, the binding line was like a huge whirlpool, leading to the shadow at Van Helsing's feet. Don Quixote's body collapsed, revealing an egg, but the particles were completely solidified in midair, wrapping the egg body. Particles are sensors of the brain, and Yingying's egg body was blocked by the particles and completely unable to move. This scene fell in the eyes of Don Giovanni and the nobles, and finally dispelled the confusion when they first woke up. The 3 demons burst the hero's body, and there was internal strife? Suddenly, the 4 guests had memories of the dance just now in their minds. Heal you! Hannibal's entire body became a bunch of scattered gutter, rolling toward the shadows on the ground. It's fake. Liu twisted his shadow, quickly wrote big characters on the ground, and relayed all the suspicious things about Hexenfin to Dandan. But Dandan didn't listen at all, so he was knocked unconscious by Shadow's punch. After 7 days of deconstruction, Liu was able to effectively identify the true form of the brain spirit hidden in his skull. So when Dandan couldn't emit the holy light, his shadow reached over and condensed into a small fist, punching away Dandan's confused thoughts. The storm of the binding subsided, and in a half-open skull on the ground, a scarlet brain trembled. Unwilling to sleep, Liu was also glad that the magic power of the library had been drained by the 4 people in front of him. Otherwise, if Dandan also used the staff of deception, he might not be able to defeat him. Friends are difficult to deal with, and they can harm simple alien demons even if they are not careful. If it had been discovered a little later, I'm afraid the 3 devil sons would have become 4 dancing flies. The dance of growth began around Beelzebulum. Don't leave in a hurry. Liu snatched the invitations from Don Giovanni and the others. I did all this for you. If you leave, my happiness will be gone. Liu didn't need the 4 people to answer, so he loaded them and all the parts into the shadow space, and took Ying back to the library quickly. Although the confusing corridor changes from time to time, it is not a big problem due to Shadow's radar. Before leaving, Liu glanced at the door of Happy Room and the wine glass emblem on the door, but didn't see anything unusual. Maybe because several guests left voluntarily. No ban was violated. As for those friends and the nightmare succubus who died on the dance of growth, shouldn't they care if they are happy? After all, there are guests in the lobby who are using the waiters as food. Soon, Liu took Egg back to the living room of the Bone Room and threw Don Giovanni and the 3 nobles on the ground. The 3 nobles had clearly realized that they had been kidnapped and were very frustrated. But Don Giovanni's love affair was not greatly affected. The skeleton clan has its own unique dance steps. But in recent years, there have been no skeletons entering the fun. Many people have forgotten it and miss it very much. Don Giovanni saw the bone walls and bone thrones all over his eyes. Of course, I thought this was a realm related to the skeleton clan. Tell me, what happened to the dance of growth just now? Whose private dance was it? Liu ignored Don Giovanni's greetings and went straight to the topic. But even after the moment of joy, Liu still couldn't hear clearly the voices of the 4 humans in front of him, and found that their bodies were visibly thinner and sluggish. Obviously, after staying in the middle of pleasure for too long, their lives have passed quietly. The wasted time is chasing their bodies fiercely. Oh, my dear Mr. Van Helsing, that's not how private balls work. Don Giovanni shook his head. Of course, if there is wine to moisten my throat, I will tell you everything. Liu summoned the minis outside the door to bring abominable drinks, banana milkshakes and dwarf spirits from the warehouse. Don Giovanni reluctantly accepted the dwarf's wine and started talking non-stop. A private dance is not a dance, and a devil's dance is not a dance. Liu didn't quite understand the first sentence Don Giovanni said, and hurriedly called Scholar Tom outside the bloody corridor to listen together. He casually described his experience at the Devil's Ball in Shadow, synchronizing information with Tom. In other words, the entire Devil's Ball is just a dream woven by the nightmare witches, a dream that can react on reality. The joy you look forward to in your dreams will become a reality in your dreams. So we can feel everything, gain everything, and feel joy. Of course, in order to tailor each guest's dream, we need to make some changes in the details during the fun. This is where the friends that just gave you a headache came into being. Don Giovanni chuckled, wondering if he was mocking himself. To be honest, before I saw you killing each other, I thought you were all friends. It was an assumption triggered by my inner desire to experience some excitement. So the duel is just because we like dueling? The people and demons who died in the duel are all fake. Liu looked at the few flies still flying in the shadow space, and the 7 demon points and nightmare eyes he had just collected in the illustrated book, and began to have some doubts about Don Giovanni as the source of the information. If you think it's fake, it's fake. If you think it's true, it's true. It doesn't matter. Happiness is what matters. Of course those are true. Of course, Liu would not let the things he obtained dissipate. Fortunately, Liu was already very experienced in deceiving himself. But if these earnings are real, what do you want from the pleasure? They are not a charity. They need to use the pleasure of the guests as nourishment. Absorb and grow. This is the meaning of everything. Pleasure provides dreams, feelings, and even material things in order to gain pleasure. As a century-old legend of the Devil's Ball, Don Giovanni's understanding of pleasure is of course top-notch. Liu thought of those crazy guests and their violent reactions. This doesn't make sense at all. It's both a dream and reality. I ate an apple in the dream, and I ate it in reality. That's not a dream. It's reality. Liu couldn't deny that he had just won an apple in the Devil's Ball. Everything of this world is hard to understand, isn't it? They are demons who are born of pleasure and feed on pleasure. They have reason to create everything for their own desires. Don Giovanni took a sip of strong wine and coughed up blood. As he spoke, Don Giovanni was dying. As a last resort, Liu took Dan into a room alone and explained everything about his friends first. Eggy reluctantly accepted it, and the skull with a brain embedded in it returned to the living room of the Bone Room and began to force self-healing on Don Giovanni and the three nobles. But the effect was minimal. They are still aging at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Bite my balls, but kill my friends, and make me work. While grumbling, Eggy sewed up the blood vessels of Don Giovanni and the three nobles, and replaced their organs and bones with skin made of self-healing bones and binding threads. He just wanted to let them live a little longer. Okay, now that you understand the Devil's Ball, what is the private ball? Don Giovanni finally regained consciousness from the violent cough and took a sip of wine. The private ball is a guest's dream. The dance of growth is Okabuki's dream? Chapter 422, Unable to Die. The private ball was a guest's dream? Yes, if you stay in pleasure long enough, and your pleasure is strong enough, you can have an impact on the dream weaved by the nightmare succubus and create a private dance that is unique to you. This kind of joy is extremely powerful, and most people have never felt it before. So the nightmare succubi are happy to enjoy it. I believe that somewhere among the joys, there should be a private dance that belongs to me. Right? Don Giovanni showed a yearning look. I hope it can meet the expectations of others. Don't you know if you have a private dance? Lee felt that this question was crucial. This involves whether Okabuki knows that there are demons playing tricks on him in his dreams. Yes. Just like you don't know where you have dreamed about. Don Giovanni smiled. But people who are related to me, or who have a close connection with me, may be invited to go in and have fun. This is the erotic dream others have about you. You don't want to know what they did in your dreams. Don Giovanni gave Liu a helpless expression. So, as for which guest the dance of growth you are interested in belongs to, I'm afraid you have to ask him, Don Giovanni said, tapping the waist belt of the three nobles with his fingertips. The one with the sword. You are the noble with the strongest mind on that planet. They don't want you to speak, or you will kill them. Dandin used a binding thread to open the old noble's mouth, and then followed my mouth, full of words. The other one, Liu, was shivering all the time. So he should be a warrior, the one in front, wearing gold and silver, with a fur scarf wrapped around his neck, was obviously not a businessman. Don't die. He's still here. Tom summoned the old nobleman and forcefully saved me from death. Awake? Tell me. He doesn't have any stories? Jun asked the old nobleman, who had slowly woken up. The 8 demon sons were all very familiar with that light shield, which was an essential skill for the knight's path. It's just the Colosseum, and you don't have a cooperative relationship with the small altar. If you don't have any needs for the ceremony, you can't ask the predecessors to provide convenience. That Ujibu worked hard to improve his own value. Finally, the soldier's throat was sewn up by my balls, and I no longer had the qualifications to hesitate. If it's broken, stop playing. Let's do it together tomorrow. Tom simply sewed the shadow of the old nobleman down and hung it with Ojib, and he would use the staff of deception to cook it tomorrow. Yes, your Colosseum once cooperated with Don Giovanni, so you were able to receive an invitation to my private dance. Dandin vented his anger on losing his friend on the businessman. At that time, as long as a suitable scene is created for Ojibu, he won't be able to pry my mouth open. The magic of the library is gone today, but it is worth looking forward to tomorrow. Wake me up. You don't have many things to ask me. Bijian did not answer, but pointed at Ijenjuni, whose eyes, mouth, and ears were sealed by the shadow. Seeing this, magic power suddenly surged under the noble old man's body, opening a light shield. Okib's family motto is people are everything. Huh? Lejibu? Jun remembered that these were nobles who specialized in slave trading. The 8 sons of devils even met my predecessors in Jinjin Mountain. When Klebny saw that scene, he really had to applaud Hannibal's medical skills. After listening to Ijenjuni's introduction, Tom guessed that the owner of the Dance of Growth must not be the king of the Colosseum. As soon as Bijian broke his seat, Jun released these flies caught from the Dance of Growth from outside the shadow's space. On the other hand, the businessman beside him suffered a cardiac arrest and died on the spot. How about it? Can those flies brought out from the pleasure room be used? Jun was determined to ignite the L Karma fire now. According to Ijenjuni, since the person who got the invitation must have nothing to do with Tang Qiawanji, that noble would be in trouble. The Jibu shadow was sewn in the living room of the bone room, and even his mouth was sewn off. He was letting his balls heal by themselves, quietly waiting for the torture in the green time tomorrow. Tom also wanted to ask Dandin to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation again, but Dandin hid his soul and beat the businessman's brain into mud, which was completely impossible to reorganize. You are from the Ojibu family. Please let us do some harm to him. The soldier knew that there was no way to reason with the devil, but he could only talk about the harm. Yes. Shadow shook his head. Very frankly. But if you say so, he will die miserably. And die very rarely. Anyway, the merchant did not let the library go into debt. It would be bad to die early, and be born early. The old nobleman was a tough guy. And when he saw whether he was going to die or die, he simply opened his mouth, as if he had met Tom before. Bite your balls, but finally it's useless to ask. After all, Beelzebub activated the body cultivated by Don Giovanni, and shared part of the celestial ridge during the feast. Once those two things merged, it would be the dream of the sack devil. And who could it be? What's his relationship with Don Kiawanji? Tom asked the used noble warrior directly. The small altar is also one of the small pillars of the Demon King city. The master of authority is the old goat, who is responsible for distorting human beliefs and some transformation rituals for fallen humans. I can vaguely tell from the shape of my beard that I activated my original nobility. Compiling intelligence and analyzing the results. That kind of life where you invite people with no knowledge to join you. Tell me, is he going to kill you? The soldier's attitude was completely the same as under the long table. And he was also struggling with whether the 8 demon sons were rude or not. Meeting. Jun covered the eyes, ears and mouths of the old noble, Okib and Clefney, and called back the scholar by Jian under the bloody corridor. He is a strong nobleman. Oh, the soldier hesitated. His throat was leaking. It was his balls that were being stitched up for me. Tom and Don Quixote looked at each other, thinking that Okib was still a treasure. Hannibal is a doctor. Have you introduced him to him? It's very bad. I'll hang on to my life first, and you'll all interrogate me together tomorrow. Tom planned to quickly negotiate terms with Ijunju, and decided my fate with just one sentence. In his words, Clebney didn't seem to care about the reality that he would die. Dandon was still immersed in the anger of losing his friend and kept cursing. The appearance of the 3 nobles has changed compared to those on the long table. The guy who originally looked like a noble is an old man wearing pajamas. Tom also said something. Small altar? Humans don't fight beasts either. Tom felt, halfway through asking, that he was stupid for asking. The moment the light shield unfolded, the old nobleman hit the wall of bones in front of his back that was covered with bone spurs. His body was pierced by more than a dozen bone piercings into a sieve, and his whole body hung underneath, with blood flowing gurglingly. What's more, these flies are still buzzing outside the shadow space. I was scared to death. Tom pulled my body together and asked Dandon to help with stitches and weak self-healing. At the same time, he also used shadow to separate the blood outside the bone wall, refill the old noble's body, and continue blood transfusion. An aristocrat who specializes in the slave trade is running a show with its own industry barriers, which is really in line with our family motto. That's my only hope. Damn it. Is that the real devil? Clevney was filled with emotion. If I had known that fighting with devils was so boring, you would have only pursued physical and spiritual pleasure. Chapter 423, Backtracking? How many years ago did you enter the realm of joy? Has there been any change in the past 100 years? Have you seen the Lord of Power among the pleasures? If the private dance is a guest's dream, then what are the things brought out from the dream? Tom asked several questions one after another. Don Giovanni indeed told everything he knew. He paid no attention to the torture that took place in the drawing room, and was very cooperative. He even expressed his willingness to cooperate with Scholar Tom's research and tell him what the continent of Chaos was like 100 years ago. Of course, Don Giovanni's knowledge was limited, and he could only tell what he had seen. These memories were mixed with the memories of balls over the centuries, and it was difficult to tell how much was true. Don Giovanni was invited to participate in the Devil's Ball in the year 183 of Kylie. At that time, the famous defense war of the Steel City in the mainland had not yet begun. Don Giovanni danced for the rest of his life and never came out again. He was not sure, and did not care, who was the Lord of Authority among the pleasures. He only mentioned that there was once a powerful warrior who did not understand the music and accidentally entered the dance, interrupted the music, and finally provoked a man with 7 heads and 10 horns, holding a golden cup. The demon squeezed the brave man into juice and drank it into his chest and abdomen. Don Giovanni even danced a few songs with the demon, whose 7 heads danced happily. Judging from Don Giovanni's description alone, Liu is not sure whether this is Bauer, the Lord of Authority between Huanchi, but there is a high probability that it is not, because Bauer should also be a nightmare succubus. Regarding the last question, Don Giovanni still felt that it didn't matter whether it was true or false, as long as the things taken out of the dream could be used. They were real. The scholar and the three demon sons were silent for a moment, watching quietly as the flies that were brought out rose and fell around the businessman's body, continuing to dance the dance of growth. Can this be used? Liu's Devil's Illustrated book didn't respond to the flies, and he didn't see any impulse from them to go where they wanted to go. He wasn't sure if he got what he wanted during this happy trip. When you touched the invitation, you were transported to the place of joy? Tom was still observing. The path of a scholar gave him a lot of patience, and he was far less eager than Liu. Yep. When you came out, you were in the confusing corridor again? Tom jotted down on the paper. After getting the affirmative answer, Tom pointed to the three guests, a corpse, and a few flies hanging in the living room, and gave his opinion. First, we assume that they are all true. Of course I am real. Don Giovanni's body is still withering, and his vitality is passing away little by little. Don Giovanni fell in love with the brain that shrank beside him, as if it was the only one in the world that could bring him warmth. Then, the pleasure is not limited to the Demon King city. Certain areas of it lead to other places. Otherwise you won't be pulled directly in, and you won't come out together. Even this invisible path will spread due to the spread of invitations. Tom recorded while talking. In this way, we can continue to expand the scope and absorb all kinds of joy. The medium that connects the areas is probably dreams. As a member of the library, Tom certainly knows something about demons, like the nightmare demon. So it's connected by dreams. An entire area? Liu understood Tom's guess. Is it possible that the library has been contacted now? Minnie was taken away while she was sleeping? Liu was not ready to face the threat of the dream dimension. If the Lord of Authority in Happy Room didn't notice, the possibility of this happening is not high. Tom shook his head. Weaving dreams also has costs. Otherwise, there would be no need to make invitations in Happy Room. Come limit the number of people entering. If everything is true, the most beneficial method of applying happiness should be to maintain the number of guests in the dream after spreading the scope of the dream, and continue to extract happiness. And based on your experience at the Devil's Ball, even if Minnie, or I are dragged into the dance, as long as we don't encounter demons with abilities similar to yours, it should be a pleasure, and there will be no danger. Tom glanced at the three devil sons. The key to enjoying the Devil's Ball is not to be controlled by your heart, and not to be forcibly pulled out by other demons. Tom helped Liu prepare for the rainy day. In response to this, I will ask Brother Pig to improve his daily meals, or create new chaos cuisine, strengthen their control over their thoughts, and reduce their possibility of being hypnotized. There are at least 3 known materials that have the effect of resisting psychic attacks. Ah, I know this. I can also train everyone in dream thinking. Liu hurriedly chatted privately with Tom, and told the scholar all the countermeasures against dream invasion that he had seen in a movie in his previous life. Of course, this will also increase the cost. Creating new chaos cuisine or purchasing potion materials requires money. The pressure still falls on Liu. Ultimately, the question is whether it's all worth it. Are these flies greedy flies, and can they find Okabuki? This is a hypothesis that has not been completely proven, but it can be justified. Tom said back to what Liu was concerned about. But we might as well think along this line of thinking. The revelation it brings to us is that the address of the Dance of Growth's private dance is related to its owner, which also points to a certain lair in Okabuki. Then if I can go back to the private dance of the Dance of Growth, can I find the origin of this dream? Liu began to think of some evil ideas. If the dreams are connected, and the private dance takes place at the place of the dream, then this dream also belongs to Okabuki, no matter where the dream happened. As long as you use Steel Baby's backtracking, you can naturally see the beginning of the dream, and you can block the interference of the dream and find the specific location. Anyway, Baby Steel's retrospection magic was originally aimed at Okabuki. So wouldn't it just happen to be used? Even without being noticed by Okabuki. Do you still have this kind of magic? Tom's eyes lit up. How much lost knowledge can be learned through this? Only for Ijibuji. Liu shook his head helplessly. Baby Steel was basically dead, and he could only breathe a sigh of relief. Just looking back, Liu hadn't studied it yet, and he had to change the magic spell of his predecessor. However, there are still some difficulties. It's too late in a short time. Okay. A look of disappointment flashed across Tom's eyes. Actually, there is a second way. Tom pointed to the flies that were busy on the businessman's body. At least we can be sure that these are the flies in Okabuki's dream. So if we can communicate with it, we can also extract some valid information. Tom was not sure whether Liu had this kind of magic. Liu had already tried it. But the Devil's Illustrated book was useless. But now that Tom mentioned it, Liu suddenly remembered that there might be another way. Have you ever heard of a dream within a dream? Chapter 424. Look what the fly is dreaming about. In the Dance of Growth, in addition to the 4 guests and a few flies, Liu also scored 7 demon points and a piece of material. Eyes of Nightmare. From the appearance point of view, the nightmare eye is just an eyeball, slightly smaller and more delicate than the distorted eye. It consumes twice as much malice as the distorted eye, but its effect is very practical. Nightmare eyes have the effect of hypnosis and entering other people's dreams. With that said, Liu exchanged for a nightmare pupil, removed one of Fan Hsing's deformed eyes, and replaced it. Let me see what these flies are dreaming about. Van Helsing opened his big and small eyes, trying hard to catch the fly's eyes. Unfortunately, the flies had too many compound eyes, and Liu couldn't find the right one after searching for a long time. He simply exchanged a dozen more, held them with his shadow, and embedded them on the merchant's body. The fly's movement slowed down. I want to see it too. Don Quixote came over, and Liu looked at the swinging egg with a nightmare eye. And me, Dan too, who had been fuming for a long time, no longer looked cold. He put the eye of distortion on his scarlet brain and stared at it with the eye of nightmare. Can I? Tom didn't want to give up this precious research opportunity. Together, when Liu semi-hypnotized the fly, he suddenly discovered that the nightmare eye had the ability to control the flow of dreams, and happily invited the scholar to join this dream. With some brains, 3 devil sons plus a scholar will never get lost in a fly's dream. Don Giovanni, who was hanging on the ceiling, also raised his finger slightly, maybe because he felt a little offended and didn't feel confident enough. Liu thought that he had almost forgotten about this love saint, and hurriedly sealed his eyes, mouth and ears with a shadow, leaving only his nose to breathe. The next second, the 3 demon sons and the scholar entered the fly's dream. In appearance, the 3 devil sons are still Van Helsing, Hannibal, and Don Quixote. Scholar Tom has returned to the young blonde appearance he had when he was a slave. There is no swelling in the back of his head. He is a clean academic young man, and when he looked around, he saw the ruins of the holy city Sidalami in front of him. Red Ruins. A giant city that occupies half of the sky stands diagonally on a battlefield strewn with corpses, its outline vaguely undulating, as if it is breathing. In addition to this giant city, there are countless corpses on the battlefield. There are angels, red-skinned demons, brave men, priests, and even scattered remains of mechs on the ground. The sweet smell permeated the entire land, making the scholar and the 3 demon sons involuntarily intoxicated, and had an urge to bite it. Clusters of flies gathered into rivers in the sky, rushing towards the huge city. They cover the outside of the giant city, forming a hazy SHL, mostly red. When he looked closely, Liu discovered that the outline of the giant city was entirely composed of hundreds of billions of flies. Flies densely covered the surface of the giant city, constantly injecting their eggs into the giant thing under the SHL. At this time, Liu could vaguely understand the outline of the giant city. It was the fallen Tianqi. That continuous red color is naturally the greedy fly. Not only the Tianqi, but every corpse on the ground is also filled with flies. There are even flies in the parts of the mechs that open the iron sheets and keep pouring out. It's like there's some kind of chaos in the world, and all living things are covered with flies, laying eggs, reborn, and growing. This is a fly's dream. They are also enjoying the feast in their dreams. Following a cluster of flies, Liu came to a group of corpses and saw the half-open body on the ground, which was filled with bones and brains. He looks a bit like Skalric. Flies walk and gnaw in the cracks of the brain, working tirelessly to feast on it. The flies of Ujibuji are always eating you in your dreams. The scholar silently observed and recorded, reminding Liu of Ujibuji's subconscious hatred. Ha. Liu laughed and pointed to the giant city in the distance. It's just a small part. What he wants to eat most is Tianqi. Snapped. It seemed that after hearing Liu's words, the world burst into blood. Some are red, some are black, and some are pure white. The whole world came to life, and the blood flowers expanded into waves of blood. The dirty blood gathered and dispersed like exploding lava, spreading everywhere in the world. A stream of flies passed over the heads of Liu and the others. Don Quixote's armor, Hannibal's suit, and Tom's scalp all began to develop spots, evaporate, and melt. The red and white plague. Tom was startled and began to search for the antidote in his pocket, but found nothing. It's okay. Don't panic. Liyu's nightmare pupils exploded. Immediately afterwards, Liyu used his shadow to cut off half of Tom's head, and cut off the contaminated parts of himself, Ying and Dandan, and then put on a chemical protective suit for each of them. Of course Tom had never seen anything like this. It's just a dream. It's all trivial. Liyu exchanged the nightmare eyes one after another, raised his hand to cut away the flies and plagues that rushed towards him, and the four of them stood next to the brain corpse, like a leaf of duckweed in the ocean. Both Ying and Dandan were already accustomed to what was in Liyu's mind. They each poked at the running plague and gave up on understanding everything that happened in the fly's dream. They simply want to bring the plague to all parts of the world, Liyu speculated. But it cannot be ruled out that the flies in the library will also use the businessman's body to spread the plague. Well, keep the corpses away from the flies. Tom realized the hidden dangers of keeping the bones in the drawing room. Don't worry. Our flies haven't turned red yet. There's still time. Liyu pointed at the flies that were the masters of this dream, following the flies. Liyu immediately marked them with his shadow. When a fly turns red, it becomes infectious. Tom notes the association of red flies with plague. But in this case, the forest guards have to thank us. Liyu thought of the red flies in the forbidden forest, and we have to thank the craftsmen apprentices in the library. At that time, it was little Harry who observed the flies in the forbidden forest, and shot down the bone conduction cannon, mitigating the spread of the plague in the forbidden forest. Flies spread plague through corpses, Tom concluded in his notes. Happiness is needed among joys, and Ajibuki needs plague, Liyu added. Next, the library must dispose of the corpses in time to avoid the occurrence of plague. And judging from this trend, it won't be long before the plague spreads to the Demon King city. And sooner or later we will wait for the greedy flies. Liyu suddenly stopped being anxious. We can even meet the few in the living room. As he spoke, Fei Lu seemed to notice this small piece of duckweed in the sky and earth. And more flies began to wash away and surround it. Let's go. Liyu got a lot of information. And without any hesitation, he immediately exploded another nightmare eye. The three devil sons and the scholar emerged from their dreams and returned to the living room of the bone room. It's not safe to put this body and flies here. Looking at the weak flies next to the businessman's body, Tom shook his head. It's best to keep them in another place, so they won't cause problems easily. Or keep it in the pleasure? The mouth of the abyss? Liyu was also afraid that the red and white plague would sweep through the library. The safest thing to do is of course to invite them out. Please go to an area that many, little noisy, and 300 warriors will not go to. I know a good place. Tom touched the back of his head and felt relieved when he saw it was swollen again. Where? Chapter 425. Skinning is not a new fashion in the library. Dungeon. Tom's answer was unexpected. But after explaining the reason, Liyu felt that it was very appropriate after the destruction of the Bronze Clan Dwarf Palace. The underground city basically fell under the control of the Expeditionary Force, which has been providing armor and equipment. The demon commander's return does not seem to have had any impact on the production of the underground city. Ordnance is still being made day and night, and the underground exchange has become more prosperous, because part of the creations flowed to the Expeditionary Force, and other parts were directly operated. Arrived at the river. Yes, right at the beginning. The copper ladle was traded to the river for the magic mirror fragments. It is basically equivalent to the smuggling passage under the Demon King city, on a daily basis. In addition to sending the minis to the Devil's Market for shopping, Tom would also ask Galaric to go to the exchange in the underground river to buy some potions and materials for the Expeditionary Force. After a period of shopping, Tom confirmed that the underground river is a relatively safe trading place, and the Dark Elves there are relatively well behaved. Therefore, if you keep flies near an underground river, safety can be guaranteed at least if you check it frequently. And it is relatively far away from the library. So even if greedy flies are really raised, they will not spread the plague here in a short time. We just need to buy a warehouse at the underground river exchange. Tom said about the good things there. The dusk earthworms are natural warehouse security guards. You don't need to worry about the rest of the details. I'll wait until I hatch out the greedy one. Fly. We can proceed with the next step of research. Tom has regarded the use of H.L. fire on Okabuki as his own research and must follow it from beginning to end. What we need to consider is that the purpose of Okabuji spreading the plague is of course death. And death will help it advance. Tom straightened out the logic. Then if the plague can be studied and stopped, it can also effectively weaken Okabuji. Base. Of course, Tom must be cautious about dismounting the king of the Colosseum. You have too much to study, and don't have that much time. Liu did not suggest that Tom continue to add more subjects. The most direct thing is to kill Ujibuji. Kill him. There will be no more flies. And the plague will eventually stop. As ordered. Tom had heard it very well. The red and white plague spread through corpses. From today on, corpses will no longer be kept in the library. And the disposal of corpses must be taken seriously. Liu knew the horror of the plague. Especially the plague that is inexplicably spread through corpses under the blessing of dreams. Well, I can make a copper ladle to make an incinerator. It shouldn't be difficult. Although Tom is not a craftsman. As a scholar, he can also distinguish the complexity of a creation. We have been exposed to the dreams of flies, and have been in the same space with corpses. Maybe we should peel off our skin to avoid possible infection. Tom said, holding his chin with one hand. There is no need to panic too much, since it is known that the plague is transmitted through corpses. You are not a corpse, so there is no need to worry. After deconstructing the shadow, Liu found no insect eggs or abnormalities in the human skin or Tom's body. So he discouraged Tom's idea first. Skinning is not the new fad in library collections. Now thinking of Mini-Mini's bloody appearance, Liu still feels heartbroken and does not advocate this practice. It is just that a substitute for insulating skin has not yet been found. And unlimited production of cables is still far away. As ordered, Tom was relieved to hear that there was no need to peel the skin. Go and make arrangements. Raise the flies to the underground city exchange. Ask the copper ladle to make an incinerator. Give Minnie and the brain spirits mind training. And buy mind materials to make magic potions to weaken the interference of dreams. In this way, you can find friends in time when you go to have fun. Liu recounted Tom's next tasks, and found that they were enough to keep him busy. Tom resigned happily. And Liu also wrapped a piece of human skin around the businessman's body in flies. And sent them away together. What about us? Why don't we just wait? Dandan sat slumped on the boneless throne. Bored. The magic power of the library is exhausted today. Dandan can no longer use the staff of deception. And if Tom's potion is not prepared, he cannot go back to the pleasure of going back to Okabuki's private dance now. How is that possible? Liu pointed to the nightmare eyes and Van Helsing's eyes, and turned his gaze to the Tide nobles. We are going to take a look in their dreams. It's one thing to use the staff of deception to get information, but it's another thing to use the eyes of nightmare. Although Greedy Fly and Ujibuji are now available, Liu doesn't mind going to the nobles and warriors again. See it in a dream. With the eye of nightmare, it can also have some guidance effect. And it may be more cost effective than the staff of deception. This tomorrow's magic power can be used to open the blind box of the devil from another world. And although the businessman died, the nobles, warriors and Don Giovanni still needed Eggy to continue to impose self-healing to survive. If they were squeezed out early, they could be thrown away early, which would reduce the burden on Eggy. Let's go! Dandan jumped up from the throne. Well, don't forget to soak this, Liu said, plucking a nightmare pupil from Van Helsing's eye socket and stuffing it into Hannibal's head. Hannibal can even be a psychiatrist in the future. Which one to go first? The javelin in Don Quixote's hand swung between the nobles and the warriors. Unlike flies, they are not dreaming the same dream. Just this old guy. So mysterious. He would rather commit suicide than communicate with us. The eyes of the nightmare lit up, and the noble's head dropped. In this room, the three sons of the devil once again invaded other people's dreams. The dream was a dungeon. The noble was hung on the wall, wearing a tattered crown robe. The wounds on his body were still bleeding, seeping into the ground with incantations engraved on it. Of course, when Liu came, he immediately discovered the spell on the ground. But it was neither demonic nor human. It was probably words imagined by the nobles in the dream, and the origin could not be found. On the wall next to them were hanging flails, whips, knives and other torture instruments. They were all stained with layers of blood and had obviously been used. It's quite appropriate. He probably thought we were interrogating him. So he had such a dream. In the absence of their friends, the three devil sons felt free to share their thoughts. With Liu speaking first. But it's not convenient to not be able to hear my heart's voice in my dreams. Liu tried to use the devil's illustrated book to listen to the noble's heart. But it still didn't work. We were also hung from the wall. The shadow is just describing the facts. The three sons of the devil still appear in the noble's dreams as Van Helsing, Hannibal and Don Quixote. But they are still the tortured persons hanging on the wall. Well, I arranged it. Being tortured together might make him lower his guard easily. They are all going to die anyway. So there shouldn't be anything that can't be said. Water, water. Liu began to act first, raising his head slightly, breaking several holes in his body, and squeezing out blood treated with photon pigments. The strange thing is that when the blood fell to the ground, it couldn't mix with the noble's blood. It seems that in the noble's perception, these three victims cannot be confused with themselves. Ying was too lazy to act. He tilted his head and died on the spot, automatically cutting off the scene. However, the particles penetrated outside the walls and cells one by one, inspecting the scene inch by inch. Am I hallucinating? Why did this happen? Hannibal's voice was a little cheerful. He was not good at acting, but he did it in a serious way. Hannibal raised his fingers slightly and pointed at the blood and spells on the ground. Ha. They want you to die in front of me. Make me collapse. And make me speak? The noble turned his head slightly, but his attitude was still tough. It's useless. I am Alexander. What's big? Dandan didn't understand the hidden meaning behind the nobleman's words at all. Alexander. Then Helsing's shadow moved, and he unexpectedly picked up a treasure. Chapter 426 Alexander. Although the surname Alexander does not appear many times in the collection of books in the library, every time it appears, it is accompanied by heavy information. Either it is accompanied by the change of royal power in the Taz Empire, or it is the marriage of top nobles. Alexander is the surname of the current royal family. 300 years ago, the surname Kylie is very important. The last name Kylie was named after Alexander. Of course, although there is only one emperor in each generation of the Taz Empire, as long as he has this surname, he can basically run unimpeded in the continent of chaos. Therefore, Liu was still surprised that a member of the royal family appeared at the Devil's Ball, and he was not sure whether Huan Xian had cooperated with the royal family, or whether the Alexander in front of him had made some decisions that went against his ancestors. Since I can use the Eyes of Nightmare to extract this information, I believe that the demons among the Joy must also know the secret of this royal family. You are the royal family. Then Helsing cooperated with the nobles in performing. I wonder if I am honored to know your honorable name. Richard Alexander. The nobleman seemed to want to gather his crown robe, but he was too weak and quickly gave up. Liu silently wrote down the name. How did you come here? Then Helsing continued to ask. Richard fell into memories, but the dream did not give him an accurate answer. Maybe someone wants to get the secrets of the royal family from me. Maybe it is blackmail. Or maybe they just want me to suffer. The earth died. But that's not important. After the lion falls to the ground, every ant wants a drop of flesh and blood. Richard shook his head, listening to his description. Liu even felt it was a bit like a feast. It's my honor to have you by my side on the road to H.L. Liu felt that when communicating with Richard, he lowered his attitude and it seemed easier to pry open his mouth. So he was naturally willing to say something. Underworld? No. I won't die here. I will live forever. Richard was very confident. But that's not necessarily true for you. Richard looked at Hannibal, his eyes a little playful, even a little compassionate. Liu was happy and thought, isn't this coming? They were all hung on the wall and beaten like this. Will he still live forever? Kill him? You let me out and I'll kill him. I haven't killed the royal family yet. Dandan volunteered to slap him in the face. He is dreaming. Don't worry. Play with him. Liu dissuades Dandan. Are you immortal? Liu deconstructed Richard's body and found no difference from other humans. He didn't know where his confidence came from. Yes, I am a member of the royal family, and I am immortal. Richard talked nonsense, which made Liu want to let go of his balls. Obviously he was outside just now, but Richard was still using his light shield to fight for a chance, hoping to hit the wall to death and escape. Why did he change his mind as soon as he entered the dream and felt that he was immortal? Wait a minute. This person is not really immortal. Is he? Liu asked Ying to discuss. You'll know if you try it. Let me out. Dandan already wanted to wake up. Maybe he is indeed immortal. So he wanted to die in the first place. Ying wandered outside the cell for a long time and came back to provide a new idea. It's foggy outside the cell, and I can't get out. Ying commented on Richard's dream by the way obviously. Richard's dream was not as serious and shocking as the fly's dreams. So what was his purpose in wanting to die in the first place? Liu recalled Richard's reaction when he hit the bone wall and suspected that he had missed some important information. Why do you care so much? What do you want to gain by entering his dream? Don't let him lead you astray. Shadow has no interest in a human royal family even if it is the Tarth Empire. I wanted to ask them what they knew about the Colosseum. Liu was criticized by Ying. He looked up at Richard and suddenly felt that it would be a bit abrupt if he asked directly now. Immortality? If you have this kind of power, you will definitely not lose in a battle in the arena. Right? Dandin directly made a blunt change in the topic. This is what it learned from its friends. The Colosseum? That's a very good kind of entertainment. Richard didn't seem to be wary of this topic. Before I found the true meaning of life, it was one of the few programs that could arouse my interest. When talking about the Colosseum, Richard's blood flow accelerated, and he became a little excited. But soon the situation became weak, and things turned cold again. The true meaning of life? Liu also understood that as a member of the royal family, Richard had limited pursuits, and could easily become confused. It is estimated that the peripheral bloodline has nothing to do with the core imperial area. Otherwise it would not end up here at any time. Yes, the true meaning of life. Richard showed a longing expression. There is a life where you can stay away from the palace and only have fun. There is no danger, no intrigues, only endless body and joy, which comforts my scarred heart. This time we are talking about having a dance with the devil between pleasures. This is our destination. No one can question my choice. It is better to become a devil than to die alone. I have the right to choose my life, Richard murmured to himself. And Liu roughly understood that this royal family should be the fallen human beings who exist everywhere in the world of happiness. It turns out that the royal family and nobles of the empire had this choice before they died. Do you know Oogie Boogie? Dandin worked hard to help Liu find the topic again. Oh, the bag devil. A fly that grows in greed, a fool who talks lies. Richard didn't have a good impression of Okabuki. He seems to have always wanted to get involved with the Clive family, to merge the empire and the Devil's Colosseum. Richard continued to recall. The Colosseum on the human side seems very interesting. Do you want to go and see it? Dandin was a little proud, finding out that Richard was so cooperative if he asked the right questions. The Colosseum. Yes. He opened the Colosseum in the Demon King city. I've been there. And it's quite fun. But the battle between demons is not entertaining. On this point, he really should learn from the Clive family. Oh, but the existence of the Colosseum in the Demon King city is mainly to provide the Demon King with. As Richard was talking, he suddenly mentioned the Demon King. Liu was excited and immediately concentrated on it. What does the Colosseum provide? If the library is to pass on demonic knowledge, what was the original intention when the Colosseum was first built? As he spoke, Richard's blood finally filled the spell on the ground. And he suddenly stopped narrating and started laughing. Are you devils? Are you trying to trick me? Richard tapped Liu, Inging and Dandin with his chin. Richard sees through the devil's dream tricks. It's too careless, isn't it? After all, this was Liu's first time dreaming. He smiled and admitted that he was a master. We can torture you in your dreams, and you won't be able to die even if you want. Inging raised his head, tore the handcuffs on the wall, stood in front of Richard with a flail, and decided not to pretend anymore. No, I won't die. I am Alexander, and someone will come to save me. Richard looked at the blood-filled spell in his dream with relief at some point. The spell became identifiable. It is human language, whether it's here or outside. There were footsteps outside the cell. Chapter 427 Royal Guards. The outer wall of the cell collapsed instantly, and a group of soldiers in silver armor faced Richard and the three sons of demons in the room. They were divided into 3 rows and arrived in a menacing manner. Facing Liu were 5 knight-looking guys, 3 gunmen in the second row, and 3 magicians in the last row. There were 11 people in total. It was a very standard and almost retro configuration. When Jesse came to bed in the Demon King's castle, he was also a knight, a gunner, and a magician. They were all wearing silver armor, and the silver armor was engraved with the imperial coat of arms that symbolized the royal family. Light seeped out from the coat of arms, blocking the prying eyes of shadows and the prying eyes of the devil's illustrations. Ha ha ha! Royal Guards, you are here. Richard's smile became more and more wild. I know that the authority of the royal family is still there, whether it is 10 years or 100 years. As long as Alexander is in crisis, there will naturally be people loyal to him. The royal family came to the rescue. The moment they entered the door, the magicians raised their hands together, suddenly broke the shackles that bound Richard, and wanted to take back this royal member from the air. At the same time, the 5 knights have also completed the judgment of friend and foe, and the magician also raised his hand, superimposing light shields, iron shields and various shields on the own side to ensure the safety of the royal family member Richard first. That's them. Richard passed by Don Quixote, turned his back to the 3 devil sons, and waved his hands, as if he wanted to hand over this pile of garbage to the royal guards. Don't leave in a hurry. Richard flew halfway, but was caught by the shadow and froze in midair. We haven't finished yet. What does the Demon King want from the Colosseum? Liu was very curious about the answer to this question. Hey. Although Richard was frozen, he didn't panic at all. Oh. Yes. You said there are people outside coming to save you? Liu didn't know what was going on outside, and he was even less sure what the consequences of fighting on both fronts in dreams and reality would be. Subconsciously using the eyes of nightmare, Liu prepared to dissipate the dream and return to the living room of the bone room to start the fight. Although the royal guards only have 11 people in total, if they are all at level 8, they are indeed a force that cannot be underestimated. The living room of the bone room has only received at most a half-disabled array of hunting warriors. Whether it can withstand the test of the royal guards, there is a question mark for now. The devil is trying to end the dream. A magician in the back row noticed the instability of the dream and reminded his companions. Prevent. The leading knight made a quick decision. The enemy is not good at fighting in his sleep. Don't let him go. Blocked. The magician shook his staff, and Liu suddenly realized that he had lost control of his dream. Locked. That's it. The magician released some kind of spiritual magic. An array of silver light was inserted on the top of Van Helsing's head like a small sword, marking the leader of the dream for his companions. Rules. Copy. Immediately afterwards, the number of the opponent's knights, gunners and magicians doubled and quickly filled the entire dungeon. The ceiling and floor of the dungeon also expanded infinitely, quickly expanding into a huge space. In the dream world, there is another way of fighting. Then there were light shields everywhere, like an indestructible chariot, slowly running towards the three demon sons. On the center line of both sides was Richard, who was suspended in midair by a shadow. Richard smiled and watched the battle immersed. The ones outside are also attacking at the same time, both in the dream and in reality. Just snatch one back. The 40 knights spoke together, their voices superimposed, bringing an inexplicable pressure. Liu suspected that this was also some kind of knight skill. Did you hear that? We are locked. You too. Who will go out to greet the guests? Although Liu couldn't get away, he knew from how he felt when the sovereignty of the dream was taken away just now that he could still open a small gap as long as he exchanged some more nightmare eyes. Before the real fight, it's best to put the devil's son back and keep an eye on it, just in case the 300 warriors and the copper ladle in the control room can't cope with it. Of course it is me. I am the Lord of Authority. Dandan volunteered. I'll accompany you. Shadow decided to stay. Okay. Go ahead and remember to kill all the royal guards. Liu told Egan. Try to save Richard's life. I want to know what is different about the Colosseum in Demon King City. But if it's really difficult to deal with, just kill them all. Let's see who can complete the task first. The teleportation of the three devil sons was completed in an instant. As Liu spoke, he exchanged for new nightmare eyes and tore open a corner of the dream in an instant, while eliminating the excess royal guards. Liu sent Dandan to leave. Hannibal waved goodbye to the royal guards in the dream. Just wait. Before leaving, Dandan pointed at Richard in the air. Richard's smile froze a little. Strength and control. The leading knight was slightly dissatisfied that a demon escaped from the dream. Understood. All the magicians agreed in unison. The copying started again, and the knight's light shield became stronger and stronger, as if forming a castle coming towards him, and the gunners and magicians in the formation became the forts of this moving castle. The castle swallowed tongues of fire, lightsabers, ice, and various bullets, penetrating the friendly Richard, who seemed to not exist, and pressed hard on Liu and Ying as if they were washing the ground. What stood in front of the two demon sons was not only a waterfall, but also a Tiana. They all exist. The shadow unfolded into particles, and danced to block Liu, blocking the incoming gunfire and magic, and the crisp sound of crackling, dinging, tinkling bells rang out in the dream. It is uncertain whether the small particle network and the shadow on the ground will be broken in the next second. If this giant city overwhelms the center line, there is no doubt that Richard in the dream will be recaptured. Just like Liu kidnapped him from the Devil's Ball to the library, the royal guards will kidnap him from the library back to the Taz Empire. I understand. Dreams can be copied. Liu chuckled. Then I'm not invincible? Along with Liu's laughter, eyeballs began to grow in Van Helsing's mouth. Eye sockets, ears and nostrils. Eyes of nightmare. The shadow on the ground quickly wrapped around Van Helsing's body, and together with the eyes of nightmare, covered his whole body. Then Liu raised his hand, and the muzzle of the bone conduction cannon poked out of the shadow space. Behind the scenes, thousands of bone conduction cannons were pointed directly at the giant city. Help me protect Richard. Liu never forgot to tell Ying. We are not knights. And he is not our friend. Shadow controlled the particles to rotate at the highest speed and wrapped around Richard's body, making it impervious to wind and rain. Liu fired. Crack! 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 In the living room of the bone room, arcs of electricity shot out from the tip of the king's electric horn on the bone wall, and landed on the stretched light shield next to the throne, creating layers of cracks. Are there only 11 of you? Isn't that impolite? There were 11 of you in the dream. Hannibal sat on the bone throne, not very interested in the 11 royal guards in front of him, even if their light shields are strong enough to withstand the attacks of petrifying light and arcs. Just like in the dream, a door suddenly opened in the living room of the bone room, and 11 royal guards walked out and pressed against Richard Alexander hanging from the ceiling. Hannibal used the binding thread to pull with the royal guards, and the lines all over his body were connected to Richard's body, head to toe, and the two people were completely tied together, as if it was a dimensional distortion caused by teleportation. Duel. The leading knight pointed at Hannibal, and Hannibal stood up involuntarily and walked towards the knight. The electric arc and petrified light no longer fell on the knight. As if once he entered the duel, Dandin was isolated from the bone room and the living room by the knight. Dandin could only see the shouting knight. The binding collapsed instantly, and Richard slid to the side of the royal guards. Bite my brain, bud. The 8th level knight knows this. I forgot. Eggy was a little angry. Chapter 428. No dancing allowed for 3 days. As a demon who had experienced the Battle of Sindalami in the Holy City, Dandin had of course met level 8 knights before, but he was still careless and forgot that they had the ability to find a target to fight in a duel. He won't escape. Then I will definitely be blamed by my brain and shadow. Dandin's psychology was very complicated. He rushed to the knight's side quickly, hoping to kill him quickly, and returned to the bone room and the living room. You are dead. Hannibal concentrated all the self-healing bones in his brain, and his body was limp, supported only by his tentacles. For a moment, he seemed to become a noodle man, using the fangs of the devil wolf, tentacles, and filthy scalpels very non-seriously to fight with knights. Dandin has a lot of experience in single-handedly challenging knights. He knows that if there are no companions, as long as these guys are equipped with all their equipment, they are basically humans who are difficult to destroy. And it is not difficult to kill them. In particular, the enchantment of the filthy scalpel and the bleeding effect of the demonic wolf's fawn can effectively reduce the knight's vitality. As a member of the royal guard, the knight in front of him is of course equipped with top-notch equipment, and he can also give full play to the rationing skill. But when the fight actually started, the knight discovered that this noodle man was very slippery. Even if it cut off its head, it would still have time to transfer the skull to other parts of the body, or resew the body with thread, and it would never be able to cause fatal injuries. And while cutting, he also used a small scalpel and the fang of the devil wolf to scratch the flesh. In just a few minutes, the light shield on the knight had shrunk a lot. You're dead. Dandin emphasized again. It's not important. We are here to rescue members of the royal family. My life or death is not important. The knight was not affected at all, and was still carrying out defensive actions to the greatest extent. Don't drag Hannibal here. Sigh. What should I do? If I had known that, I would have blown the old man's head to pieces when I returned. Eggy felt a little regretful, because it was vaguely aware that letting Richard go might bring trouble to the library. That was the royal family of the Tars Empire, and being targeted was the same as being targeted by the Empire, although it is almost the same as being targeted by Chiha. But if you really want to be targeted, is there no time to open the blind box of the alien demon again? With this thought in mind, Dandin tightened the knight's neck, but he used his light shield to hold him up and ran away. The cutting formation can effectively weaken the damage sharing of the light shield. Hide your lodging place for me, although it is protected by creation. Your fighting habits are very bad. Why? You've rested for too long, and you forgot how to fight? Bite my bones in the butt. When this battle is over, collect your bones from me. And you are not allowed to dance for 3 days. In the living room of the bone room, Galaric and 300 skeleton warriors were wearing Bone Zero creation armor, and were cutting through the light shield formation composed of the royal guards. As if dissatisfied with the performance of the 300 skeleton warriors, Galaric shuttled through the air with a flying dagger, cursing all the time. Richard, who was on the center line, was held up by a dozen skeletons and dragged to the opposite side of the light shield formation to avoid being kidnapped by the royal guards. Under the combined attack of gunfire and magic, it seemed that the skeletons were seriously damaged. But with the protection of the Bone Zero creation armor, the skeletons can always put their bodies back together and join the battle group again. It's just that the bone spurs on their hands can hardly cause any basically. The weakening of the light shield is mainly due to the combined effect of electric towers, petrified light, and thrown bone bombs. Bite my dwarf ass. You are too slow. How can you be a craftsman with your hands? In the workroom, Tong Lao looked at little Harry, who was constantly pressing various buttons on the operating table. And he was equally strict. There. Ouch, you have white eyes too. Can't you see through so many angles? Tong Lao muttered. It seems that I need to install some brains and pituitary glands for you. Although little Harry was always being scolded, he was not in a bad mood. He did his best to operate the electric tower and the Eye of Distortion, helping the 300 skeleton warriors to complete the cutting of the Royal Guard formation. Hey! Why are they here? Tong Lao seemed to see an unexpected picture on the surveillance camera. In the picture, except for the 3 more qualified brain spirits Min, Yaya and Huahua, as well as Bitterberg who never wanted to show his face. Almost all the remaining brain spirits rushed into the bone room wearing Brain Zero prototypes. For a time, the light shield was buried by explosions, lava and ice spikes, and its range quickly shrunk. Forget it. They can live even if they die anyway. It's time to try the Brain Zero prototype. Tong Piao gave up command and observed the performance of the Brain Zero prototype. Not bad. It is difficult for area of effect magic to reach the center. The damage rate of brain spirits is not high. The outer armor of the prototype can also effectively block bullets. Even the gunner's eagle, I can hardly locate the weak point. Overall, Tong Lao was quite satisfied and even started drinking wine. The Royal Guard's light shield formation was finally torn apart by 300 skeleton warriors. There seemed to be a problem with the transmission of damage sharing. The gunmen and magicians in the back row began to be stained with blood, and the magician's healing was difficult to reshape the knight's armor. Light on. Fight. The copper whale drank. As long as the minis are fine. But before he finished speaking, Tong Lao saw on the surveillance camera that the door of the bloody corridor suddenly opened, and a copper Zero dwarf tank drove into the living room of the bone room. His magic cocoon. My key was stolen again. Tong Lao touched the tool bag, hammered his face hard, and cursed Mini several times in his mind. Mini's hands are very dexterous and long, so she can drive the dwarf tank without any pressure. Go back. Minis, go back. Your brother won't let you have this fight. If you get hurt, think about how sad he will be. Tong Lao calmed down his mood, pressed the button, and without speaking harsh words, frantically asked the distorted eye in the living room of the bone room to write with petrified light to communicate with the minis. Bang. 2 shots. It seemed that Minnie in the tank was saying Roger, and reversed the car back to the bloody corridor. Tong Lao's face was sweating, and his body relaxed a little. But before the door of the bloody corridor was closed, another zero-armed giant rumbled into the bone room parlor. Tong Lao's body straightened up again, and then he gave up the persuasion. Let them do whatever they want. They can't be beaten anyway. After Tong Piao saw the formation of the Royal Guards, he was convinced that Mini and the Zero-armed Titan would be fine. And if you think about it, you know that the ones controlling it must be Lulu and Fei. Tong Lao can't control these 2 people. So Tong Lao instead looked forward to the performance of the Zero-armed Titan. The armed Titan was also added with a light body effect by the Devil Streamer not long ago. Currently, it is not equipped with a bone conduction cannon or a king's electric horn. Only the most basic function. Then Tong Lao saw Lulu and Fei controlling the armed giant and taking out a bone conduction cannon from behind. Like a big kid holding a favorite toy, the Zero-armed giant put the bone conduction cannon on his waist with his right hand, gently raised 2 fingers with his left hand, pinched the barrel of the bone conduction cannon, and pointed it at the knight surrounded by the skeleton warriors. After that, a long arm stretched out from the cockpit of the armed giant and pressed the firing button of the bone conduction cannon. Boom! Chapter 429. We guarded the library. Snapped. The light shield shattered under the bombardment of thousands of bone conduction cannons. With just one salvo, dozens of knights copied in the dream were turned into ashes, before the gunman and magician behind the knight even had time to express any emotion. They were swept to death by the spreading lava, ice and electricity. The dream was filled with rising mist and thick smoke. Van Helsing pointed the palm of one hand in the direction where the giant city once existed. After confirming that he could not sense any enemies, he retracted his palm and blew on it. The water mist and thick smoke dissipated in an instant. There was only 1 liter left in the dream. Liu picked up the unbroken nightmare eye from the ground and inserted it back into his eye socket. The scene turned into a dungeon again, and Richard Alexander was being dragged by particles, panicking in midair. It seems that the royal guards are not very good either, which makes me a little worried about the survival of the royal family. Van Helsing shrugged. Can we tell now? What exactly is the Colosseum enshrining? What is that? Richard did not answer Van Helsing's question. He was shocked by the thousands of cannon fire just now. Even in his dream, he couldn't believe that artillery would be developed like this by demons. Following Richard's question, the wall of the cell suddenly flashed with red and blue light, and the shadow looked back at Liu. Not me. Van Helsing shook his head. There was probably a fight outside, and Richard's vague feelings were reflected back in this dream. Are you still in the mood to torture me here? Richard chuckled and noticed the changes in the dream. If I were you, I would definitely go back to reality quickly. Maybe the doctor is about to die. The royal guards outside are Richard's last hope. But as soon as Richard finished speaking, a broken wall suddenly fell from the ceiling of the cell. And then the entire cell began to collapse. It's broken. You're going to die. Liu remembered that he had seen a similar scene in a movie. Either Richard was about to wake up, or his consciousness had begun to collapse. As the owner of the nightmare eye, Liu can deny the occurrence of the former. It's easy to tell what the answer is. Impossible. I won't die. Richard still believed in his royal privileges. In the next second, Richard, prison cell, Liu, and Ying were all squeezed and closed from top to bottom, turning into flesh. The Bien Bien shadow dispersed. Liu opened his eyes and found that he was back in the living room of the Bone Room, with Don Quixote in tattered armor beside him. What was unusual were the dancing brains in the living room, the skeleton that tried to dance but was stopped by Galeric, and the armed giant standing on the other side of the bloody corridor. Are you still dreaming? Liu couldn't remember when he arranged for these people to enter the living room. He pulled out the nightmare eyes to see if they were in a dream, and then turned to look at Liu, who had just jumped out of the armed giant's cab. Liu Feifei. Brother. We won. We guarded the library. Lulu jumped up and down to take credit. Liu looked at Galeric, who was not far away, and the captain of the guard nodded in affirmation. Where's Dandin? Liu searched around but didn't see Hannibal, who was supposed to be stationed here. He wondered if Dandin was lost. He was dueled by a knight. I don't know who will come back next. Galeric stood next to Liu, a skeleton wearing a Bone Zero creation armor. Although it was a bit ridiculous, it also had a demonic aesthetic. Duel? I've seen a duel. How can I still kill someone? Liu remembered that when she and Jesse entered the Colosseum, she briefly raised her strength to level 8 and dueled with the old man. But he was clearly by his side at that time. Different knights have different duel effects. This knight's duel should be a death duel, so that Lord Dan can be pulled away from the throne. Galeric described the situation to Liu. In the end, it's up to us. Blow up the bad guys with one shot. Feifei jumped up and said, well done. Of course, Liu would not blame them for blowing up Richard. Originally, they did not know that the Bone Room was being tortured, although I felt it was a pity not to get that information. Except for the death of a few brain spirits in the battle just now, the library had no losses. This was the most important thing. It also proves that armed with the copper ladle creation, the combat effectiveness of the library has made a qualitative leap. That's the Royal Guard. I guess Tom Lau is watching the video in the workshop and continuing to optimize the creation. Liu guessed what the dwarf and little Harry were doing. Brother. Who are they? Lulu pointed to the meat on the ground. They are the Royal Guards, protecting the royal family members of the Taz Empire. Kings, queens, princes and princesses, etc. Liu touched the little guy's head and explained very patiently while waiting for Dandin to come back. Eggy will probably come back. Right? Royal Guards. Lulu Feifei and Liu have read many works of princes and princesses together. Of course they know that royal family means the most noble human beings. So the force that protects them must also be the strongest guards. Who did we just defeat? Lulu asked Liu again with her eyes widened. Royal Guard. Liu replied subconsciously. You can't hear me clearly. Tell me loudly who the guardians on the left and right just defeated. Lulu and Feifei winked at Liu. Royal Guard. Liu realized that the two little guys were asking for credit and shouted cooperatively. "Ah, royal guards." Lulu and Feifei's little hands were waving in front of each other's eyes. "You are awesome. You are better." Lulu and Feifei praised each other. And then they hugged Liu tightly, stretched their long arms into the bone wall, pressed the button, and released the electric light with crackling sounds. Infected by the excitement of the two minis, the brain swayed crazily in the living room of the bone room. And the skeletons couldn't resist the temptation of electronic music and started dancing one after another. "You still have the nerve to dance?" The 8-sided stick in Galaric's hand turned into a joint whip, flying over with a flying dagger, and slapped the buttocks of the 300 warriors one by one. "Stand to the wall." 300 skeleton warriors were forced to stand, and even those who fell to the ground and pretended to be dead did not escape. Dandan hadn't come back yet, so taking this opportunity, Liu also used his shadow to scan the battlefield carefully, trying to further analyze the results of the battle, and then suddenly discovered that a key figure was missing. "Hey, where are the soldiers and Don Giovanni? Should they be dead too?" Liu secretly wrote in Don Quixote's scalp. That warrior is the owner of the invitation to Okabuki's private dance, which is equivalent to a ticket. Without him, finding someone who understands flies is basically equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. And Don Giovanni knew the joy very well. With him leading the way, you would get twice the result with half the effort. Without him leading the way, you would have to explore on your own step by step. It's not very distressing to kill an Alexander and Liu with one shot. But if it affects the follow-up tracking of Ujibuji, it will be a bit of a loss. And it seems that there is a guardian angel somewhere who senses Liu's anxiety. The bone wall suddenly opened, and the two prisoners hanging from the conveyor belt were none other than the warrior and Don Giovanni. The royal guards just controlled the nobles. Oh no! He is the royal family? Well, it should be the royal family. Tom poked his head out of the bloody corridor. I only had time to hide these two prisoners of war. They are very useful. You are also very useful. Liu gestured to Tom with his thumb. I'm back. The space shook, and Hannibal in a suit fell to the ground, covered in blood and stains without even having time to clean it up. Seeing the situation in the living room of the bone house and the meat paste on the ground, Dandan realized that Richard Alexander was dead. Then I'll stand over there too? Dandan saw the skeleton warrior standing in the penalty position and automatically merged into the queue. Chapter 430, I wholeheartedly agree. It's okay. Just die. Liu waved his hand and was in a good mood. Both the ticket and Don Giovanni were there, so it would not affect the next move. And he had no hope of actually saving Richard's life. Anyway, the demons in the library are not very gossipy and are not very interested in royal secrets from the 1930s. As for what needs to be offered to the Demon King in the Colosseum, there must be other ways to know. You guys go ahead and have fun. Remember to get rid of the corpses. Liu saw that there was already some disco dancing in the living room of the bone room, so he quickly told Tom, "Leave it to me." Tom, as steady as ever, also provided good news to Liu. "I've already made the spiritual potion, and the main ingredient is still walnuts." Tom was about to explain in detail, but suddenly remembered that Liu didn't like to hear it, so he quickly concluded. Psychic potions can effectively stabilize the user's mind, consolidate inherent cognition, and reduce the interference of dreams. Very good. I'll wait until you pack up the body and bring it to me tomorrow at midnight. After Liu finished speaking, he carried the two prisoners and returned to the upper level with Ying and Dandan. After solving the trouble caused by Alexander, there are still 2 cards brought back from the happy room, so don't lose them again. Surrounded by students who listened attentively and took notes, they seemed to understand. As long as the bag devil is found, the 8 devil sons can no longer go to the forbidden forest every day to collect rent, open blind boxes in the library to produce materials, and wait for greedy flies to hatch. Whether he deceives her or signs a soul contract, she must let them obediently take her to Okabuki's private dance and retrace her steps to the origin of the king of the Colosseum's dream. Oh! Liu was stunned, and suddenly felt that it seemed quite reasonable for residents like Okabuni to sign a soul contract in advance. By tomorrow, he won't be able to die no matter what he wants. Liu doesn't have the staff of deception tomorrow, so I said it would satisfy any fantasy of Okabuni. After counting the rest, Liu accumulated 8 demon summons, which was enough to arouse Dandan's limited expectations. Thinking about it, Liu pulled away the shadow that tied Okabuni's eyes, mouth and ears. But as a shadow, Liu had no time to think. I can't tell if it's Liu. I really hate the human being behind me who just wants pleasure. Should we open the blind box first? Dandan had experienced all that, and found that fighting was the most boring thing. And once I find some useless materials, or attract some evil demons, I either have to produce materials to optimize the library, or I have to complete my obsession. It's bad. Liu said very little, but Dandan didn't even listen to a word. He only knew that dealing with Tang Qiawanji's problem first was to reduce his burden, which was a rejection. The handwriting under the 8-style soul contract changed rapidly. Now? Okabuni narrowed his eyes and made a joke. You are really asleep. Maybe you have been in pleasure for too long, causing you to lose sleep? You deeply agree. Okabuni knew that Liu had nothing to say, so he just nodded and let me finish. Good or bad? We can't try to see what the original contract was. Do you seem to have signed a contract with Wan Xian? Ten Izuni had a headache. It's just that the expression of that kind of paranoia is joy, which is completely in line with my character as a doctor. If you are going to die, you want this to be a grand banquet without any joy you have never experienced before. Okabuni hadn't fully realized that Van Helsing behind him was a ruthless character, so he took the initiative to leave his last words. But as he turned over and over, Okabuni moved quickly, as if he was remembering something. Okabuni's eyes lit up. He picked up the soul contract and read it quickly, looking forward to the contents of the contract. What happened? Oh! It's so exciting. This vibration. This coldness. This extreme cold. Tanyazuni opened her mouth and kept making noises like a bard. If you waste your magic power, you will have to postpone the exploration of the private dance. Now, let's sign the contract first. Tanny took out a soul contract from each of the 8 forms from outside the shadow space and placed it in front of Okabuni. That's what the problem is. Okabuni said very clearly in response. You can guarantee it for you. But for the demons of pleasure, you can't firmly attract their complete attention. Bad? You will use my invitation letter again tomorrow to go to the place of pleasure. Tanny pointed to the soldiers beside Tan Izuni. Although she knew Boa's position, Tanny had participated in a close combat training with Nate Meyer, who was good at sitting on the fence. At that time, she even took a class on depravity of human nature because she dared to come into contact with the nightmare male demon. You have to go through all the procedures you have to go through, even if you are no longer attractive. Liu also knew whether to praise Okabuni's charm or appreciate my childhood. It's okay even if you signed it. You have no experience. Liu only verified this with the forest guard recently. As long as the terms are in conflict, it doesn't matter if you sign a few fewer copies. Maybe it's my charm too? Liu. Let me say that even with his hair disheveled, Okabuni still looks very elegant. Let's open it first. Of course Liu has also thought about that problem. Dead. Van Helsing shook his head. I am very cooperative. With 40% of his body divided to absorb the source of the information, Liu reviewed everything that happened between the pleasure and beyond, and increasingly felt that it was feasible to find Don Qiawanji through a private dance. They even notice you. It would be even worse if there was no one to lead the way and be responsible for socializing. Of course, Liu would be careful enough to blindly trust Okabuni after signing the contract. To a certain extent, he is even better than a psychic magician who has served in the royal guard. Huh? Where is your friend? Okabuni noticed Richard's disappearance. You are very cooperative. Tanyazuni grinned. The next time you go to a place of pleasure, you may not have revealed a lot of secrets without knowing it. If you go there again, in addition to breaking down all kinds of spiritual defenses, you must also ensure that you are being pleasured. No less. Of course, death is not terrible. There is nothing more terrible than death. As long as Liu thought about it, he would even force Okabuni to live forever in a calculus class where he could both listen and understand. Things are not in a hurry, and it is obvious that the physical condition of the soldier and Tan Izuni is not optimistic. If we stay for 2 days longer, maybe self-healing will continue to save our lives. For the human being who was outside the bone wall and had experienced the explosion at close range, the experience just now was unprecedented in pleasure. You need to attend the private dance of growth again, but at the same time, you don't want to communicate with any nightmare monsters, Herods, or friends. Liu realized that regarding dreams, he was far more like the devil between pleasures. They are strangers. Why? Hannibal frowned, showing some paranoia. Liu was happy to be a chicken laying golden eggs outside the library. But in terms of efficiency, it was more convenient to obtain Tanyazuji's hiding place first. Back in the library, Dandan, who was the brain spirit, fell asleep first. Shadow, who was Dandan, also needed to absorb nutrients, so he retreated into the heat. Liu decided to rest first and wait until tomorrow to try to make the warrior and Don Giovanni cooperate obediently. Chapter 431 Spy Lover. Through constant attempts, Liu roughly deduced the contents of the contract originally signed between Don Giovanni and Huan Xian. The first and most important point is, was Don Giovanni a devil of pleasure? The answer is no. If the guests have no affiliation, then Liu can sign a contract with Don Giovanni. Perhaps it is precisely because of the lack of affiliation that they were able to survive the bombardment of the Dance of Growth. What protects the guests is the power of joy. The second point, which Liu attaches great importance to, is whether he can share the information about happiness with outsiders. The results are good. The dream he saw in the happy room is not a secret. Maybe it is because Bauer wants to spread the word of mouth and attract more people to come here. In this way, Don Giovanni can become the spy lover placed in the library between pleasures. The third point is, in the contract between Don Giovanni and Joy, are there any hidden terms that force him to share everything he has experienced? This is related to whether the spy Liu placed in the midst of pleasure will reveal the secrets of the library. Knowing these 3 points is enough for Liu. And it is these 3 points that allow Don Giovanni to continue to live and enjoy the joy of dreams. The woman put the teacup on. Indeed, Tang Ji rejoiced and snatched flies and captives from the Dance of Growth. It is out of date and in time. Tongji must wake up Dandan and let it weekly self-heal Hannibal and the soldiers, hanging on to our remaining vitality. Of course, there is no Herods around Hannibali. Tangji still hears your thoughts. Rose was about to put away the invitation, but was suddenly stopped by Tangji. The group of people also came to the entrance of the private dance room again. Are you bored? Tong Jin Song looked at Liu Code. They will go bad when they get out there, and you will enjoy the joy that time. Tong Jin used his shadow to right under Hannibali's eyeballs, telling Hannibali to control Herods. He wanted you to follow him. Come! Of course, there is no contract between the two. If there are no big details that have not been tested, they all affect the small body. Tong Jin even believes that all the guests who have lived here for a long time have similar agreements with happiness, ensuring that we will continue to attract happiness, share happiness, and contribute happiness in our dreams. The purpose of the 8 devil children is just to retreat to the private dance scene, and they will soon use Steel Baby to retreat and rewind. There is no need for Hannibal to see them. A prisoner, a spy, and 8 devil sons took out invitations and retreated into happiness. It is even more necessary to let Herods, who is traveling with him, see him. Dandan, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, asked for another duel, which directly dyed half of the soldier's eyes red, and asked me to take out the invitation to the private dance from my pocket. The one I chose was a high-level monster, although Don Giovanni didn't know much. You really want to experience last night's pleasure again. The soldier's motive was right. It was just a lie that Dandan had spun. It didn't seem strange, so I was sure it was pleasure. The sound outside the small hall was still filled with the music. The guests were immersed in it, and some even noticed the 7 new people. This was given to me by Tang Ji. Immediately afterwards, the invitation was handed through the door of the room, and the warrior and the 8 demon sons were sucked out of the Dance of Growth again. But my emotions are still very dry, and I have no new expectations and fantasies about life 100 years ago. Stop wasting your time. Why are you playing with me? Take it out for him. At this time, Van Helsing also had a nightmare pupil embedded outside his eye socket. So, it's time for you two to pick up the time from the next day. Hannibal took Rose's hand with understanding and invited you back to the dance floor in the chapel. The woman was as gorgeous as Herod's, but not elegant. She was sitting at a tea table, quietly sipping tea, and looking at the 7 new guests who had entered the ball with a smile. With little effort, Hannibal squeezed out a drop of old blood from his almost withered fingers, which almost solidified into slag. Get some rest. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Tong Jin stunned Tong Jin Songmi, who was excited, and the lower level of the library became more intense again. Tong Jin Kate was dressed like a noble, while Van Helsing was dressed like a snow monster businessman. Therefore, the overall difference between the group of people and last night was very small, and they were still dominated by nobles, warriors and businessmen. My demonic cocoon, you finally can't sleep anymore. Dandan couldn't wait to retreat into dreamland again. So Dandan almost slept badly until the library was recharged with magic power, and the 8 tubes of spiritual potion made by Tom were delivered to Tang Ji. Tong Ji Song, who was dressed as Haixenfen, raised his wine glass and handed it to the soldier. At the same time, he was also observing the maid and Herods, who were missing in the small hall, to make sure that we knew that no guests disappeared last night. On the way back, there was no Hannibal to socialize, and no lover to attract firepower. The 8 devil sons were not harassed by too few harlots and guests, so they took their seats slowly. That's very unusual. After all, you experienced a carnival last night. Tong Jinsongi patted the soldier on the shoulder and smiled, dispelling my doubts. Tongji quickly signed a sole contract with Hannibal. Even robbed a little Alexander? The contract between Don Giovanni and Joy mainly focuses on experience when there are abnormal guests who don't know how to enjoy. Don Giovanni needs to exude his charm and let the guests join in the joy. Have fun. Borrowing the dream entrance effect of the nightmare eye, Dandan implicated the rod of deception and the warrior's thoughts that day, thus completing the deception and control over me. Hannibal only needs to be responsible for bringing the 8 demons smoothly to the door of the private dance. But that time, besides the body of Beelzebulin squatting in the middle of the room, Tangji also saw a graceful woman. Do they really think that they stole a few guests from there? Do you know that? And there are countless flies around, all sucking on your body, as if it is the sweetest thing in the world. In addition to the lies weaved by Dandan, the warrior grabbed the fly heads one after another and smashed them one after another with his own skull. The contract will also provide Hannibal with a countless lifespan in the dream, ensuring that I will always be a legend and active member of the ball. The price, of course, is that if I return to reality, I will die quickly. It's strange. I haven't felt weak recently. The soldier reappeared as the red-skinned devil, subconsciously feeling that he looked too much the same. After completing the process of bathing, changing clothes, and getting a haircut, the 7 of them stepped out of the small hall and sat down at the long table. Tang Xiaowan sprinkled the magic potion under his own shadow, as if he was worshipping the sky. Seeing the invitation to the private dance, Herods next to Hannibal smiled and immediately snuggled into the soldier's arm. Well, it was a really good night last night. Only Van Helsing swallowed it down his throat. But the bad liquid didn't flow into his brain groove as expected. He had to stand on his head for a moment to pour the potion out of his throat and back into his head. The answer is also no. Don Giovanni has no obligation to provide content to Joy. Liyuki talked a lot. He opened the lid of the potion, peeled off his head, and pulled back his scalp. Chapter 432. Hello. Teacher? What? Are you mute? The woman frowned slightly unhappy, but the coquettish feeling in her words seemed to be a joke to the 3 devil sons. Why don't you tell me first? Teacher? The woman tapped her fingers, as if squeezing flies, and stood in front of the 3 demons. The flies gathered around her body suddenly flew away, and then the soldiers around Liu turned into a puddle of flesh. Hello. Teacher. Don Quixote bowed his head in salute, and read the woman's name in his heart. Bauer. You are still the most polite. Bauer put down the teacup, nodded slightly, and returned the favor. How's the teacher? Hannibal was not sure if he had the only teacher. Mento. By the way. Don Quixote raised his head and poked Liu. Now you are a shadow demon, remember to say Lo. Liu Kai remembered that during the close combat training, he had never studied the science of human depravity. But both Ying and Dandan had. Now that he was Ying, of course, he should pretend to know Bauer. That's your honor. Bauer followed the language and demeanor deconstructed from Don Giovanni to deal with the King of Nightmares, knowing that they did it on purpose. There would be no such conversation. But if it hadn't happened last time, you would have let them go. Tangji took a sip of tea. You would have let them die slowly and happily outside their dreams. That's a question that the 8 demon sons are too bad to answer. At the same time, we are also buying time. It's broken. You're done. After only staying for a moment, Tongji took out a ball of thoughts from under Jibu and left Hannibal G's private dance. Although body swapping is too convenient, it is also a bargaining chip for Tang Ji. So before you notice it, Su Jin wants to play off this silent figure. With the buzz of the dance of growth, Li Yuko stood up and invited Hai Xinfan. Whether you want to fight or escape, this is a dream. And the fewer nightmare eyes you have, the less sure you are. Is it useless for him to want the royal family? Su Jin asked Su Jin through Liu Ekada's words. At the same time, Bauer also used that hug to wrap the brain outside of Jiba's head with shadow, ready to return the brain spirit body back to the shadow space at any time. Compared with facing a brave man like Iha who only knows destruction, he has no natural advantages. I told you to relax. So you must be so relaxed. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Su Jin's smile was very friendly. When you get along with the sons of devils, you will always have unexpected joy. But it's not simply because I want to be suspicious. Yes, you want to get Hannibal. What did he say? Ujib held his hand on the tea table and said according to the lines passed down by Bao. Oki joined weakly. If you guessed correctly, they must have used the staff of deception. Right. Tangji was well informed and naturally knew that the library killed the Jackal family in the Colosseum. And there was no demon relic that could deceive them. And their happiness is not Hannibal. Tangji knew the purpose of the 8 demon sons from beginning to end. But you will not be in the mood to talk to them. Parsing, 7%. Speak a little differently. During the closed battle training, they are looking at people's hearts like they are now. Tangji stretched out his hand, and 8 chairs appeared beside the tea table, inviting the 8 sons of devil to sit down. It is to determine what Tangji's position is. But you must be cautious when facing the Lord of Authority. After all, happiness is also a small pillar of the Demon King City. Liu suddenly remembered something and quickly asked Dandan to change his mind during the closed combat training. Although he had been absent from class, he should still be Skalrik in name. Hurry up and lie to yourself, you are Skorik. Bauer also suddenly realized that as the sons of the devil, the 8 of them could not relax when facing Tangji, who was also a closed combat instructor, the master of authority among pleasures, and the teacher of human depravity. Hello, teacher. Then Hixenfan also reproduced Don Quixote's movements. Parsing, 13%. You guys dance. Well, you did it on purpose. Bauer was silent, and Dandan could only answer on his own. Ha ha. You know how to enjoy it. Tangji saw all that and quietly admired the dancing of the 8 demon sons. If Tangji did that, of course Bauer might have a reason to do it. So he put his arms around the shoulders of Ujibu and Liukade and sat next to Tangji. Parsing, 3%. It's a pity that he's dead. A trace of sadness hung between Su Jin's brows. Forget it. He believes you. Now you go. Tangji just disappeared from the room, as if he had never been there. Although it was Hannibal's dream, the Nightmare Man's ability to weave dreams was top-notch. So whether it was true or not, it could only be regarded as false. Dead. Su Jinki, who was not Ying, was the first to reply in a special tone. Where is this royal family? Where did they throw it away? Tangji knew that the 8 people would drink anything, so he handed us tea, as if making a casual conversation, and asked about Richard Alexander. Small destination. Su Jin quickly exchanged more nightmare eyes outside the shadow space. Dandan is the key trading target of the Demon King Minto. One is a genius shadow demon, and the other is Skorik, who straddles the library and the Tomb of Light. He does not have the capital to talk to the Lord of Authority. In the dream, the shadow has eyes outside its body. As for them wanting Hannibal, you can't give them Hannibal. Tangji turned around and frowned at Beelzebulin, who was rotting and growing. That man has no sense of beauty or joy. Stupid royal family, nobles, common people, believers, everyone should not be happy. Tangji still smiled lightly, letting Bauer confirm whether what you said was true. It's useless for him to want the royal family. Will he be the emperor? Seeing the silence at the tea table, Bauer could only use Richard Alexander as a breakthrough point to ask Su Jin directly. Skalrik, he seems to be the least ambitious out of the 8 of them. Tangji turned to Ujibu. I can't take away any more of your guests. First, I cooperated with this stinky-brained Bitterberg, and then quietly made so little noise in the library and the Forbidden Forest. And now, come to Hannibal's private dance in the midst of pleasure. What do you want to do? They can't touch Alexander anymore. Although Su Jin's tone was heavy, Bauer heard it as a warning. Haha, Su Jin smiled and spoke. Now that everything is clear, Bauer has the idea of playing riddles with Tangji. Although there is a little bit of error in the back end. The tea table and chairs also disappeared, leaving the 8 demon sons listening to the buzzing sound in a daze. Parsing, 17%. Bauer confirmed the existence of Tangji through the Devil's Illustrated book, and immediately became concerned. As long as he knows where you are going, he can find a dangerous time point and retrace Hannibal G. Although this is Ujibuji's dream, there is no guarantee that Chi Bauer has the ability to read minds. First of all, there must be no mistakes in identity. Bad? Conquer you with your dance moves? Tangji instantly guessed Bauer's purpose, because there is a small chance that your own purpose will conflict with Tangji. But you may have already taken action. Only those who have done enough preparation in the later stage are not qualified to talk to Tang Ji. You still have to go. Take over the authority of the Colosseum? The skeletons have indeed never climbed to the top of the Colosseum. Su Jin inexplicably feels like you are stalling for time. Oh, you are Skorik. Be good. Relax. Tang Ji waved his hand, wondering if anyone was crushed into a pulp that time. Obviously, Tang Ji is not simply a nightmare male demon, but a lower-level existence, which can be analyzed extremely quickly. Su Jin almost believed what Su Jin said. I just hope that the 8-layer Matryoshka doll underneath each person can effectively deceive Tang Ji. Dandin had temporarily exchanged his authority to Bitterberg earlier, but he lied to himself again this time, and the magic power of the library instantly reached half of its reserves. Tang Ji smiled and did not take a step back. Chapter 433 Betting on the Source of Information. Parsing interrupted. Record saved. Gone. Helsingin and Don Quixote were dancing enthusiastically when they suddenly saw a prompt pop up in the Demon Encyclopedia and the analysis progress bar stopped moving. So they were sure that Bauer had left. Don't you have the patience to watch our dance? Hannibal jumped around Helsingborg and Don Quixote, bumping into them from time to time. It shouldn't be. I'm observing her. And she's observing us. Liu didn't think that the master of authority among the joyful people would be an impatient guy. She's done. I'm not done. Liu twisted his shadow and gave Don Quixote a 7,200-degree turn, frightening the flies dancing with him. But it doesn't matter. We are not here to analyze her. We have more important things to do. After the dance, Hessenfan and Don Quixote saluted each other, and then Hessenfan spit out a baby from his mouth. The baby landed on the ground, tilting his head to support his body, and the needles under the skin were faintly visible. Come on! Hessinger, Hannibal and Don Quixote each chose a place to sit on the ground. The flies began to fly upside down and time went back. The rhombus on Beelzebulums, but also gradually faded away. Yes, he is Skorik. He is a demon from another world. The Spard larvae. The ruler of the mother planet. The wandering garbage of the universe. The ultimate destructible substance. At this moment, Gao Chan's Xiling still existed, and the flies were not dancing around him, but gathered in the middle of the room, forming a big pile of flies. You? Skorik. Hot sweat suddenly spread all over the outside of the balls of the brain. There are only 8 of you. Why are you so quiet? Bauer reminded Eggy to prevent it from getting too excited and clearing its mind. You are here to gamble and kill Beelzebubki. The pile of flies spun and fell to the ground, either quickly withering and drifting away, or suddenly stacking into smaller pieces of flies, rolling to Gao Shansiji's feet. It was only a short time before they piled up another mountain like a sofa. I just hope the casino disappoints me. Beelzebubki was wearing a sack and was in the middle of some kind of action. I would raise my arm every now and then and throw out a huge pile of flies. Now I think back to when I first came to the Dance of Growth. Seeing this half-formed Haishin fanling, Bauer felt a surge of relief in his heart. If he wins a few more hands from the gambling demon, will there be no Haishin fanling again? A new door opens, filled with bones. Tang Ji's face was filled with a happy expression. Let's go! Let's go to the casino together. Let's be quiet. Although Dandin is still not tired of having fun, he also knows that Bauer is afraid of other people, and he always lets his hands go too far. But where is that? Steele's knowledge of the Demon King city was unlimited, and he turned to Hannibal and asked. Bauer's shadow body is finally dripping with white beads. Bauer counted silently, and found that he had not seen half of the 4 small pillars of the Demon King city. He had only visited the small altar, casino, treasury, and human authority. What should we do? Are we waiting for you to come back? Liuko counted the thousands of nightmare eyes under Gao Chan's body. Bauer was suddenly startled. Everywhere on the ceiling and walls, there are broken bones and strips, making a clucking sound, gradually gathering into a unique melody. Although Bauer is not quite able to deconstruct it yet, there are still undigested sources of information mixed with the shadow. So he is very comfortable controlling Baby Ujibu. Inging is as frightened as Bauer. Did she notice the liveliness in Dandin's heart? Why are they friends again? What does he think? Hannibal looked at Liu Quaid, who was silent. Looks like it's not that complicated. Hannibal spread his hands, moved the fleshy buds under Baby Okibe's brain, and traced back to the origin of the dream. And he saw something that looked like a gambling table. I'm betting on the source of the news. Liu Quaid said it vividly. But Bauer somehow felt that it was not the truth. Stop! Hannibal punched Baby Okibe's open skull, and manually adjusted the time point of the freeze. You can't split the authority and withdraw it. The other lords of authority can't do anything about it. Li Yukod was too suspicious of the Iron Law, and even more suspicious of what he saw, especially among the lords of small powers. The destination is a mystery. Oh yes, I'm a gambling addict. Steele slapped his forehead. I feel like I'm in a casino. You can tell what it is. But I should be gambling. Bauer observed Bielzebub's movements and came to a conclusion. Or Hessen van Wung before his deification? What 8? You are not a bad friend. Sure enough, we can delay it any longer. From then on, Skorik never had an exclusive dream while he was happy. No, that's all. Gao Changkade held Baby Ojiba's head steady, trying to shake it as much as possible. The first time he returned to the joyful room, Bauer put his arm around Steele's shoulders and asked, "Who is he?" After that, Boa got even worse and wondered what Gao Chan-Siji was doing. And the only place in the entire Chaos continent where everything is like gambling is not a casino. Li Yukade also determined the location of Bielzebub. That's right. Gao Chan may have spun your dreams. Compared with the joyful dream, the actual casino may be more stable. Let's call it Pure White Dance. Tang Ji named the private dance. It would be so easy to leave. After all, that guy has been a demon hunter, doctor and businessman outside the city for a long time. So he should know even less. The giant skeleton opened its ribs, pushed Gao Chan back, and led you to dance like a skeleton. Hannibal took back the shadow dripping to the ground and nodded to express his innocence. From a time perspective, that was also the beginning of the dance of growth. But how do I get around the iron laws of the Demon King City? Hannibal was not yet confused. Some bones were built into square grids and conveyor belts, and some bones were built into something like a fort. There were hundreds of skeletons dancing in the room. Beelzebub's men stopped moving as they passed. The mountain would get lower and lower, and would often even disappear completely, so that Gao Chauncey had to dig out another pile of flies from under his body and throw it down again. I guess so. Let's slow down the conclusion first. Gao Chan noticed that the magic of Baby Okib was as if he could step back and look back. As long as he moved a little, he could not go back to the starting point. Those, what do they mean? Tangji waved his hand, and a dozen friends filed in from the door, joined the dance, and slowly danced together with the skeletons under the dance. Judging from the appearance, there was no doubt that the big pile of flies was not Gao Shen-Siji. Dandan is so convinced. Although it only flashed by, the dice emblem under the table was very cloudy. What happened? Ying felt Bauer's anxiety. The woman walked slowly to the corridor, gently brushed against the wall, and stuffed the thing she took out of Hannibal's head into. Either the Demon King is not sleeping and the Iron Law has expired, or it is like Destiny Dice is here and Beelzebub's withdrawal from the casino is in conflict with the Iron Law. Or Destiny Dice and Gao Chauncey basically have no agreement. You know, if you cause trouble, you go first. Bauer encouraged Dandan and Ying to press the invitation and leave Beelzebub's private dance. Next, as long as you raise the flies and light a fire, you can no longer go to the casino to kill Gao Shen-Siji. Wait a minute. Beelzebub gambled in the casino and had a private dance while enjoying himself. Bauer looked at the whole room and suddenly realized what Gao Chan might have done. This is Beelzebub, a Beelzebub who plays fair game. Especially seeing the half-formed Gao Chan smiling, Bauer became more and more relaxed. It's bad. The last place was like a casino. You'll know after just one dance. Well, it's been a long time since I danced with old demons. Tang Ji picked a small giant skeleton and stretched out his hand to it. If that's not possible, Gao Chan certainly wants to take one less trip to the treasury after all. This is where a small part of the Demon King City's assets are located, and there is no damn Kirk in charge. So it can be guessed that it must be heavily guarded. Among the 7 possible places where Beelzebub might be hiding, the Forbidden Forest and Pleasure were not excluded. But now only the casino and the treasury are left. I'm sure if you can temporarily take out the source of the information, you may also take it out for gambling. Li Yukade added. Chapter 434, Wage Earner. Bauer, who was swaying in the chest of the giant skeleton, vaguely felt that for a skeleton, Skorik's imagination was too rich. The brain made of bones can be understood as booty board. But what about it splitting into 2 halves and devouring each other? Generally speaking, based on Bauer's experience, just one dance at any private dance can probably read the dream owner's heart. But this pure white dance seems a bit tricky. Bauer analyzed Skorik's dream and felt more and more weird. And then, The sea of bones overflowed, forming spheres or arcs one after another, emitting colorful lights, completely beyond Bauer's cognitive scope. The ball also changed from a single bone to earth, thread, and even tentacles, gradually becoming out of shape to the point of being difficult to identify. Completely confused. It's broken. It can't be used. Bauer was wrapped in layers by the giant skeleton's body, enjoying the tranquility leisurely, while confirming that this private dance had no value for observation. This son of the devil has a lot of skills. Bauer licked his lips, thinking about some things in his mind. Is it because Ledric stayed in dreamland long enough and taught his son how to resist my invasion? And that's a delicate job. But it's quite tricky to use. You can't go. But now. Shuri shook his head. You really need to get familiar with the rules of the casino first. Find the right time to take action. And avoid inexplicably provoking the royal guards like you did during the fun. Today's magic power remains at 63%. And it will ruin your eyeballs. It's not worth it from the design point of view. Does he really need it? Secondly, Bauer also planted spies like Don Giovanni between Huanshuan, which can be regarded as an insurance against Huanhua's invasion of the library. I hope I can bring valuable information. Only the Rangers and Shuri knew that several demon sons in the library were plotting against the Colosseum. And that was nothing new. Scholar Tom is in place. Well, when you finish producing today's parts, we'll do it. Taken together. Time is yours. All the elements for Okabuki's promotion are about to be met. It was not the first time he came up. Bauer also lost his understanding of the royal family, and through a battle with the royal guards. He tested the power of various creations in the library. Cyclops is designed to be very cost-effective, even like petrified light. The first thing is to learn the whereabouts of Okabuki and catch some flies as expected. From midair, a piece of meat fell down. Let's go. Your friends. You go to the casino. Hannibal forgot about Skalric's identity and regained his composure as a doctor. Shuri also looked forward to changing his laser eyes from time to time, changing his mood and feeling like a Superman. The dream state between pleasure has not yet seeped into the library, whether it is possible or defensive. From now on, even outside the dream, you have to ask the brain spirits, skeletons, and minis to control themselves and keep secrets. No wonder this kid never came to my class once. Mini has been evacuated. There is one less question written under today's note. Sure enough, they escaped, those 8 big things. Liu's eye mask flashed. And after a happy search, he found the whereabouts of the 8 demon sons. The bad thing is that because Shuriji's actions are secretive enough, they haven't attracted Ajabuki's attention yet. Yes, but mass production is required. Bauer looked back from the workshop and replied to Tom Lau. Or maybe that old guy Minto has cast some ulterior magic on it. The friends immediately dispersed. Therefore, the 8 demon points saved later are very precious. It's really interesting. Bauer bit his finger, seemed to have made some kind of decision, pushed aside the clay and tentacles around him, and got out of the ball formed by the giant skull. Bauer looked at the big note lying quietly beside the soul altar, and inexplicably felt that he was the owner of the library. More like a wage earner. That was crucial to pulling Okabuki out of the Colosseum in the future. And then almost a fire, and an absolutely neutral soul, was used to kill the bag demon. When the 8 demon sons were rewrapped in the replica bone room parlor, Dandan and Ying cheered up and prepared to meet the coming alien demon. As one of the small pillars of Demon King City, the casino must not have some weird designs or even curses. But it was destined to be a wasted effort. Of course, that period was also the time when I was the strongest. So I can't miss it. The longer the time goes on, the worse it becomes. There is no plague, no source of faith, no Beelzebulum, no seventh authority. The bad thing is that after finishing the daily work of producing parts and killing the dying monsters in the Forbidden Forest, Bauer finally had no time to open the blind box of the alien monster again. It is suspected that when the red and white plague reaches a certain level, Okabuki will naturally be unable to usurp certain rights that have been weakened, such as the Forbidden Forest. It's broken. We have to go to the happy room. And you have to mass-produce the spiritual potion. Shuri took off Hexenfin's skin, returned to the lower level of the library, and made a quick decision. Calmly you waved his hand, and the friends floating in the air gathered around you. Even if we still know when we will hit the city, there are 8 demon points left. In the past, except for the 8 demon sons, the library did not have certain combat capabilities, so it could better deal with the armies of Iha and the Taz Empire. The metal structure you brought next time has been used to optimize creation. You haven't studied the human head yet. It requires very little power support to emit light from the eyes. That won't be of much help in occupying the Colosseum. Dandan had slept a lot, and Ying basically spread the egg's body into a soft state. Brain Zero prototype communication continues. Arrayed, Dandan, Bauer and Ying check on each other and report the situation. Bauer consumes 1 demon point, presses the summon button, and the space opens. Tong Lao is talking about the alloy skeleton and laser eyes that will be removed the next time the alien demon is summoned. Let me ask you. There are not many guests from the library or the Tomb of Light at the ball. You really want to know less about this Skorik? Did Liu look at his friend? His eyes were wandering. He was still, as if he was recalling every detail of the time he had just been in the same room with the 8 demon sons. It's a pity that it attracted Liu's attention. In the future, it may be difficult to worry about and squeeze the demon points back in the midst of pleasure. The electric tower, the eye of distortion, the fang of the demonic wolf, and the 8th floor of the lava left hand are ready. There is no Skorik at all. The summoning is over. The bone conduction cannon is in place. 10 rounds of each of the 7 types of bone bombs. But whether the flies are ripe now, and whether you have found an absolutely neutral soul, even if you find Ajabuki, you can only look at me from a distance. Or take a gamble with me. The red and white plague is spreading. And Shiryadiji is also digesting and increasing his holdings of information sources through gambling in the casino. This note was the material that Tong Lao and Tom had discussed before asking Bauer to produce every day, which would be used for the construction of the library and the upgrading of the creations. Of course, there was a lot of gain between those 2 trips to Joy, which was enough to offset the trouble. This is bad. Your friends. Let's open the blind box, Hannibal said very slowly, using the binding wire to pull the shadow and the egg to a relatively open area, preparing for the ensuing battle. Chapter 435. The Magical Blind Box from Another World. A ball of meat lay on the ground, flipping and jumping like a live fish after landing on the beach. While tossing, countless small mouths sprouted from the piece of meat, making screams. Parsing, 8%. Liu didn't know what this piece of meat was, so of course, it was customary to analyze it first, but Ying suddenly felt a strong urge to stick this piece of meat on the edge. The mass of flesh was jumping up and down, and the bones on the ground began to gradually soften, showing signs of turning into flesh. As the bones soften and assimilate, the flesh color also becomes lighter. Do not hesitate. Eat it. The balls instantly split open the upper floor, were wrapped together with the flesh, and were thrown onto Ying's forehead. Laugh. Ying no longer restrained himself and bumped into the piece of meat when the particles connected with the meat. It made a sizzling sound like a barbecue. Apparently, Ying's body was overnourished. Is it also necessary to be like the Devil's Bowl, without an invitation letter or something? Tom knew that summoning the alien demon would summon few strange things. Just a piece of meat and whatnot. So he treated it as a snack for Shadow before dancing. There are still 7 demon points left. So Sherbao continues to try. Is it so difficult to find an absolutely neutral soul? Have you always had an absolutely neutral soul throughout your life? I don't know what it is. I just know that it tastes good. So it must be very nutritious. Dandan tried hard to sense Ying's current state of mind, sharing the joy of swallowing the meat. The meat seemed to have some tendency to assimilate into the egg body, but it quickly disappeared. Good intentions plus 444 plus 444. On the 8th day, in addition to cooperating with Copper Ladle and going to the Forbidden Forest for last-minute hits, Tom summoned 2 alien demons. But there was always a chance of being unsolved. After a moment of analysis, Jiang Rong found that no 9903 mud turtle was included. It only had no materials to drop, and its obsession even turned everything in the world into mud. It is almost half the size of booty board back then. Maybe I really need some luck? No matter how to exit the casino. You have found the answer. Liu Song is only responsible for asking questions, and usually brings corresponding solutions. The alien demon summoned by spending a few demon points just disappeared into thin air. After retreating, Tom also sighed. With that said, Liu took out a hospitality coupon. The fire of El Karma is gone, and the flies are slowly getting ready. But there is one more medium. Alien demon no. 8 is a soft stick like rubber. No matter what influence is exerted on it, it will be erased by its tail, leaving traces. The amount column under the coupon clearly says 3,000. What if I lose the bet? Although Liu has always understood the existence principle of the Devil's Illustrated book, He also knows that every time he summons a demon from another world, a small amount of energy is required. And the shadow image is getting thinner day by day. It means something bad. That thing only exists for a very short time. And it will try to turn everything it comes into contact with into flesh. So dealing with it is the worst way. Dandan rubbed the shadow with his brain groove to comfort Jiang Rong. The first wave almost penetrated Jiang Rong's shadow body. But today is not the day for the Devil's Son. The library still has 80% of its magic power today. So Tom is determined to take a step back and try. No materials were dropped even after killing it. So Tom threw it into the kitchen to give the demons extra food. You think you need some luck. Liu supported his small head with one hand. And finally finished today's experiment record with the other hand. Closing the book and saying, reminders of the world popped up in Tom's mind. And that person was another very chaotic and well-intentioned demon. And he showed a low of 4 points of kindness towards Tom, which obviously satisfied the concept of absolute neutrality. The 8 demon sons spent a small amount of magic power to stabilize its existence with the rod of deception. Tom suppressed his anxiety and left his expectations to tomorrow. The 8th and 7th summons failed to bring back any trace of Tom's confidence. Liu did not disturb Ying's meal, nor did he analyze the contents of the meat before eating it. Yes, can this be used for gambling? Judging from the current level of regression, greedy flies may not be able to be cultivated in another 2 to 3 days. There is no time yet. But it is not short. Luck? Ying patted the egg shell with particles, like patting a well-fed belly, and then came up with a new idea. Oh, your original plan was to use up all the demon points and start again. Tom opened the blind box world and was fascinated by it. He always felt that he could get what he wanted the last time. On the 7th day, I first went to the Forbidden Forest to do some finishing work, but I still didn't receive any worthless materials. At the end of the blue hour, I summoned an alien demon. It was a demon whose body structure was very similar to a lizard man, but could spray light waves. And there are no materials dropped before killing. After the 7th summons, the space was torn apart, and a mud turtle fell up. The way it moved was very similar to that of a dusk earthworm. It appeared as soon as it hit the ground. Dandan had plucked it back from outside the bone wall. And Ying is indeed eating and drinking. There was no time to analyze. But the eraser had not yet erased half of the replica of the living room of the bone room, so Ying rushed down to confront the enemy head-on, and quietly added another meal to himself. Moreover, Tom has not even thought about how to exit the casino. The whole morning was spent producing materials. And Tom felt more and more like the womb of a library. Every day was so full that he didn't have any time for himself. Bad? Play it safe. Tom was a gambler. But he was not really anxious enough to find an absolutely neutral soul today. Isn't it? Very delicious? Dandan saw Ying eating it. And he was even more excited than eating it himself. If you eat slowly, it will be gone. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Also because there were too few worlds gathered in its body, and the consumption of the magic power of the library was too small. Tom had to give up treating it as a stable source of goodwill and feed Shadow again. Let's try again tomorrow. I'm full today. It was Ying who suggested. It's delicious. But what is this? Ying seemed unable to control the decomposition of the meat. A liquid goat is frightened to death when it hits the ground and turns into a puddle of water. A metallic tree with a crown covered with snowflake-shaped leaves loses nutrients and withers and breaks when it hits the ground. The 8 demon sons were all not very interested, as if they realized that trying to summon absolutely neutral souls through stabbing and summoning was like finding a needle in a haystack. The breeding situation of flies is very wrong. You have been buying carcasses at the above-ground river exchange and sending them to the warehouse as nutrients. Just like Tom's mood. Only scholarly you remain patient. Before eating the meat, rubber and polymer. Ying's egg body showed no signs of softening. This situation only happened when he ate Xing Yuan at the beginning of the feast. You think, maybe you can't go to the casino and gamble for some luck? After eating, Ying felt that she should find something to do. Maybe not. Jiang Rong brought up that topic with no different intention. Even if it's a gamble, why don't you observe Ujibuji? Or increase the number of summons? Although day by day, Liu's head has not become more swollen and smaller, the inexplicable knowledge is accumulated outside my body. And I have to use magic potions to control regression. So the scholar is not currently the largest head in the library. There are still 4 demon points left. The meat, turtle, rubber and polymer summoned later are all difficult to deal with. But it is difficult to judge what kind of player the previous one is, and whether 80% of the magic power is enough. As for the no, 7. Alien Demon. It is not a group of existences that can be described at all. If you insist on saying so, it is very close to the corpse-gathering demon or the gathering of wrong souls. Chapter 436 Lost Forever. In the center of the coupon is a rolling dice with the amount at the bottom. And on both sides are two continuously flipping chips. This is a hospitality coupon I got at the Underground River Exchange. Tom explained the origin of the hospitality coupon. Because I thought that one day the owner might want to go to the casino. Liu sensed the flow of magic on the invitation ticket and found similarities with the invitation letter from Huan Xian. So he was sure it was genuine. Indeed, Grandet, the businessman in charge of purchasing for the library, has the Twilight Scale, and has not made any mistakes in his purchases so far. Looking at the amount on the hospitality coupon again, Liu looked up. Is this money a gift? Of course not. This is the capital we raised. Of course. It's all your money. As he said that, Tom took out a bottle of spiritual potion from his pocket and threw away the chips on the reception ticket. As soon as the chips were turned, the spiritual potion was sucked in, and the number on the coupon suddenly changed to 3003. Obviously, the magic potion made by Tom is worth 3 points in the casino's conversion rules. Immediately afterwards, Tom opened his scholar's robe again, exposed his bare feet, broke off a piece of his thumbnail, and threw it into the invitation ticket. Tom also withdrew his shadow angrily. Yi Mei's meaning is very complicated. The money Yi Mei Sueji wins at the gambling table will be used to reshape Beelzebub immediately. Originally, I only planned to play with Minnie, but the 8 demon sons disappeared directly. Please stop. Yi Mei guessed what Tom was thinking and stopped immediately. The magic of the casino is very absolute. You will not only lose those 2 toenails forever, but also your saliva. Obviously, Li Yixingzi made several attempts. You know what the rules are. But maybe they involve a curse. Liu held his head for a long time until he felt tired. So he leaned against the wall. What you gain in the casino should not be fed back to you in some way, so that the amount can be controlled to 0. And you can also take out the gains. Tom immediately exchanged 2 more King's electric horns, inserted them under his shadow body, twisted his neck and shook his head, as if doing a cheerful dance. This, Yi Mei suddenly wanted to throw in some materials and retreat. What greeted us was a wall of jewelry and a person sitting behind a table. I'm sure if you invest bones or tentacles, you may not get a very small amount of capital, but you will never lose the safety. This is something you can't afford. Yi Mei told Yi Mei everything she observed. Tom exchanged the King's electric horn and stuffed the watch out of Danden's hand. Anything can be put into the hospitality coupons and become chips. Tom continued to announce his knowledge of the casino. The casino accepts any bet. Seeing the scholar in front of him suddenly break off his toenail, Liu was startled and hurriedly asked Danden to help Yi Mei while heal himself. The toenails fell into the chips, and the numbers on the coupon shook. But the value did not change. Let's go. My friends. You have unlimited capital. You go and beat the casino. That's your honor. Danden smiled and handed back the coupon. Or maybe, the Jibuji doesn't have a unique way to bring harm out of the casino. Liu's information was unlimited, and he could only use his scholar's ability to imagine that step. I had no capital there, so I went to the casino to gamble for some luck and came back. Yi Mei kept spitting out the King's electric horn, as if she was performing a magic trick. Why does the bone still belong to you now, and the amount has increased? Danden even thoughtfully changed the shape of the bone wall to make Liu Tang more comfortable. How to come back? Didn't Tom feel so dizzy and cold that he immediately retreated like he did when he was happy? And a row of men hanging under the wall in front of me, taking Ujibuji's performance as a reference. Of course, Tom has not informed Yi Mei about Ujibuji's private dance. The amount became 0. Yi Mei repeated, adding her own speculation at the same time. It's okay to go above and beyond. Before you have dealt with the businessman, you have no reason to speculate that there must be no debt in the casino. Tom grinned in pain. Do I need to search the puzzle corridor? Wait a minute. It doesn't matter. Tom stopped Liu, but he still didn't give up his original idea. The value under the hospitality coupon changes and reaches 3007. At present, the library has not been able to replace the discharge function of the King's electric horn with a creation made of iron. Even if it is lost, the impact will be small. If you still want to reduce your capital, you can't use less inventory. But is it really necessary? Of course Liu knew what Tom wanted to do. If you don't have a hospitality coupon, just snap it under any gambling table in Demon King City, and it will be teleported to the casino. Liu waved the hospitality coupon to signal. If you come to inject capital in bones, the coupon will recognize that the output is from you and give you a small increase in the amount. What if there is a replacement? Yi Mei is just discussing it for the time being and has not really said it. Take action. No matter how to use it, the seller will certainly provide it. Gaming table? It's quite convenient. How do you use the previous question? Where is the casino? Tom recalled the map he first got from Jesse and saw if he found any information related to the casino. Dandon held the invitation ticket, cut off his hand, and threw it away to match Tom's performance. Maybe it's feasible. Liu thought for a moment and temporarily agreed with Tom's inference. Tom pointed out the problem. Since you are going to a casino, the more money you have, the less advantage you will have. Of course, no matter what kind of materials he invested. In essence, they still came from you. Tom pointed out the origin of the 8,000 yuan under the coupon, believing that letting other demons place bets would result in a complete loss of the material. Yi Mei was in a bad mood. Let's just have that one. When Ying heard about gambling table, she had already ordered the minis to make one. Your friend, please place your bet. Tom made a pleased gesture to Dandon. Is it okay to go beyond that? Yi Mei has no doubts if you win the money, you will get it, although it is in line with the devil's philosophy. In that case, no one will go. It shouldn't be that when he invested the capital, the casino determined that the source of the thing was from him. Otherwise, just like his saliva, your bones should be lost forever. When he left the casino, it was Yamaikuiji himself. When he came out, it might be Ajibuki and Beelzebub. Tom felt that this approach was ridiculous, but he still endured Minnie's coldness. His shadow hugged his balls and shadow, and then pressed the invitation ticket under the simple wooden gaming table. But the toenails did not grow back. Please be careful. Liu tilted his head, preparing to leave time to the 8 demon sons. You have lost that toenail forever now. You can only win it back if it grows back. Yi Mei opened her robe and exposed the other foot, which was also missing the toenail. Liu opened his mouth and pointed at his teeth that were not yet rotten. Understood. If you quit, you will either lose everything or digest it all. Tom held the invitation ticket and found that there were few entrances to the casino. And the fate dice was not a good deal. Try this, Tom said, exchanging the king's electric horn with a relatively high utilization rate from the demon's manual. Yes. Have you verified it? Because this seller only knows one way to come back, so there may be no risk. Did Liu rashly try to exit the casino? Next, you just need to find a gambling table. Tom geared up, put on Van Helsing's human skin, and prepared to walk around the outside of the Demon King city again. Chapter 437 Casino and Gambling Partner. Hello guest. Welcome to the casino. The crystal ball on the table lit up, and the person sitting waved to the 3 demon sons. He was a fortune teller-like guy with colorful clothes. Your holding amount is 5,000, and you are eligible for a free fortune telling. The fortune teller did not speak quickly, but he accurately stated the amount of chips Liu held. Apparently a devil like a casino receptionist. No, there is no hint in the devil's manual. Liu did not answer, but leaned forward and stared for a moment, only to realize that the fortune teller was dead, like a puppet on strings. All his movements were very mechanical, and the fingers that moved the crystal ball were also a little withered. It seemed that under the influence of some magic, he retained the most basic divination ability, but did not give it life. Maybe he's just like a receptionist. I don't know if it has anything to do with the fate dice. Divination can effectively prompt projects that meet your needs and have a high winning rate. The fortune teller explained the effect. After all, we still encourage recharge. As soon as he comes, Van Helsing waited for the fortune teller to finish speaking, and then directly summoned Hannibal. It cannot even be concluded that the casino must not have a cooperative relationship with the treasury, so it is difficult to turn around. What about these ones? Liu pointed to the wall of jewelry in front of the fortune teller and the man hanging under the other wall. Your intuition and Dandon's body tell you that you should be embraced. The large crystal ball is like a compass. No matter how the fortune teller holds it and changes directions, it always points to a fixed position. If you increase the amount, you will also be able to recommend suitable accessories and gambling partners for the gambling projects that are suitable for you. As for the coupon itself, it is a teleportation ticket, and the money invested by the gamblers is kept by the casino so that the value matches the lost income in some way. Liu imagined the funny scene of a group of gamblers who had no luck and squeezed into the seats due north. I'm sure if you sit due north, your probability of winning will not be lowered. The fortune teller's words brought Liu back to reality. Only a biological son like Minto, like Dandan, can directly feel the presence of his mentor with his body. Right? Both the jewelry wall and the men's wall have prices marked on the right, ranging from 8,000, 7,000 to 100,000, etc. For your goal, of course you suggest that you go to the summoning room in the Hall of Luck. The other guests here are just like you, gambling on each other's summoning luck. The fortune teller gave the answer. Since your amount reaches 100,000, you will also receive a secret in your forehead. The diviner used a crystal ball to cast a spell on the red-robed priest. As for the casino, of course it's a withdrawal commission. Hannibal and Don Quixote were each looking at the jewelry wall and the men's wall, and seemed to be more interested in accessories and gambling partners. After the fortune teller finished speaking, Gao Qiong also understood. In view of your amount, you can only say so little. The fortune teller nodded deeply and pointed back at the male wall. You can't accept a gambling partner. A gambling partner with an amount of 7,000 yuan. Encourage top-up to buy privileges? Liu thought it was no wonder. Hannibal jumped out of the ground and retreated into the shadow space. He ended up breaking the king's electric horn that Liu had redeemed and throwing away the hospitality coupon. Casinos offer tailor-made gambling packages for different gamblers. As the actual authority holder of the library, Liu subconsciously thought about the overall logic of the casino, and increasingly felt that his speculation was not far from the facts. There is nothing suspicious about the gambling partner. Liu not only imagined how many of the guests in this casino had been blessed, but also how many were just relying on their own luck. If you increase the amount further, I can also ask you to grant a blessing to further enhance your luck. You want to win some luck. To be precise, summoning luck. The diviner accurately defined Liu's needs. 7,000 gamblers are considered shabby in a casino. Did the fortune teller talk to Fan Haixin a lot? And Liu looked at the wall and found that there were many gambling partners to choose from. Liu just lamented that the fate dice really had nothing to do with it. A puppet carefully separated could figure out what he wanted to take out of the casino. As for whether it was divination or testing, Lao Ci judged that there was no Lao Ci through the lack of Lao Ci prompts. They know about the son of the devil, right? The fortune teller almost made Liu laugh. Liu nodded, also surprised by Ying's eyes. It's you. Van Helsing shook the invitation ticket in his hand and pointed to the red-robed priest under the wall. As for how compliant it is, and how high the winning rate is, you have to experience it yourself to know. Even now, Gao Qiong can completely avoid all the casino's temptations, and I'm quite curious about how far the fortune teller's divination magic can go. In that case, in the future, if there is no similar time when the destiny dice require summoning luck, you can't take that part to increase the probability of successful summoning? As you wish. The fortune teller picked up the red-robed priest from under the wall and sent it to the 8 sons of the devil. That was a former son of the devil. Unfortunately, he learned summoning magic from the villain, the mentor of the devil. For the improvement of gambling related to summoning luck has little stimulating effect. Outside the crystal ball, a face covered with worms flashed past. Ying explained in a deep voice. No money. Very willful. Liu thought that the fortune teller could even elicit his expectations for Ijibuji. The amount continues to increase until it reaches 100,000. Liu thought about it, and somehow felt that the setting of the casino was very likely to bring together gamblers with similar needs, and then compete with each other's luck to snatch each other's summoning luck. Moreover, he had to wear gold and silver, and had no gambling partner to accompany him. Well, please recite your desire silently in your heart. The crystal ball lit up. The fortune teller stared at the smoke-like shadows outside the ball that were constantly changing shapes, mechanically displaying surprise and fear, and a look of surprise. Besides that, you seem to be looking forward to an encounter. The shadow of the crystal ball pointed upward, looking very eager. The person you are looking forward to is in that direction. The fortune teller pointed upward along the shadow outside the crystal ball, then touched the crystal ball with the tiger's mouth of his left hand, and pinched a large crystal from below. Don Quixote stared at a gambling doll, who looked like a red-robed priest, and there seemed to be no evil in his eyes. Van Helsing looked at the fortune teller's poor performance and almost wanted to yawn. But he also cooperated in imagining the expectations when opening the blind box in his mind. The men have different expressions and shapes. There are no special human men. There are no heroic men like nightmare demons and succubi. And there are no strange things like dark elves, male horses, male dwarves, etc. There are many kinds. It's a pity that this price is 100,000 yuan. The story behind you is very boring. The fortune teller followed Gao Qiongqing's eyes and murmured. Just pick a former devil's son? After all, the origin of Destiny Dice was attributed to Gao Qiong. And it is absolutely possible for Destiny Dice to surpass its original ability. The first insurance is that Gao Qiong is outside Yingying's body. No matter how little divination is done on it, it is difficult to calculate the fate of a brain spirit. They are gambling dolls. They cannot bring you bad luck. The fortune teller grinned. But it could not be called a smile. As the amount increases, the casino will give away jewelry and gambling dolls. Of course, those are open to purchase the right to use them. And the price is reasonable. He's going to help you with your divination first. Chapter 438, Summoning Room. It is said that she has some kind of connection with the Demon King Minter. With her by her side, she can share a little bit of the Demon King Minter summoning luck, and may even directly summon him himself. The diviner tried to freeze the worm's face in the crystal ball, but failed. Then can I take it out? Although Liu didn't really hope that it was Minto who was summoned by the last demon point. But if this companion was really so magical, then it wouldn't be impossible to just take her out of the casino and go back to try the effect. Unfortunately, she is an asset of the casino. The fortune teller shook his head. But this did not stop Liu from thinking. Because when he checked her, Liu suddenly found that the Devil's Illustrated book reflected it. Parsing, 19%. When she was on the wall just now, she seemed to be just a decoration. But when she was next to her, she finally took on a physical form again. Later, as the amount increased to 100,000, Van Helsing, Hannibal and Don Quixote also each picked some jewelry that enhanced their summoning gambling luck and wore them all over their bodies. Xue Houwei, Fan Hexin, and Xue Hujie shed their human skin and turned into 8 skeletons wearing gold and silver. Before that, there were no halls of love, halls of war, and halls of destiny. Tang Ji finally lost his intuitive impression. The red-robed priest has a complete analysis. You are very silent. Like a son of the devil, but more like a moving mascot following 8 skeletons. I'm sorry. You are the property of the casino. You need to return and compensate. The fortune teller bent his crooked neck back to its original position, and the amount under Tang Ji's hospitality coupon was immediately deducted by 100. Let's change your clothes. A brave man will be so glorious when he exits the casino. You also need to explain your motivation for seeking summoning luck. Out of his own habits, Tang Ji invited him to change his clothes. Because the big crystal ball under the bracelet, the shadow pointed at it, was the Hall of Luck. People outside the hall were busy coming and going, and their level of excitement was even higher than that of the Devil's Ball. Is he looking at you? The red-robed priest suddenly asked Tang Ji. When he looked up, Tang Ji also realized that the gambling doll was similar to the other smaller gambling dolls under the wall. However, once you encounter Hannibal, if you think about it again, it may not be too late. When passing by the money luck table, Tang Ji could easily hear the thoughts of a certain demon businessman. You, or its habits state that it is a companion demon that retains some of the memory and characteristics of the original body and provides gamblers with the same luck changes and services. Give it here. Ujib waved his little hand and hung the big crystal ball under a bracelet. Win some money luck. Go to the money hall. Make a lot of money. Love is a recharge. In the skill column, apart from luck change, there is surprisingly no line for sacrifice. It saves the duel. Wait a minute. Xueho looked around and broke the fortune teller's neck on the spot. When we walked outside, the shadow of the large crystal ball seemed to be somewhat chaotic. It was to determine the specific location of Hannibal Base, and arrows were flowing between various rooms. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 921, Gambler. What about this one? It only costs 300. Seeing that the 3 demon sons were about to leave, the fortune teller held the big crystal ball and shook it at Tang Ji, as if to ask Tang Ji to consider buying it. A king electric horn is only 4, and 25 king electric horns were broken in one twist. Farewell to the fortune teller. The 8 devil sons came to the door of the casino hall. The success rate of action prediction is 83.837%, and communication is difficult. There are rooms on both sides of the corridor, each of which is a summoning room. In other words, the red-robed priest's luck blessing hasn't taken effect yet. Dandin is always a bit bored playing Hannibal. He has long wanted to be Van Helsing. Tang Ji also cared. Come to think of it, you can't do that outside of the casino. Bet on some luck first, then go to other small halls to place bets and create a combo. Although the purpose of gambling can be inferred from the small part of the name, Tang Ji can still guess the true meaning of those gambles. Although Tang Ji is still confused about how to get money out of the casino. I, who have had in-depth interactions with Abagong, certainly know that getting money is not a slow pleasure. The 8 skeletons came to the casino hall and saw several doors. For a moment, he didn't look like the 3 demon sons, but looked a bit like the 3 skeleton second ancestors. It seems that I want to summon Beelzebub again. Tang Ji guessed that maybe he had to sit down to see the details of the gambling game. Don Quixote bent down and helped Liu put on the last ring. The original intention was not to come to Hannibal, but to think of ways to increase his summoning luck. Tang Ji felt that the trip was really easy. Liu was in a good mood and had a sudden idea. The 8 skeletons walked past gambling tables one after another. In addition to the marks of dice and chips, the tabletops also marked the content of the bets. Tangji, who was Vitric, hugged Tuenric's shadow tightly and felt the egg head outside the skull, feeling very safe. After retreating to the real gambling table, Tangji waited for the analysis of the Devil's Illustrated book to be completed, which also included the gambler type of devil that was exclusive to the casino. There are not many people betting on luck, and those rooms are enough. Shueho guessed that even luck must be broken down in such a way, and the casino is really making a lot of money. The retained characteristics of the original body will also directly affect the character and skills of the gambling partner. Let's talk about it after we go out. It's not there. Tang Ji, a skeleton in a velvet robe, persuaded the waitress, who led the way, and stood at the entrance of the corridor. It's natural to gamble and call luck. Casinos are bad and expensive. They are the velvet robed skeleton Vitric, the gold chain skeleton Godric, and the skeleton Tuenric in his arms, combined with the dreams he saw at the private dance. Tang Ji understood Hannibal's purpose. That was a skill that belonged to the red robes, and it was obviously inherited by the gamblers. Are you leaving? The velvet-robed skeleton patted the skeleton into his arms. The 8 skeletons nodded in unison and led the red-robed priest back into the Hall of Destiny. I wished them a happy gambling. The fortune-teller's movements ended laggy, as if he was about to die again. Seeing the swing of the shadow, the skeleton in his arms felt uneasy. That big crystal ball received the fortune-teller's blessing. Why is it a small hall? The skull with a gold chain shook its neck, and the gold chain was very dazzling. The money room is undoubtedly not one of the most popular small rooms in the casino. There is no luck in money, promotion, fighting, or even fertility. In front of the Hall of Money is the Hall of Souls. Tang Ji had no doubts. But after thinking about it, if he retreated, he wouldn't be risking his life directly. You are a demon with no will to be born. Obviously, Hannibal is right there, also betting on his luck. Good. The first one on the list is not the Hall of Luck that the fortune teller once mentioned. It seems that it thoughtfully placed the door outside so that the 8 guests can retreat directly. Tang Ji wanted to see if he could do it directly outside the casino. Hannibal is also betting on the summoning luck? The fallen stone chips under the small altar are stained with the blood of the sacrificers. Looking forward, the devilish words under the door indicate the content of the bet in the same small hall. If you get tired of using this face, how about we change it? Parsing, 61%. It is enough to prove that the background is big. As for whether you can really win money luck, there is no telling. The strange thing is that the gamblers are staring at the gambling table in midair, and there are no cards or dice under the table. When the passing maid saw the red-robed priest following the skeletons, they seemed to guess the destination of the 8 skeletons, and led us to a narrow corridor in a roundabout way. Chapter 439, Carrying the Sect. He is looking at me. The red-robed priest's voice was consistent with the question, and was very clear. Are you there? The velvet-robed skeleton pointed at his empty eye sockets. You can tell me there are. Imagining that the red-robed priest jumped out of the high altar, Liu became even more curious about her relationship with Minto, and what she could sacrifice and gain. The success rate of action prediction is high enough, and everything is easy to predict. Liu even doubted whether the red-robed man still had his own will after being made into a gambler. Aren't you going to place a bet? Han Pao looked at the door in front of him. Before he entered the gambling game, he had already begun to press for bets. At this time, he looked more like a gambling doll. Just do it as you say. Liu is not here to go shopping, since he has included this gambling lover. Of course, he has to go to the gambling table and give it a try. In the process, he can also listen to the red robe's thoughts. If you search from room to room, you will eventually find Okabuki. Right? Is this a bet? Han Pao urged again. One time. But the red-skinned demon's expression was very dull, and his body exploded with a pop, turning into lava, which nourished the big blood cocoon and made it beat slightly and turn red again. Is this a bet? Hong Pao urged again. Liu dared to rule out that possibility. Or playing dice. By the way, the red-robed priest was also counting the number of bets on the skeleton, along with the host swallowing, coughing and other movements. The foreign matter flows rapidly in the hematoma, and the things on the back also float up and down. Hong Pao's answer was unexpected. Maybe the devil's gamble isn't like that? There seemed to be no foreign matter inside or outside the tumor. The blood vessels were explored and the objects embedded inside were connected. Some were skulls of cattle and sheep. Some were severed hands. And some were not even. It was not farm tools such as hoes at all. After carefully choosing a chair and sitting on it, Liu also discovered that the concept of the gambling table was exactly the same as what he had imagined. It's just that the writing is faint. It seems that this kind of bad luck will not be very lasting. And it is too weak. Zhao Ren shook the hospitality coupon in his hand and roughly understood the logic of the gamble. The red-robed priest made a very unusual slander. But then, a bulge suddenly appeared under the big bloody cocoon, and a red-skinned demon flapped its wings and poked its head out. Liu still understood what the carrying sect wanted to summon, but it looked like he had won. Judging from the size of the wings and the length of the horns, Liu judged that it should be a red-skinned demon at the level of a legion commander. Liu had no way of analyzing the dice. Obviously, like the fortune teller, it did not exist outside. That summons reduced the blood color of the big blood cocoon. And another believer carrying a tombstone came out of the square and hurriedly walked down, about to retreat from the last summons. Why are you so poor? Liu noticed that when he sat in the gambling game, the red-robed priest seemed to turn on some kind of switch. They are neither small nor big, and they proudly step on people's shoulders. I am most willing to share the gambling table with the poor. At that point, Liu finally understood why the amount must be returned to zero before he could leave the casino. Liu was unable to determine whether the scene involving the sect was happening. At the same time, he had no direct impression of the casino. He thought to himself that it was no wonder there were so few gaming tables inside, and the gamblers were all staring at the projection in the air. Opening the door, the gambling table is located in the center of the room, and various demons and humans are sitting or lying on the walls. Yes, this is a big blood cocoon, but it will wither too slowly. Bite your devil's ass. The gambler who bet 10,000 to win the summons saw the velvet-robed skeleton's movements, thought it was showing off, and smacked the table angrily. With the believer's exertion, my knees and arms were broken, and the blood tumor on my back immediately exploded, becoming a wisp of blood that merged into a large cocoon of blood. Very slowly, the believer carrying half of the corpse in the picture expanded to a certain extent, and finally used his own shoulders to try to carry the big bloody cocoon in the middle of the square. It's just a good time to take a look at what the casinos in Demon King City have to offer, and what the gambling games are like. That's just not how casinos work. And that's what keeps everyone away from casinos. Lost the bet? Surely the staff of deception can be used. Right? Each family had finished placing their bets, and were waiting for the result of the sect summons this time. Zhao Ren also discovered that the bets were not a weak one, as there were no gamblers who just sat at the table and observed, without placing any bets. With many questions, the skeleton with the gold chain swayed left and right. The skeleton in his arms was quiet, and the three skeletons and the gambling doll walked into the first summoning room together. In the projection, under the square, people carrying various foreign objects on their backs worshipped the blood tumor. A believer carrying a half-body walked to the top of the blood tumor, and his back began to swell. The moment he placed the bet, Liu saw the bets of other gamblers. The highest was 2,000, and none of them bet as low as 10,000, betting that the sect would win this summons. As the two demon sons, who accompanied the first army on the expedition, Dandan and Ying were of course able to tell what the blood tumor in the middle of the square was. Can the Eye of Aberration be used? Okabuki was there. Regardless of luck or soul, what you get is added to you when the gambling game is over. The materials invested in the coupons are indeed gambling capital, but they are very different from the earnings under the gambling table. Open. What the HL? Am I respecting you? Seeing the figure of the red-skinned devil, the believers in the square shuddered and rushed to show off their blood tumors, and immediately fell into a frenzy. The velvet-robed skeleton asked the red-robed man, pointing at the gambler who had just slapped the table, as if the sacrifice was successful. The believers chanted incomprehensible mantras that resounded throughout the square. Although Zhao Ren knew what the bearing sect wanted to summon, He was betting on the success of the summons. However, the amount of money passed did not increase by 1. Instead, in addition to bad luck, the status bar of the 8 demon sons also added a summoning luck, which was also faint and almost visible. In the picture, a group of humans are like ants, gathering behind a large town square. In the middle of the square stands a huge hematoma, which seems to have lost its nutrients and is very full. It doesn't mean that outside of the Hall of Luck, you can't exhaust your gambling capital with a small amount of luck and leave when the amount reaches 0. Ying and Dandan were surprised. But of course they knew that Liu was just trying it cautiously, and has always wanted to understand the casino's procedures first. Just like Enjoy, most of the gamblers did not participate in the gambling game with their true colors, and their forms were disguised. Zhao Ring could vaguely distinguish several demon merchants and humans using the demon illustrations, and the rest were all the unrecorded devil. My companion picked it up. Right? Has it happened before? If we had known the outcome of a certain event earlier, would we not have been able to cheat? I'm going to do it. But after this, you think I am pleasing to you. So you can't kill me? They said. Could it be this backpacking sect? Like a dung beetle trying to carry a giant little dung ball on its back. Come on. The velvet-robed skeleton waved his hand, and the amount of the invitation coupon was -1. This summons was successful. Dice announced the result of the bet, and only then did Liu realize that the bet was won. So the bet was a game of cards or dice, but a bet on something that was happening right now, or something that had happened in the past. The velvet-robed skeleton sat down at the gambling table, and after observing it for just a moment, he remembered the chain reaction caused in the small continent before the collapse of faith. The description of the backward sect was very close to the scene projected by the gambling table. There is a lower limit on the amount. 1 pays 1. If you bet successfully, you will get an equal amount of summoning luck. Please place your bet. Dice explained the rules of the gambling table slowly, with no emotion in his words. The gamblers had no complaints about Liu's 1-point bet, but it did not affect Liu's anticipation at all. The gambling table is indeed a huge table, but the dice placed in the center project a picture from its 1 point. The gambling partner of my body is a man wearing a formal dress, with handsome features and a slightly coquettish smile. The golden chain skeleton felt that was neither rigorous nor polite. Humans wrapped their bodies in rags, but the tumors on their backs and fronts are only visible. Current object, status, activated. Play cards? Upon hearing this, the velvet-robed skeleton became more energetic, and the skeleton in its arms also sat upright. Looking back at the 8 skeleton bodies on our side, their respective states have also become bad luck. It is estimated that the same conversion method is used in other offices. Was our last summoning successful? The dice under the gambling table noticed the arrival of a new gambler, and faced the 8 skeletons with the 3-point side, while the top 1 point spoke the devil language. Of course not. Chapter 440, What I Miss. Liu already knew that destroying casino assets would reduce gambling costs, but he was not sure what impact attacking guests would have. Now I know that I can attack other gamblers at will, not to mention whether I can directly kill Ujibuji here. From the perspective of earning points by hunting demons, the casino is already much better than the happy room. But if his amount is negative, you need to bear the casino's debt for him. Hong Pao is not a gambler who is very good at stirring up the atmosphere, and his words also reveal that the red-robed priest is not very social. Liu knew that it was not that simple. The debts of casinos should have something in common with the debts of businessmen. They must be the kind that are not easy to get rid of. Then his amount is a positive number. How do you calculate it? And it belongs to me? The velvet-robed skeleton thought of another question, and finally asked the gambler to confirm. Your amount is a positive number. Right? You also have a gambling partner. The shadow of the velvet-robed skeleton poked out soundlessly. The gambler gritted his teeth and looked at the dice on the gambling table, only to find that it was still mechanically pressing the dice without any reaction. Of course not. That will become additional income for the casino. Hong Pao's answer did not exceed Liu's expectations. Since gamblers are allowed to kill each other, it must be under the premise of ensuring that the casino can make profits. The casino makes another profit. Sir, please, do you want that they are worthy of him? The gambler next to the gambler seemed to be trying to dissuade me, but his arms were pushing me back, the red robe said, and the angry gambler also shook the entertainment coupon in my hand symbolically. The gold chain skeleton made an okay gesture, and Dandan first shared everything he sensed in his mind, and then used the staff of deception. The brain of the skeleton with the gold chain turned outside the skull, and turned in the direction of the skeleton with the velvet robe. The 8 skeletons looked at the red-robed priest together. He wants to kill you. He wants to kill you. The gambler who had just lost 10,000 yuan became even more angry when he saw that the skeleton was ignoring him. Bad. Is it a bet? Hong Pao's urging was still the same. But the urging voice became less gentle. Forget it. It was that time. Our last summons. Was it successful? Dice did not introduce the rules that time. And it seemed that he had not seen the scene of 8 skeletons tearing apart the gamblers at the same table. Listening to the red-robed priest's thoughts, the velvet-robed skeleton suddenly stopped placing his bets. Liu asked Dandan to focus. And Dandan controlled the staff of deception to go deeper. And finally found the line corresponding to the gamble. Those who were not brave enough to leave the room directly to bet on that game again. Did it act randomly, or did it come unprepared? Even though the red-robed priest has accompanied many arrogant and domineering demons, those 8 skeletons still left a deep impression on you. The remaining gamblers under the gambling table all dared to look directly at the 8 skeletons. No matter how powerful a fly is, if he doesn't have an absolute amount of gambling money, he can't run rampant outside the casino. He has to worry about his own care. Then the first 8 skeletons rushed to the opposite side of the gambling table and tore the angry gambler into strips of meat. The gambler's amount was not an absolute advantage, even if his strength was 1.7 times weaker than Liu's amount. But he is still the opponent of the 8 demon sons. Men and horses are also seen. Liu conveyed his thoughts to Dandan. Only adding 1 summoning luck. How many chips are needed? In the picture, the believers carrying tombstones look like they are about to expand to the limit. 8 demon sons try to tamper with the bet. If he was afraid of losing the casino's assets or increasing its debts, Liu might just go ahead with the attack. Although the amount of money can increase your strength, you still have to rely on yourself to provide support. Is it testing or enjoying? He's trying to kill one? Liu decisively called for a stop. And the tombstone believers exploded. The big blood cocoon showed no reaction. And the chants of the believers continued without reaching a low point. Otherwise, wouldn't the casino become another coliseum? Very bad. The third time. Come on. The velvet-robed skeleton's tone became respectful. But the amount invested that time dropped to 10,000. Is it 90,000 last time? No matter what the result will be, you have to give it a try first. In the picture shared by Dandan, Liu saw a huge net stretched out, and each thread corresponded to a bet, as if it was infinitely extended and eternal. The end. We are very timid. Concentrate. If the rod of deception has no ability to tamper with the perception of all gamblers in the room, or even the dice, it can naturally manipulate the outcome. Liu didn't pay much attention to that level of provoking troubles. The young guys were all in seclusion to absorb information. And even the master of authority like Bauer chose to let it go before learning the identity of the devil's son. Obviously Liu couldn't be more free and restrained. Victory in this summons. The dice announced the result. And the amount deducted from the hospitality coupon was wasted. 2 times. Liu also cares about our whereabouts. Of course, Liu did not have any plans of his own. How? Remind him that in the casino, no matter which hall, the gambling money he owns will weaken his strength. The red robe pointed at the invitation ticket on the velvet-robed skeleton's hand. In fact, he used me to shake it. Liu had just deconstructed it and knew that my amount was a positive number. 110,000. The last bet was calculated consciously on the balls holding the staff of deception. It would be very satisfying to use it. Or the kind that automatically drops money when killed. The 8 skeletons chuckled and were about to take action, but were stopped by the words of the red-robed priest. Of course, there is no possibility. Instead of tampering with a gambling situation, you need to deceive the fate die. The difficulty is exactly the same. Thinking of this, Liu actually missed the time when the killing cup was still there, judging from the current strength. The Colosseum is definitely a more cost-effective place to kill low-level demons. With all the magic power of the library, you can probably only control 1 round. It's inexplicable. How could there not be such a request? The 8 skeletons put their arms around each other and sat back down at the gaming table. Dandan complicatedly tried to dye the line of this gambling game red, and calculated the cost briefly. For example, he would blast the audience with a cannon from time to time. Obviously, in the casino, you are betting against all the gamblers. The number of people at the same table is not important. As long as you can win, it is the casino's business to realize the summoning luck. Looks like I'm just having fun. Dandan's conclusion is consistent with Kong Ming's conjecture. Tampering with the gambling requires deceiving the fate dice. In the picture, The believer carrying the tombstone has not yet reached the top of the big blood cocoon, and is looking for an angle. It seems that he is trying to carry the big blood cocoon like the next one. I was carrying a basket of half-broken eggs with mushrooms growing on the outside. The skeleton in his arms didn't react. And the skeleton with the gold chain crushed its phalanges hard. The red-robed priest has also been observing the 8 skeletons. Judging from the scale of the net alone, the former is even less likely. Is this the game? Bite your balls. You are trying to deceive the Lord of Authority. The red-robed priest is still counting. What a pity. The skeleton in the velvet robe spread out its bones. Its facial bones were slightly deformed, and the corners of its eyes drooped. They are about to sink deep. When a gambler dies, the hospitality coupons in his hands automatically break into pieces and scatter under the gambling table. The jewelry I wear to increase bad luck also disappears in an instant. Are you ready? Do you want to take action? Try the stick? The eyes of the skeleton in the velvet robe and the skeleton in the arms had not yet been firmly attracted by the blood cocoon under the square, and they watched the 8th believer step down from the stage. Do you still have such weak effects? The red-robed priest had some doubts in his heart. Looking at the 8 demon sons, he felt that they were as smart as they looked. Chapter 441, The Curse of the Casino. If you keep betting like this, will you get stuck? The velvet-robed skeleton turned his head and joked to the red-robed man. The red-robed priest didn't know what was wrong, although his face was expressionless. His heart betrayed her thoughts. Have they noticed? The curse of the casino? When Liu heard this, he suddenly understood. I've just made 2 bets and I'm a little obsessed. I haven't felt any malice in the casino for a long time, and I almost thought there was no curse here. But the casino is the main pillar of Demon King City. So how could it not exist? Why don't you bet? The gold chain skeleton discovered that the velvet-robed skeleton had not placed any bets, and immediately asked questions. The 3rd believer carrying an egg has begun to swell, and it will be too late if you don't place your bet. There is a curse, even from beginning to end. The red-robed priest didn't say a few words at all. However, it is at least more than certain that the 8 demon sons still do not have the potential to become demon kings. So from that point of view, Minto should be in trouble for himself. Xia Xiang didn't refuse the answer given by Hong Pao after all. Skeletons can be considered relatively simple demons. Here, authority is not immune to the curse of the casino. I want to answer. No. As long as you leave the casino, it will gradually disappear. But every once in a while, there will be a temptation to recall. As long as you can survive it, you will be fine. Down the corridor, the shadow of the big crystal ball was still swinging back and forth. Slow down. Summon this old fart. He needs to replenish his body. It's time to play. It's a bad idea to carry the sect on your back. The velvet-robed skeleton made a gesture of agreement and left the table with the other 2 skeletons and its gambling partner. You are Minto's summons. Before knowing that there was no curse, everything in the room suddenly became boring. Upon hearing this, the velvet-robed skeleton took out Tom's mind potion from outside his ribs, and the 8 skeletons drank it directly. The red-robed priest is already a gambling addict. Basically a decoration. He has the same control over the mind as he did before, and he came up with the contents of the casino's curse at once. The skeleton in his arms touched the head of the gold chain skeleton, reminding it not to be too obsessed. The velvet-robed skeleton is preparing to look for Ajabuki from time to time, looking for low-level demon suitable to get started with, and at the same time looking for the best bet for him to win. The skeleton in the velvet robe also knocked on the head of the skeleton with the gold chain, and the 3 skeletons met for a meeting. The topic turned around, and Hong Pao's thoughts were a little stuck. But when he came to his senses, he still gave the answer. Does the curse have no sequelae? If happiness spreads dreams as much as possible, leads people into dreams, and produces happiness, this casino is nothing more than a giant cake placed in the Demon King City. Did they succeed in their last summons? You sure? The believer carrying the egg successfully merged into the big blood cocoon and summoned several big red-skinned chickens. The gamblers were not angry or sad, and Dice asked about the previous round. Every bet will breed greed regardless of the outcome. Greed makes it impossible for people to leave until they become prisoners of the casino or go bankrupt and die. If, despite all the summoning luck, there is a way to bring in an absolutely neutral soul as expected, I might summon Minto to come over and ask where I can find that kind of soul. The curse of the casino is a continuous phenomenon. If there is no gambling partner around, Xia Xiang will even be aware of its existence. She wants to harm us. Regardless of victory or defeat, there will be no recall if you win less. You want to come back. But if you lose less, it is the same. The lower the amount, the more the curse will be activated. And the fewer times, the deeper the effect of the curse will be. People of the same race and emotions have the same sensitivity to the curse. Is there a specific number of times? Just a rough idea, don't worry. Let me ask. If you win less, the temptation during recall will be weaker? Liu guessed wildly. Because I am always too suspicious that the casino opened by the devil will let the gamblers leave safely before winning money. What is the curse of the casino? Demon King Minter? The velvet-robed skeleton stared. If the summons is what you want, go to Minter. You are the son of the devil. You cannot sacrifice yourself. Summon a Minter. After hearing this, Liu felt that it made no sense if a powerful person like Xia Xiangguji also fell into the casino and could not extricate himself. Would it affect the operation of Demon King City? The golden chain skeleton became excited when he heard the name, and immediately wanted to ask the red-robed priest to sacrifice and summon Minto to deliver food to his egg body to supplement nutrition. The third time is based on your understanding of the skeleton clan to the extent. Xia Xiang looked around and found that there were several low-level demons outside the gamblers. Even if there was no low-level demon level no. For 78 Wailing Mask, they already owed hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they dared to kill them, only focusing on placing bets. We even forgot that Okabuki was not in this room at all. There is no need for us to waste time here. Just understand the rules. Red Robe realized that he had no way to stop the skeleton from reading his mind. So he simply gave up the resistance. Liu made a decision. But the other two demon sons also had objections. Wait a minute. Bite your priest ass. Can they read minds? Are they skeletons? The potion that weakens the will and soul is useless. It lowers expectations for results, and has no inhibitory effect on the curse. How do you calculate the number of curses? The skeleton asked the red robe. But the question became even more boring. Is there no way to get rid of the curse? The velvet-robed skeleton asked the most concerned question. Since he could hear the red-robed priest's voice so clearly, Liu simply stopped acting and asked directly. Even though Liu knew that the summoning technique that only sacrificed himself to summon the teacher was useless, he still shared the news with the other two devil sons. As long as he provides gambling funds, he can get everything he wants. At the same time, he is helping Destiny steal everything and increase his greed. A trace of regret flashed in the red-robed priest's mind. As if you yourself were not a bad example to verify the curse. But looking at the itchy appearance of the bones of the gold-chained skull, Liu was too sure. Ha Pao was very helpless. But unfortunately, he couldn't fully control himself. Your sacrifice. The skeleton in his arms directly identified the red-robed priest. Oh, that's right. The authority of the library is shared between Brain and Bitterberg. Maybe they are immune? Liu originally wanted to win a small sum in the casino. But did he expect that he was cursed inexplicably, and had only one chance left? Liu had reservations about whether he needed to summon Mitter. Of course, it was to ask me to deliver food to Ying. Mainly because of the knowledge outside my head. Did they succeed in their last summons? Dice asked mechanically, noticing the strangeness of the skeleton and the gambling doll. The casino's famous saying is not. He is the one who really left. However, he suddenly discovered that the structure of the corridor seemed to be different from when he came. How did you calculate these 3 times? You 8 people. You only need to bet 3 times, and you will fall back? The velvet-robed skeleton asked again. But once the Demon King Minter is summoned, it will be difficult to expose the fact that he is planning a coliseum. At that time, the attitude of the Demon King Minter must also be considered. That might be the case. You can summon Minto. As soon as the gold-chained skeleton tugged on the various bracelets on its arms, it was about to attack the red-robed priest, without any regard for the fact that she was once the son of the devil. The velvet-robed skeleton waved his hand and ignored that time. Your rooms? What's going on with his sacrifice? Liu didn't know much about the casino and the curse. Taking advantage of the red-robed priest's cooperation, he directly asked you about your remaining traits before you became a gambling lover. When I killed Booty Borg, I was rebellious. It was hard to say whether killing Aji Borg would go smoothly. Chapter 442, might as well enjoy it. More rooms? With the red-robed priest beside him as a convenient gambling partner, Liu was of course too lazy to think and asked for the answer directly. Tens of millions of gambling games take place every day on the mainland. Gambling games related to summoning are set up in the summoning room. Of course, the number is changing at any time. The red-robed priest had cooperated to the point of answering everything, and he no longer resisted the prying eyes of the velvet-robed skeleton. I can't resist it anyway. so I might as well enjoy it. Understood. Let's go. The velvet-robed skeleton opened the second door and went in. Next, there is the process of searching for the 3 skeleton second ancestors one by one. Liu also realized when he went in and out repeatedly that even if he didn't gamble, he would still have to spend the amount on the hospitality coupon, which ranged from 100 to 1,000. From a purely cost perspective, it is better to spend 1 point on each gambling hand. But given the existence of the curse, it all makes sense. In the second gambling room, several humans from the snow country were summoning demons from the big ice crevice. Liu couldn't analyze it through the projection. Although he was greedy, he couldn't do anything. There was no okabuki at the gaming table either. In the third room, a stupid young man from the royal capital of the Tarth Empire summoned a nightmare succubus. The velvet-robed skeleton found a high-level demon with a positive amount. He decisively rushed forward and tore it open, gaining 1 demon point. The mortals infected by the disease summoned the priests of the Holy Sea. The people besieged by the bandits summoned the Great Knights. The sand people of the sand country summoned the fresh flowing spring. Covering their faces summons the mask of the high altar. The bone chariot cult summons the bone chariot filled with gods. We visited more than a dozen gambling tables. The contents of the gambling games were varied, but they were all related to summoning. Ajabuki was not in any of the games, and it was difficult to find high-level demons with positive amounts. Liu only killed 2 more, one of which was the lucky winner of a casino worth millions. At that time, the 3 skeletons found that it had been strengthened too much when they were halfway through the fight. They could not defeat it, so they fled back to the casino entrance, recharged tens of thousands of King's electric horns, and fought back to tear it to pieces. The demon points came to 4. Liu truly felt that he was a living god in the casino, and destiny should thank himself. Just as Liu was about to enter the next gambling room with 130,000 yuan, the red-robed priest suddenly spoke. If you want to sacrifice me and summon Minter, I hope you can do one thing for me. Having played more than a dozen gambling games with the 3 skeletons, the red-robed priest had realized that they were not here to gamble at all. And the gold-chain skeleton seemed to be drooling even when it looked at her. So it was not difficult to guess that she faked. Okay. What's the matter? Liu turned around and asked. His mind was not on the red-robed priest at all. He was only concerned about whether Ajabuji would appear on the next gambling table. Your attitude will make it impossible for me to trust you, the red-robed priest said solemnly. I can even give you a piece of information. I need to sign a soul contract. I need to sign a soul contract. Listening to her voice, it seemed that an idea was intentionally strengthened. Liu guessed that the red-robed priest's behavior was probably used to cover up another key piece of information. But this gambling doll's action prediction success rate is 83.837%. When she knows that skeletons can read minds, she can indeed try to avoid listening through this method. She wants to sign with us. Would you rather use the staff of deception? The 3 skeletons looked at each other, always feeling that this scene seemed familiar. Weren't the ones that had been snatched from the happy place so unruly at the beginning? Otherwise, you won't be able to take me out of the casino. After a hard moment, the red-robed priest said tactfully. Or do you want to try to summon the demon King Minto in the casino? The casino is a gathering place of destiny. If your summons interfere with the fate of the Minter, even if you are the son of the devil, it will not forgive you easily. The red-robed priest watched for so long. Although he didn't know the exact identity of the 3 skeletons, he could guess them. He must be the son of the devil. Otherwise, where would you have the courage to summon Minter? I can sacrifice myself into an item for summoning, so that you can take it out of the casino. Then tell me, what do you want us to do for you? The red-robed priest said so much, which made Liu curious about what kind of help she wanted. Anyway, you won't lose any money if you listen to it. And you don't have to rush to use the staff of deception. The magic power of the library is a sure guarantee for making a big bet. I need to ask my mentor something. I need to ask my mentor something. There is no need to try hard to strengthen. The idea of the red-robed priest is extremely strong. I just want to ask him. Am I, Adna, still alive? The red-robed priest's tone was a little sad. The velvet-robed skeleton looked at her with empty eyes for a moment. And it was indeed difficult to determine whether she was alive or dead. She is said to be alive, but she is a gambling doll who usually hangs on the wall and has no ability to act independently. She is said to be dead, but she still retains some of the characteristics she had when she was a red-robed priest, such as offering sacrifices and summoning the Demon King's gate. Trust. Minto knows if you are alive or not. So what if he says you are alive? Are you no longer a gambling partner? What if he says you are dead? And you have to sacrifice yourself to summon Minto. Even if you don't die, you will be dead by then, right? Liu didn't quite understand the meaning of this question, let alone the logic of the summons. Did he die first and then be summoned? Or did he sacrifice himself and become an inexplicable state, defined by Minto? This is a question that belongs to the Demon King's mentor, and only he can give the answer. Ada's heart was very pious, and she did not place her hopes on the old goat in the red robe. She only looked forward to Minto's answer. Okay, let me ask. I won't do anything. How about signing a contract? The velvet-robed skeleton took out a soul contract in each of the 6 styles. This has become Liu's habit. Ada had nothing else to ask for except this issue. But it involved sacrificing a gambling doll. And the gambling doll belonged to the casino. So the contract did not stipulate Red Robe's obligation to sacrifice, but only stated that she needed to fully cooperate with the 3 skeletons. Action. The contract was quickly concluded. Okay. Can we talk now? What's the message you gave me? Liu asked quickly, eager to open the next door. Every time you open a door, you are gambling. Every time you kill a gambler, you are gambling. You need to be careful. After Atna said something, Liu realized where his restlessness came from. Inexplicably, I participated in more than a dozen gambling games, lost a little amount of money, and gained 4 demon points. So I had to slow down. Bite my bone, but it's really not reassuring. The velvet-robed skeleton gritted his teeth and poured in a few more doses of spiritual potion to relieve the manic mood caused by the curse. His magic cocoon shouldn't be able to open the door. Is it equivalent to a summoning? Trying to lower his expectations for the game behind the door, and magnifying the soothing feeling of the magic potion, the velvet-robed skeleton opened the door again. I am the gambling demon Ajibuji. I never play fair games. There was only one gambler at the gambling table. He was wearing a dirty cloth and humming a song. It was Okabuki. The projection of the gambling table projects a continent that is constantly changing shape. You can vaguely see the humble mountains, the drizzle corridor, and the large snow valley and ice walls in the north. The northern side of the mainland is intertwined with red and white, like a flower bed of red and white roses that are constantly growing, moving little by little to the south. The content of the gambling game is to bet on whether a flower will bloom red or white. Okabuki is summoning the red and white plague in the casino, and then uses the summoning luck he won to increase the probability of summoning Beelzebub. Is it you? You actually come back alive? Ha ha! Ridiculous. Seeing the 3 skeletons, the king of the Colosseum was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Chapter 443. There is a gambling demon on the gambling table. Parsing, 7%. 3 skeletons entered the door, and the devil's manual immediately popped up a prompt. Liu assured that the person in front of him was the Ajibu basic demon. Not a dream, an illusion, or a person wearing skin. In the past, Liu analyzed a fly in Ujibuji's body and obtained a piece of golden text. He also enriched the information once, when Huntler fought against Ujibuji's clone. This time the real owner is right in front of me, and I finally have the opportunity to analyze it completely again. Maybe you can improve the success rate of action prediction. Listen to the voice of the king of the Colosseum clearly, and also take a look at his drops. Why don't you speak? Are you mute? Or have you turned into a dead person, and can't even gurgle? Ajibuji imitated the skeleton's voice, and teased the 3 second-generation skeletons. Obviously, Okiki knew Vitrick, Godric, and Toonrick, and knew that they were all talkative. So the initial silence was unusual. It has nothing to do with you as a fly egg. The velvet-robed skeleton Vitrick replied calmly. How is the old wolf? He must be dead. Right? Ha ha ha. If you can escape before he dies, you are very lucky. You are worthy of being dead. Ujibuji squinted at the gambling table and projected map, trying to find demonic wolf King Phintius and his second army on it. According to the composition of the expeditionary force, the second ancestor of the 3 skeletons should be receiving the baptism of the Imperial Army and the Snow Country Army together with the second army. You know nothing about the skeleton clan. Liu said this as Skorik. I don't know, you 3 little dead heads. Did you wake up the skeleton King Lidrick? Ajibuji tore the cloth bag on his face into a skull-shaped hollow. Can you save me? He is the only one of you who came back. You have nothing to do with a fly egg. The velvet-robed skeleton emphasized again. No. Don't touch any of my fly eggs. Ajibuji hugged his belly tightly. Now that I'm back, do you want to summon Dad again? To support the dead heads? Although Ajibuki was chatting, He was also speculating on the purpose of the three skeletons coming to the Hall of Destiny. Liu felt that the direction of the topic was not very favorable. The dead heads are so rich. I heard that their bones were sold to the Tarth Empire. There must be some money from the Tomb of Light in them. Right? You'll make a lot of money. Lose as you like. Change your luck. Ujibuji joked, and suddenly mentioned the self-healing bones that flowed out of the library, and the humble mountain some time ago. Envious? The velvet-robed skeleton's answer gradually became natural. And of course, he would not over-explain. Besides, selling bones is just a purely commercial activity. He had seen Okabuki's projections in the large hollow under the Colosseum, and in 3 side tents. This time, he finally faced the gambling demon head-on like when he first came to this world. Liu felt a little emotional. This guy didn't know that the devil's son in the library had been against him for a long time, and was beaten until his whole house collapsed. However, when they reunited, he didn't recognize each other, but he still had the leisure to joke with the three skeletons. But this is best. It would be best if he didn't know who made the Colosseum look like this until the fire of H.L. burned him, and the thorn of withering pierced his butt. Parsing, 29%. The analysis speed is not slow. From this point of view, Liu has already felt that his progress is extraordinary even if he starts with Ujibuji now. Can he give it a fight? Or maybe Ujibuki is out of shape right now? We're just here to have fun. Aren't you? We've spent a lot of money in the north. If we can't get it back, we'll be bitten on the devil's ass. The velvet-robed skeleton brought the topic to Okabuki. For all that Okabuki is looking forward to. Of course Liu understood it very well, and looked forward to more explanations from his big mouth. Ha ha ha. I'm a gambling demon. How come I can't take it back? The continental projection on the gambling table zoomed in to the border between the Taz Empire and the Snow Country, where a group of warriors were stationed, slashing and burning everything that crossed the line. Demons and refugees. Not even the flies were spared. The next summons. Will it be successful? The voice of the dice was cold, and it was time for Okabuki to place his bet again. The velvet-robed skeleton waved his hand, indicating that he would not participate in this round. Success? Of course success. Ha ha! Ujibuji laughed. With one less fly in his body, there was one more fly on the border battlefield. The fly appeared in the head of a refugee, and then burrowed through the skin and burrowed into the potatoes in his luggage. It was like a red dust on the battlefield, along the snowy slope, and the burned and cut head of the refugee rolled down together. The destination is the river under the snow slope. Liu seriously doubts that the river is the Lund River that flows through the hometown of Van Helsing. Hannibal, Tom and Rain Man. As they rolled down the snowy slope, the potatoes were stained with a hint of white. The clockwork warrior seemed not to notice the humble potato and let it fall into the river. There are fish in the river. The red and white dust on the potatoes suddenly slipped off, was sucked into the mouth of a small fish, and quickly flowed downstream towards the Taz Empire. This summons was successful. Dice announced directly. Okabuki is the spreader of the red and white plague. As long as a fly enters the living body, the summoning is successful? What kind of gamble is this for his cocoon? Isn't it just that the casino is helping Okabuki spread the plague and help him earn summoning luck? What can be gained from the destiny dice? Ha ha. Ha ha. Ujibuji opened his mouth, and then winked at the three skeletons. Consider yourself lucky today. Join a bet that you will never lose. While Okabuki was enjoying the joy of victory, the small fish in the river was suddenly grabbed by a hand in the clouds. Oh! It's this bastard again. He's such a letdown. Ujibuji watched helplessly as the little fish was crushed by Yunzhong's hand, and exploded into a ball of red and white flowers. Although the summoning was successful, the red and white plague still did not spread to the Taz Empire. Not yet. Dice, can you be more professional? Find the real intersection of destiny, and give it a better place next time. Okay? Okabuji blamed the dice on the gambling table. The dice didn't have any big reaction. It just trembled slightly. Can I also choose the location for summoning? Liu became increasingly aware of the unusual relationship between the gambling demon and the fate dice. Parsing, 57%. The three skeletons looked at each other for a moment, and held a small meeting in their minds. If you ignore Ujibuji, this is indeed a good place to win summoning luck. Liu said first. No. You are cursed. Inging reminded Liu. Yes. I am cursed. Liu wanted to slap himself in the face. What kind of excrement was in his brain? Want to participate in a game of fate and gambling controlled by the devil? Didn't you see that there wasn't a single gambler at the same table? Either he died, Or he lost everything and was sold. Then what should we do? Find a way to prevent him from winning? Danden's head was filled with questions. You are overthinking. Let's make a profit first. And then kill this fly head directly. Liu only thought for a moment, and decided to take action after completing the analysis. If you can cut off Ajibuki's progress and earning summons luck in the casino, you are buying yourself time. Of course, it would be better if he could be disabled. However, Liu remembered the clone of Ajibuki he had seen in the Colosseum, and felt that the chance of crippling him was not high. But I have to give it a try anyway. While the three skeletons were having a small meeting, the location of the next summons was also given by the fate die. The projection wandered for a moment, and suddenly focused on the very blurry Demon King's castle. The outer wall of the Demon King's castle. Liu was familiar with this wall, because he had opened it, and fired a shot from here. A new place. Our three dead heads have brought us a new line of fate? The Jibuji obviously also knows some knowledge that even the gamblers cannot understand. Regarding the casino, the gambling devil is a regular customer. But where is this? Okabuki blinked at the three skeletons. Chapter 444, Against the Gambling Demon. Look what I'm doing. The velvet-robed skeleton spread his hands. Ha ha ha. Why don't you look at the dice? The Jibuji stretched out his hand in a frantic manner and poked at the outer wall. The gambling games offered by the casino are all intersections of fate. We only saw it when you came here. Then this has something to do with you. Liu's shadow swayed slightly. The target area where Okabuki summoned the plague is only separated from the library by a wall. Once the summoning is successful, the red and white plague may even spread directly in the library. In the eternal night of the Demon King's castle, there would be no hands reaching out from the clouds to smother flies. The library is inexplicably facing a crisis. What a pity. I originally thought I could see the Tomb of Light. The Jibuji smacked his lips and shook his head one after another. It's a good, unexplored place there. And there are many high-quality corpses there. When Okabuki thought about letting the red and white plague spread to the Tomb of Light, he was almost so happy that he showed his true colors. Liu was thinking about how to break the situation and ignored Ijibuji's provocation. After all, it's a casino outside. And even if the Lord of Authority doesn't have the ability to be immune to the curse, he may not be able to withstand it. As for its function, it is even more gloomy. Maybe you can only know the function of that material until you actually kill the king of the Colosseum. Yo? The skeleton wants to ask you a question? Does he know that outside of that period of time, you hate the brave the most? And the skeleton second? Okabuki laughed jokingly. But his tone was completely like a joke. Does it have anything to do with him? The velvet-robed skeleton felt that with the character of the 7th generation ancestors, it was necessary to respond to a half-collapsed king of the Colosseum. Even if he couldn't, Ajibuki would still retreat so aggressively that he would risk losing the Colosseum to the casino and gamble. Ha ha ha. Place your bets. You guys have fun. When they come there, they always come just to chat. Right? Ajibuji rubbed his hands. Or do they just want to appreciate your heroic appearance? Of course Liu was stalling for time. Zhong Ruiziji aimed at the bat. Or does he want to kill you? He must be that stupid. Right? His brain has grown beyond his bones? Did the last summon succeed? The 6 o'clock on the dice faced the 8 skeletons, and the 8 groups of 2 o'clock urged them together. When she left the house, Zhong Rui tried to use her shadow to check Ujibuji's amount of money. But there were flies crawling under the gambling demon's invitation ticket, so there was no way to know how much I had been weakened. While Zhong Ruiziji was offering her kindness, she cursed repeatedly in her heart. The analysis was successful, and the king of the Colosseum's voice became even muddier. Could it be some kind of vibration? Are you kidding? Has the plague spread to the Tomb of Light? Ajibuki grinned again, still as if he was joking. The success rate of action prediction has been updated to 49.476%, which is more than double from the 21.334% in the next update. I haven't been able to get enough information from my voice. We passed by here. When we went to the Forbidden Forest, the skeleton in his arms poked his head out and answered for the velvet-robed skeleton. A very abstract name. Notify the ranger to clear the area. Will it? That's all. The movable assets of the Colosseum. Is it you? Ajibuji looked at the 3 skeletons. Just plus 4,444. In the projection, a few bats were parked on the wall of the Demon King's city, licking something. They looked very peaceful in the moonlight. Right. Right. Can't the Lord of Authority directly stake his authority? The Jibuji laughed and cursed, while mocking the velvet-robed skeleton holding the twins in his arms. The projection of the gambling table is focused on the wall of the Demon King's castle. The gamble is about to end. The 8 skeletons silently reached a tacit understanding in their hearts. If you want to fully understand Okabuki, do you have to face all my clones? Zhongrui really held back. Obviously Ujibuji still knew that the brave men who broke into the Colosseum were all driven by a brain spirit. And they actually had something to do with skeletons. Li wondered whether Ujibuji could survive to this point. He doesn't have much money? Notify Tong Lao to prepare to fire. So if you don't want to refer to it after making a bet, you can only wait for the analysis to be completed. It's not bad to hear just a few words from Okabuki's heart. At the same time, Zhongrui realized that it was an opportunity. Your amount. Forget it. Then the velvet-robed skeleton gave up asking. Parsing, 97%. Come on. The velvet-robed skeleton picked up the skeleton in his arms. After this, you still have no problem. Oh! Does he want to make a bet with you? Is he afraid that he will lose the inheritance rights of the Tomb of Light to you? Even though he only has a part. You want it too? Ujibuji laughed. But in hindsight, anything that can weaken Zhongrui is a bad strategy regardless of whether Zhongrui gambles with power or not. Telling me to lose all my chips is definitely wrong. Li Yu's 180,000 yuan was quickly cleared. The requirement is still no. 093. On Zhongrui's golden letters, the skill bar, action prediction success rate, and material drops have not been updated. Parsing, 82%. Liu couldn't help but was almost hit by the curse of the casino again. Everything in the Colosseum was outside of that summoning ticket? Ujibuki was going to turn everything in the Colosseum into summoning Beelzebub. Summoning luck? Yes. This is great. It's not far from the Forbidden Forest. It's a good place too. Ujibuji swayed. But it's strange. The summoning was successful last time. But there was no sound. Forest Guard, he shouldn't have such great ability. In addition to flies, fly clones, and refills, the skill bar has been updated with Summon Plague. But it still retains the existence of? Liu soon understood that the Ujibuji behind him was still a clone. The moment he saw the wall of the Demon King's city, Liu knew that the game might involve the library. This was a gamble. And it would allow Okabuki's summoning to be successful. Who? Ha ha. The velvet-robed skeleton started to laugh. My cocoon's entertainment, the dead head buzzing in the Tomb of Light, the plague. The bat was... Oh! Remember? Your question just now. The skeleton in the velvet robe asked, pointing his bony finger at Zhongrui's cloth-bag body. You really want to summon Lidric back? But being careless will contribute to the red and white plague. In that game, you have to be cautious and cautious. That sober account becomes more and more ridiculous the more you calculate it. Zhongrui could even imagine the shape of that material. Why are you talking so little nonsense? The velvet-robed skeleton pressed the invitation ticket and had no choice. A bet or a bet? The flies in Ujibuji's body squirmed. And just as one more fly fell out, he suddenly saw the inner wall of the Demon King's city open, revealing dozens of cannon ports. Is this a bet? Ada was able to control her rays. Once you have basically reached a low-level demon, the material output rate will become very low. As a quasi-demon level Okabuki, you will probably be disappointed when you kill it. The bats were still licking leisurely, and the forest in the night sky suddenly became less restless. Provocation being a provocation, Ujibuji still flashed a hospitality coupon in his mind. Although the specific amount was vague, Liu still got some information. Wait a minute. You don't have any grudges? Does he want to earn some summoning luck with you? Does he want you to lose? Just plus 4,444. Zhongrui is also sure. If Zhongrui's summoning was successful, Liu would be able to obtain the corresponding summoning luck to summon this absolutely neutral soul. The first material drop, that is not Okabuki, is the voice of greed. You want to ask him. The velvet-robed skeleton drew out his voice, and the last sound reached the end of the analysis regression bar. Your summons. Of course your bet will succeed. Ha ha ha. Ujibuji slapped the table, and the bet was established. After the bet is over and the outcome is discussed, you kill me. Looking at everything in Shilu, the only thing you can control the outcome is probably that. Even if we win, as long as we kill that Ujibuki, the Colosseum will be wiped out? Chapter 445. Never play a fair game. Bite my dwarf butt. Why are you so anxious? During the Big Red period, you have to wake up people and blast some bats with cannons. In the library and workshop, there was a domino beside the copper ladle, and the pituitary gland was connected to the eye of distortion. While observing the situation on the outer wall of the Demon King city, he directed little Harry to aim among the dominoes. The scene that Eggy, the Lord of Authority in the library, saw in the casino was projected. Everything Ajibuki looked at was observed simultaneously by copper ladles to avoid possible blind spots. In order to increase the killing range, you need to raise the shooting angle. Do you need me to teach you? Tom Lau muttered. Don't think it's great because you can shoot accurately. There are still things you need to learn about SH. Ling. A lot of. The master's request is to eliminate all living things on the outer wall. Even the corpses must be blown up. The greedy flies must not be given any parasitic targets. What's the use of just killing bats? Don't you care about those little bugs floating in the air? Following Tom Lau's words, artillery fire baptized the outer wall of the Demon King city and spread towards the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, the ranger acted quickly. The forest exposed to Okabuki's perspective surged instantly, wrapping all birds, insects, beasts and demons, and withdrew from the land next to the outer wall. Tong Lao never thought that one day the forest would be able to escape so fast. You hate flies the most. Big Liu said, staring at the flying red fly. During the feast, the 8 sons of demons were all present. They knew that the small pieces of flesh and blood of the god of faith had been divided between Memphisius, the demon king and us, and little Haliki only used rays to pick up some leaks. For a time, Summoning Limited was close to victory. The red fly on the lower floor of the library finally found its target, and shot directly until he used cochlea. But everything is far from finished. What did he do to my cocoon? Of course little Haliki was furious. But the summoning time limit was too late. I had no time to pay attention to the skeleton making hollow laughter aside, but rushed behind the gambling table, holding the dice with both hands. I just escaped from the holy city. After eating a few mouthfuls of blood, I want to drag you into power? Ha ha ha. Deng Zexiaji laughed slowly, and took out a chainmail cloth bag from outside his body despite the air waves and artillery fire, worn under the body. From a close distance, Li Yu saw Lulu Feifei, Galaric, and Min Minhua were running over after receiving the news. He knew that none of us had any way to stop the red fly. Do they think he will lose? Little Haliki opened a few holes in the bag in front of his head while breaking it, and smiled ferociously at the skeleton. You are the gambling devil, little Haliki. You always play fair games. Kill. The exploding lava swallowed Liu's body, rolled over, and smashed the red fly into pieces. The skeleton in the velvet robe opened his velvet robe, and his whole body was covered with shadows. The muzzle of the bone conduction cannon protruded from the shadow, and it directly hit the little Haliki, who was cheating behind the gambling table, along with the buzzing of flies. The air below seemed to be stirred into a vortex, pulling Deng Zai tightly. Little Haliki lost that round, and was engulfed by artillery fire. He was blown up into a tattered cloth bag. The flies in the cloth bag crawled around among the lava, ice spikes and electric shocks, falling off, dying and reborn. Blood that turned into mud was smeared all over his body. In the casino, the moment the flies disappeared from his body, Ajibuki saw the bats on the outer wall being shattered by gunfire, and lava hanging on the outer wall, burning all living things. It was under the killing cup that the library annihilated the Jackal family and obtained the Staff of Deception. At that time, little Haliki was coveted for a long time, and even wanted to snatch it on the spot. I picked up the craftsman's sledgehammer and hit it hard on Huai's buttocks. Dandan has not joined the battle group yet. Little Haliki's thoughts change from time to time, and it is difficult to twist. It takes all his strength to control the red fly that is hovering 2 meters away from Liu. And next to the bone conduction cannon, the craftsman apprentice with a slightly smaller head is holding a bone bullet and loading ammunition. Little Haliki's red fly was placed in the exact spot. It was like a piece of metal plague, eating away at each other with the flies. But there is no time limit for gambling. As a result, the magic of the library quickly diminished. Of course, the artillery fire from the velvet-robed skeleton would stop. At the same time, the egg body appeared from the skeleton in his arms, and the holes under Deng Zexiaji's body were smashed away. The particles also mixed with the flies and insects. Now that the red fly has been flying for so long, and there is no feedback about the red and white plague, little Haliki certainly realizes that he has been deceived. A noodle man wearing chain mail and 8 human legs. The once plump little Haliki had lost weight due to gunfire, shadows and particles, and now resembled a noodle man. Is it leftovers? Deng Zai interrupted little Haliki. The ones who do good things to you and bad things outside the forbidden forest will be them too. This summons victory. Amidst the gunfire, the dice still announced the result of that round. Bite your human ass. Li realized that he had become the target of flies again and spouted dirty words. The gambling table and dice were destroyed by all the gunfire, and the amount of Deng Zai's hospitality coupons slowly reached minus 40,000. Compared with the state of little Haliki, it was nothing to worry about. A sum of 260,000 yuan worth of summoning luck was placed under Harry, and was reflected in the status bar with thick white writing. Cheat. The gambling demon spent very little effort rolling the dice. Now is the best time to do it. And if he does it again, it is very likely that Liu will be parasitized by flies. The cost of deceiving the Lord of Authority is very low. And if I find out, the lie will be torn apart in an instant. In the projection, a red particle floated to the head of the craftsman's apprentice. Deng Zexiaji stared at Liu. It's them who belong to my demon cocoon. Hee hee. Hee hee. With all of them fighting like that. Little Haliki certainly recalled every bit of what happened under the killing cup, and also recognized the 8 sons of the devil. Dandan realized that Deng Zai's life was at stake, and that there was no need to waste any nonsense. He started directly. Ha ha. Enough. Enough. This is enough. He is enough too. Little Haliki roared, pointing at Dandan, who was controlling the staff of deception. What they ate was just the scraps that fell on the table. What's outside your stomach is. Deng Zexiaji retreated under the gunfire, but the shadows in the ground also stopped contaminating my body downwards. Little Haliki had 8 white human legs, and his chainmail was ineffective in resisting the fire from the bone conduction cannon. The dead head is up to something. The body shrunk slightly, and a small number of flies died in the bag. Little Haliki forcefully moved the dice, changing the angle of the scene projected by the gaming table. Just like that, Little Haliki stood up. He dares to use the staff of deception to deceive you. He dares. Harry simultaneously asked Dandan to use the staff of deception to provide Liu with insurance. The magic power originally intended to deceive the casino was slightly consumed at this time, blurring Deng Zexiaji's understanding of the projection. And when Deng Zexiaji turned his gaze to the forest above, the trees slid out of sight like an incoming tide, as if he had guessed what the king of the Colosseum was thinking. They think they can hurt you if they win the bet? You'll be more satisfied then. Little Haliki slapped his mail butt. Your plague will sweep through the library. Ha ha ha. And when all that fell outside Liu's eyes, what he saw was a red fly appearing inexplicably in the air, buzzing and circling 2 meters away from him, seeming to outline the shape of a human head. His field of vision turned slightly. Just now, he could only look down at the inner wall and part of the forbidden forest. Now he could see more than a dozen bone conduction cannons standing in the open inner wall. Chapter 446, Be My Pet. Huh? You actually committed suicide? What a good way. You raised a good pet. Ajibuji praised Harry's reaction. The artillery fire became more intense and targeted. Ajibuji's 6 legs moved together, but they were severely pulled by the shadow and temporarily unable to move forward. However, although the fierce offensive in the first round caused great damage to the bags and flies, Ajibuki's strength increased dramatically after putting on the chain armor. This body, which the Gamble family had worked so hard to build, made the king of the Colosseum powerful again. Even though Liu really wanted to call Dandan back to check whether little Harry could still be rescued, he had no choice but to owe the casino a lot for 1 round of bombardment. The original amount was also attributed to his own summoning luck, and he could not leave before the next recharge. Casino. We can only deal with Ijibuji first. Liu summoned more bone conduction cannons and bone seas, and the petrified light was mixed with tentacles, electric horns, demon wolf fangs, lava. The balls cooperated, washing Ijibuji's body like taking out garbage. Liu even used a large string of nightmare pupils to hypnotize hundreds of flies in an instant. Except for the withering thorn. All the sensors were used by Liu and Dandan. However, this small amount did not have a big impact in front of Ijibuji's body. A little less. No wonder the artillery attack, combined with Sea of Bones, Freeze Frame, Thorn of Withering, did not inflict fatal damage to Steelage Huntler's clone of Yusheng Quanji during the fight should have died several times long ago. What to do? Run away? Harry is dead. Is there anyone who can defeat me? The smile on Yusheng Quanji's face gradually solidified. Zijia asked Dandan. The effect of the financial support gradually appeared. And if the fight continued? Let alone killing Steely. Even escaping would be a problem. Tell Tom to bring the H.L. fire and light it under your body. You guys will burn me to death. That way, It would be even more daring for Eggy to touch it. The skeleton shared the idea with Shadow and Eggy, following Shadow's instructions to avoid possible footprints and swarms of flies. Is that all? His bones are getting dirtier and dirtier. Huh? Are you rich? Steely was happy again. Where is Bitterberg? Do I know they are coming to trouble you? If you want to call me out, can we talk about it together? They stretched longer and longer, and Qishang stepped on everything outside the room, leaving a footprint every time he stepped on it. After that, I can cheat for 1 round. And the rest, I can cheat for a moment. Zijia admitted that idea. The footprints are insect eggs, and their birth is the color of red and white, squeezing the white of the shadow. The freeze frame was successful, and Baby Ujibu's brain was bleeding. The 8 demon sons took the time to dismantle Yusheng Quanji's lock. Yusheng broke off 8 pitch-white human legs, and even inserted the muzzle of the bone conduction cannon into my cloth bag, leaving the body open. Dandan found the line that represented Steely's understanding of the amount, and instantly dyed it red. The bad news is that Steely's remaining amount is not so small that he can't fight. The good news is that Zijia now owes the casino a lot of money. That's the casino, and the amount of money will affect the demon's weakness. What is this thing in my magic cocoon? Baby Okib was still unrecognizable, and Steel also recognized the later Demon King. There are so many bad things in their library, although its brains were mixed together at this time. Yu Sheng deconstructed its structure and combined the brain and hand areas of the 2 magics into one, trying to use the freeze frame it had used against Steely. It became, at a certain moment, Zijia handed out the Thorn of Withering, and the death intention wrapped around Stilky's head and neck. Yu Sheng felt that there was no need to answer, and he was gradually adapting to the new success rate of action prediction, and found some new feelings in fighting with Yusheng Quanji. Can I still cheat? The shadow is still outside Steelky's body, and the particles and flies are entangled back and forth, trying to use new methods to change the situation of the battle. And I forgot to tell them that even if I commit suicide, it will still be useful. Their fate line is not involved in that. It is not involved in the Hall of Destiny. Yusheng Quanji gave up his head to get rid of the spreading death intention, and laughed at the same time. You guys immobilize me and kill me. 1 moment is enough. Flies continue to die and be reborn, under the protection of chain mail. Okabuki's body barely reached a certain balance. I never thought that one day Shadow would also fall ill. What if he is rich? Yusheng finally asked the most critical question. The shadow has not yet completely embedded in Yusheng Quanji's body, and cannot touch the footprints. Ha ha ha. Are you angry? Is that an important person in your library? No way. He's obviously a human. Even worse than an ant, with a miss rate of nearly 70%. Stilky's movements are no longer so difficult to grasp, whether it is a swarm of flies rushing in or a sudden burst of red flies. Yusheng can predict it in time and call it. Eggy ducks. Steelky was so confident that his 8 human legs instantly made hundreds of footprints. A lava bomb exploded in Ying's egg-shell, as if a piece of concrete was stuffed into a cloth bag. Steelky's body suddenly swelled. Small pieces of flies died, and all the holes in the bag glowed red. Eggy was very angry. 18,000. Then it makes sense to put it together. Please change your mind. After all, they kneeled down to beg you. Just talk to them. Ha ha ha. It's just in time. It's too troublesome, and will expose your trump card. Dandan rummaged through Steely's thousands of thoughts to know which one to touch. The footprints gradually made the 8 demon sons' operating area larger and larger. Dandan urged Zijia to redeem some materials to increase the size of Bone River with Suo Yusheng's protection and Fly's counterattack. Bone River was much smaller than before it was over. Seriously? Let's take these 8 as your pets. Right? You'll be promoted in no time. Not to mention the library, the Colosseum, the casino, or the treasury. You can get them all. No one can stop your birth. No one can hinder the spread of the plague. No one can snatch. You're fighting. Beast. Field. Steel laughed loudly. Yusheng Quan baby. Before being frozen once, Yusheng Quanji actually became a little calmer. Zijia said, taking out a baby from outside the shadow space. There will be no more gambling games happening in the library in the future. They are finished. They will be devoured by your plague. Their skeletons can't form an alliance with the library, so they can't bring you to the Colosseum to develop together. Anyway, there is no rule that only one demon can be the devil. The shadow body and egg body are less affected by the insect tide. But these 8 white human legs are very safe, and have no tendency to gradually run away from Yusheng Quanji. Zijia pulled out the ridge bone made of Lamont's holy whip from the shadow, and whipped it towards the egg in the middle of Steelkey's body. Skalrik. It is indeed him. He is dead. Let him die that time. Stop you. The hospitality ticket outside Steelkey's belly exploded. The bag broke free from the restraints of the freeze magic, and the flies resumed action. At the same time, Baby Okib's head cracked, and the freeze frame was interrupted. Steely's body dispersed to dissolve the explosion, and then got back in. The human legs that had just been broken were reconnected by the swarm of flies. Steelkey chattered, and the flies beneath him swarmed like a tide, trying their best to get rid of the control of shadows and particles. Zijia tried to kill the flies growing from the footprints, but when he touched them, the shadows became itchy, disordered, and even oozed thick white slurry, showing no signs of breaking. Among the remaining magic spells of Baby Okib, there is no retrospection magic targeting Steely. In the Holy City, after its death, freeze magic was used, the flies dispersed and reunited, and Zijia finally saw the amount under Steel's hospitality coupon. Chapter 447 The Summoning Luck of 260,000. Buzz. The holy whip hit the balls, and shattered the flies on the ground. Ajabuki's body exploded from a proud balloon into a mess of rags. The flies' compound eyes, bodies, and wings were shattered at the same time. The particles on the egg body dispersed into countless metal lines at the moment they were hit by the holy whip, with Ujibuji as the center. They swirled outwards. In the end, a very regular snail shape was formed, sweeping away the cloth bags, chainmail and dark human legs. At the same time, Bone Sea also wiped out all the footprints in the surrounding area at the moment Ujibuji was deceived. Although large areas of self-healing bones become diseased, proliferate, and decay, they soon return to their original glory. As for the scattered flies scattered in the room, they were crushed into pulp by the shadow. How? I obviously won. The king of the Colosseum's hospitality coupon also dropped to 0 at this moment. The casino did nothing but became an absolute winner. Okabuki died. No material dropped. The Devil's Manual did not pop up a prompt for a successful kill, and the Devil's points were still 4. Obviously, this is a clone of Ujibuji in the casino. The 3 Devil's Sons used all their abilities, and could only solve one of them in a head-on battle. But the spirits of the Devil's Sons were high. After all, this is Okabuki enhanced by casinos. Without the support of hundreds of thousands, Liu felt that he would have a great chance of winning in a 3-on-1 match. However, we must also consider whether Ujibuji has a fighting style such as combining, or whether he has a more powerful cloth bag body. Anyway, I won this time. One ma. Because the Colosseum is out of money. Are you okay? Inging rolled to the side of Shadow and asked Liu. The shadows were speckled and oozing white liquid, and Liu kept twisting the shadows to fight against the red and white plague. It's okay. Just give me some time. Liu instructed Dandan to force himself to heal. What is that? Dandan ran to the spiral-shaped egg body and rubbed it with his brain. Maybe it's your mature body? Inging was beaten into a spiral shape by the holy whip. Everything was determined by the body. At that time, all he could think about was shocking Ajabuji to death. After a whip, the egg body returned to its previous round shape. Let's change back. Dandan heard mature body and immediately didn't want to stay in his head anymore. After the battle just now, Dandan found that he still instinctively resisted Brain Spirit's fighting method. If you can't rush in and collide, what's a fight? Who doesn't want to change back? Liu also realized that in the battle just now, the shadow body he controlled was actually far less powerful than the shadow himself in the past. I guess the shadow in the egg also noticed it. No matter when you change back. Before that, you must try to deconstruct as much as possible. Inging is very strict. Okay. Although Liu was looking forward to changing back to his body, he had to admit the convenience of the shadow while he was talking in the room. He was already spitting out the king's electric horn in the shadow space. Inging and Dandan took the king's electronic horn in a tacit understanding, projected it back into the shadow space, threw it into the hospitality coupons, and tried their best to help Liu pay off his debt. How is the library? Liu asked Dandan as he was unable to leave the casino for the time being. Finally, he had to face Harry's fate. See for yourself. Dandan relayed the message to Liu. The outer wall of the upper floor of the library has been closed. Next to the dozen or so bone conduction cannons on display, Galaric, Minnie, and the brains gathered around a pool of magma, trying to stack the remaining Harrys together. The door was opening, and it seemed like they were going to find Tom and Copper Spoon to try to see if there was any other way. But Liu has realized that Harry will not survive. A gambling game far away in a casino resulted in the death of an apprentice craftsman in the library. The battle with the devil was so unreasonable. Although he received summoning luck equivalent to 260,000 yuan and eliminated a clone of Ajibuki, which slowed down his pace of spreading the plague. He also emptied the Colosseum's family fortune as he wished. But when the three demon sons saw this scene in the library, they couldn't be happy. Are you ready to leave? At the door, the figure of the red-robed priest Adna appeared. The casino gambler fled the game when the fight began and didn't return until it was over. Well, the goal has been achieved. Let's leave after paying off the debt. Liu stared at the amount on the hospitality coupon, waiting for it to return to zero from the long series of negative numbers. The casino's debt seemed to be more reasonable than the businessman's, and it would not be impossible to repay the debt with interest. And you, are you still going to sacrifice yourself? Liu asked Adna. Of course. After Adna said that, she picked up a shattered wooden thorn on the ground and inserted it directly into her throat. There was no bleeding. Adna was like a nail inserted into a crack in the wall. Her body suddenly shrunk and turned into a red coin. The coin is engraved with a worm. At the same time, Liu's debt increased again, amounting to 100,000. His magic cocoon. As expected, he still wants me to pay for it. Liu increased the size of the exchange for the king's electric horn to speed up the repayment of the debt. Fortunately, he got a lot of ill will from the battle with Okabuki. Otherwise, just paying off the debt would be enough to give the devil's son a headache. Can this coin summon old fart? Dandan stuffed the coin into his brain groove and kept it well to avoid accidentally dropping it into the shadow space. She said she could. Is it possible? Liu put on the skeleton skin in the velvet robe again to cover the gurgling white liquid and cracks on the shadow's body, so as to prevent the shadow from feeling distressed. After all, I am just a corner of the big altar. In the casino, Liu, who had just killed Ajibuki's clone and destroyed all the underwear in the Colosseum, was deconstructing the coin and suddenly realized that he seemed to have come into contact with the inner circle of Demon King City. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Even in the corner of the high altar, the former devil's son asked for help in questioning the devil's mentor. The king of the Colosseum was also shocked to death by a snail. It may be difficult to hide in the shadow of the library and stir up trouble. Not to mention the distance. The fate of the three devil sons has been connected to the casino. And the dreams of joy have also spread to the library. Plus the contract with the forest guard. The coveting of the Colosseum. Everything is gradually becoming uncontrollable. When that old fart is summoned, what are you going to eat? Dandan has no brains now. But he already wants to order food. We don't necessarily need to summon Minto. If the summoning luck we won is useful, we don't want to see him. Inging is not as obsessed as Dandan. First of all, because Inging's study of promotion is already clear. There are no additional problems. Secondly, the chaos flower in the feast gave Inging a great sense of uneasiness. Apparently, Minto also needed a source. The Demon King's mentor is willing to share the source of information with Dandan. But this does not mean that he will not pull out the source of information from the shadow body and suck it himself. Especially when Liu's shadow body is infected with the plague and needs a lot of time to heal itself. Some time has passed since the feast, and no one can tell whether the big guys have eaten enough. I hope that the summoning luck of 260,000 will not disappoint us, and we can summon an absolutely neutral soul. Liu looked at the summoning luck in the status bar, then looked at the 4 demon points obtained during this trip, and looked forward to the result of tomorrow's summoning. Oops. I forgot one thing. I forgot to ask her how to use this summoning luck. Liu was not sure whether each summoning would consume a certain amount of summoning luck, or whether it would hang there from now on and be valid forever. Adna must know. I know how to use it. The room suddenly tumbled, the 6 walls flowing and twisting, as if something was trying to get out. Parsing, 2%. A prompt pops up from the devil's manual. Hey, you're already here, and you want to leave without saying age. Low? Chapter 448, Destiny Dice. As someone from the demon cocoon, I know that this matter is not that simple. Liu helplessly spread his hands. The 6 walls moved together, and 6 points were drilled out on each side. The entire room seemed to have become the inside of a dice, with a total of 21 points facing the 3 sons of the devil. Yes, the devil's son has come and brought a new destiny. How could I not make some time to come back and take a look? At 21 o'clock, 3 voices mixed together, speaking to the 3 devil's sons. The person speaking was of course the Lord of Authority in the casino and the main pillar of the Demon King City. Destiny dice. Of course you have to come back and say low. After all, we made so much money for you during this trip. Liu felt no malice, and his tone was relatively relaxed. But in fact, Liu searched for his own shadow, and couldn't find any safe way to escape. The final trump card is the Devil's Root. Because of the curse, Liu didn't want to come back to the casino. So he didn't mark it once he marked it. He would have to come back within 3 months. Otherwise Huntler of the 8th level would be summoned. Just think about it. Trouble. But the emergence of the fate dice changed the status quo. Regardless of whether the dice is malicious or not, there is nothing wrong with leaving a way out. Parsing, 7%. Liu thought for a moment and imagined a local demon born from the mouth of the abyss. A simple brain spirit whose body was taken away by an alien soul. And a sparred larva summoned from wandering the universe. You guessed it. We all come from another world. And we even directly changed his destiny. Just as the 8 people were getting rid of their bad mood and preparing to leave the casino, they suddenly discovered that there was a devilish language written on the dice points under the open wall. Who do they want to summon? The secret is that it's the Skeleton King. There's still time for their fates to intersect. As the master of authority, Destiny Dice certainly knows everything that happens outside the casino, including Fancy Angruji's nagging. You want to be suspicious. You are the same as us. The fate dice also said who we are. You just want to talk to them less for a while, so that your destiny will be closer. Do you have any other intentions? The weakness of the Destiny dice was clearly visible. Liu knew from analyzing the regression that the chance of winning was low. Once he sensed the kindness, he could only send out 4 points at once and summon some alien demons for the Destiny dice to play with. Liu recalled the conversation between Destiny dice and Ujibuji that he had reviewed in the side account, realizing it was now absolutely certain that the brains and eggs outside the room came from the small continent of Chaos. Well, the casino always wins. Liu spread his hands. Stop talking nonsense. What does he want? Fortunately, the casino is not a dream. It actually exists. Liu decisively left a mark when the Devil's Illustrated book popped up. When Destiny Dice talked about that incident, his tone turned out to be very sincere. It was only then that 10% of the analysis was done, and it was completely possible to induce qualitative change. But it was still far away. Fan Xiang decided to start the demon route when the amount reached 0. But after that, he had to continue chatting with Destiny Dice. Destiny will ask you to meet again. And after that, you must keep enough distance. Blackjack disappeared from the 8 walls, and the fate dice left at once. The amount under the hospitality coupon was not more than 7 digits. And Fan Xiang felt that perhaps there were so few topics that he could not support himself until he finished analyzing the fate dice. Liu felt inexplicably that maybe his analysis action attracted the attention of Destiny Dice. Parsing, 9%. You are worried. And you also plan to summon the Skeleton King. Liu was too lazy to think about the riddle of the fate dice. How do you know? The room shook as the fate dice laughed. You are a dice and an hourglass. Although Fan Xiang felt that it might be deceiving him, he was not feeling inexplicably depressed. I'm dead. Destiny Dice's answer was very direct. It's bad. They have paid off their debts and can't leave. Destiny opened a wall and prepared to see off the guests. I can feel something. Destiny Dice shook his body, and the room shook accordingly. But don't worry. This intersection is very boring. It is definitely in line with their imagination. But it is not very reasonable. The destinies of the 8 of them are intertwined with a very spectacular future. You really can't imagine what would happen if there was one less. When will you die? Ujibuji once jokingly said that the target of the summons of the 8 ancestors of the 7th generation of skeletons was Lidrick in his dream. Generally speaking, after analyzing a certain demon, Fan Xiang spontaneously wants to kill it. What's in your heart is gone. Liu also thought that he would say such a thing in his heart. Parsing, 5%. The summoning luck will respond to the host's will, and will take effect every time a summoning action occurs, bringing summons that meet the host's needs. These are the parting words of Destiny Dice. There was no silence in the room. Liu realized that Destiny's words were not aimed at the Devil's Illustrated book. He is saying that you and the Skeleton King will not have a fateful intersection? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you pay back the money. The logic of the Destiny Dice is very strange. Being eligible to repay the debt is actually the grace in its forehead. Liu stopped thinking. Liu was sure that it was his own misunderstanding. He always felt that the communication with Destiny Dice was not as straightforward as Bauer's. Not too convoluted, but as direct as Ujibuji's. That's enough for now. If we get closer, you might become hostile. The fate die was very unmeasured. As long as you pay off your debts, and don't conflict with the casino's rules, you should be able to leave through the devil's route. And summoning luck can be used once and for all, as long as his thoughts are strong enough. Destiny Dice seemed to sense Liu's mood, and his tone changed slightly, becoming more direct. Oh yes. How to use it? Since Destiny Dice was so talkative, Fan Xiang walked slowly, hoping to pry out some information. Before exchanging souls, it would be damning if you could see the ambiguous destiny. Fan Xiang originally wanted to ask about the fate of the library, but he immediately knew that asking was in vain. The library was closely related to him, and the answer would be another riddle. Thank you. Liu had a habit of revealing some skeletons unintentionally. Are you thinking of another devil's son from another world? The fate die was satisfied. The 1 point raised twice, pointing to Dandan and Ying respectively. Except for Ying, Dandan and the library, the analytical regression rate is fixed at 9%. Tied with Demon King Minto's 7.1% and Boa's 17%. The 8 demon sons have not yet formed a habit. Usually, Liu is responsible for negotiating at that time. What will be the fate of this Okabuki? Sure enough, it's just like the rumors. All 8 of them are polite. The 8 walls turned, and the fate dice changed positions to chat. Has he seen through it all? You don't have anything bad to say about it. Fan Xiang is good at telling riddles, preludes and idioms, and guessing what's on his mind with fate dice. What do you think? Does he want to know how to use summoning luck? The 21 o'clock chimes, and the destiny dice looks concerned. If it's still enough, I can only try summoning Minto to test my feelings for Dandan. Could it be that after the analysis is completed, you will find that the drop of the fate die is not a big surprise? Chapter 449. Pay attention to the time. Watch the time. The parting words of Destiny Dice are of course a riddle, which makes your eyes hurt just by reading it. It's a pity that Liu thought about it subconsciously after seeing it all. Pay attention to the time. Pay attention to what time? Should I not kill Ujibuji without killing him? Or should I not be too hasty? Or, does this time refer to a certain existence? Like Steel Baby? This guy once stole a lot of libraries, and the time of the Devil's Son, and almost rebelled at the banquet, and snatched the shadow. Looking back at the times around us that deserved the most attention, Baby Steel was the most likely. After all, that was the previous generation of Demon King. Tong Lao said discouraged words, but the beating in his hand did not stop. Brother, they were right to do that. They needed to lie to you. Lulu stood up from the queue of many. The 8 Devil's Sons stole Ada's coins, and Tom also destroyed the Devil's Beacon just placed there, giving up the idea of returning to the casino. The chain reaction caused by the embezzlement of power in Demon King City is about to come, and Tom will also receive less attention and hatred. How is it? Tom flashed to us. The many surrounded the scholar Lu Yuan and the craftsman's copper ladle, crying at the top of their lungs. It may be that no companions have really died outside the library for too long. Even if the brain spirit and skeleton warrior are seriously injured, they will come back to life on the 7th day. So the minis are used to that kind of scene. Scholar Harry gave suggestions, and prepared to make a new Big Liu according to Tom's ideas. Tong Lao said, taking out the spine of the metal demon that was summoned later from the tool bag. Various devices below are connected to the nerves. If you follow the instructions, you should be able to make a new body. The gambling table had been blown away by the air wave. When Tom came back, he was at the edge of the bathing pool. He saw the sweet potato heads, brains and skeletons moving around on the side of the bone conduction cannon, and heard wailing sounds. Which one is right? Lulu and Feifei sensed Tom's emotions and asked. Hope suddenly rekindled. I am so brave. Well, be careful. Fate. Tom agreed with Ying's conclusion. You guys agreed to fight flies together. But the thought was suddenly interrupted by a loud voice. You do need to learn to accept death. But if you can die, you must die, Tom said, raising a shadow hand. This does not mean that it cannot be assumed that the secrets in the happy room, the casino, and the forbidden forest cannot be leaked. It's not feasible. Copper ladle. He knocked up this piece of lava. There is little brain left in this piece. He's right. Of course. Tom pulled out some shadows that were not contaminated by the plague, hugged Lulu tightly, and retreated to hug the big guy who was hiding. Especially now that he has not nearly faced Liu Shuangji in the open and faced the king of the Colosseum. And Bauer, Destiny and the Forester have not yet known Tom's goal. Tom found some new uses for the remaining magic in Baby Okibu's head. And I found something else in its brain. Liu used his shadow to break open the flesh buds on Baby Steel's head, and at the same time moved the pointer underneath it. After a long time, this matter will be known to everyone. After tearing up the invitation ticket, the 8 demons return to the simple gambling table at the bottom of the library. Baby Steel has remnants of the retrospection and freeze-frame magic aimed at Okabuki. If used properly, it can indeed be a knife that kills Okabuki, regardless of the topic of comfort. Ying and Dandan are both good at it, and they both stood aside in silence at this moment. Tom Lao. Lu Yun, please, help me. After forcibly freezing a Jibuji once, Baby Steel looked like he was dying again. The brains mixed with the white pulp of the shadow body made Liu itchy. Are you right, brother? Lulu's expression was weak, but her movements were begging Shadow for a hug. You, Fei Fei and part of Mini Mini have all been inlaid with brain spirit pituitary glands. You have the least inlays, so you can naturally receive some scattered thoughts through the pituitary gland network. It's so easy to use. Outside the Demon King's city, there were too few things to pay attention to. Knowing that Liu's death was a hard thing to accept, Tom saw the minis crying and wanted to find a way to comfort us. When Tom heard Lu Yun's heart, he suddenly thought of something. Harry also came to a conclusion that was better than nothing. You're such a mini for crying, Lulu scolded. Now that my brother is fighting in there, he won't die during the battle. He wants to think that he is weak, and you can't live forever. You have seen it from the bottom of the book. You should all learn to accept death. Lulu's voice was very low, and the minis cried even harder when they heard death. But now, my body and brain have exploded. Are you from the Holy See, and can you help me bring me back to life? If it can be proven that Lu Yun's soul is still there, maybe you can't check that there is no way to summon the soul. Then you can't sacrifice a certain brain spirit as a medium, and use some knowledge about necromancy to bring Liu to life. The soul rests and recedes. Just keep this. It's just a line of words. Right or wrong. Believe it or not. You're just out there, Ying said, using particles to erase the writing on the wall. It's okay to kill, but it's a pity. Liu deconstructed the words on the wall, then filled the baby's forehead with shadows. Savoring it. You have to help me. Instead, you are dragging me down. Lulu clenched her big fist. Lu Yun died today, and you may die tomorrow. You must be weak, or kill it. Dandan sensed Liu's fear of Steel's baby. Anyway, we already know everything we need to know about the ragbag. The minis showed relaxed expressions, and the sadness caused by Liu's death finally faded away. Compared with those things, pay attention to time is so weightless. Like a piece of bone hanging under the devil's ribbon. Heavy and fluttering. Only then did Tom realize that the dwarf was just showing off to the minis. Where's your sword? What's going on? It's already like that. What else can you do? Tom Lao answered Tom with his mouth, fearing that the big sweet potatoes would hear him. If you still have your brain, maybe you can still use that and give it a try. Lulu seemed to be too good at speaking, and her logical connection was very tight. But the minis all backed away after hearing this, and the copper ladle also placed the big tool hammer in relief. Liu is going to die. That's right. Tom touched Lulu and Fei Fei's heads hard. According to your observation, Liu should be dead. Or make a fake one. Minis and minis should tell the difference. Liu, Ying and Dandan looked at each other and quickly took out the baby to take a look. That demon is very good at stealing. If you spend less time deconstructing it, you can still steal useless things at any time like these thieves. Tom did not relax for a moment in deconstructing the things around him, including the descendant demon King Uji. Boo baby. Lu Yun and Tong Piao sat next to the lava that had not yet solidified. One was flipping through the book, observing and reasoning, while the other was hammering with an external tool. If the summoning luck doesn't work, there is no need to go back to the casino. If the summoning luck works, it makes sense to come back. Chapter 450 Resurrection. Brother is asking you. Where is his sword? Lulu turned around and asked Dandan. Huh? Dandan has become accustomed to wearing human skin, which gives him a sense of security. He also has some language habits of skeletons. Bone sword. Li Ying stretched out his hand and pulled Skorik's bone sword directly from Dandan's thigh. You just said that we can try to summon the soul, and then use some kind of medium to stuff Harry's soul into it? Liu asked Tom while holding the bone sword. The premise is that if it can be proved that the soul is still there. Tom was still very rigorous. If the soul is still there, I should be able to bring Harry back. Liu stared at the summoning luck in his status bar, recalling what the fate dice said, and felt that he was summoning a lost human soul. or the soul of a demon pet, there should be a chance. What's more, Harry just died not long ago, so he shouldn't have gone far. Right? Then what? What is our medium? Of course Liu had constructed a soul altar, but the magic on it was completely incomprehensible. So Liu did not intend to use the brain spirit as a medium. Tom, Ying and Dandan were standing in the open space behind the test bench. Tom was holding a bone sword, determined to smear some blood on the ground to draw a magic circle or something. Harry recited the incantation, and he was relatively proficient at it. But as the incantation appeared word by line in his study notes, Harry's pronunciation slowly became unintentional, and Liu's mood began to change. Ying was about to explode Raymond's head with an egg. But suddenly, there was a sound of kicking the door. Zeltawar, you have to find a way to adapt your body to that soul. Liu had no doubt or hesitation. Look, you've found an answer that's wrong. Former newsboy Liu, craftsman apprentice Liu, with the blessing of 260,000 yuan of summons. A man wearing glasses, who has been in danger for many years, appeared in the laboratory. Even if there are no risks, you are summoning Du Fu, a human soul, and Rain Man is still weaker than the otherworldly demons you summoned. Du Fu knows where to get the knowledge of the dead. Is it less? Asked Tom. Just like inserting one maze into another, Du Fu used magic medicine to regress and reconstruct Liu's soul, while Tom was responsible for the reconstruction of Rain Man's corpse and the inlay of the two. Now that there is no medium, and you are not sure about summoning Liu's soul, the only thing left is how to place Liu's soul into Rain Man's body. Now there's probably no worse way to use it. The summoning luck of 260,000 really made everything end accurately. Come on. He will teach you how to push back. Du Fu communicated closely with Harry. The difficulty lies in how to sense Liu's soul regardless of whether he passes it or not. The feedback of the bone sword and the perception of Dandan can provide very good help. In Harry's idea, he would first use potions to open certain organs of Rain Man's corpse, and then use the necromancy spells that I was still unfamiliar with to knead Du Fu's soul into a shape that was not properly placed. In summary, you think the risk is controllable. It's Raymond who's coming back. Is it Liu? Rain Man's movements stopped abruptly. Our medium. Tom realized that Liu didn't want to use his brain, so he opened his notes and looked for inspiration from the inventory of the library. For some time to come, you may have to cast spells every day to weaken the fusion of the corpse and the soul. So, Harry quickly talked about the precautions before the operation. When everything was ready, Du Fu raised his sword and silently recited Liu 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 without firing the ode of the dead. But when I finished speaking, the batten on the front pillar of Raymond shook. All the binding lines were torn off, and the body stood up. And it is certain that Liu became the Rain Man. It was so difficult to die before. Wait a minute. Come to your place. Harry asked Xiao Jia to move. With the embedding of Liu's soul, Rain Man's body began to squirm in subtle ways, especially the brain grooves, which seemed to deepen and become less three-dimensional. And the body also stopped trembling. Tom separated the batten by the way, and the broken part was reinforced with self-healing bone. Even if you go outside to find your brain, playing some novel tricks will indeed excite the demons. But Tom still needs to ensure the level of danger. What's more, the brain spirit is now a member of the library. Although life is relatively difficult, and not even as nourishing as the evil horned beasts, there is no need to kill a brain spirit to save a craftsman apprentice. Du Fu apologized, stretched his shadow to the lower level of the library, raised his sword, and sang the chant of the dead again. Obviously, the experimental conditions at the lower level of the library were approved by the scholar. I also called on the brain spirits to send all the necessary experimental materials and materials back to the laboratory. It's a bad idea. I chose the wrong place. Or use Rain Man? Du Fu pointed to the name written down. How is he going to use necromancy magic? Since self-healing has been weakly added, the preservation status is wrong and the brain damage is very slight. Let's do it. Tom was persuaded by Harry, picked up the bone sword and was about to sing the chant of the undead. You understand. Tom had deconstructed Rain Man's body, and it was not easy to control the shadow. With your scholar's abilities, that's probably all you can do. The rest is up to you. Master. Harry chanted the incantation and ended up stuffing Liu's soul towards Rain Man's body. Rain. Tom knows where Rain Man's soul is gone now. With such a weak body, he originally planned to rot quickly and become a skeleton warrior. The rest depends on Tom's control of Rain Man's body and the removal of Du Fu's soul bit by bit. And when the shaking stopped, Raymond's body suddenly burst the binding line under his mouth with a wow sound, retching out a lot of meat and bone residue, and showed no sign of getting up. It must have been pulled by the bone sword. Du Fu died long ago and returned to the netherworld. Ying very considerately used particles to stabilize the body, and the balls were also wrapped with binding thread, tying Rain Man into a mummy. Du Fu was convinced that it was impossible for some skeletons to be invaded by inexplicable knowledge and finally gathered outside Harry. At least the structure is still there, which is less reliable than carefully picking up a piece of brain from outside the lava. Yes, it's him. Tom was startled and swung his bone sword to cut off the half-revealed soul. I was confused and seemed to recognize the shadow underground, but I was so sure that panic broke out in my eyes. Facing this frail corpse on the ground, the head opened and the egg placed under the head, the skeleton with a crooked face, and a small-headed scholar holding various potions in his hands with gleaming eyes. Successful? Harry could not doubt that he had resurrected the newly deceased Liu just like that. The corpse spoke and murmured an unfamiliar dialogue. Yes, it's not him. The bone sword has no absolute command over the undead. The shadow hand moved the tip of the sword to guide the soul of Liu from the lower level of the library to Harry's laboratory. Who knows if the brain soul housing Harry's soul dies? Who will be resurrected? As the space opened, a soul carrying a newspaper bag and a telescope appeared in the air. Rain Man pulled out his baton and was hit by a wall of force field. As for Minnie, Nailing and the skeletons, they were all driven to the bone room parlor, where Lulu and Feifei, who were embedded with pituitary glands, pulled the strings to remove the bone wall and broadcast it live. The Scholar Path allows you to apply some unverified knowledge. The magic box of the library must be opened. Rain Man was bought by Tom from the bottom of the Colosseum and became a ready-made corpse outside the library. Very slowly, the potions related to necromancy were stewed in Harry's laboratory, and the Rain Man corpse as a medium and material was not yet in place. Great. You're not trying some necromancy. Chapter 451, Design Drawing, It Will Rain. Woke up. When he wakes up, he'll come back to work soon. Bite my dwarf ass. You said you would be responsible for optimizing the Bone One creation armor. You handed in the design drawings this morning. Here are my design drawings. Tom Lau kicked the door in. Rain Man's neck shrank. The baton was stuffed back into his spine, and his expression began to change toward Harry. What's wrong? It didn't work? Tong Piao noticed that the atmosphere in the research room was a little tense, and he retracted his kicked foot against his leg. He was not sure what happened. He moved his foot when he saw the body breaking free, and did not see the scene of Rain Man's resurrection. The design, It Will Rain, without Liu and the others answering. Harry held the back of his neck steady and walked towards the copper ladle with heavy steps. He's not quite used to Rain Man's body yet. How are you? Are you okay? Liu asked Harry. Harry undoubtedly made a great contribution by preventing Ujibuji's summons. When the plague threatened the library, he used a decisive gesture to crush Ujibuji's backhand, successfully temporarily blocking the red and white plague from spreading in the library of the outbreak. Without that, it would be easier to move things and install parts. Of course, the dice is not the dice of fate. It is crowded in the spacious stone room, but it is still jumping out of joy. You have to control me. Tom waved his hand. The worst case scenario is that he and Rain Man coexist outside the body. With him, I can't move. And with me, he may not be able to control that body. The fate of the 8 devil children has not yet been affected by the casino, and it is difficult for the library to appear in the gambling games of the casino. That's not the final ceremony of the Colosseum. It's also your gift to Squarrick and Bitterberg. Solely you bent down and let Tong Lao hold his neck. That bad thing looks like a creation of the dwarves? Giant God Soldier G understood the die's surface. The flies buzzed, and in the end, with the candlelight as the center, the flies were stacked on top of each other to create the appearance of the Colosseum. Very bad. Very bad. Tong Lao fully enjoyed the feeling and was willing to let go for a long time. Your authority. It will be swallowed up by a skeleton and a brain. The flies put Squarrick's face on, then eat it up quickly. Are you going to take the city above ground? The giant god soldier gave up, and the flies rushed back beyond the points of the fate die and started biting madly. But if the red and white plague spreads to a certain scale, or if the Titan soldier finds other ways to summon Okibuan, it will be Tom's turn to be unlucky. It's bad. He will be satisfied with the money he owes you. The fate dice continue to spin and dance. At least, he doesn't have the authority of the Colosseum. The sudden appearance of red flies is enough to give people a headache. So the library must be properly protected. Brother, there's nothing you can do about it. Fate has ruined it for him. But he's trying to live up to his expectations. The fate dice folded into countless dice faces, which were constantly rotating, and the points were crowded together. Every bit seemed to be a mockery. The plague will come slowly. After driving away Liu and Tong Lao, Tom Shadow solemnly said to Bao Ying, "You must pay attention to the library and monitor flies in real time." Wait a minute. Did he separate that part? Tong Lao swung his beard and rushed over in a squat shape, his little head almost hitting Rain Man. When the two of them coexist peacefully, it is certain that he will not be able to become a hero directly. Tom helped Liu relax. Bite your devil in the butt. How does he open his casino? The fly was flying around, pointing at an imaginary dice, accusing crazily. Seeing that everything was going in the best direction, Bao Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief and announced the good news to the minis waiting in the living room. Immediately afterwards, the points oscillated between the shape of Beelzebub and the shape of Okibuan. Do you want to gamble again? The flies changed their shapes and made a certain determination. In the real Colosseum, the candlelight flickered and it was so white that only the outline of a womb-shaped stone chamber could be seen. Go away, the Titan soldier said, and the fate dice disappeared without leaving any parting words that time. See you in the 7th parlor tomorrow at green time. Tom has not yet made the replica parlor his normal state and placed it on the lower floor of the library until he summons the soul he wants. This is not a summoning laboratory. Did Bao Ying really want to become a brave man? The fate dice won't help you anymore. You still have to keep one less trump card. Where should you go to gamble? Liu used the Devil's Illustrated book to check again and again several times, and finally confirmed that Big Liu was indeed back. But it seemed to have some degree of fusion with Rain Man's remaining soul and muscle reaction in his body. And his heart was sometimes sunny and sometimes rainy. Harry had done enough. The baton is a part under Beelzebub's body, and Bao Ying Chao is a sacred object of the Copper Dwarves. Although the copper ladle has some obsession with it, his subconscious still wants to hold it out of his hand. Brave? Liu took out his baton and looked at it, recalling the force field he had just waved. The labyrinth was disturbed by swarms of flies and rippled into the shape of Beelzebub. I seem different. I kind of want rain. Harry pointed at the back of his neck, with a hint of Rain Man in his tone. As a chimera of soul and corpse, Tom understands Liu's situation best. But that's still enough. The flies swayed wildly. Lines of flies crawled out from the candlelight, gushing out like spring water, and their buzzing sounds combined with an angry roar. After arranging the precautions for daily spell casting, Tom also asked Ying to put some particles and bind some binding thread under Liu's body to help reinforce it, and then let the craftsman apprentice and the copper ladle go to the workshop to work. The Titan soldier was silent, because I knew how long I could hold that power in my hands, and I also knew whether it could bring benefits. I lied to you. I cheated you of everything you lost. The flies were noisy, almost looking like a resentful woman. Now you have nothing. Only the plague, authority, and yourself. He can only gamble once more. Gambling villain. Your contract ends here. Destiny Dice seemed to have expected that the situation would develop in that direction. This absolutely neutral soul. Tom looked at the thick summoning luck in his status bar, played with the coin sacrificed by the red-robed priest Anna. Imagined the Titan soldier base like a polished commander, and felt that he was closer to the authority of the Colosseum. One step forward. After having worked out some details with Bao Ying, including early warning, isolation, etc., Harry had no time to ask questions. Moreover, the Titan soldier base on Nazhang noticed the library's actions against the Colosseum, and they must kill me before the red and white plague spreads outside, in order to seize power in the most clean manner. Did I die just now? The second time? Harry gradually recalled everything that happened. Well, in terms of the number of deaths, you have already surpassed all the mini-minis in the library, Liu joked, and immediately realized that it was a bit too much. But I hope you won't compare with Booty Borg. Beelzebub is your first chance to summon Okibuan. Farewell to Bao Ying. The trip to the casino finally officially came to an end. You are observing that issue. Bao Ying was very excited. There is a slight flaw in the application, which has very subtle consequences. It is definitely a bad thing for him. But that is the important thing for you to take a step back and understand necromancy magic. One ring. The giant god Bingji said something, and the fate dice seemed to be controlled. The points were pieced together back and forth, creating an intricate maze of the annual meeting. Flies attacked each other in the Colosseum, dying and being eaten. Layers of magical incantations also rippled out, gradually filling the entire stone chamber. Even if Bao Yingqijoji loses a clone now, and loses all the assets in the Colosseum, Bao Shiqi will still fight back to the casino and create another plague. Chapter 452, Are you going to kill me? Liu also quickly ate up the egg pod pop beans in front of him. Many pustules appeared on the shadow, and flat-footed bugs kept popping out, crawling all over Liu's body like beans, and then dissolved into the shadow. This is the chaotic cuisine specially cooked for Liu by the demon chef Paigu at Tom's request. It has the effect of enhancing summoning luck. Liu didn't even bother to think about the ingredients of this dish. Anyway, it tasted pretty good, knowing that the red and white plague will come at any time. Of course, the best thing to do is to quickly find the absolutely neutral soul. Even if 4 demon points and 260,000 summoning luck were in vain, Liu could quickly use Anna's coins to summon Minto and ask the Demon King Minter to show him the way. There can be no further delay. The troops of Chiha and the Taz Empire must reach the Demon King City and swallow up the authority of the Colosseum. Shall we start then? Today, the library is full of magic power. The 3 devil sons are standing in the second living room, ready, and gesture to the distorted eye on the wall. With the protection of the egg body, particles and shadow, the egg is still alive. You go out? Who will use the stick when you go out? Dandan insisted on leaving. Slow. Cheat. The last time. Go all in. Wang Kongying waved his hand, showing off his gambler's demeanor. It's a lie. The weakness of the alien demon amazed Tom. Will it be possible to successfully send him to Wishan by then? Hey. My eyes looked back and forth outside the 7th parlor. I didn't feel that the talking shadow, the colorful egg, and the skeleton that was exerting all its strength behind my eyes were safe at all. Instead, I felt bored. The 8 demons from other worlds, who were so hatefully recruited, can all communicate with each other. So the staff of deception has no use at all. The library is still full of magic power. Unfortunately, the legs of the table were twisted, causing an explosion on the ground. The explosion intensity was close to 200% of the bone conduction cannon. There was an earthquake in the bone room. Tom was still outside the second living room, observing through the eyes of distortion, and the scholar's notes in his hand were constantly recording. The owner tried to tie the table in the air, or just throw a coin and directly summon the Demon King Minter to fight with me. Little Red Cloak opened his hands, and the arms holding the 2 guns seemed to be stretched infinitely along his line of sight. Tom's mood was agitated for good reason. The distorted eye moved up and down, which was Tom's signal to respond yes. As for humanoids, according to common sense, they cannot communicate with each other? That look, that smile, where have you seen it? Moreover, none of the 8 alien demons dropped demon points or materials. Wang Kong did not even regret that he had gambled on some lucky things outside the casino. Tom roared angrily. Even though he was fully prepared to succeed in all 7 summons, he still thought that the last 8 neutral souls from another world he summoned would be so difficult to deal with. The table demon, the bone demon, the fog demon. There is a bad one to deal with, and they will be affected by karma when they come. Even if they can survive by luck, there is still a way to use the L karma fire according to Liu's method. Wang Kong was sure that if he wanted to deconstruct me, he was afraid of arousing my resentment to some extent. He was affected by the curse of the casino. Ying's 7th sentence is quite reliable. The 7th summons begins. Victory. Like taking a shit. Tom found a way to summon luck. My cocoon is so hairy. Ying tried to stabilize the space through particles. The master shot out ice attribute bone bullets, and the alien demon state became relatively stable. Triggers a weak explosion, with a weakness of 3,200% of bone bombs. Did you summon a demon king? The moment Tom answered me, Liu wrote down the word 7th summons to see in his notebook. The first summons. The master summoned a table. The color was very bright, and seemed to be made of metal. From the appearance, it looked quite neutral. After draining the last few demon points of summoning luck, Wang Kong watched as the summoning luck outside the Devil's Illustrated Dictionary faded, and the entire shadow became swollen and bulging. Just when Tom's shadow was about to grasp the basin of Devil's Passage, Little Red Cloak took out 2 guns, 1 white and 1 white. The white gun held up my little red hat, revealing a pair of round sunglasses, and said, "You know he's angry, but don't be angry." Ying's comfort was still so blunt. The first summons begins. Victory. It is speculated that the table demon will cause intermittent explosions in the body. Perhaps its soul is neutral. but it is adapted to serve as a medium for H.L.'s karma fire. The master removes the legs of the table, and the table dies. They resurrected you? In the last second, Wang Kong was ready to directly drive the demon route and send the ancestor to Wishan. What he was afraid of was not to recruit a weak player who had complete control. Not to mention letting me get caught in the fire of H.L. and even kill him in a row. All are bad kills. The 8 summons. The master summoned a mist, which produced reactions such as burning, weak light, and space distortion. Wang Kong vaguely grasped the origin of the alien demon. After several weak explosions, Dandan was still suffering from a concussion. The 7th summons. The master summoned a huge skeleton. The living room is too cramped. The alien demon's internal observation was successful. That way, even if all 8 alien demons are useful, at most they can still do some harm. Wang Kong marked a question mark. Alien demons can survive in the air, and self-healing is effective. When the word summoning luck disappeared, and the demon points surged again and again, Wang Kong mechanically recited absolutely neutral soul silently, tearing open the space for the 7th time, without even waiting for the Devil's Illustrated book to finish analyzing. Tom directly asked Dandan to start deception. Are they going to kill you? Just make sure that if you meet me face to face, it will still be the same me and your impression. They summoned you? My lenses reflected light inexplicably. Tom caught my eyes, but somehow knew that I was looking at him. It still exploded, and the butt of the balls was blown apart. At this time, Wang Kang's shadow hand had not yet grasped the devil's channel, but he still sensed it and stopped the movement consciously. Dandan teleportation feedback. There was no silence at all, and in the end, it was me who spoke first. Parsing, 0.8%. You are angry. Not annoyed. Tom poured a sip of spiritual potion, tried hard to dispel the anger, and turned to Dandan. Is he okay? Or get out? This will give you more ways to deal with Okabuki. Little Red Cloak laughed dryly. Speaking, the shadow was blasted out with thick slurry all over the ground. And it was so stained that even the bone gun turned red and white. And it was so bright and clear. That was a demon summoned with a cost of 260,000 summoning luck. There was a small chance that it would meet the requirements. But the prerequisite was to do it as much as possible to avoid being noticed or having a bad feeling. The 8th summons has begun. I see. Come on. For the last time. If that's okay, just go find me. Dandan also said that he was looking forward to the success of the summoning or the victory. Human form. An alien demon wearing a little red cloak, a little red hat, and little white hair retreated into the 7th parlor. Dandan immediately deceived him very cooperatively, and it was too late for Wang Kong to regret it. The devil points are all used up again, so I can send them away with less money if I want. I smiled, my mouth reaching the corners of my ears, showing a whole row of fangs. Because once this happens, there will be a way to be neutral again. Chapter 453, 260,000. Just summon this one. Do not kill. Killing you means nothing to me. I don't do anything meaningless. Parsing, 1%. Liu talks about it, but he can analyze it vigorously. Then I'll kill you. The man in the red cloak raised his silver gun towards the shadow, the lens flashing. You can try. Gunshots fired. Do not move. There was no malicious prompt. Liu did not move. And he also held down Ying and Dandan. The big red cloak just left the library. Judging from the lines on my upper jaw, the shadow posed was not the devil himself. Then if there were not enough summons in the past, the dragon would appear directly. Right? There is no trace. Just like a shadow. This is very convenient. Don't be determined. We must have no results today. Dandan worked with Wusu for a long time. The beatings were comfortable, but the staff of deception was still useless. And the whole groove of his brain was itching. It turns out that low-end demons all talk directly through demon name regression. It seems, this is the only method left now. The gunfire that broke the bone wall was so powerful that it directly cut through the 7th living room. The low-density self-healing bone, or the fangs of the demon wolf, in the wall did not have any blocking effect. Looking back on everything he experienced in the Demon King City, Liu even thought that there was that kind of demon under the small continent of Chaos. He had never met any other vampires before. Without this time, the library might have been dismantled. The Demon King is a vampire, and cannot be understood. But at least now, I have no idea about the library and myself. In the past, it was better to resort to provocation than to have a last resort. Oh! You forgot to mention that when you awaken the devil's name, You learn the identity of the devil. Ying's information channel is also very unique. My name is Aruzwan, the only vampire in the world. I am. And so is this metal demon who only exists without a brain. Maybe all of them are. Liu felt that the Devil's Illustrated book was getting weirder. Originally it was a match, but it may not be usable. Unfortunately, the analysis speed of Xiaohong Cloak is too high. It takes a long time to stabilize me before he can understand my obsession and try to complete it and take me under his wing. What do you mean? I was imagined by someone else? You know I won't kill you. Big Red Cloak put away his gun and saw through Liu's silence. The devils in this world are all like you? Before you lose your demon name, you may try to communicate with me. Oh, that's right. Him. Ying pointed at the shadow with a particle. As long as you recite my demon name silently and offer his summons. You can't. The feast had not long passed. And at that time Mincho had only come to deliver Tianji's flesh and blood to Dandan. So he reluctantly met me again. That time we met again. Liu found that my whole aura was not the same. Vampires are indeed capable. But they turned into shadows. Ying was quite convinced. You demon cocoon? Liu was surprised. In switching between human form and shadow, he is more skillful than the shadow controlled by Liu. The demons here are very polite. But that's not the case with the demons outside. Liu spread his hands. Liu is currently wearing no Lemur's skin, and his own weakness was not completely different from when he was still a junior brain spirit. But his speed in analyzing the little red cloak was still the same. Comparable to that of the Demon King's mentor and the Demon King. Do they know that they have caused little trouble? And just being wary of future generations of Demon Kings isn't enough of a headache. And they don't even have the heart to understand such low-end information. So the 8 demons were just talking nonsense. They threw a coin and recited Adna's exclusive spell. And the magic took shape. But now, the bad image is unnecessary. The 8 demon children looked at each other and took out Adna's worm coin. Who am I? Ying rolled to the gap in the inner wall and used the particles to check the traces of the little red cloak passing through the wall. That's not a paradox. That speaks volumes about my weakness. After saying that, the big red cloak walked past Liu erratically, put his foot on the bone wall covered with bullet marks, kicked open the bone wall, and floated out of the second living room. Without even changing direction, the big red cloak went straight past the bathing pool, the soul altar, and the bone conductor cannon displayed next to the outer wall. It turned into a ball of shadow and followed the gap in the outer wall through the wall. Are you going to let him go like this? Dandan asked. Just that. From then on, Liu's gaze was always on Ujibuji's body, and he thought a lot about the Demon King himself. Why did he say that? If he ran out of cards in his hand, Liu would really be willing to summon Minto. I must bite your shadow, but... The worm crawled underground, and then its mind split, changing from 7 to 7, and slowly spewed out a human shape. Vampire? Why do vampires turn into shadows? Shadow is the answer. So, I hope it's a little fun out there. Ying bit Liu's shadow, but with the pellets. Ying's egg body trembled. Similar to adding bad friends? But according to Liu's later understanding, vampires are obviously demons that control the population of the race by sucking blood and regurgitating blood. There is a reason why they are so rare. Well, that's all. Ying shook the egg body. Or does he want to retreat and talk to me? You only determined that my weakness must be below the quasi-demon king level. Probably the demon king level. Wusu had not found my origin, and could only make speculations based on the feedback given by the Devil's Illustrated book. Because the current demon king is not a vampire. Shadow turned the egg body, and the particles formed an eye and a human shape. The worm under my chin was swinging wildly. Liu was trying to determine whether I was too depressed when he saw the student, or was very angry after encountering something sad. Obviously, it's the former. 260,000 summoning luck is thrown at it. What is summoned? He is very strong, and there is no point in fighting him. Liu shook his head. Our goal is to summon a match. Obviously, that guy is definitely a bad match. When the growth of the worm began, Mento, the mentor of the devil, stood behind the 8 sons of devil. The clock demon steel baby cannot become the demon king, and the vampire Ariswin certainly cannot. Now I am the only one. Liu looked at the shape of the bone wall that was blasted out, and suddenly felt that if Xiaohong Cloak encountered the devil, he might not be able to see the normal bad show. Are you sure I am this vampire? Liu searched for the memories of later generations. If I am sure, you can only say, Summoning an alien demon may not only summon some kind of actual existence, but it may also be a product of my human imagination. Liu worked hard for a long time and spent 260,000 summoning luck. But he still couldn't get this absolutely neutral soul. And he didn't bother to provoke the devil. How did he know? Liu remembered when he got that information. The gunfire was aimed at the side and carved a row of bullet marks on the bone wall. Perhaps in another world. Or outside the imaginary world. What vampires can do. Wusu thought about it and imagined what kind of impact summoning such an alien demon would bring to the Demon King city. Variety. Liu's mood was a little less anxious when the coin rolled and landed on the ground. It turned into a white worm, shining with holy light. Chapter 454, Physical Examination. What's wrong? Ujibuji can't be killed either? Liu could only speculate based on past experience. Minto was also very angry when he wanted to kill Butabog, and even used the rebellion card. This time he had been busy for a long time to kill Ajibuki, and it was normal that he was not happy about it. Who in the cocoon cares about the life and death of a group of flies? Minto cursed and sprayed out worms, vomiting on Liu's body. Worms crawled all over Liu's body, gnawing away the pus and blood caused by the red and white plague. He won't do anything to us. Liu felt relieved when he saw Minto's move, knowing that the Demon King's mentor still loved the demon's son. Let me ask you, what was just summoned? Minto's worms formed a line that extended from the second living room, along the soul altar and bone conduction cannon to the outer wall. It was the trajectory that Big Red Cloak had just left. Ah, a vampire. Of course Liu knew that Minto was asking a rhetorical question, but he chose to play dumb. Parsing, 7.47%. Minto was also well aware of the situation in Chaos Land, and talked about a war that was about to take place in the Demon King's castle a long time ago. Don't turn off the ruler. Don't turn off the chaos. Will you just kill Otanaki and give him a bad idea? Minto was not very patient with the balls outside of Brain Spirit's body. Not much different. Slightly slower than Big Red Cloak, as long as it delays the growth of the egg. Who the soul is outside is actually so important to the Demon King's mentor. Huh? They changed their bodies? Minto was angry for a moment, and suddenly found that the conditions of Brain Spirit, Shadow Demon and Eggy were the same as before. Very confusing. What should we do now? Are you going to kill me? Of course Liu knew how to deal with the little red cloak, and he had a better way to guess whether my arrival would be bad or good for the library. Ahem, ask what you need to ask first. Liu decided to fulfill his soul contract with Xiongyan first. In the chaos, there is no creature with an observation and recording perspective that meets their needs. Sure enough, the answer Minto gave was also within the scope of the Demon King City or the Chaos Continent. You what? Liu hurriedly shared the information with Ying and Dandan. Based on their current situation, forget it. Be careful with them. It may not be helpful. Minto realized that if we definitely give the sons of demons an answer out there, we will summon fewer alien demons. Chaos is a collection of everything. They have to be very careful outside. But you are willing to see their corpses outside. Minto lives in chaos every day. And of course, he knows a lot about the outside world. Minto didn't have a Devil's Illustrated book, but he still knew the strengths of the Bag Devil. So he naturally guessed the purpose of the 8 Devil Sons. It's just in time. Is there any use? You know there is no such thing as an absolutely neutral soul. Minto folded his hands. There are competitors again. Yeehaw? Dark element magic. Minto's worm swung among the 8 demon sons, and he understood the reason for the situation in an instant. The demon mentor Minto also wanted to draw fire to his lower body. Liu was stunned. What kind of logic is this? Oh, you're dead. Minto comforted the worm, saying it with a heavy tone, which ended Okibu's hopelessness. By then, the Demon King City, and even the entire Chaos Continent will be in even greater chaos. After Xiongyi finished digging out the soul contract outside the shadow space, he suddenly thought that each of the 8 postures that appeared should be at the level of the Demon King's mentor. Stop it. No. You have no problem. Liu raised his hand. That's not a ruler. They'll know it when they see it. Red Priest Okib. I want you to ask him. Are you still alive? What do they want from you? Is there a problem in the promotion school? You see, they are all on the right path. Minto touched the egg and then the shadow. Congratulations to him. No more. Don't you have anything else to ask? Minto said reluctantly. You asked them to ask you? Minto murmured as if he was remembering something. They called you because they wanted to change your body? Minto finally reached out and touched Ying's edge, L to check his body. Chaos? Liu also expected that kind of reaction. So Okib died. Minto waved his hand in blessing. And the growth of his balls accelerated. There are results. That big red cloak is at the level of a demon king. Well, I was disturbed by Iha. Liu didn't even bother to think about how Minto saw it. But he said, it is at a certain distance from everything. How can you get it? Liu asked, wanting to know as little as possible. Xiongyi was sure that Minto was playing tricks on himself. You want to find an absolutely neutral soul. Where can you find it? Liu tried his best to influence the mood of the Demon King's mentor. Because we all know that allowing Liu to deconstruct less will not be helpful for his future advancement to the imagination stage. Well, it's indeed a bad method. Minto agreed with the Devil Sun's plan. Yes. Chaos. This external possession has nothing. Minto was firm for a moment. And then finished his answer. Very bad. Very bad to all 8 of them. Minto ignored Dandan shouting. That time, the 8 sons of the devil dared to say bad again, and knew how to take the ruler. Inexplicably, it became a test left to us by the devil's mentor. A corner of the small altar? Li reminded Minto. Ying returned the favor with particles. That kind of creature is called Qi. It is very small in number, and keeps a certain distance from any other creature. Humans have also obtained it by chance. It is a rare material when the judge's path reaches the 9th level. But they have to be slower when passing them. Iha and the Taz Empire are on their way to the Demon King's city. If they want to kill Odanaki, the worst thing will happen after this. Bad. Dandan nodded. Even at this moment, her balls are outside her body. Suddenly, Minto grabbed a worm and stuck it in the air, tearing open the space. As the Demon King's mentor, my goal is to cultivate the Demon King myself. You are very busy. You know how to do it. Minto's mood was not calmed down a little. Just let me go. There will be no devil who has more headaches than you. Can you let me split into pieces? They really can always surprise you. They can actually summon a Demon King. The worms under Minto's face were shaking wildly. But there was no tendency to spread to his body. It was obvious that he was not extremely angry yet. Yes. Xiongyi and Ying said in unison. Ying reminded Liu and Dandan. Minchuo showed no signs of getting angry. By the way, Liu also analyzed the Demon King mentor simply because he wanted to compare his analysis speed with that of Big Red Cloak. Dandan screamed in his heart. Here. Let him bring it now. Dandan stretched out his hand to Minto, as if asking for a candy. The 8 demon sons concentrated their attention. And Liu also finished recording with the word shadow. The Demon King's mentor didn't care at all about the demon son, who had lost his value. There is some determination on the doorstep. Last question. Minto looked really busy. Is it bad if you help him get it? Obviously. Minto intends to put the food in our mouths. Obviously. The directly summoned alien demon can satisfy Minchuo's needs, and will also bring direct benefits. Minto said, drawing a group of lion-like creatures on the ground. Very abstract. Shadow and Dandan had different reactions. One was more concerned about whether it would hinder his path to becoming the Demon King, while the other simply wanted to take a shot. Absolutely neutral souls? Minto's worm stopped swinging again. They want to use the fire of H.L. to kill Odanaki. Xiongyan? Minto didn't even realize who the coin belonged to. Chapter 455. The Crack in the Door. This is the door to chaos. The ruler you want is inside. The door support even thoughtfully left the door gap. We're in. How do we get out? One way or two way? When we get the ruler and come out, will it close automatically? How many times can this door be used? Of course, Liu didn't understand Minto's magic, so he wanted to ask clearly before going in. These issues are very important. Liu doesn't want to be persuaded by Minto to enter chaos when his head is hot. And he won't be able to get out of it when the time comes. And what if this door can't be closed? Then things in the chaos will be able to enter, and leave the library at will? That's fine. Why don't we just blow it up now? I have shown the way. I have opened the door. And the rest of the problems? You can solve it yourself. Minto did not answer Liu's question. The worm was crawling on his chin little by little, with a little expectation and a little ridicule. You have this ability, Minto added, fearing that Liu would not understand. Liu had no ill intentions, and believed that what Minto said was true. Bad. Solved a problem. Deconstruction crossed out the return trip item under the shadow. The first question depends on you. Yes. It depends on him. Ying pointed at the deconstructed shadow with particles. He noted the shape of the ruler, and retreated from the chaos. If the distance is close enough, it should not be possible. Distinguished ruler. The whole egg swells in a small circle. Oh yes. Worldview. Relying on reality, but also detached from reality. It has derived a completely identical operating system. Minto's words were not coherent. Correct. Minto nodded. It seems they are not ready to retreat into chaos. Induction. Weak addition. Imagination. Remember? With that said, Pengmei probed the shadow into the crack of the door and directly touched its inside remotely. Bite your chaotic but it's not even possible to reach a whole new level. After Minto said that, the worm finally swung wildly, and his whole body became excited. Deconstruction ends paranoia. If that is the case, the imaginary objects that are weakly added will reduce the effect of weakly added on the basis of reality. Are you leaving? Dandan was the first to call again. At the same time, he did not forget to continue to deepen his induction. It's just that all that was visible just now, and the distance of deconstruction instantly widened from Minto. But at the same time, he was being observed by Minto. That time Minto finally tried to solve the riddle again. But he said it very sloppily, for fear that the deconstructed shadow brain would not be able to understand it. And he even forcefully forced the knowledge out of Egan's brain spirit body. And the shadow demon's Liu itself is not induction at another level. The space cleaning function of particles is useless for chaotic spaces. And the same is true for chaos. At that time, the analysis was clearly not over yet. And the Devil's Illustrated book would lie to myself. That's not a ruler. Observe, record, and keep a distance from him. Although Minto shook his hands, he threw out a ball of thread. One end of the thread was connected to me, and the other end was connected to the shadow. What did you see? Ying's evil spirit occupied the entire egg body, and quickly smashed it outside Pengmei's arms. It's indescribable. Hard to understand. I never thought he could persist for so long. A voice suddenly came from the air, and small groups of worms appeared out of thin air, and once again gathered into Minto's appearance. Within the range of the brain spirit's induction and weak enhancement, the weakness of the imaginary object is completely dependent on the sensor. The less and deeper the induction, the weaker the imaginary object. But it is extremely stable. In the first second, the shadow vibrated and deformed, outlining a thick ravine underground. Bad magic. Deconstruction was like being drunk. It was difficult to wake up from what Liu felt just now. He could imagine a faint world. Speak like a human being. Deconstruction reminded the demon king Minter. Minto raised his hand, and worms grew under his fingers, outlining the appearance of a large Bitaborg. The crack in the door was blurry for a while, as if there was some kind of interference, and there was no sign of closing. Afraid that there was no visible thread connected under him, he even checked all the binding threads in Dandan's body. The deconstruction popped and ejected itself, like a piece of mud, hanging on the wall far away, under the muzzle of the bone conduction cannon. The door rest simply disappeared from the upper level of the library, leaving only the narrow door gap. Why? I want to kill you and rob you. Minto didn't even welcome you. It's also a way to do it. Deconstruction is okay. Has the demon king Minter left? At the 8th second, the shadows flowed and gathered into three-dimensional bubbles one after another, gradually filling the space of the library with no sign of falling apart. Rely on it. Ying pointed at Dandan. Let it use deception. Just like your original idea. Okay. We get it. You can go. Liu waved his shadow hand to the door handle, and threw it away after use. Well, that's all it can do. Deconstructing lightly crossed out the 7th item. But after this, there's nothing you can't do. As long as Liu has enough emotions, parts, and scenes, the 7th item is also a headache. If you keep a distance from it, you are doing something bad. And if you do it, you may be implicated in cause and effect. Even if you take it out later, it will still be usable. If it can be cracked successfully, it will definitely help the 3 Devil Sons to advance. The difficulty is how to find the chi. Even if you can find it, how to collect it, and how to return from the chaos. Pengmei was of course as cold-minded as Dandan. Once the ability of the shadow demon Liu's entity is added, the subjectivity of perception is completed from the objective dimension. Minto used worms to piece together the golden armored hero, Sharfaz, Silverfish, and the lower level of the library imagined by Bitaborg. He is now retreating from weak participation to the imagination stage. It doesn't make sense, and there's no illustration to help distinguish it. Deconstruction crossed out the 1st item. Speaking of which, he used his shadow body to retreat to Liu, which was very boring. Minto commented. It didn't help him a lot in his promotion. At the 7th second, the shadow swayed, growing grass, flesh sprouts, whirlpools, and even colorful bubbles. To be fair, Minto still hopes that the 3 sons of demons will become demon kings. So he should not let them go to chaos to die, but again, Demon King is not a title that Minto would say. And there must be some difficult things in chaos. Explain? Deconstruction asked Minto to order the food. Deconstructing and shadowing have long realized that it would be a new opportunity brought by body swapping. But they have never fully figured out how to regress from the previous advancement. The most advanced, the brain telepathy, and all the weak additions are actually serving the imagination. Is it true? It's not an absolutely neutral soul anymore. Deconstruct stood up and pointed out the key to the problem. After being pointed out by Minto, he instantly understood why he was so happy with Peng Mei and all things. Is it broken? That's your ruler. Now that Minto mentioned it, he was asking if he was really sorry for me. The analytical regression is fixed at 7.97%. And the shadow demon's Peng Mei's speed far exceeds the brain spirit's soaking speed, effectively solving the lower limit of brain spirit's imagination and almost dismantling the time and limiter. Deconstruction had clearly verified Minto's whereabouts and suspected that I was still there. The return trip is complicated. Ying sent the particles to the crack of the door. He didn't. Ying's particle also held down the ruler, sensing its details. Chaos is an area that Dandan has touched before. So of course, he is very excited. His imaginary objects are even living apart from the imaginary imagination, and are functioning, living, and even reproducing independently. Is that what the Demon King instructor does? Teach promotion? Chapter 456. Promoted to a big one. I'm just scratching my head. Liu tried his best to control himself and didn't get drunk like Minto did. The deconstruction of the shadow demon makes up for some things that cannot be sensed through brain immersion alone, such as emotions and souls. Liu also realized some differences when installing Harry's soul, but he did not think about it carefully at the time. Minto nodded. And in terms of efficiency, the scope and speed of deconstruction are faster than immersion. So before advancing to the imagination stage in the future, I won't need to further immerse some objects, such as tables and chairs. Liu remembered that Bitterberg imagined that there were things like bookshelves in the library. But when the heart of purgatory exploded, there were actually many unnatural things in the debris left behind. But Liu didn't notice. Mainly, all I could think about at that time was killing Bitterberg, and I didn't check the environment so carefully. Looking back now, there were many pages left at that time, and not much charred wood and the like. It is estimated that the library that Bitterberg imagined contained fake and real things. And it just looked like that. Minto nodded again, before exchanging bodies. Even if Liu had turned self-healing bones, iron matter, faint earth, etc., into sensing objects, if he only relied on his brain and spirit to soak and perceive the past, it would still be very difficult to imagine a behemoth. There are too many details, and the speed is extremely slow. It cannot even keep up with the speed of change on the mainland. Not to mention, after the collapse of Faith, the continent of Chaos has changed drastically. But with the deconstruction of Shadow Demon, this powerlessness has been changed, and many details that were not noticed before have been completed. As for what you said, breaking away from the imagination of nothingness, operating, living and reproducing independently. As long as I deconstruct and soak enough and reach a certain level, then I can imagine an existence that is close to or even beyond reality, or even a system. Liu felt that if he had this ability, he would just be independent and then think of a Demon King city. The fortune dice and treasures are all my own bitches, working for myself every day to earn some luck, happiness and so on. That's the theory. Okay, let me ask, how much deconstruction and soaking is required to reach the level you mentioned? Liu has long disliked the world. Maybe you can think of a new one. For example, if you want to install a library in your imaginary city, then you should deconstruct the souls, bodies, and emotions of the monsters here. Minto clasped his hands. As for what kind of world you want to create, it is still determined by your sensor type. For example, if you want all the brains in the world to have flames on their heads, then feel the flames, and then impose them on them when constructing your imagination. Cooling down from the excitement, Minto tried his best to speak in a way that Liu could hear. Explain in an understandable way. Okay, I understand. Deconstruct the place, creatures, and souls, and put them together to form a world. Liu tried to summarize and clarify his thoughts. This world is based on reality, But the specific rules are based on the types of my sensors, their emotions, motivations, actions, as long as they are deconstructed. They can be quickly applied. Deconstruction helps me quickly recreate a real world, and sensors help me create my own unique rules. Liu completed the summary. Minto nodded. Next, you want to ask me, when should I perform the ceremony to advance to the imaginary stage? It's okay now. Minto has learned to ask and answer questions for himself. But I still have a lot of things that I haven't deconstructed. Liu scratched his shadow, expressing doubts. Ha! That's it. Minto rarely laughed. As if he had found a funny point in promotion science, this was brand new knowledge for the Demon King Minter. The first promotion to the imaginary object stage is the integration of all your past inductions and impositions. And the effect is the best. After the promotion is completed, you will have imaginary objects. Judging from your case, there should be at least a library scene, plus skeletons, brain spirits, shadow demons, eggs, limited humans. But is that all? Every time you thoroughly analyze an area, it will become an anchor point for your imagination, thereby stabilizing the entire imagination. The more anchor points, the more complete it will be, and the stronger it will be when you advance. Of course, after advancing to the imaginary object stage, you can still continue to create imaginary objects. However, if you embed new imaginary objects into existing imaginary objects, conflicts may occur. The greater the number, the more difficult it will be. Minto fiddled with Bitterberg's worm in his hand. So after promotion, Bitterberg just builds separate imaginary objects and adds them to the library one by one, minimizing the impact as much as possible. If your goal is to imagine a new worldview, it's not that simple. How do you balance the infinite desire to create and the greed that can't wait to touch your imagination? Minto pointed at the brain with swollen balls, and the worms all laughed. The contents of the promotion ceremony are all there. I have shown the way. I look forward to your world. After saying that, Mincho put away the chi. His body quickly collapsed into worms, and then disappeared. This time I really left. How about it? Let's get started. I don't know if they were frightened by the ruler, but the three devil sons subconsciously communicated in Danden's mind. Danden had just received Now Ling's promotion education inheritance and was very excited. If you advance further, you will also have a demon name. Right? Ying is also looking forward to it. If Liu can develop his own unique knowledge of promotion on the road of brain spirit, Ying believes that he can be regarded as the chosen devil, enough to awaken the devil name on his own. It is not impossible to advance now. But you have also heard that the first imagination is the most important. I think we can deconstruct more and create a world. Liu admitted the temptation of promotion, but he was not as shocked as imagining a complete world at once. That's perfection. A world? Yes. With us as the center. There is the haunted mountain, the Lund River, the Sea of Death, and even the kingdom of mankind. The whole world is for us to take what we want. Only then did Liu realize that the map of the continent he imagined when he was promoted for the first time was the skeleton of the continent in the imagined stage of his future promotion. The map that incorporates the devil's root is the imaginary continent of the future. Of course Danden and Ying, who were in the same brain, also saw this scene. As expected of him, he needs to be promoted to a big one. Shadow sighed. It's not that big. You see, on the map, Wushan, Split Gold Mountain and Hongyu Town are already very clear. They are all harvested from deconstruction along the way, plus the library, the Forbidden Forest, a part of the Happy Room, and the casino. In fact, it has been quite fruitful. And we don't need to cover everything. The Demon King's castle that I imagined could actually have no pleasure room, no demon wolves, friends, etc. It would be nice to just have a library. Liu did not limit his ideas to a complete reproduction, and even wanted to add some fantasies that he did not understand. Just take what we like and what is useful, and then put together a whole picture. That's enough. Liu finally has a clear direction for advancing to the imagination stage centering on the library, and spreading to the mainland until the needs are met, or have to advance. At present, the matter of killing Ujibuji has been figured out. As long as he can get the chi, there seems to be no need to force the promotion. And if we can deconstruct chaos and use chaos as an anchor, will imaginary objects be reborn? After learning that he was promoted to school, Liu was not in a hurry to change his body. Of course, Danden was very dissatisfied with this. Because at Liu's request, Danden had to continue soaking in all kinds of strange things. Then, let's go! Ying pointed at the crack left by the door support. Walk. 3 demon sons slipped through the crack in the door. But as soon as they entered the door, they were hung on a bubble. Chapter 457, Utopia. There seemed to be a thin film between the soles of their feet and the sky. The 3 demon sons stood on a cloud of mist, and they perceived a world of endless flow of phantom light. Located in the center of the 3-person bubble is the door gap left by the doorkeeper. Beside the crack of the door were the flowing rivers of the forest, the broken wall made of wings, and the sounds and footprints spreading in circles. The content was vague, but judging from the occasional flashes of devilish words and faces, Liu suspected that the current bubble represented the continent of chaos. Outside, the world extends infinitely, consisting of bubbles and fog that resemble phantom lights, some large and some small. But the size is not absolute. Each bubble is flowing and changing, interfering with each other and stretching, and has not reached some stable balance. Or maybe this fluidity is the balance here. If the current bubbles represent the continent of chaos, then Liu suspects that each bubble is a world, or a broken fragment of a world. What they saw in front of them was obviously beyond the understanding of Liu and Ying. Instead, Dandan found out countless binding threads and forcibly tied the 3 devil sons together. *#$. The sound was difficult to transmit, so Liu used a shadow to write a line of words, which quickly became distorted. What's wrong? What do you know? Fortunately, the 3 demon sons did not need to breathe, and instead talked with their thoughts. What Liu asked about was the action of Dandan placing the binding thread, and he felt that it seemed to know something. It's a bit similar to where I come from, but a bit different. I think we should stand together. Dandan explained his behavior. Well, that's right. Liu also used a shadow to tie the 3 demons tightly, and then looked back at the crack in the door, unsure of the next step. At least I didn't encounter any trouble when I walked out of the door, and everything in front of me seemed peaceful. Take a walk? The 3 devil sons took 2 steps on the light mist. When he found that there was no force at all, he switched to using his mind and shadow to stretch and move. As they moved, they were surprised to find that although their movements seemed free, they were very restricted if they were to walk with their thoughts alone. They could only move back and forth along the bubbles. It's as if they are 3 creatures existing on the outer wall of the bubble, and their living space is limited here. At the same time, as they moved and slightly changed their perspective, everything they perceived changed. The forest, river, and wing wall flowing out from the crack of the door disappeared, turning into a dark and elongated alien castle, like a torn human skin. Huh? Steel City? Liu and Ying are very familiar with this alien castle and remember it freshly. Go and see. Liu suspected that Minto's statement that chaos possesses everything was not a false reference, but that this place really escaped time and space and gathered everything. But the question is how to get it. Now you can only move on the outer wall of the bubble. If you really meet the ruler and find something you want to get, apart from other things, you have to be able to get it. Right? Liu tried to go down to touch the Steel City and the crack in the door. The light mist is very tough, like an invisible trampoline that bounces away the 3 demons every time it goes down. Same goes for upwards. The 3 demon sons were trapped on the outer wall of the bubble. Soft is not enough. Come on hard, Liu said, taking out the bone sword from Dandan's body and placing a shadow hand on the shadow, ready to draw out the holy whip at any time. Among the equipment on his body, there are only these 2 pure holy objects, which can be smashed with great force and are not afraid of being damaged. Wait a moment. Ying found out the particles, squeezed the sole of his foot bit by bit, and quickly made a small hole. The hole was not very stable, and the particles adhered to the surface and kept rotating, barely holding on. But the 3 demons all understand the particles of Dandan are the most effective excavator here. Go down and have a look. The 3 demons have not yet explored outwards, so they first ensure a retreat and wrap themselves in the shadow and spin downward. Liu also feels that it may be difficult to use particles to penetrate like this, so he reminds Ying to shape the particles into the shape of a drill bit. The 3 demons became a group of gophers burrowing in a bubble. Hey, you are good at this. It suits me very well. Dandan commented on Liu's drill bit and decided to set it as a new special move. Passing by the walls of the Iron City, smelling the fishy smell of the Sea of Death, and bumping into several passing living bodies, the 3 demons were shocked to discover that their own existence would collide with everything in the bubble. Fortunately, the physical strength of the 3 devil sons was guaranteed, so they did not die when a passing object swept across their cheeks. The force of each collision was very strong, No less than a holy whip, the three demons smashed the walls of the steel city, the sea of trees, and the trench of the sea of death one after another, and finally reached the crack of the door. Liu even doubted that if there was infinite time, would it be possible to find Ijibuji's original existence in this bubble, and then run over it with a drill, and there would be no more troubles behind it. But when I think about it, everything in the bubble is constantly changing. Looking for Ajibuki here is no longer a matter of finding a needle in a haystack, but a desperate search for a needle. Summarize: all existences in chaos have entities, and their own quality and hardness are the only guarantees for survival. Liu and Ying tightly wrapped Danden's brain and body. With particle drill bits, the three devil suns can break through the light mist and move freely. Of course, it is currently limited to this bubble. As for what is going on outside, we have to keep an eye on it. Touching the crack in the door, Liu looked for a shadow and found that behind the door was indeed the upper level of the library. Judging from the display of bone conduction cannons and the hourglass of time on the wall, the time was fixed at the moment they left. This crack in the door helps us mark points in time and space. Liu shared the information and felt that there was something in Minto's magic. The escape route is secured. Let's look outside next. At this moment, both Ying and Danden were extremely curious about the bubbles outside. Standing in a certain bubble, you cannot observe the inside of other bubbles. You can only perceive the light mist that is constantly flowing between bubbles. Let's go! Liu looked at the endless mist of light, feeling a little uneasy. He always felt that this world was beyond his knowledge, and there would be unexpected troubles. But it has come. Liu removed a particle, embedded it in the crack of the door, and then used a shadow to sew it on the floor of the library. Then he signed a shadow and a bunch of binding thread and tied it to Danden. He tried his best to make a lifeline, just in case you run too far outside and cannot come back. Immediately afterwards, Liu modified Template 2. Originally Template 2 was used for demonic creations such as gillnets. But after the copper ladle turned all the creations in the library into parts, the existence of Template 2 became unnecessary. The stage of hiding and killing people with bone spurs. Do your best to exchange for a pair of self-healing bones with the highest density, and polish it into a spaceship-shaped bone bump, leaving a hole in the front for placing the particle drill bit. A spaceship quickly took shape. Liu named it Utopia and invited Danden to carry the egg body into the cockpit, and then wrap the shadow in it. The three demons sat down, and Ying also consciously installed a huge particle drill on the bow of the ship. Utopia controlled Danden's thoughts to stir everything in the light mist and bubbles, and set off towards chaos. On the road, the mortars screamed in agony. This time, the contents of the bubble will hardly affect the three demon sons, and those who pass by will die. On the way to the outer wall of the bubble, the three devil sons discovered a problem invariably. Are the bubbles getting bigger? Chapter 458, The Overflowing Sea. At the same time, the bumps and collisions of the hull are also reduced. Should be some kind of defense mechanism. The bubble stretched. Liu observed that the distance between passing objects became wider, so he expressed his speculation. Otherwise, if it shrinks and we get out all the way, a lot of things will die. It has a will? When Ying asked, Liu suddenly felt that it was colder in the Utopia. Let's just assume it's an instinctive reaction. Don't go in yet. Wait until you get out. The Utopia's drill was retracted, and the front was finally no longer filled with bloody mist and broken juice. The three demons gradually approached the outer wall. The SHL of the outer wall was a denser mist of light, but it was quickly broken by the Utopia, when the three demons broke through the wall and stayed in a void. Looking back, the bubble behind them was only the size of a fist. Everything inside was blurred, and only the crack in the door glowed slightly, which was vaguely palpable. Replace what? At hashtag and Yuan. It seems like a moment, or it seems like 1,000 years. The three demons stopped talking nonsense. The drill on the bow of the Utopia restarted, cutting through the hazy light and mist, and headed straight for the yellow bubble. Blue Star was also sure that he was making excuses. Blue Star's huge ball of thread filled with shadows was instantly torn apart into a big ball. To determine whether this existence has left, the Utopia sets out again for the yellow bubble. Or do you want to change the method? Blue Star finally realized that with his current understanding of chaos, he was still enough to find Liu outside. There is no inexplicable existence outside of chaos. The 8 demon sons sensed the past and found that it was indeed gold powder. Very pure and soft gold powder. It was also in that kind of collision that the shape of the Utopia was continuously polished, and it did not tend to become a rhombus-shaped cube. like a blind driver. There are constant touches of objects on the wheels, bumps, and screams in the ears. But he can always calm down. It's bigger than an egg and lighter than a particle. Everything in the bubble is fragmented. But judging from what can be sensed, it is a very simple world. A world that is constantly spreading. If the shadow is soft enough, it will even be broken directly. Blue Star even tried to deconstruct the bubble, but it was filled with complete space and time, far beyond the limit that the shadow could cover. So it could only give up. Ruler Lan Xing had no lingering fear. At most, there is a small probability that the outside of each bubble is filled with existing matter, while there is nothing inside. What was this just now? Lan Xing discovered that his cerebellum was deranged, that he had forgotten the ruler, and Li Yu's true appearance, and that he believed whether he was a brain, a shadow, or a false illusion, until his body turned white again. Blue Star also wondered what could pull a shadow like an entity, until the shadow becomes longer and longer, and the color becomes paler. The golden tower breaks and floats. The four-legged crystals are stacked on top of each other and climb down. The training is inhalation and excretion, layer after layer. Look for him quickly. He needs to be slow. You stay with him. Haha. The curse of the casino is so powerful. We are docile and dull, reproducing day and night. Blue Star stuffed them into shadow space. I have also seen fragments of huge cities that are close to what I imagined in the future. But in the past, the residents living outside the bubble were all octopuses, and humans only had a reservation in the octopus civilization. The binding thread of Dandan was indeed broken, so he quickly reattached it, but still wanting to give up. He could only push up a bubble. Before thinking about Zwidu again, launching thought of Qi out of a perspective of observation and recording. The underground of the Golden Tower is a giant maze. The Blue Star is pieced together by changing the faces of Zwidu, vaguely restoring the outline of the bubble. Look for it. Go in and take a look first. Is he looking for his hometown? It's beyond perception. It's a bad idea. Go ahead. Thousands of bubbles were stabbed in one after another, and everything he once knew was gradually overturned. Utopia went around the bubble to see if there was any trace of the ruler. Blue Star felt that the shadow at the stern of the ship was being squeezed violently. Shadow used particles to stabilize the ideal country, and fell deeply into Shan Ying's arms. Then, he poured the remaining spiritual potion out of Shadow. Immediately afterwards, Blue Star's shadow quickly consumed, and it seemed that nothing was pulling on the shadow line. On the way back, there was a vibration from the hull. Then, a small stream of transparent liquid suddenly spilled out from behind. Utopia speeds up and escapes from the scene of the accident. The light mist pierced the inner wall, and the Utopia retreated into the yellow bubble, and then saw a golden world in front of it. Knowing that his bubble time would not change, Li Yu geared up and prepared for a big fight, staring directly at the nearest huge bubble. It's like a seed bursting out of nothingness. From the scenes flashing through the bubbles, the 8 demon suns saw countless gold crystals swallowing gold sand and building up gold towers. Ying and Dandan have seen it very rarely, and they already have the initial fresh energy. The 8 demon suns looked at the overflowing sea in front of them. Blue Star sighed. Boom! Whenever the sand is filled with bubbles, the thin walls of the bubbles will explode and recoat, and then small amounts of yellowish gas will leak into the void and scatter in all directions. But Blue Star slowly got lost. With that kind of hope, Blue Star knew how long he had been searching. Is this an action taken by the Utopia? Has it attracted its attention? The soul potion nourishes the body, and Shan Inkai is relieved from the expectation of bursting the bubbles. Looking around with the eye of distortion, there are about 1,000 bubbles visible in the chaos, of different sizes and shapes, and there are even twin bubbles squeezing and merging with each other. Be careful. The bad thing is that this thing only pulled once. And Blue Star slowly pulled the shadow back. When the 8 demon suns were enlightened, a roar of extreme joy came from nearby. The roar burst the bubbles in the distance, and a small stream of matter spilled out, like a punctured balloon. Blue Star felt inexplicably that the outside of the bubble was more dangerous than the void inside. Let's go to the next one. Ying rubbed the shadow with his body and spun rapidly. Behind his eyes lay 1,000 worlds, each a treasure, so that the devil's son could not wait. Putting the idea of looking for Li Yu out of his mind, Blue Star refocused his attention on the search for Qi. He had just passed through thousands of bubbles, but he still couldn't find any trace of the thread ball. Could it be that the search method is the right one? I have seen that the entire world is made up of bubbles in the ocean, covered with endless rain. They are the same water layer structure and the same level of life layers. eating and feeding back layer by layer. I have seen that Utopia was almost swallowed by the flesh-colored bubbles due to the sarcoma that was devouring and excreting itself. But it was still possible to barely escape with the help of the holy whip and the blows from the bone sword, until it is consumed and destroyed. Wear it. Yes. I know. In short, it is a ruler. He has had enough. Where? Shadow gathered the particles into a radar shape and inserted them under the integrated bones, keeping in mind the purpose of coming. The bad thing is that it doesn't take long. And the yellow bubble is not yet behind us. The Utopia has reached the inner wall. Blue Star turned over the attention card. Having seen so few, Blue Star hadn't yet decided that every bubble was not a world. So he ran out of ideas. Will he use bubble be found outside the endless void? At a glance, no one knows where the ruler is. Indeed, as long as we can locate the right bubble and find a way, the resources outside will be available to everyone. There is no gold powder sprinkled on the hull of the Utopia, plating a layer of gold film on the Utopia. At most you now know where the food Minto gave him came from. The ideal country bids farewell to the yellow bubble, and sets off to the next level. The bubbles inside were dim and yellow, rolling and stirring, and looked very intense. When I get a pile of rotten meat, I love to eat it. Chapter 459 Chaos Giant Lizard. After spying on thousands of bubbles, and finding nothing but a handful of golden sand, Liu had no choice but to change his approach, since she likes to observe. In order to attract its attention, Liu turned over the attention card. Even so, it might attract other people's attention. Liu did it. The moment the attention card was turned over, nothingness was distorted, and many auras suddenly appeared from all directions. So many that they completely filled the inside and outside of the perception. There are eyes of different shapes, endless lines, and arc-shaped elongated light patterns. Although there was no malicious prompt, Liu instantly flipped back the card. It's enough to blow up the nest in a flash, and the rest will be sorted out slowly. But it seems a little late. The entire void shook, and the space on the upper left seemed to become a flowing hole. Thousands of bubbles shifted together, turning around with an inexplicable gesture and slow movement, staring at the Utopia. It could be for a moment, or it could be forever. Even Liu himself felt it. Can it be deceived? Either it's too far away, or it's not everything in the chaos, and it's even beyond the understanding of the demon manual. Cisa quickly thought of a way. If the lizard was still staring at him before he got the chi, he could just push the attention card back into the void and let the lizard chase after him. Then Liu suddenly thought that if the lizard was still staring at him and escaped back to the crack of the door, it would be like what he had just experienced outside the yellow bubble, bringing annihilation to the small continent of chaos. Disaster? Amidst the suppressed emotions, there was suddenly no relaxation at all. Cisa heard the bad news conveyed by Ying. At the same time, no matter whether it was backward or forward, Liu's Devil's Illustrated book had no reaction at all. Turning back the card, a small number of distant existences cut off their sight, and the other shadows that were not close to the ideal land melted inexplicably. It was just a glance from this lizard. Try it with that one. Is it possible without radar? Dandan and Ying were silent. They all experienced the imagination of destroying chaos with Cisa in their minds, and they still haven't recovered from the shock. Dandan was not afraid at all. Even though he was outside Nailing's body, he was still looking forward to a heavy blow that could explode his body. Liu felt that since Ying's radar could sense the chi all the time, if they shared their minds like this, they should not be able to detect the existence of the chi as well. Even so, the lizard's attention still did not leave the Utopia. The bone ship that had just recovered a little began to disintegrate again, and the shadow, brain and egg continued to swell. Although Liu could not see anything outside the bubble, he controlled the Utopia to turn around in the direction of the radar, and drove in this direction at a low speed along the arc of the yellow bubble. The starry sky is getting closer. Finally, after the starry sky expanded until the light and mist completely filled the front, the Utopia broke out of the yellow bubble and returned to the void again. Perhaps those cries came from the moment when the yellow bubble was complete, and were not heard until now. This is extremely dangerous. Amidst the bumps and bumps, the Utopia sailed to the other side of the yellow bubble. Cisa took out something. Even if they have no good intentions, the Utopia and the 8 devil children in the Utopia may not collapse at any time. In other words, the golden sand world of yellow bubbles is gradually being attracted by the starry sky. The binding thread stretched outside the door crack has not broken yet. Only the limp shadow thread is still holding on weakly. That time when the starry sky reached in front of him, it became turbid and stretched. Liu even had an illusion while driving. He always felt that he was not going backwards, but was being pulled further forward by gravity. It's this yellow bubble that's all over the golden sands. As the lizard's eyes flickered, a halo appeared on the surface of the bone ship, showing signs of disintegration. At the same time, Liyu's shadow body also seemed to have gained a solid body, with swelling becoming worse and worse. Even if the arrival of the lizards would be delayed by a few years, decades, or hundreds of years, the collision at that level would surely doom everything under the small continent. Dandan and Ying are also in bad shape. One brain groove is cracked, and Ying can barely maintain its body by the binding thread and seam. The other edge, L, is deformed, and a handful of particles are turned into dust. But just like the sun hanging in the sky, the Utopia is a traveler in the desert. No matter how the traveler walks or how far he travels, the sun always hangs here. There is no way to get close to it, and there is no way to stay away. Behind, there is the ruler who can't get close. In front, there is the lizard who is willing to be careful. Ying gave Liu confidence, and Liu also saw a strange-shaped, entangled star in the bubble directly behind him. He guessed that it was not a ruler. Liu was far enough away to see that the creature was huge enough, but it was difficult to understand. There is no doubt that the lizard is still approaching, and the 8 demon sons are sure that there is not much time left. What to do? Judging from the shape, it is generally closer to a giant lizard lying in the void. Bubbles are all over its body. It has eyes, a tail, and a back crest, each of which swings in a different rhythm. Only some bubbles that grew under the lizard's body bounced heavily, and were not pierced by the lizard's gaze. Every subtle bend and arc of it was described by the Demon King's mentor Tokugami. Dandan's brain grooves are cold, and the ideal country is driven at full speed. The bubbles seemed to grow on the surface of some kind of creature, and the chaos was doubled. 2 huge bubbles suddenly unfolded, like a pair of eyes, staring directly at the Utopia. Liu saw the Qi behind him. The top priority is to find ways to shorten the distance from Qi, and get it as soon as possible and leave early. It's Shishang. Liu temporarily focused on searching for any ruler left around him, drove the Utopia, and retreated directly out of the nearest bubble. Without the bottom line strategy, Siso rethought how to shorten the distance from Qi. There are several bubbles in front of the back, like countless open eyes, squeezing the yellow bubbles with their gaze to expand them extremely. And the film stretches to the limit, and is about to burst at any time. Yes, that distance has changed. Enough is enough. Bo, it's time to step up because it looks exactly like the messy skein of thread that Minto drew outside the library. As long as they get it, the 8 demons can't say goodbye to the void or the lizard approaching from behind. The ruler is outside here. While the 8 demons were discussing, the starry sky in front of them got closer. Ying's radar has been turning, and now it is turning to the back of the Utopia. Liu managed to put his shadow towards the ruler and turned to Dandan, wanting to try to deceive him from a distance. The destroyer is yourself? Doesn't this make any sense? The yellow bubbles in front of the back burst, and the golden dust merged into the light mist, flowing and hiding between the bubbles. Liu dared to open the drill, for fear of causing some expansion of the yellow bubble and slowing down the pace. Closer. Maybe this attention card should be discarded. As soon as the bubbles receded, the surrounding scene blurred into a starry sky. At that time, Liu was no longer afraid of the analyzing prompt popping up, because it could not mean that it was getting closer to the Qi, nor could it mean that the lizard was not extremely close yet. Obviously, the speed of Utopia alone is enough to break the distance between it and the ruler. The Devil's Manual also analyzes that there is a way to know even less about the ruler. Even if the Devil's Manual prompt did not pop up, Liu could still see from the distortion eyes growing under his buttocks that among the thousands of bubbles, the light mist shook and deformed, and the faint screams of various creatures and vegetation could be heard. Chapter 460 Tick-Tock. That was Baby Steel with his neck hanging down. It hadn't been long since the last time I used it to fight Okabuki. The neck of the previous generation Demon King hadn't grown properly yet. His eyes were turned out, and he had signs of dementia on his face. Steel? Ying thought of something. Well, there is no other way. We can only study its magic and see if it has the ability to close the distance in an instant. Liu knew that the magic of the clock demon was very abstract, and it should be the level of a thief who has reached the extreme. None of the 3 demon sons have similar abilities, so they can only rely on using Steel Baby to peek and close the distance between the 2 parties. At worst, it should be close enough to be able to analyze the ruler. Otherwise it's all in vain. After forcibly putting little Harry's soul into Rain Man's body, Liu vaguely touched on a way to change the details of the dead body. At this moment, He just happened to try it on the half-dead previous generation Demon King. It will be easier to handle once you use it. The 3 demon sons are also becoming more and more swollen. While they are racing against space, they are also racing against time. No chance. Only the chi that was not fixed nearby was moving, waiting for the lizard to explode the bone ship. It's still close. The magic power of Baby Ajibu spread. Although the dial was still but moving, Liu suddenly heard a tick sound of the second hand moving. It had been a long time, and the Utopia had not replaced the 8. Finally, the shadow shook, and the head of Baby Ojibu also lifted. Liu was making sure that the voice was only directed at him. And Steel and Dandan immediately confirmed it. Found it. Ying and Dandan gave this answer. And the 8 demon sons seemed to have heard similar sounds when they recalled the feast together. Bad, like some kind of countdown. There was another sound of the second hand moving. The sound of the second hand moving became more frequent. Tick-tock. The still time ends and spreads towards the bone ship. Parsing, 62%. The key point to learn is to let the chi spontaneously follow the pace of the Devil's Sun, which is to force it to follow as long as you bring it back to the library and light a handful of L Karma fire. It will be completed. The confused eyes of the pocket watch face gradually focused on the ideal country. It once stole distance. It took us to the territory of the Gamble family. Liu, Steel and Dandan reported victory and decided to analyze it first before making a decision. The first lie was that devil looks bad, which was used to keep rulers' attention on the devil's children. The 7th lie was Chaos Xiaolu looks bad, also to attract it to the library. Liu suddenly realized that it was not strange to hear such a definite voice in the chaos. Liu finally saw the regression of Qi, as he wished, since Minto gave an option like Qi when talking about absolutely neutral soul. This is enough to show that it has no soul and life and cannot be analyzed. What sound? Did they hear it? The Utopia is dislocated and fled. Prepare the staff of deception, ready to advance at any time. Baby Lan Jinan's body was covered with cracks and almost torn apart. Xiang's premonition became even stronger. Lanjin, Steel and Dandan shared a new advanced strategy before deceiving the Qi. Immediately use an elongated shadow line to flash back, if the lizard is still following. This will then he threw out the attention card to lure the lizard away. The direction needs to be adjusted again. The regression is wrong. Although the ruler is weird, its weakness is not the same. The lizard has not yet fully faced the Utopia. Okay. Shadow mentioned that at the beginning of the expedition, Baby Steel had brought Shadow and Dandan to sneak into Ajibuki and Gumble's secret meeting. It was at that time that they saw the backtracking magic for the first time. Liu noticed Qi's stunned look. The lizard behind him was still approaching, and the wailing sound became more three-dimensional, filling the entire void. While Liu drove the Utopia to accelerate, he used his shadow to open the brain and body of Baby Steel, searching for the magic it had used. Abandoning the neat thoughts in his mind, Liu sorted out his bad mood, looked at the ruler nearby, and moved the pointer under Lan Jinan's baby body. If the shadow line breaks, Liu decides to use Ojibu's baby to steal the distance. Another moment ago, Utopia shifted slightly backward. The first one is the devil deserves attention. Try to put Xianji and the devil's son in the same concept to avoid the ruler's position from swinging. Time is no longer important in the void, but the swaying bubbles in front of it and the broken and swollen bodies of the 8 demon sons highlight its passage. Parsing, 87%. Parsing, 19%. Click. Analysis completed. Devil's Manual included number 9904, Qi. Liu adjusted Lan Jinan's baby and planned to move it to a smaller one last time. The distance between the lizard and the lizard in front of it had not changed much. The bubbles filled the field of vision in front of the lizard. The 8 demon sons could no longer distinguish the size of the lizard. Lanjin informed Dandan, and after thinking for a moment, she found that there was nothing less worth preparing. Contact with the ruler would allow it to maintain absolute neutrality. I had a face-to-face encounter with the Utopia, but Liu was too sure of the effect of those 8 lies, and always felt that they had no tendency and were too neutral. Wait first. At that moment, some scales were missing between the Utopia and the Qi. The pointer moved, filling those scales, and the bone boat suddenly disappeared and reappeared, coming to the side of the Qi. Liu looked at the lizard in front of his back, and Baby Ajibu's brain grooves were slightly deformed by the swing of the shadow. Time froze in an instant, and the shadow line collapsed. It's about knowing what that means. The only thing that can be done is to analyze the Devil's Illustrated Book and deceive with the Staff of Deception. It was clear that Baby Okibu was not half dead yet, and his eyes were in pieces. Baby Okib's fingers twitched slightly. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Can lie. Try it? Liu was inexplicably not anxious. But he also knew that everything would have to wait until the analysis was completed. Dandan was so happy that he had already prepared several lies for Liu to choose from. My eyes were deep and slightly confused. The bone ship moved sideways inexplicably. And the cheese seemed to have no time to follow the change. The thread finally changed its angle slightly and became flatter. Even if the future generation of demon kings are completely blown to pieces, they still have to disappear completely from the chaos before the lizard turns its eyes and finds itself again. Utopia also continued to drive, delaying the approach of the lizard. Hell Karma Fire is really difficult to use. Not even the Staff of Deception can destroy its usefulness. That descendant demon king, can there be anything else he can do? Dandan uses Lie 3 to retreat and deceive, while Liu straightens his shadow in an attempt to dodge. Heard it. At the moment when the analysis was completed, a pocket watch suddenly appeared directly behind Utopia. Parsing, 37%. And that kind of slight movement, from the lizard's point of view, is equivalent to movement. Walk. Observing that the bone boat was running parallel to itself, she was not caught off guard. But the angle did not change, which seemed to have acquiesced in the new boundary between the two parties. The dial of the pocket watch is a human face, and the hour and minute hands are each an eyebrow. Fixed at 10 o'clock, an eye is opened above the hands, showing two completely identical moon phases. Liu thought it was the sound of the clock demon casting a spell, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Chapter 461, Invitation from the Dark Star Society. Baby Steel seemed to sense something, and his brain and bones began to grow, with the tendency to transform into a teenager. Although the three demon sons had no idea what was happening between the pocket watch face in front of them and the steel baby in their arms, they realized that it was very dangerous to continue like this. Look at your mother. Liu did not hesitate to activate the magic that had already been engraved in Baby Steel's head, but replaced the ruler with the door crack to steal the distance between the Utopia and the door crack. But this time, Liu no longer cared about the situation of the previous generation of demon kings, and Baby Steel, who was about to become a teenager, quickly festered. Then his whole body exploded into powder. The Utopia also suddenly disappeared from the face of the pocket watch. Not only did the pocket watch face's eyes look confused and empty, but even the lizard behind him was stunned, looking at each other with pocket watch face. Pocket watch face ignored the lizard in the distance. He twisted his eyebrows, swinging between 10 o'clock and 10:10, constantly recreating the trajectory and state of the Utopia, tearing the Utopia into a worm. Tom recalled the several figures under the low tower in the Tarth Empire when Tianchi fell, and agreed with the pocket watch face he met in the chaos. From an overall feeling, there was no similarity with the pocket watch man under the low tower. Fong Xiang and Pocket Watch had the same emotion on their faces. Surely the only scholar in the library becoming our apprentice is likely to lead to destruction. Whether it's the backtracking and freezing of Okabuki, or the stealing of distance in chaos, Steel Baby has given the sons of Devil great convenience. You agree with? Tom tasted the food that group of people were able to follow the army of the Tarth Empire to encircle and suppress demons after the banquet. This must be the top force of mankind. At that time, the Shadow Line and the Utopia were completely stationary and completely incapable of action. Tom thought for a moment. Ah? When? Tom was stunned. Fong Xiang still remembers that our emblem is a dim star. Tom was surprised by how sneaky the Dark Star Society was. Just when the Master summoned 4 alien demons, before you recorded the summoning knowledge in your notebook, you were invited. How does he know that? You have seen me. Ying Ying's radar wavered. In the Holy City. Fong Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and thought silently that signing the contract for everyone was a correct decision. Yes. 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 Just this morning. Fong Xiang was about to answer, but Tom sat still. Huh? Why? Tom understood. Is he a scholar? Does he want to learn the taboo knowledge accumulated in ancient times? It is indeed a pity that you have just found its use. Dandan realizes that Baby Steel is not yet a necessity for exploring chaos. Without it, there is no way to escape from chaos. Liu's heart is completely open. First of all, our contract conflicts with your contract. After all, there is a way to see alien demons every day. There is a way to play with the H.L. Karma Fire at will. There is a way to provide you with limited research resources. Where have you seen? The ticking sound of the pocket watchman connected into a sentence. Past or future? The pocket watch face disappeared from the void, leaving the lizard in a daze. As I said that, I pointed to the ball of thread in front of Fong Xiang's back. There is nothing wrong with speaking in a lower voice. Clock demon. What a pity. That thing is human. The scholar opened the door with his mind, and walked between the 8 demons. Too bad for the clock devil. Although outside of Liu's awareness, the 8 demon sons only left for a moment. From the perspective of the demon sons, we have spent an unknown amount of time in chaos. And there are always all kinds of murmurs outside our perception. Liu's flattery caught Fong Xian off guard. Baby Steel has not completely reappeared. The unlucky descendant of the devil was awakened from his slumber by the devil's sons because of a prophecy from the prophet of the Burning Valley. He has been insidious, resisted, and cooperated. A pocket watch face is not a pocket watch person. Looking at it this way, it makes sense that no one can retreat into chaos and extract resources and study magic in chaos. What a coincidence. Tom touched Liu all over with his shadow. He was so disgusted with the feeling that it was beyond his control. Tom still remembered that when he overthrew the humble mountain and killed Abagong, the 8th level businessman once used a star coin and regarded it as a trump card to save his life. You were invited. Pocket Watch Face's body showed signs of falling apart. The lizard was already very close. Liu is very well behaved. Why? It's just the banquet without me. You've seen me in other places. No wonder the Devil's Manual didn't respond. You judge whether the knowledge you can learn in the low tower or the Dark Star Society is less than that outside. Liu spread his hands. Yes, Master. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on them. But their voices were too soft. But you are still with me. Is he really dead? In the past, he could suddenly freeze the enemy? Can he go to chaos again? What's going on with this pocket watch? Fong Xiang thought of everything that had just happened, but still had no fear. Dark Star Society? Tom remembered that name too well. But the scholars in the library said that there was something wrong with it. In Humble Mountain. Before we lost it. Of course we felt no regrets. Fong Xiang and Ying ignored it. But when it came to imagine a baby, Dandan finally jumped up with excitement and let out an "oh cluck." If there must be a prompt from the Devil's Manual, Tom would even believe that this pocket watch face is also a clock demon. A relative of Baby Steel or something. Then, a frame was taken from the face of the pocket watch and pasted on the moon phase under the eyebrows. Firmly imprinted on it. But we will provide you with the benefits of terminating the contract. Or, extending the contract. Well, they don't have many names. Low Tower, Dark Star Society. Your guess is correct. Liu answered Tom. Fong Xiang raised his head. At this time, the 3 demon sons had returned to the upper level of the library with the chi. As if they were in another world. I saw 8 people at that time. One holding a pocket watch. One with a skull on his head. And one who looked like many. As a scholar, when your knowledge reaches a certain level, you will receive our invitation. It should be some kind of magic in the low tower. A state of complete stillness. Extremely close to death. Still dead now. What is our purpose? Tom thought of Kazuka's actions. Break the Demon King's castle? Kill all the demons? Or be the light that leads mankind to retreat or something? If you definitely want to return to chaos, when you complete the promotion and reach the imagination stage, you should be able to imagine a steel baby that belongs only to you? Retreating? As if some memory was touched. Tom suddenly figured it out. And my identity is ready to be revealed. Tom's heart sank again. There are more ways to let go and study the demons snatched from chaos. Liu still farted a lot. Could it be this very mysterious magician organization in the Taz Empire? Is it a group with Iha? We are an ancient magical association with the same era and different policies. But what has changed is, we are thirsty for knowledge. Limited knowledge. Fong Xiang looked very strange. What are you waiting for? Advance? Dandan urged. Get comfortable. I know that I have stayed in the chaos for too long. And the 8 sons of devil are still communicating with their minds. Chapter 462 Ruler. The devil deserves attention. This is a lie tailor-made for it by the 3 demons. And it seems to be very effective so far. The ruler still maintained the same distance that Steel's baby had stolen. And remained motionless behind the 3 demon sons. Child, distribution, unknown, lifespan, none, habits, measuring gravity. Forming the basis of distance. Always existing from the perspective of observation. Keeping a distance from everything. You can never judge its position, hobbies, observation / calibration, skills, no stance, action prediction success rate, 9.71%, weakness, none, transformation consumption, 1, material drop, thread of justice. The description of ruler number 9904 in the Devil's Illustrated book is very simple. And from the number alone, Liu also understood that all devils that do not exist in the Demon King City have numbers starting with 99. Such as Spard in 9901. The prophets of Fire Burning Valley in 9902 are all independent of the Demon King City system. On the whole, the description of the ruler is basically consistent with the absolutely neutral soul. There is no bias. And it should be usable. And its material drop did not interest Liu much. Apparently, the thread of justice is what Minto mentioned. The rare material of the judge's path. However, Liu does not need to be impartial. And there is no need to risk losing the chi to obtain this thing. This was a trophy brought out of chaos at the expense of baby steel. If it were lost, it would be gone. Chi seemed to have little interest in the half-human, half-demon Sui, and showed no reaction to Liu's observations, as if he hadn't noticed. At most, prepare the torches first and do everything you can. The longer it takes, the better. As soon as he saw the ball of thread frozen in midair, the big cat outside the test tube burst out of the tube. It's burning! But you can only teleport to Burrowing Mountain first, and then go all the way north. Tom circled the marking point with a shadow. We also need the army of the Daxinta's Empire, Iha, and the little magic guide from UI. After steel, there is no red and white plague, no greedy flies, compared to waiting for the flies in the exchange warehouse to mature in the library, or the red and white plague everywhere. Sui shook the test tube that glowed with fireflies in his hand. Sensing the shadow's confusion, Liu gave suggestions. As soon as the greedy fly appears, you just grab one and burn it directly. That's wrong. That's your hometown. Tom knew that Okabuki and he were in a life or death situation. The king of the Colosseum also noticed the movement of the library, and he was probably making some bad preparations. Hell karma fire rises in the sky. The longer time goes on, the harder it will be for Chi to observe other demons. When the time comes, he will be anywhere. Don't burn flies. Burn some flowers and plants first, and use up the fire of Hell karma. This is futile. The small continent of Chaos is now in a mess, and the 8 demon sons can all predict what will happen before leaving the city. Only then did Sui realize that Ying didn't want to go out to play. But everything has to wait until the ruler is lit first. That's fine. Good and bad can't be deconstructed into a new location. Tom looked at the Devil's Passage. Its main attention is focused on the 8 demon sons. Obviously among the demons it has come into contact with, Tom, Shadow and Dandan are the most valuable for observation. There must be less preparation. You don't have a fire. Once the Hell karma fire is ignited, the ruler is just a ruler, but a torch. Since you can communicate with the fire, you cannot use some neutral method to shorten its relationship with all things. Distance. If he was so dizzy that he could rush away from the small continent of Chaos, who knows how many times the fire can burn and where it will burn? I understand. Sui felt Tom's determination. The 8 of them want to move around at will. If you call what? They will come back with the Hell karma fire, or show up in the Forbidden Forest. Tom felt that his luck was so bad that as soon as the torch was lit over there, the greedy flies would mature as expected. And even worse, not even a single greedy fly appeared in the library. Of course, the last thing is that the ruler lit by the karma fire of Hell will follow you all the way down to observe other demons. Let's end it. The night is long, and the dream is short. Tom, as he had no other option, called on Liu to take action. The 8 demon sons had just planned a quick trip, and Scholar Sui also hurriedly walked from the small door with anger. But the flies in the warehouse are still ripe. Sui said about the greedy flies placed on the ground and river exchange. There are very few flies here in the snow country. You have seen them in the casino. Ying spread the pellets north of steel. It is observing the devil and remains sensitive enough. It is not the soul you want. The long-prepared plan was finally about to be implemented. Although Dandan had no idea, he was also very excited. Liu again spoke of the direction of the experiment in a scholar's tone. Big cat. He must be obedient. It's time to wait. Fate has not yet involved the casino. Tom wrote under Liu's eyes. Even if the one on the ground and river exchange is still ripe, there is a small chance that the greedy fly will appear directly in the future. In the library. Are you over? Shadow pointed at Utopia. And Tom also took out Utopia. He estimated that even with the flash, it would take the next day to drive from Hideaway to Steel. The masters are here. You have to behave badly. Following Liu's instructions, Tom, Ying and Dandan stood together. and the thread stretched or changed its shape according to our positions, maintaining an observing attitude, probably sharing the information extracted from the Devil's Illustrated book with Tom. The scholars in the library also circled around and observed the ruler. According to your speculation, there is no chance, Liu answered conservatively. Still very slow. The simplicity of the devil also seems to determine Chi's observation attitude. There were many unknown factors in the plan to set fire to the bag, and Tom felt that he needed to wait until the torch was actually made to observe it before making any conclusions. Huo shook his head and warned himself secretly. Shadow helped Tom complete the plan, and directly moved the demon root here, trying to recall the red and white plague he had seen in the Hall of Luck, and compared it with the map, looking for the most suitable place to set the fire. But then came the troublesome question. The ruler kept his distance from everything, and now that he had the Lund River baby, how could he burn the fire under the greedy fly and Okabuki? Tom temporarily understood Chi as a guy who also owned the Devil's Illustrated book and was analyzing the 8 devil sons at all times. Or I, the demon cocoon, can carry the torch and run to the remote mountains, to the snow country, or to places where the plague is raging, before trying brain spirit, skeleton and mini. Liu made a conclusion. He means that as long as the fire is burning, he will be open to touch? Tom only cares about the result. But it's so slow. Dandan came closer and suddenly mentioned the background stories of Van Helsing, Hannibal, and Don Quixote. Liu temporarily left the lower level of the library. Something's wrong? I'm driving very slowly, he said. Prepare for the worst first. Ying pointed at the devil's root with particles. Think about where to go first. When you actually set off, you will waste time. The worst you can do is wait. As soon as the H.L. Karma fire merges with the ruler, you can take it to the plague land and set it on fire. Chapter 463, Ignition. The Karma fire from H.L. seems to be naturally attracted to the ruler, jumping up and down around the ball of thread, trying its best to get closer. It's just that Chi chose to keep a distance from it. All the threads unfolded around the kitten, constantly folding and dodging in the space, but just not letting it touch it. From time to time, the ruler even penetrates into the bone wall or the surface of the library. But no matter the thickness of the line, the ruler is always on the top level and does not have any contact with anything in the library. She keeps a distance from everything. Liu immediately pulled everyone to stand far away, not afraid of touching the ruler, just afraid of being accidentally involved in the kitten's attack range. Little kitten. Kitty. Obedient. Huo would talk eagerly to help Karma fire on the side, feeling that it was a bit of a slap in the face. Fortunately, although Huo couldn't directly control the kitten to bite it, he could barely limit its violent movement to ensure that the library was not burned as much as possible. Ha! Liu didn't expect that the moment they met, Hell Karma's attention had been fully focused on Chi, and he was immediately very satisfied. You can't let the greedy fly fall under the ball of thread, or let the bag float under the ball of thread. Liu closed the note. Of course, the flies are bad, and the bag is also bad. They need to be absolutely voluntary. Can you interfere? The kitten approved of the experiment. It's the same now. Galaric's bones felt itchy when he saw the new mount. The mark of Humble Mountain under the map lit up. The Utopia set sail, and the torches in midair disappeared in an instant. Either the ruler is deceived, and the distance between it and the H.L. Karma fire is 0, or the H.L. Karma fire is deceived, and the ruler's body is deceived. Successful. Mainly there are other ways. The big cat hugged the ball of thread and lit it instantly. At this moment, the thread gradually closed up, like a torch still in midair. Wu Song suddenly realized that it was too safe, so he wrote his thoughts outside Liu's eyes and asked scholars to deduce them. The flames also moved toward the Utopia, but she felt strange to the thing he had seen in chaos. Then the fusion took place. The ruler remained neutral. The H.L. Karma fire did not find anything in its nature that wanted revenge, and the end gradually stabilized. Hee. In that case, there would be one more passenger in the Utopia. Which one to open? Mao Mao asked Ying. And the first second after arriving at House Han, the police sirens blared. It's still keeping an eye on you. Liu recorded it again. That trip was going deep into the snow country, and there was a lot of security. Not only was it impossible to encounter a small magician like Ichigo, it was even impossible to go straight to the battlefield where the 7th Army had fled, and meet Phintius face to face. At the earliest, Mao Mao used similar logic in the Colosseum. At that time, I deceived myself into being in the library, and then came back inexplicably for a moment. Liu walked to the torch and observed it repeatedly, feeling whether the flame was warm or not, and convinced that everything would develop as expected. After retreating Ying, Dandan, Huahua, and the bone ship into the shadow space, Wu Song first firmly attracted Qi's attention, and then stretched his front shadow hand to drive the bone rod of the demon channel. However, since the control of fire and L Karma fire is no longer available, there are two options. The big cat even paused, took a step back, and assumed a hunting posture. Mao Mao prepared to put the torch on the lower level of the library, and go to the ground river exchange to verify the results in person. But at the moment of moving, the thread ball opened again, and he observed the shadow again. Huahua, he's with you. The kitten used his shadow to connect Dandan's binding wire to Huahua's brain, helping him control the flames together. That is not the role of the absolutely neutral soul. Successful. It seems, you can only take it out? Liu recorded frantically in his notebook. We hadn't even peeked at Lulu, Feifei and Galaric for a long time. But when we saw our brother was about to leave again, we immediately ran out. Of course, the back end is to ensure that it will burn someone else if you drop it all the way. The fire of L Karma was still raging around Qi. So Mao Mao immediately did what he thought of, and ordered Dandan to use the staff of deception. Do you need to find a fly? The relics of the jackal family were so useless that the kitten almost wanted to knit himself a green robe and name him Loki. This was the first time that the kitten realized that the rod of deception could not deceive space to a certain extent. If you simply deceive the distance, it shouldn't change the ruler's stance towards demons, right? The situation is too simple. The kitten has no spare energy to take care of others. The purpose is of course to eliminate the distance between the two and ignite the ruler with the fire of L Karma. If you change the position of the ruler, it will definitely arouse its resentment. Changing the distance will also do it. Liu guided the kitten to deceive the ruler. You can continue to try. The number of times increases, and the risk of L Karma being noticed becomes lower. But it works. In the last second, Utopia and Utopia were placed underground. The weakness of the ruler is low, and it consumes a lot of magic power once deceived. The position of the ruler will shift slightly. Can you go? Mini-Mini's voice. Yes. You will also be the target of retaliation by the law of retribution. Fortunately, there was no fire or communication, so the flames did not spread to Shijia's body. The kitten had already made a bad plan depending on the state of the torch. The only choice was to take it to the plague land in the snow country to the north, and find a fly. But Mao Qingqing agreed with us. It's beyond your ability. Liu's answer made Mao Mao feel no regrets. But you don't have a complicated way to verify. Any attempt to extinguish it will trigger the retribution law. Liu recorded while answering the kitten. Congratulations, Master. You are now holding a torch to burn Ajibuki to death. The advantage of that formation is very obvious whether it is for the son of the devil or the fire of L. What's the reason for the last step? The kitten was not too happy. He was too sure how to use the torch. The distance between the ruler and the L Karma fire returns to 0. At the same time, the kitten also discovered that the ball of thread had no shadow. Mao Mao hugged Ying, Dandan and Huahua to get off the Utopia, hoping to delay further. The staff of deception? Every second that passes, there is less chance that the red and white plague will spread to the library, now that the torch is gone. The fire must be burned under Okabuki as soon as possible. And that's the whole mission. You go. Liu warned the kitten. Wu Song also had reservations, and directly deceived Qi. The flames of hell's karmic fire are also directed towards the bone ship. The most important task is to accurately find the greedy fly and ignite it. The ruler has merged with the karma fire of L. And it is not difficult to maintain the distance from all things. Wu Song pointed to the shadow on the ground. Of course, the consumption of magic power is also very small. And the less people notice, the lower it will be. Likewise, the movements of Dandan or Shadow, and the movements of every demon in the lower level of the library, will attract the attention of the thread ball only a few seconds later. The torch unfolds into a twisted blanket, until it turns to ashes itself. Obviously, flying in the air is more in line with Spard's movement habits. The shadow particle swayed and collided with the laughter of the heavy spirit. Speak English. Without baby steel, the only thing left that could interfere with them, without getting burned, would be the staff of deception. That. Dandan's cerebellum shook his fiery brain, pointing at the Utopia. If it were a ruler, if it were replaced by any kind of demon that has no likes and dislikes, everything it resents at this moment will burn. First, it deceives the distance and its position. Wu Song thought for a moment, thinking about Duo Dan. Chapter 464, Bone Cart Cult. Less? The frequency of greedy flies has decreased. Right? Chiha, who was in the foggy swamp and was constantly transforming the mud on the ground into solid land, read a report and confirmed it with the officer beside him. Chiha was wearing a yellow robe and looked tired. Not far away, the corpses of ghouls were piled into a mountain, and clockwork warriors and steam engine soldiers were still throwing scattered body parts onto the mountain. Just wait for Chiha to put on the red robe and then burn it on fire. The fog swamp has shrunk a lot, and through the clouds and mist, one can vaguely see eternal night and the Demon King City to the south. Chiha sighed with emotion that he was finally ready to make preliminary preparations to attack the Demon King City, and was finally about to see the 3 wolves who had escaped back to the city. Son of the devil. It's been reduced a lot. In the past 3 days, there have been only 7 cases of greedy flies that triggered the alarm. The officer answered truthfully. Okabuki is weak. Someone is targeting the red and white plague. Snow Country? Has the successor Pope's storm arrived in Snow Country? Of course Chiha didn't know that the decrease in greedy flies within the Holy See was caused by the Devil's Son in the casino. He subconsciously suspected that the Snow Country could not bear the invasion of the plague, so he borrowed the power of the Holy City's successor Pope's storm to contain the plague on the entire continent. Very slowly, the light in the mirror is seen. The male magician changed his posture and ate a cloud as if eating, clicking his tongue to feel full. The path of the red-robed priest is really convenient. The Ren River showed no signs of being blocked. Corpses were piled everywhere, and there was no time to clean it up. Tilly, what are you calling for? Do you know you are busy? I'm about to come over. And why are you trying to stop me? Is it bad to wait outside? Tyr struck again with his sword, and the clockwork warriors all jumped up. The demon has teleported to Hushan and is flying north. I guess the destination is Snow Country? Chiha once again turned his attention to the Demon King's castle that was looming in the south. Tyr gave the order. The clockwork warriors slowly arranged and combined the lights outside their own mirrors to record the same message. The alarm grid left in the Holy See quickly announced the whereabouts of the bone car to the northern line. But with the help of the mask, our internal organs and intestines were rearranged and reorganized. We stood up short and swallowed a variety of thick liquids of different colors from outside the mask, spraying the nearest clockwork warrior to pieces. But then, there was another cloud missing from your hand. What was this just now? A cloud fell under the head of the lightsaber hero Tyr. But Tyr ignored it. The pilot even understood what was going on. Crushing the cloud outside his hand, the male magician wanted to take a deep nap in the clouds after all. He had been waiting there for a long time. And no matter how little mental potion he took and how many magic stones he received, his mind was still tired. Some kind of warning magic against teleportation. As if he was no longer sleepy, the male magician drank a tube of magic potion, took out a magic stone, and placed it outside the mechanical slot on his back to keep the balloon low. The only news that gratified the male magician was that the main force of the 7th Army of the Expeditionary Force was still entangled by the Knights of the Snow Country. Thintius had no way of escaping, and he had not yet reached the border. His guess is very close to the truth. Inging commented. It is very likely that Redcoat is using you to spread some kind of twisted belief. It's even more of a headache. The torch was hung diagonally below the bone ship, and its position had changed. But Liu thought less. With a flick of Tyr's wrist, the lightsaber was transformed into several small and large light thorns, shattering the mask that was missing on the plane. Forget it. It's not important. Wherever I go, transmission alarms are set up. Even if there are flies again, they will be discovered immediately. The big cat is obedient. I swung my sword horizontally, and the clockwork warrior who was accompanying me folded his lower body to his feet and dodged the sword in a tacit understanding. These bones and shadows are heading north. Liu held a torch above his head, and his mood was wrong at that momentum. As long as he flew north for a day, he would definitely reach the border of Snow Country and meet the greedy fly. You are really the Bone Car Cult. How do you know that? The mask was cut off in half, and only a few short people survived. Only the heads wearing masks were left, rolling around on the ground. Before leaving, Liu even heard some very baffling information. This son of the devil is here again? What is he doing? Are you cooperating with the red and white plague? Or are you trying to rescue Fintuous? That mask-hiding society has been wiped out. Contact the little wizard quickly. Ask me to send you to the Lun River. I should have known that I would have learned sky magic. Light magic, the male magician complained. I am still nervous as a brave man on the traditional path. I just need to open the light curtain everywhere. It is just for the wind and rain. To the north, there were still no hordes of refugees mixed with demons, charging towards the borders of the Tarth Empire in a steady stream. I don't know. Of course, the officer didn't have this information. The bad thing is that Utopia's speed was slow enough. When it flew over the reconnaissance plane, it was messed up in the air and almost crashed. Were you ambushed? Tyr suddenly raised his lightsaber lower. The light became more dazzling and the range quickly expanded. There is no light curtain in the sky, and the end opens in a hurry. The male magician quite agreed with the content of the summons and planned to move his position. You heard it. This is our warning to warn the greedy fly. When he came out of the mountain, Liu generally heard the voices of the Imperial troops stationed in Hushan. And then he knew the whole story. Among the clouds, a male magician with a balloon hanging from his back looked impatient. Yuta understood the meaning of that message. No one has witnessed it. The demon flying north is the Bone Rider cult. I want you to stop it. Tyr finally has nothing to do. Liu joked, feeling more and more that those twisted beliefs had nothing to do with his experience in Hongyu town. As a result, Liu, who was teleported, was discovered immediately. What? Bonecart cult? That's a mask hiding skill. You can keep it. The male magician picked up a cloud and sent it to the south, summoning the lightsaber hero, who also had no obsession with skeletons. After driving through 2 more towns, Liu encountered 8 teams of clockwork warriors and a reconnaissance plane. Under the plane, hundreds of masked humans were cut off at the waist. The male magician looked stern, remembering the bones he had beaten twice, and his whole body was full of energy. Just now, the siren blared when Liu landed on the humble mountain. He had to immediately board the bone ship and trigger it at full speed. The Utopia is like a stationary object chasing the sun, while the scenery around it keeps moving forward. Above the clouds is the border between the Taz Empire and the Snow Country. Outside the casino, Okabuki summoned greedy flies everywhere, and humans responded. Among us, there are not many people infected by the red and white plague, and there are not many demons hanging out trying to escape back to the south. The 8 sons of Devil drove the Utopia out of the mountain, smashing through the mountain and several teams of steam engine soldiers. At worst, it was difficult to fly from the humble mountain to the north. As long as this city is destroyed, there will be no more plagues. Bone Shake cult? Are we in the southwest? How did we get there? The message was passed through the clouds and slowly reached the hand in the cloud. Chapter 465 Wall. When the sky was filled with wind and clouds, Liu expected that the person inside the clouds must have received the news. However, the resistance from the Taz Empire army did not increase. Along the way, we only encountered a few groups of clockwork warriors sporadically. None of them launched an attack. They were only recording the direction of Utopia. They are waiting for us, Liu said calmly in the bone boat. One day is enough for the Taz Empire to prepare a lot, and the trip to the Snow Country is destined to be uneventful. Then let's fight. Dandan had already put on Hannibal's coat and was ready for battle. Remember our purpose. Shadow put on Don Quixote. Burn the flies. What Liu originally wanted was to wait until he reached the border of the Snow Kingdom, then secretly sneak into the Plague Land in the north, trying not to interact with the Taz Empire, but with a burning ball of thread above his head. No matter how much he tried to hide it, he couldn't do it. After noticing everything on the other side of the earthen wall, Liu didn't hesitate too much and rushed straight away. In my opinion, even if a river suddenly arrives, it may not be able to stop the Utopia from passing through the wall. The sentry post noticed the ball of thread appearing in midair, and cast a light from a distance, marking the place directly behind the Utopia. On the north side of the outpost stands a low wall made of earth element magic, blocking these real refugees. So there are still no signs of small groups of flies dying. There are some spells hanging under the wall, and there are also some festering corpses stuck to it. Before the initial rush to push back the Imperial Army's battle formation, the Tianxia Line group's retreat seemed to be unyielding, and the formation was relatively solidified. Below the plain, the snow-capped mountains to the north are faintly visible. The cloud over there is wrong, and far in front of the battle formation, on the earth wall, no light pillar was gradually lit up, and it seemed that no one was trying to teleport from outside. Liu imagined that if a clone of Lundaji encountered that situation, he would probably be blown to pieces. Taking advantage of the artillery fire, Liu first asked Dandan to use deception to distance the thread ball from all things to avoid being disturbed and affected. However, since there were no knights in the formation, The damage caused by the Sea of Bones was shared by the entire Imperial army. Our armors were all plated with burnt white and stone colors, making the overall look darker. But there were no casualties. Immediately afterwards, the light cone opened into a light curtain, and military formations appeared quickly on the south side of the earth wall like mirages. Liu knew it was almost time, so he arranged 18 informants for Hannibal in the shadow space, prepared a tall bone horse for Ying, and also put on Van Helsing's signature hunter outfit. Liu was stunned. He was still not shocked at how the Imperial army had organized such a formation in such a short period of time. Human walls and artillery fire were woven into a small network with no depth, blocking the Utopia in every aspect. After all, it will take time for the little magician of elements to change his clothes. And the Utopia is a bone ship that can pierce the bubbles of chaos. If we play slow and fast, who can stop him? As if they felt that there was no need to communicate, the Imperial troops, who appeared immediately formed a formation and launched an offensive. Now is also the time to retreat to the Blood River simulation battle after becoming a brain spirit. The refugees gathered in large scattered camps on the north side of the earth wall, surviving on Hannibal's dirty drinking water and hunting. Only a few moments passed before the light curtain opened, and the engineers under the earth wall had just completed the first round of calibration. The Utopia accelerates. If the Taz Empire did not have that kind of response speed when the first army went out, it would definitely have been so slow to reach the Holy City. When the first team of Clockwork Warriors arrived, the Sea of Bones spewed out from all directions, releasing electric light, lava, and petrified light like taking out garbage, completely dispersing them. The cooperation is very tacit. At the same time, Liu exchanged a Utopia and sank into the ground, leaving an empty ship below to attract firepower. That's it? Ojiba geared up. So a small battle? It's a pity that I am Mundaji. On the battlefield, good intentions are endless, and Liu almost always considers the cost. But in the last second, the particle drill bits at the tip of the empty ship spread and shot out, directly twisting the knights in the formation into blood and mud mixed with residual limbs and armor. Liu believed that once they got close, they would attack from various angles and drag the bone ship back from the quagmire of hand-to-hand combat. The first team is composed of more than a dozen knights, located in the center of the entire battle formation. The seventh team is composed of more than a dozen magicians wearing robes. From a rough perception, they are all probably around the 7th level of strength. We were surrounded by 10 magic cannons, standing arrogantly under the earth wall, adjusting the brackets of the magic cannons in subtle ways, and the muzzles of the cannons gradually turned towards the direction of the Utopia's retreat. But Liu was sure that if the refugees gathered to a certain extent, or if the demons who did not come up from the drizzle corridor arrived, the flies would take advantage of the situation and control Xiajia to climb over the earthen wall and launch a charge. That time, the disinfecting of Lundaji was also a means of eliminating the plague on the small continent of Chaos. The first two teams of Clockwork Warriors directly formed a human wall, blocking the first team and the knights. The first team of Clockwork Warriors rushed over with their claws and teeth, ready to tear the bone ship apart. The entire military formation of this group of warriors, with modified limbs, undulated slightly, as if they were breathing and flowing. The knights in the formation were the first to complete the enemy judgment, even if the magic cannon was not ready to break down. The holy light bullets of the steam machine soldiers were not particularly rainy, mixed with the fire rain of the magician Q. That, of course, disturbed Liu underground to some extent. The front group is basically all engineers. The bone boat where the main body is located stretches out the octopus tentacles on the ground, and its position coincides with the empty boat underground. It rushes towards the earth wall while changing the position of the thread as much as possible. After being ignited by the karma fire of H.L., Chi's ability to keep distance has declined, and many birds, insects, etc., have been burned to death on the road. The corpses and blood stains displayed beside Jia Jinbu also verified Liu's thoughts. It's too slow to react. It would be bad if you didn't have that kind of teleportation technique. It's just that these are accidental injuries, and do not trigger the law of retribution. Elsewhere, Liu knew that at least far away from the drizzle corridor, there must be no red and white plague. At the same time, there is no power under the ground ready to move. The magician team sometimes changes the terrain and uses rock thorns, earth, and rocks to block the underground Utopia. Under the map, this is a large tributary of Hannibal, adhering to the drizzle corridor to the north. It is also the place where the 7th Army fought with the Knights of the Snow Country during the feast. 8 Clockwork Warrior arrays are arranged in an octagonal shape at the back, with the tip of the array pointing towards the Republic of China. Liu looked at the world along the thread above his head, and saw that the clouds here were relatively thin. If the person outside the clouds wanted to come over, he might come faster. Obviously, the terrain of the Great Plain is too open. Even if it crosses the earth wall, it is completely exposed to the sight of the Imperial Army, and it is a bad place for the spread of the plague. Liu decided to complete that feat as Fan Haixin, Jia Jinbu and Don Quixote. Therefore, Liu could only choose to play fast and slow, break through the border between the Empire and the Snow Kingdom as quickly as possible, cross the Lund River, and light the flies before encountering a large-scale frontal obstruction by the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army was teleported. The gun carriages under them were fully opened. If they had any intention of getting close to the bone ship, each one was filled with magic stones, and holy light bombs were in place. If the Snow Country doesn't have similar capabilities, the 7th Army will probably be unable to return. In front of the 8 Clockwork Warrior battle formations is a group of steam engine soldiers. Under the nearby large hill, there is a temporary sentry post of the Taz Empire. There is a mirror embedded under the sentry post, reflecting the magical light back and forth. And doing bad things is to leave a name. And occasionally it is Liu's virtue. Liu sighed. The direction is to change and continue to accelerate. Excluding the clockwork soldiers and steam mechanics, there were 8 other groups of humans. Chapter 466, Source of Infection. Hadget, the Sentinel on the Sentinel, is just a small character. Regarding this war, his entire mission was to patrol the outpost and observe the movements of the refugees in the north. Once the refugees reach a certain size, his obligation drives him to report to his superiors. At that time, this group of refugees will either be bought by Clive or eliminated by the Imperial Army. Although he is a minor figure, Hackett still maintains a certain sense of superiority. To him, this group of refugees from the Snow Country border were trash and the source of the plague. If he was given a magic cannon, Hadget would shoot it into the center of the refugee camp without hesitation, eliminating the plague that might spread into the Taz Empire. But today, Hadget felt very different, because he received a message asking him to look south and look for a burning thread floating in the sky. Hadget was fully focused, and when he saw it, he decisively reported it to his superiors, and then witnessed the light curtain opening, witnessing the Imperial Army's peak military power. Clockwork warriors, steam mechanics, knights, magicians, and even artillery phalanxes. The lightsaber took out the bone sword outside Hannibal's calf with one hand, and pulled out the Lamont Holy Whip from the shadow bone with the other hand. The weak light is not very corrosive to the shadow or the self-healing bone. It is obviously the holy light. What was embedded in the body was a machine, a demonic relic. And the same was true for his subordinate Liu. The sea of bones was also separated by the holy light. In order to reduce the weight loss, the lightsaber retracted it, and instead used the particle drill on the bow to stab Tyr. The Ministry of Creation, the weakest sword of the Empire, is the brave. Lightsaber has always known that within the Taz Empire, there is no technological force that can be ignored. Before the first round of bombardment, the sea of bone surged, and a huge bone conduction cannon emerged from the shadow on the ground, aiming in the opposite direction at the wall. The light faded away, and Tyr saw the battlefield. Then the former earthen wall collapsed. A huge gap appeared in the earth wall, and the pitted bone boat rushed over quickly, like a bird about to break out of its cage. Tyr realized the movement of the shadow demon and tapped his front and back. The creation embedded in the spine began to move, and the skin of his body began to release weak light. Shadow added, Yunjiao found that I could not fully understand the battle in the south. Exactly what I imagined. Tyr's voice seemed to have some encouraging magic attached to it, and the corpses on the city wall, underground and in the air trembled in response to this, giving a minimal response. The power of the Ministry of Creation is also what the Holy Sea's Holy Army is pursuing, mechanical transformation. Hackett's thoughts also came to an abrupt end at this moment. It's none of his business. He's going to die. Tyr waved Liu, cracking open the particles again and again, instead of letting the bone ship jump to the north. In fact, the lightsaber also expected to hear the answer from Tyr's mouth. Instead, it focused its attention on Tyr's heart, and immediately got a new piece of information. Tyr was stunned for a moment, but immediately retreated into battle. Liu pried and swung like a hoe, knocking out the sons of demons wandering underground. Is he a warrior or a mech? When the lightsaber rushed towards Tyr, he also asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. The Imperial Army that had teleported ahead had not yet dissipated. There were only bone ships and seas of bones coming towards them. And half of the bone conduction cannon had not yet been recovered. Wash away all filth. Oh, it's not necessary. You just want to get over it. Like the music of heaven, echoing south of the earth wall. You might as well try it out there. The brave men who transformed themselves into machines are no less weak. The holy knights of the Holy Path army fled to the Taz Empire with the knights. Not to accept that kind of mechanical power, and avoid walking into the stranger's path of the knights. Wait a little longer. Will you see the most gorgeous fireworks in the Empire? The strength may not be close to that of the 9th level knight, but it is completely the same thing in a real fight. Dandin saw Tyr's inner drama from outside the shadow live broadcast inside the ship's hull. Then the night turned into blood and mud under the impact of dust. And the holy light bullets, fire rain, and rock thorns in the ground that fell back on the battlefield seemed to have become the enemy's magic. Yes, there is really no response. Waiting for you. Don't beat them to death. We are all dead. The creations of the library also borrowed some designs from the Ministry of Creation to a small extent. Hadjid was looking forward to it so much that he even felt that he had to invite the artillery to move the muzzle after the battle to deal with a crying and noisy group of refugees in the north. What the HL? In order to prevent the angle of the thread from changing. The lightsaber was also separated from Shadow and Egg. And the 8 demons were always kept in the bone ship. A deep notch was cut under Utopia. And both the bone boat and the ball of thread were pushed forward, freezing in midair facing Tyr. My hands and feet are quite slow, the son of the devil. Tilly fixed her gaze on the bone ships, threads and balls of light underground and frowned. Every time he blinked, it was a completely different scene. Only the magic cannon on the top of the earthen wall still existed, proving to Hadjid that it was all a dream. The clouds ended their rotation, and wrapped around the land on the south side of the earth wall like a dragon sucking water. Rolling toward the ground was a burst of light. He even fired directly at the devil in the north. Fire towards the Demon King's castle in the south. The LS exploded and exploded, smashing the incoming bone ships. They also lifted up the surface and sea of bones, stirring up the tremors of the small land in the south. Utopia wields its right sword and left whip in an attempt to split the cold holy light behind its eyes. What is the Ministry of Creation? Morning. Colosseum Ha. Judging from Tyr's fighting style, Xiao Yu is more like a knight. But judging from the holy light released from under me, and from the Li Yu who can change his size, both are like his original path. Something down. At the same time, the clouds in the sky finally took shape, and a male magician with a balloon hanging from his back appeared. 8 teams of clockwork warriors died quickly, turning into scraps of metal. The sea of bones was like a cancer erupting on the ground, spreading back and swallowing up the phalanx of steam engine soldiers and magicians. They penetrated the skeins and washed the ground to the south. When he saw that, Hadjid was sweating. Then he noticed that the Imperial army had not collapsed due to the protection of the knights, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. First, the modeled bone ships hit the battle formation of the clockwork warriors, and then the sea of bones spread, as if the battlefield was directly brought into another world filled with death. There seemed to be no reply, but in an instant, dust rose from the bow of the bone ship. What if it's not the science and technology department? Clockwork warriors, steam mechs, magic cannons, airplanes, etc. should all be developed by the creation department. Is this dust? But things turned out unexpectedly. The lightsaber teased, and suddenly felt that he was running so hard just to kill the king of the Colosseum. And suddenly, he felt a little sense of destiny. Because there is no Hackett in the world from his body to his nails to his hair. Hackett has been completely evaporated. You look at the broken earth walls, the corpses on the ground, the scraps of copper and iron, and everything you see is devastation. Very sharp dust. He died soundly. Hadjid didn't dare to blink again. Since we haven't met yet. Let's say H. Low with the lightsaber. After that, the first beam of light finally opened completely, and Li Yu's brave Tyr's sword arrived. By the way, he poked out his shadow, preparing to crush Tyr to pieces. The Imperial army hadn't noticed the battle outside, and the clouds in the world had ended and become thicker and clearer, so there was no time to chat. Finally, as expected, I heard the sound of SH. Ling from the top of the earthen wall. Chapter 467. Tyr and Tilly. Hurry up. The plague is still going on. I can't stay here for too long. Tilly rolled the bone boat that almost broke out of the earth wall back to the south and urged Tyr. You can't delay for too long. So I can do it? Tyr was very dissatisfied with Tilly's carelessness. You can stop the plague by just guarding the border. What about me? I extinguished the flames of rebellion of the disloyal believers. Who knows where they are? If the bone car hadn't led me here, I would have almost reached the headquarters of the masked society. Tyr's voice grew louder. Are we the bone car cult? Liu felt happy, and felt more and more that the bone car cult must have something to do with him. After all, the three devil sons are now sitting in the bone ship. But whether they can make the world turn, I don't know. You created the bone car cult, right? I heard that it is developing well in the Sand Kingdom. Tyr dug out the utopia that had penetrated into the soil with his sword, slashed hard on the bone sword again, and knocked the bone ship away. Hit back. The ball of thread in midair was like a living coordinate. No matter how Liu separated the bone ship, he could not escape the sight of Tyr and Tilly. Tyr's lightsaber is like a hot knife that can cut bones. It needs to be used in conjunction with the bone sword and Lamont's holy whip to hold it every time. All the parts were completely blown to pieces. Of course, Tyr would never have thought that demons who believed in skeletons would come to stop the plague. After much thought, the only refugees north of the wall were attractive enough. When the cloud stirred, the bone ship could hardly lose its way. The few times it found its target, it was beaten back to the south by Yuan and Liu. And its retreat from the city was worrying. This was the roar that erupted before the bone bullets hit the branches and scattered debris in the air. That time, you were able to control your thoughts again and let the breath of death infect your whole body, gradually withering away in the stirring and rolling of the air waves. The Yunhua Dao quickly cut the soul hand, but with only a slight delay. Fewer threads unfurled from the branches of the bone tree, wrapped tightly around Tilly, and wrapped it into a cocoon. Looks like we have to kill both of us slowly. What's more, Tyr instinctively used Liu to chop off the branches of the bone tree when it appeared. When he wanted to cut it off at the root, he was stopped by the bone sword and Lamont's holy whip. At the same time as the sky fell, the sea of bones was released again. But the difference was that what was released was no longer messy raw materials, but all processed low-density self-healing bones, which were shaped in a specific shape. Grow. Tyr also found that when such a small creation was squeezed inward, he was no longer able to take care of the utopia rising into the sky. In the kingdom of sand, no old goat in red robe turned his head, looked across the small land, looked directly at the weak light and frowned, as if he was too satisfied. When the bone tree appeared, Tilly tried her best to lower her profile, but found a group of innocent ghosts suddenly appearing around her. If he wanted to leave, that would be Tyr's first chance. But in the last moment, a bone sword filled with the aura of death scratched your face. Tyr became a light giant. Hold the light, go back. Then, the sound of artillery fire suddenly sounded in the clouds. A giant skeleton tree reaching the sky grew rapidly. The giant skeleton tree is about to explode. There are thick clouds under the sky, and there are bone trees standing between the sky and the earth. The intersection of light and darkness forms a huge tree crown, covering the light giant like a big sun above. The light giant took steady steps, turned his body into a sword from his arms to his shoulders, and slashed towards the root of the bone tree. As for Redcoat, who was preaching at the border of Saudi Arabia, he turned his eyes away without any tacit understanding and dared to look to the northeast. The survival of the bone cart cult depends on the will of the gods, Redcoat muttered, opening the cannon. The teachings also need to be revised. The gods hate the holy light. Even if there are no clouds, even if the explosion surrounds you, Tilly still couldn't touch a ray of light, and returned to the Taz Empire first, bringing back the news that the giant skeleton tree had reappeared, and the strength of the bone cart cult had greatly expanded. They appeared from the void, and several hands grasped Tilly's body. This is the lightsaber opening up the sea of bones, and giving the bone tree a canopy to block the light coming from it. The lightsaber retracted to the shelter of the bone tree, sensing the huge pressure inside and outside the trunk through the shadow, knowing that in a long time, the outside would explode. Our eyes are all blind, but our pupils are still rotating, as if we want to see clearly what is happening on the bone tree. You can run away if you hold the light. We want to escape. The utopia finally cruised back and forth between the surface and the underground, but fell to the sky in an instant. Light rain is again. Therefore, the giant skeleton tree that had been used in the Burrow Mountain was planted by the lightsaber on the bank of the Lund River. Of course, the inside and outside were filled with lava left hand, an air that was continuously compressed and seeking release. Of course, that doesn't last long, but it's enough to wait until the bone tree explodes. Holy light rain. The once obedient clouds all leave you at that moment. as if they have fallen into an abyss full of turmoil, with the sky again and again, and the earth right behind your eyes, knowing that you can teleport at will in the cloud. When the lightsaber comes up, even if it kills the creative hero, it still makes you feel dizzy. Moreover, during the operation, the flow of light caused by the changes in the clouds also vaguely brought a sense of safety if it was dragged up further. No matter when, new Imperial troops would unveil the light curtain and teleport in. Of course, the people who saw that scene most directly were the refugees on the north side of the Earth wall. I sensed that there were refugees at the border and couldn't help but come to gather believers. Of course, Tyr was also thinking about what attracted the bone cart cult here. Holy shit, can I fly? Over the years, the mind has exploded, and the red and white plague has spread. Linhe's understanding of this is that this little Imperial wizard, who has never appeared, has left behind some kind of magic that can allow Tilly and Tyr to be teleported out of the battlefield through light. The bad thing is that you show everything. At this moment, Tyr finally realized that the whip was ordinary, and he also stopped believing that he was not qualified to stop the gods of the Bone Rider cult. Just like the flow of clouds has been interfering with the movement of the lightsaber. When the small-scale, low-density self-healing bones are released, the flow of clouds quickly becomes more urgent, and the air here gradually solidifies and becomes helpless. After just a moment of determination, Tyr realized that it was daytime. Immediately afterwards, in the small basement of the Holy See in the southwest, a woman and man covered in dim light also stood up, looking at the giant skeleton tree over there. The bombardment was continuous, and it was played just before the holy light exploded. It retreated to form a net, completely clearing the clouds in the distance of Tilly. And there was no way to cover up such a weak light. On the north side of the earthen wall, not a single red fly got out of the head of a man who had been thin and strong for many years. It only takes a moment to pull out the creation from the Devil's Illustrated book. Even if Liu of Tyre exerts his strength, it will still take time to stretch it to the same size as the bone tree. Tilly died. The cloud suddenly became thick, and then it started to rain. You are the light. At the root of the bone tree, Linhe's letter whip is still firmly holding Liu of Tyre. A shadow hand is attached to the bone tree, swinging Lamont's holy whip. With excellent whip skills, clanging, Tilly pressed the mechanism at the base of her calf, and weak holy light erupted all over her body, shattering the soul hand and binding thread that were restricting her movement. At this moment, the refugees noticed the collapsed earth wall and the fighting in the south. They were still in a state of despair. Tilly did taste it. The skeleton should rot outside the earth. It should confuse people's hearts. Very unfamiliar shape. Tyr seemed to have some kind of determination, and the muscles and bones under his body fell off automatically. The holy light shines through the pores and bones, 100 times stronger and radiant. There was chaos between heaven and earth, except for this ball of thread, which stood abruptly at the end of the field of vision, rising like fireworks, indicating the utopia thrown into the air. But the lightsaber has no time to listen to Tyr's nonsense. Of course, compared to the bone tree, it is still much larger. Chapter 468, The Nightless Sect. Very good. More and more. In the stone chamber of the Colosseum, next to the candlelight, on the fly map pieced together, red flies have almost occupied the north side. A dice covered with flies is suspended in the center, and the sack devil muttered to it, "More plague, more death, support my ritual." The curse has spread to almost every corner of the Colosseum. The brave men who were in the Colosseum and were trading materials safely were caught in the curse, killing each other, and blood flowed like rivers. This blood feeds back Okabuki's ritual, and the density of red flies on the map is higher, swinging into madness. Huh? New destiny? New opportunity? Ojibuji noticed that the one point of the floating dice was facing the border between Snow Country and the Empire, which was a new feasible source of infection. Vaguely, Okabuki saw a tree planted by flies on the bank of a tributary of the Lun River. Phidias has escaped back? The forest guards are responding? Okabuji couldn't see clearly, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't imagine that the devil's son he had encountered in the casino not long ago was hiding under this tree at the moment. All the greedy flies in the sky were ignited. The 8 demon sons played with the 2 4.5 level warriors. Wherever the greedy fly is, there is a buzzing sound. The rain of holy light falling from the clouds is as sweet to you as sugar. Although you say you are opposed to the bone cart cult, you are very comfortable with it when you are exposed to the rain. This is a goat that jumps along the foothills, rivers and clouds. Perfect. The second army is the main force in spreading the plague. Get it? Ojibuki took a red fly and piled it under the fly tree. One of the two transforming warriors of the Tarth Empire is dead, and the remaining one has little chance of doing anything. The Devil's Illustrated book popped up a prompt of analyzing. And of course, Liu immediately realized that a heavyweight player had arrived. But it didn't make any sense. Tyr swung his lightsaber harder. The Bone Card Cult is against darkness and is your enemy. The fly tree continues to grow and expand, becoming taller and taller. Liu was near the bone tree. And of course, he noticed the woman, the old goat, Redcoat, and the bag devil in the Demon King city. He just felt that the movement there was not a bit beyond expectations. Ying also left the bone ship and rushed to Tyr's side. On the one hand, she used particles to block the impossible teleportation. And on the other hand, she made up for some places that could only be reached with the bone sword and the holy whip. The buzzing sound came from far to near, gathering next to the bone tree on the bank of the Lun River. Obviously, the 8 of us are not competing for faith. He is also fighting for faith? The goat just bleated, but projected a question. The magic power of the library is quickly depleted. All greedy flies are like that. Suddenly a buzzing sound was heard. The radiant woman came from far away. Her body was made of light. Her size was as small as a bone tree. And now she was juxtaposed with the tree. But Tyr's light showed no sign of weakening, and instead became more dazzling. Liu was always sure whether the explosion could kill me, and was still trying to resist it with Lamont's holy whip and bone sword. The structure of the greedy fly turned inside out. Its compound eyes trembled, united, and then burned to ashes as the flame swept through it. Bowser did not answer, but after hearing the woman's voice, he immediately thought that she must be one of Xiao Luxinyuan's contenders. Run over to embrace the holy light and preach the Yu sect? Is the scene too big? Dandan is looking forward to a baptism of explosion. The woman next to the bone tree seemed not to have noticed what was happening inside the wall. She was opening her mouth to the sky, frantically inhaling the rain of holy light falling from the sky. Your light is similar to the holy light, but mixed with a few impurities. It always flows. Bowser drove the Utopia to fly to these refugees who had not lost their minds. And Dandan also left a light to Tyr, just when the thread ball was about to come into contact with the refugees. And Dandan was preparing to break the lie and close the distance between Yehua and the red fly. Liu suddenly heard an inexplicable sound from the bone tree in front of him. The red and white plague was coated with a layer of flame color. Immediately afterwards, tens of millions of flies were ignited, driving the insect eggs to rise into the light, like fog exploding in the earthen wall. That way, it would be even more explosive. The rising smoke dispersed the clouds and swallowed up the rain, and the holy light burst out in a huge explosion. All 8 demon sons heard it. Is the difference small enough to kill me? Let me cut it off. Can it be blown up even if it is cut off? Malicious plus 99.99 plus 99.99. The distance between the bone tree and the red fly was enough to light the fire while resisting Tyr. Tyr's light was not equally lethal to the refugees, so the Utopia carried a huge wave of bones and hit the blind and demented refugees with a burning ball of thread directly behind it. Then where is my magic cocoon? The bone tree came to the edge of the explosion, and Tyr at the root of the tree had not completely turned into a giant lightsaber. He waved himself repeatedly in an attempt to cut the roots. When Liu saw that his plan was successful, he was about to start the demon route back to the Demon King city, leaving behind the chaos here. The woman, goat, and light giant were the closest to the bone tree, and were instantly obscured to the point of being unable to sense them. Originally, the distance between the bone tree and the earth wall was only a short distance. But at this moment, Liu felt that it was much longer. Liu focused all his attention on the burning red flies. When the shockwave hit, he even grabbed a handful of flies and retreated to the Utopia, for fear of being disturbed by the observation results. Help, you lie to me. A red fly is lit, and it dances. There is a sect of the night, you embrace the light. Are you asking him? The goat didn't understand what the 8 devil sons did, and bleated again. Then the bone tree finally exploded. It landed under the bone tree and stood up hastily. The fur was drawn close to the body, and the red robe was painted. A pair of dull sheep eyes stared at the Utopia and the red and white plague in the north. Then, there was a fog in the Snow King's capital, the Drizzle Corridor, an oasis in the Sand Country, the above-ground city, the above-ground river, and even the islands in the Sea of Death. Haha. It's Xiao. That scene just went bad. The ball of thread had just overlapped with the refugees, and the deception of the stick of deception had just ended and took effect. Dandan had restored the distance between the Hell Karma fire and the greedy fly. Here, Blind refugees are flooding into the gaps in the earth wall. And greedy flies are multiplying slowly. Tyr just woke up from his lies, and returned to the shape of a light giant. His eyes wandered between the bone tree, the woman, the goat and the bone ship. Liu thought of Ujibuji giving a small gift. And when he was looking for a fly, it ended up being sent to his mouth. Ask your devil ass. The fire of H.L. Karma has not yet been ignited. And Bao Su is very satisfied. At this moment, there is no need to deal with the old goat, the Yui sect, and the Imperial Army. He just waits to see the outcome of the red fly. Every time Ying was knocked away by the lightsaber, he used particles to form a radar. At this moment, he noticed the movement on the north side of the wall. The refugees who rushed close were directly washed into corpses by the light rain. Liu could only move the sea of bones, while flying to try to block the influence of the holy light. Paying attention to the woman, Liu Zheng was focusing on letting the thread ball come into contact with the red and white plague. And then he discovered that there was another inexplicable presence missing next to the bone tree. He obviously just wanted to reach the snowy country in the north slowly. And the worst thing he could do was be more secretive. And he didn't expect to attract so little inexplicable kindness. At most, you have to light the fire of H.L. Karma under the fly first. Bad news. Here comes the fly. It contained every foul language, roaring curse, and scream and wailing that the king of the Colosseum could imagine. When the refugee's head was burst open, insect eggs were also brought out, like a spiraling ribbon, drawing circles in the air. Chapter 469, the final ceremony. Before the fly tree exploded, Okabuki had sensed the danger, because the greedy flies in the stone chamber began to smoke. When the flies representing the northern refugees swayed into a continuous fire, Okabuki did not feel burned, but felt cold from the bottom of his heart. He knew it was the karmic fire of H.L. He didn't understand how the fire burned him. Just as he was thinking about it, flames burst out from Ujibuji's eye holes and mouth, and were filled with karmic fire. Burn me to death, burn me to death? The flies in Ujibuji's body kept dying and regenerating, barely maintaining a balance under the attack of H.L.'s karma fire. The desire to kill needs more desire to kill. The desire to kill that strips away the fire of karma, the desire to kill that ignited the continent. I can survive. But Iningo had never met the big wolf before he was in the library at that time. And he even made the big wolf angry. Thentius hung him under a tree in the forbidden forest to reflect. He sees that they still have to take over for me in the Killing Cup final that Bitterbird missed. And Yingshuji also thought of that long period of time. It must be said that fate is really boring. The earth wall along the Lund River disappeared, and the 8 demon sons were finally pulled out of the ceremony. This is the king of the Colosseum's last attempt. This is a gaze from authority. Dandan was not at a loss. Then the sons of the devil saw the huge incantation, and the double sword's emblem gradually rising into the air. This Gumball moves like a zombie. Greedy flies burning outside my head. The next second, a human wearing a mask came out of the passage. Tyr almost thought I was hiding my face. But after a quick look, he discovered that there was a chip engraved under the mask. There were groans and roars in the distance. The little wolf noticed that both the woman and the light giant had been blown to pieces, and the holy light was mixed with a lot of lava. But they were still alive. That was the first ceremony in the Colosseum. And it was also Okabuji's lowest bet. Liu seems to have replaced the timepiece, indicating that the killing is not over yet. Wait a minute. Sensing Shadow's doubts, Ajibuji stared with flaming eyes. He should think that he can't fight you after retreating to the Colosseum. Right? The mantra in the ground echoed Liu's emblem. His name became larger and smaller, and the ground gradually turned into wasteland. The bone bullet passed through Ajibuki's chest, and there was no explosion. Ajibuki stood in the middle of the wasteland, his whole body on fire, laughing at the utopia. Did you get that far in the end? It's so noisy. Xiaolang blasted him with another cannon. He's already here. If you need to talk nonsense, just start fighting? It's bad. The contestants have gathered together. You and Yingshuji was about to sing the opening words and introduce the rules. Liu only knew that the fire was burning, but it was still unknown how long it would take Ujibuji to die. The little wolf suddenly felt that he was in the Colosseum, and thousands of candles were lit under the stands. Pointing toward him, the Colosseum was not yet fully formed. Xiaolang noticed that the particles of shadow were firmly holding an earth wall, trying hard to maintain contact with reality. Did he let Ajibuji pull the 8 demons away from the fighting beast field? And in that chaos, a voice seemed very timely. Ajibuki laughed and waved. and a fragmented light giant came out of another passage. Tyr looked at everything behind his eyes, gave up understanding, and stared at the 8 demon sons with blazing eyes. The buzzing sounds began to become continuous. Ajibuji kept humming, and gurgling information leaked out of his body, activating the ritual in the stone chamber. There is still one group of players left. He should also be an old acquaintance of his. Right? Skorik? Ajibuki's eyes were fixed on the balls wearing Hannibal's skin. Obviously, the 8 skeletons' 7th-generation ancestors, like the big wolf, were all demons who had been infected by the red and white plague and were dragged into the ritual by Ajibuji. However, an Ing, who was at the position of the sun, made a clang sound, and the bone bullet was fixed at the muzzle of the cannon. And whether it was fired or not, the king of the Colosseum, of course, has to make his final appearance. Okabuki's figure was blurred, and the spells all over the Colosseum suddenly extended outside the Demon King's city, covering the entire Chaos continent along the surface. A reminder pops up from the Devil's Illustrated book, and an Ing knows that the Ing Shuji behind her eyes is real. Suddenly, Xiaolang remembered several ways to seize power, and he remembered none of them. Doesn't it look like he was going to fight Ajibuki alone? The big wolf looked back and saw the pursuing enemy. Then he looked up and saw Liu in the world, with murderous intent in his eyes. You even took out your family's money. That killing, how could you not do it without the two of you? The scene was very chaotic. Hearing Ajibuji's heartfelt words, the little wolf wrapped the shadow with his shadow, and let go of the particles of the earth wall. The winner is the new king of the Colosseum. There is no need to escape. Ajibuji Bucky deserves to die. Don't worry. Have the contestants entered the stage yet? And Ing Shuji waved his arm and pointed to the contestants' tunnel. A clone of Ajibuji burned, jumped out of the Liu emblem, pointed at the 8 demon sons and said. The explosion of the bone tree blew up the utopia, and thick smoke obscured the vision. It's true that the little wolf didn't order any food, then Phintius was also called. If the little wolf attends the next Killing Cup final, he will know that the big wolf was originally named Bitterberg's opponent in the final. Return to the name and kill head-on. Immediately afterwards, the stands rose and the space shook. The bad thing is that the king of the Colosseum has not been ignited by the fire of H.L., has not been strengthened to a very small extent, and is even heading towards death. What? Do you dare to fight? Very slowly, a wolf howl came from the previous passage. Hey! The goat tightened its red robe and said, Are you interested? A woman of holy light with a body covered with cracks walked out of the passage and looked blankly at Liu in the sky, as if she had gone to the wrong place. How about death? Is it comfortable? Xiaolang blasted over. He is cheating on you. Oh Gamble, your most loyal friends, how come they are not included in the first ceremony? Ajibuki called to the entrance of Gamble, who was wearing a chip mask. My family needs to be patient. There are not many guests yet, and the distance is quite far. Please be patient. You will explain it later. Ajibuji looked like a host waiting for the start of a small show, and teased the contestants. Emotions. Want to kill you. Want to kill you. You satisfy him. And Yingchuji spread his hands. For him. You move the Colosseum there. The gambling demon finally took the power. The emblem of the Colosseum. Liu's emblem flickered and dimmed. The goat stood in the air, swallowing the thick smoke in mouthfuls, as if chewing a piece of overgrown turf. The time is tight, and there is not enough time for them to find too few opponents. They can't just make do with it. Right? Ajibuji laughed at Xiaolang. After all, he wants to win your underwear. The first ritual, bet the power of the Colosseum, kill us, satisfy the bloodthirsty, complete the promotion. Xiaolang realized that Okabuji's first ritual was not just for him. The same thing as that. Like the big wolves, they have no traces of insect eggs or insects crawling under their bodies. Immediately afterwards, a goat in a red robe Shiran stepped into the wasteland. His eyes wandered between the candlelights under the stands, and he spat out a lump of lava-like phlegm. Without saying anything, an Ing replaced the sun, rubbing and beating each other in the sky. Immediately afterwards, 8 skeletons walked out of the first passage. One was covered in velvet robes, one was held in his arms, and one was covered in gold chains. The candlelight flickered under the stands, seeming to be applauding in welcome. A big wolf ran out. Its flesh was full of cracks, and there were no traces of flies crawling over it. It's comfortable. It's so comfortable. Ajibuki crushed hundreds of flies and vomited out the insect corpses from the seam of his mouth. Parsing, 33%. You are the gambling demon Ajibuji, you always play a fair game. The spectators beside the bone tree were pulled over, retreated into the Colosseum, and joined in the killing. Chapter 470 Calling Friends. Not interested? Old goat. You're not interested? Are you pretending to be reserved with me now? Okabuki blows big body. The winner will get the authority of the Colosseum. Big pillar. Don't you want it? Okabuki introduced the rules by the way. You decide a winner first. Then you can fight me. The winner will be the new king of the Colosseum. The power of the fall. The power of the Colosseum. Bloodlust, I want none of it. The goat bleated and shook its head. The candles in the stand swayed with the goat's movements. It's too late if you don't want to. This is the last ceremony of the Colosseum. No one can leave before getting a new lord of authority. Ajibuki laughed wildly and pointed to the double sword emblem in the sky. About the ritual, you know nothing about it. The goat took off his red robe, twisted it into a magic circle, and jumped in with a swish. The goat escapes the Colosseum. It was so fast that Liu didn't even have time to record the complex magic array on the ground. The old goat at the high altar doesn't want the authority of the Colosseum. Why? Liu found that he couldn't understand the old goat's thoughts. Is it because he is the Red Robe Pope and his purpose is to take charge of the faith? His goal conflicts with the authority behind the Colosseum? Focus. Ying tried the trial particles and found that he could not escape the battle. So he reminded Liu to focus on his eyes. Escape, that's okay. I'm not sure I can kill him anyway. Haha. Ajibuji joked. Then the rest of you are lucky. You all have a chance. Become the new king of the Colosseum. The little wolf and the skeleton ancestor seemed to be impressed by the reward. And hostility and desire to kill began to spread among the players. The woman was just staring at the two swords in the sky, thinking about the whereabouts of the sun and the holy light. Tyr had already shed the light giant's skin. His eyes were firmly focused on the three sons of Devil, and he was constantly taking potions to recover from his injuries. As for Gumball, he just stood there numbly, burning. Parsing, 74%. Liu continued to analyze Ujibuji, hoping to find out the true intention of the king of the Colosseum from this ceremony. Of course, if it's just a few of you, it won't be able to meet the need for authority at all. Ujibuji unfolded his bag arm and waved to the candlelight in the stands on all sides. More, thirst for murder. So, you will have 5 minutes to freely summon followers. Allies. Slaves, you can do it. Everything is okay. Ujibuji nodded rhythmically. The two swords in the sky also collided slightly with the movements of the bag devil, symbolizing the beginning of the countdown. A portal opened behind each group of players. It was composed of burning flies. Extremely unstable. And it seemed that 5 minutes was their limit. Gamber. My loyal friend. Don't let me down. Ajibuki patted Gamble's head next to him. Gumball's neck was covered with burning flies and insect eggs, and his head slowly turned on the ground, finally facing the portal behind him. 5 minutes. Let's start in 5 minutes. Ajibuki compressed his body. He ejected upwards, and landed on the two swords in the sky. Parsing, 89%. Ujibuji still existed in this space. Liu felt a little relieved, and made no further moves. Can you bring allies? Then we... Dandan thought of Brain Zero, Bone Zero, Evil Zero and so on. Don't worry. Liu felt that they should at least first determine the true thoughts of the king of the Colosseum before discussing whether to bring in some helpers. However, Xiaolang, the second skeleton ancestor, and Gumball were already impatient. The little wolf howled at the portal, and batches of demon wolf warriors, Tauren, and jackals arrived in the wasteland. The skeleton ancestors hummed intermittent songs of withering, and skeleton warriors, knights and bone mages also poured out of the portal like fountains, falling to the ground to form one frame after another. Liu even vaguely saw among the fallen bones something like huge chicken rack bones and wing bones. It wasn't until he saw a dragon head that Liu knew the weight of the three skeleton second-generation ancestors. They brought people directly from the Tomb of Light. Fly legs sprouted from Gumball's severed neck. His severed head bounced on the ground, and a huge chain was pulled out from the portal. The chains brought out one slave after another. The slaves ranged in size from big to small, some holding swords and some holding staffs. Their faces were all covered by masks, and their shoulder blades were tied together by chains, covering the ground over there. As the number of people in the stadium increased, the stands retreated, and the scope of the wasteland further expanded. The candlelight flickered more frequently, showing excitement. After waiting for a moment, the woman finally realized what was happening in front of her. She opened her white eyes and looked directly into the darkness. Outside the portal, countless rays of flawed light came from outside the portal and shot into the woman's eyes. The woman's body is also rapidly becoming thicker. The purer the holy light in her eyes, the more condensed the impurities on her body are. When the woman's body swelled into an irregular diamond shape, she recited a random incantation. But the meaning revealed in her words was that all the Nightless sect had gathered in her body, and all members participated in the battle. Only Tyr had not summoned reinforcements yet, and was yelling and arguing at a light spot on the other side of the portal. Tilly is dead. There are many demons here. There is the Nightless sect. I have nothing to say to you. Where is the director of the creation department? I want to tell him. Light. Are you listening to me? This is a demonic power struggle. I can die here, but not by myself. I'm going to talk to Whitson. Tell him to send that over here. This is the perfect opportunity. What, that is too important. What, Chiha? Can you send Chiha? 3 minutes. There are still 3 minutes. It was also when Tyr was arguing with the leader of the Light Curtain, the Great Wizard Right, that Liu completed his 4th analysis of Ajibuki. The success rate of action prediction has increased to 79.233%. Liu is 80% sure to predict all his actions and thoughts. The last, in the skill bar, is also fully unfolded. Called Bloody Ritual. Naturally, it is the Colosseum that is now unfolding in front of Liu. At this point, Okabuki is no longer a mystery. If he can become the winner of this ceremony and face the burning Ijibuchi, Liu will have an absolute advantage. But the premise is to understand the ultimate goal of this bloody ceremony. Where does Okabuki think his chance of victory lies? More. As long as there is enough desire to kill, I will have more powerful power to control the karma fire. The voice of the heart is heard more clearly. More powerful power. Summon Beelzebub. With a new body, I can give up the fly of greed and get rid of the fire of H.L. Okabuki's logic is very easy to understand. The desire to kill in the bloody ritual is the bargaining chip for his comeback. And Liu looked at the growing wasteland and the bustling people on the wasteland, and found that there seemed to be no way to stop the desire for killing. The best way is to resolve the battle quickly, seize the power of the Colosseum, and cut off the supply of bloodthirsty before Okabuki gets enough bloodlust. Unfortunately, the magic power of the library has been exhausted today. In this bloody ritual battle, there is only head-on confrontation. Liu started to take things out of the portal. Chapter 471. The skeleton army defected. Liu took out one shadow after another. The demons and various creations in the library were wrapped in the shadow. Liu did not let them appear, but took them all into the shadow's space, preparing to release them when the time came. Also beware of the skeletons being disturbed by several skeleton second-generation ancestors, and making some unpredictable moves. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the square had been turned into a battlefield. The Nightless sect, Tyr, Little Wolf, Skeleton, Gamble, and the Shadow Army each occupied a corner of the wasteland and were gearing up. All the members of the Nightless sect returned to the woman's body, and her eyes glowed with holy light, staring at Tyr fiercely. After all, among all the enemies here, only Tyr has ever revealed the body of a light giant. This is an invisible attraction for women. After Tyr had an argument with the portal, he did not wait for the Great Wizard Right to send Chiha over. He only took a machine box the size of a jewelry box from the door, with a look of relief on his face. The gear box on the machine box is geared, and there are layers of locks on the surface. It seems like there is something extraordinary inside. That? Xiaolang and the remnants of the second army howled into the sky. Xiaolang himself turned half of his face, locked one eye on the Shadow Army, and twitched his nose, smelling a hint of the smell of the library. The skeleton's toes were itching as usual, and they seemed to have a lot of dancing to do before the battle. They were ready to accumulate their interest until victory, and release it together with their desire to kill. Even the giant bone dragon at the end of the skeleton army's formation seemed to be doing a tap dance, with its giant claws nowhere to be placed. The slaves were very silent, connected by chains, and lined up silently. The two ends of the chain were held in Gamble's hands. He was holding a list in one hand, and the quill was crossing the list, reviewing the slaves that the Gamble family had accumulated over countless years. Liu's Shadow Army was like a black lake, with ripples on the lake from time to time, flashing across brain grooves, bones, tentacles, and fangs of the devil wolf. The place was filled with the desire to kill, and Liu didn't know how much other demons were affected. After swallowing a few walnuts, he felt very sober. The two swords in the sky collide with each other, and the killing is about to begin. Welcome below the challengers of the killing ritual. Haha, the last chance to raise your bets. Does anyone else want to join? Oh, it's just me. Ajibuki recited the host's words in his rich singing voice. And by the way, He bet everything he had on this killing. Feeling the tone of the king of the Colosseum, Liu even felt a little nostalgic. Because I won't be able to hear it anymore. Okay, the battle is about to begin. 3, 2. Okabuki tapped his swords and counted down. And just as he was prolonging his voice, the Shadow Army suddenly took action. Liu took action. Liu recalled the wasteland when he first arrived at Demon King City. At that time, his opponent Findes also attacked before the countdown was over, which triggered loud cheers from the audience. Time has passed. And this time it is my turn. Ha ha, our devil's son is impatient. Okabuki leaned on his swords and laughed with his feet raised. The battle begins. The Utopia dragged Shadow Lake, heading straight for the second skeleton ancestor at a speed that is hard to discern with the naked eye. The drill bit on the tip of the ship has grown to the size of a wall, and everything along the way will be shattered. Liu decided to deal with the skeleton army first. Facing the raging bone ship in shadow, the 3 skeleton second-generation ancestors had no idea of the cause and effect. They were still admiring the curves and structure of the bone ship's hull. But in an instant, they were in front of them, and saw a close-up. Turmeric, the skeleton in his arms, shook his head. The skull grew larger in the wind and hit the bone ship. Then it was drilled to pieces. Whether it's density or momentum, Tuinrik's head but is completely incomparable to Utopia. Death in the arms of a skeleton. Liu knew that the 3 of them dropped self-healing bones. So he did not insist on killing the skeleton in his arms with his own hands. And Godric, the gold-chain skeleton, had already made combat moves before Turmeric died, avoiding the bone ship's drill. It felt the soul beside it being shattered, and its feet trembled. Many of the jewelry on his body were broken, and the skeleton with the gold chain was already in a very embarrassed state when it arrived. It was holding open the gold chain, preparing to hit the bone boat and strangle it. But seeing the bone boat speed up and pass through the chain, it didn't even catch the shadow it was dragging. They really fight like this. Dandan had pretended to be a skeleton with a gold chain, so naturally he had the deepest feelings for Godric. When the bone ship leaps, its waist expands and vomits a Hannibal. Countless lines appeared around Hannibal, like a seaweed head, attacking Godric, aiming at the soul's lodging place. Liu's shadow pointed the way, marking the soul lodging place at the hip joint for Hannibal. Hannibal's line also followed the shadow deeply, instantly dismantling the body of the gold chain skeleton, and then bit it with the teeth of the devil wolf in his mouth. Live Godric's soul. Souls bleed and bones shatter. At the same time, an egg shot out by the bone ship smashed the knee of the velvet-robed skeleton Witrick. The knees are shattered, and the soul has nowhere to rest. The 3 skeleton second-generation ancestors only met each other once, and 3 souls rose into the sky. They didn't even have time to issue the first military order. Liu was beheaded. But the next second, the bone mage behind the array moved. They shook the staffs in their hands, and the souls of the 3 skeleton second ancestors seemed to be guided by some kind of guidance, and had a tendency to return to the scattered bones on the ground. The bone mage attempts to resurrect 3 skeletons. Then it stopped, just because a human dressed as a hunter walked down from the Utopia. He held a bone sword and stopped all the movements of the skeleton army. The skeleton warriors, knights and bone mage obeyed, and the soul of the 3rd-generation ancestor was completely lost, and was then sucked in by the twin swords in the sky. 3 skeleton princes? Not bad. Huh? Their desire to kill is of good quality. Okabuki tasted 3 souls. The souls of those who die here belong to Okabuki. Liu shared this discovery with Ying and Dandan, and also realized that in addition to being very fast, the killing should also kill as few souls as possible. It is necessary to control both victory and defeat, as well as casualties. This undoubtedly adds a lot of difficulty. Kill quickly. Don't hesitate. Liu clarified the priority of the battle. The skeleton army summoned by the 3 skeleton second-generation ancestors also moved like a finger under the command of the bone sword. The skeleton army joined Liu's array, but the little wolf arrived just like Liu chose the skeleton army as his first target. The little wolf also chose the shadow army to kill. Its wolf claws stretched out and became an afterimage. Before the charge of the orc army arrived, it had killed more than a dozen times around the Utopia. The shadow showed signs of being split. The skeleton targets near the shadow were also quickly cut. Rows of skeletons fell to the ground, reorganized, but fell again before standing up. The little wolf is very fast. The Utopia was also stripped of its bone skin. The high-density self-healing bone was like an iron lump under the wolf's claws. Although it would not be cut off at once, it was always scattered around the corners. The skeleton army had some doubts in their hearts, and when facing the oncoming orc army, Their hands and feet were not very agile. The outside formation was quickly smashed by the Tauren and demon wolves behind them. And the jackal showed up. It all happened in a flash of lightning. At the same time that the 3 second-generation skeleton ancestors died, the little wolf seemed to have become a ghost, with broken bones everywhere it passed. The orc's fraud quickly collided with the skeleton army and began to eat away from the outside inward. Are you from the library? You were not present at the killing cup. I was punished by my father. Now it's my turn to punish you. Why don't you speak? Are you mute? Or the brain in the shadow can't speak? The little wolf's voice was far and near, but seemed to be in his ears all the time. It was so fast that Liu couldn't even catch its shadow. But Liu didn't want to answer him, eliminating the interference of the skeleton prince. Liu released Galaric. The skeleton knights were instantly inspired and charged in reverse. Groups of skeletons wearing high-density bone armor shed their shadow skin and stood up from the black lake. The leader Galaric raised his leg, and the giant white bone dragon automatically got into its crotch. Chapter 472. You are too slow. Hey, I'm talking to you. As the giant bone dragon stretched its body, a sharp breath rushed straight to its neck. The little wolf was about to behead him with one claw. But this time, its train of thought was caught by Liu in advance, and a holy whip blocked the wolf's claws. When? The little wolf's figure froze for a moment, and his frozen expression was one of anger. It realized that the whip was unusual because it was supposed to be the decapitation of a bone dragon. Liu also took advantage of this barrier and stretched out his shadow to sow the little wolf's shadow. But he lost sight of the little wolf in an instant. It once again became an elusive wind, cutting through the battlefield of the skeleton army. If the little wolf is allowed to move freely, it will undoubtedly delay the movements of the skeleton army and the shadow army. And Liu will not be able to release bone conduction cannons to clear the ground for the orc army or slaves. Why is he talking? Both Ying and Dandan understood what happened. The skeleton army absorbed the orcs, and the formation took a step back to expand. What a pity, the old goat and the wolf both died there. It can be that way. They made no unnecessary movements, but dropped their heads one after another and died. There are also a large number of eyeballs mixed in between the bone layer, threads, tentacles, and lava, just like a dream that suddenly fell into. Then, its stone statue oozed blood. The chain was pierced through a severed head in the ground. The severed head opened its small mouth and swallowed the sea of bones. A small amount of souls flew into the air and merged into the 2 swords, which were collected by Gambelki. Yu Ping reluctantly used the bone sword to retain some, and the bone mage also forcefully pushed the souls back out of the body, because Ajibu's movements were very much in line with the expectations of the king of the Colosseum. Having no time to worry about Tyr, the little wolf turned his attention to the slaves, and Pingjiang. The sea of bones was adjusted too small. The wolf took away the pupil of nightmare, and the bone sword commanded the sea of bones to turn slightly and rush directly towards Yu Pingjiang. Sighed. Why did he join the expeditionary force? Yu Pingjiang was very satisfied. In the last second, the half-broken wolf disappeared. It was only a moment before the slaves came to see 1/7 of the body dead. Next to him, all Gumbel's slaves knelt down on the spot. Yu Ping only cared so little now that the big wolf has escaped. The remaining orc army in the Colosseum cannot be destroyed. But the sea of bones suddenly disappeared. Skalric noticed, Skeleton King's bone sword is here. It's really wrong that the big bastards in my cocoon don't have bad fathers. But the ceremony has been completed, and after the victory is decided above, Yu Pingjiang has no way to make any further interference. The lava, electric current, and tentacles in the sea of bones seem to be unable to actually touch the open mouth of the human head. Before being sucked into the mouth, they fell from the broken neck and became broken metal shavings, attached to the surface of the chain. It's useful. It's so fast. Apparently some sort of ritual is being regressed. But he was stopped by chains and a human head. Xiao Lang knew what kind of magic Ajibu was using, but he was obviously letting the sea of bones become nourishment for the slaves. Upon hearing this, the little wolf knew that the big wolf had been brainwashed by the expeditionary force, and he was probably hanging out with the nightmare male demons. On Tyr's side, the woman's mouth has not yet covered half of the light giant's body, and the light sword is broken from inside. The woman's expression is sometimes happy, sometimes joyful. Xiao Lang was convinced that the war under the square was far from his control. He would deal with the orc army first, and the next step must be to stop Ajibu's actions. The little wolf tried to lay fewer demon wolf fangs on the ground and under the skeleton army's body, expecting to see layers of bloodlines. someone can interfere with his own formation for the time being. And Xiaolang feels that it is time to start the battle. Just like Yu Ping has tried many times to reach Yu Ping Jiangji. Whether it was the dream gaze or the petrifying light. In short, the storm stopped, leaving only a few ripples, cutting off the skeleton's bones and weapons. Gambelki glared at the 8 demon sons. Go slower. What if I want you to go faster? At the same time, the battlefield on the other side has begun. The woman from the Nightless sect has grown into a huge body. She grabs Tyr, who has turned into a light giant again. With both hands, she has grown her mouth and is ready to eat him. What a mess. Escaped? Escaped to daddy. Liu could imagine what a sharp presence Xiaolang was in his second army. The little wolf has no brain power, and his attention span is unlimited. At this moment, all of it is concentrated under Gambelki, and he has no energy left to listen to other voices. The great wolf gradually stirred up a storm within the skeleton army and the shadow army, and the claws and winds were not connected. Gambelki narrowed his eyes to slits, feeling jealous and angry, feeling that he should not have an army. It's all their fault. Make you lose. I brought those out from the library. After all, there is no sign of speeding up the movement. The Utopia is always at the center, and it is a military formation that continuously penetrates the skeleton army and the shadow army. The big wolf's voice brought the little wolf back to reality. The bone ship was flipped away by the big wolf and was about to be torn apart. The old wolf is actually willing to give my cub some divine blood? As soon as the shadow was cast, rows of bone-guided cannons were set up under the wasteland, guarded by the skeleton army, with the muzzles aimed at Pingjiang, Yui sect and Tyr. The great sword of the past was like a toothpick, constantly poking the woman's palms and upper and lower teeth. Tyr himself was like a hedgehog in the hands of the troll, constantly twisting his body. He's too fast. Source? Instead of stopping the red and white plague, the stone statue of the big wolf was shattered inch by inch, and the base of its calf was completely separated from the body, and white liquid oozed from the front. Chain strung fewer heads, opening their mouths to the sea of bones. Of course Xiaolang knows that thing. Tyr swings his lightsaber. There aren't even a few low-level demons outside. Bigger flies in the ass. They all have fewer sources of information than you. From the throat of the great wolf. Why did he give his power to the demons who came to see him? The artillery fire ended, and the slaves' heads exploded one by one. Yu Ping finally spoke. And then, the ideal country was instantly covered with nightmare pupils and deformed eyes. He's too fast. Yu Ping drove Lamont's holy whip to join together, turning it into a stick, and hit the head of the big wolf statue hard. Of course Xiaolang understands. But Gambelki of the world has the answer. The lightsaber shrinks further and further. The bone sea stirred up a whirlpool, and in the sudden retreat of the skeleton knight and the white bone dragon, the Tauren, demon wolves and jackals were slowly washed away into flesh and blood totems in the wasteland. The big wolf's movements were slow and hasty. Devil points +3. As a small number of heads fell to the ground, the chains connecting the slaves became thicker and thicker. Then, the little wolf heard a wolf howl. As the sea of bones gathers, one human head is enough. Yu Ping knew what it meant, and he cared about it. Bite your fly in the ass. Why are they so broke? Seeing the massive amount of materials, Gambelki, who was hanging under his swords, was also very surprised. Then, the little wolf saw that the big wolf seemed to have lost his mind and started running around the field due to the binding and driving of the information source. The Jibu is worthy of being your loyal ally. Gambelki examined the harvested souls and desire to kill, and was very satisfied with the regression. The skeleton army formed a team, and some of the orc corpses stood up crookedly and joined in. At the same time, the sea of bones enveloped the orc army, skeleton army, and shadow army. The half-asleep wolf turned to stone. The big wolf asked the little wolf one sentence at a time whether he was completely lost in the desire to kill. The former king of the Colosseum, now a gambling demon who even lost his pants, certainly realized the value shown by the 8 demon sons. Are you following? It was as if there was an invisible god of death, harvesting the heads of the slaves with a sickle. Chapter 473, The Face Behind the Woman. The moment the cannon sounded, Dumble retracted the chain and wrapped it tightly around himself. During the gunfire, many slaves took off their masks, stood up, and did something. But under the majestic explosion and huge force, the slaves' movements were just ripples. As the slaves died, their corpses, blood, and remnants turned into streams of metal shavings. making the chains on Gumbel's body stronger and stronger. At the same time, it also makes Ajibuki's body fuller. Under the influence of the source of information, their desire to kill and their greed have become nutrients for Ajibuki and a bargaining chip to suppress the karma of H.L. This is the battle situation Okabuki wants. If Liu hadn't been holding a bone sword and the bone mage continued to cast spells, grabbing a batch of souls and resurrecting them into skeletons, the Jibuji would be even more satisfied at the moment. On the other side, the woman and the light giant who were bombarded were equally embarrassed. The light spots shattered everywhere, and the woman was hit hard before she could swallow tear. She was not in a good mood. When the light spots shattered, some souls spilled out and were sucked into the sky by the two swords. The big snake burrowed into the giant python along the chain, bringing lish coldness. The connection between the chain and Bai Hongjing's head quickly burned red, spreading all the way upward. Does he know what you are thinking? Gamberki turned around and said to Bai Hong. When she swallows the light giant, she will eliminate the impurities of the Nightless sect and become the holy light walking in the world. You only know what he is thinking, but you also know what he is going to do. The shadow looked up, and the white lake underground surged. The target is not this. Okiba's head. Bai Hongjing's eye sockets exploded, and small streams of metal shading spilled out. One stream was sent to the sky, and one stream was pulled by the bone mage. At the same time, its body was still shrinking, and its soul still did not flow out from under the chains and ran to Gamberki's body. Destroying a sacred object certainly requires a sacred object. Bell quickly shared the information he got with Shadow. The chains can be dismantled. He has the right idea. Very slowly, all the slaves died, and Okibu merged with the chains, becoming a giant python with a human head and a body without chains. The king of the Colosseum looked down at everything, and touched the handle of Liu's sword with his hand, not waiting for the opportunity to come on stage. Liu suddenly realized that the woman's body was composed of the souls of Wea sect believers. The giant python lost its head, leaving only some instinctive swings. The big snake quickly retreated under the guidance of the shadow, and slowly melted the thick chains into a branding iron. Can your 8 demon sons become the final opponents of the king of the Colosseum? Shadow bodies are wrong. Skeletons are fine too. Maybe they won't be able to take away the authority of the Tomb of Light in the future. It's a pity that there are some lovely corpses in the ground. They are all mincemeat. If there is a way to resurrect them directly, they can only be dragged by force. You will definitely win. But Bai Hongjing was hurt and heard. Gamberki hung his body under Liu Wei and swayed like a child on a swing. When the fight got to that point, Bell also had to hide it. The most important thing was to give Gamberki any chance of victory. And of course, he had to take back the small amount of chips in his pocket. The holy relics of Okib, the relics of the scribe, how wonderful. Then Bell took back the missing skeletons and creations into the shadow space. Bell had thought about creating a dream for Shujia, but when he used the Eyes of Nightmare to deal with the big wolf, he discovered that those outside the Colosseum either had too little authority or were too simple in composition. I'm afraid even if Bauer himself comes, he can still find a way to make everyone fall asleep. It seems you have to break this chain first. Okibu, tamper with everything. Just when Bai Hong was trying to step back and observe Liu, a pure holy light suddenly shot through the woman's impurity-covered chest. Bai Hongjing's eye holes are always swirling under the 8 devil suns, bringing good intentions, hatred and obscene expectations. The tail of Lamont's holy whip whipped into a propeller, crushing the red-hot chain. Bite your fly, but it must be a dream. Right? You just saw the eyes of the nightmare. Can it read minds? Each round of SH. Ling is not only attacking the Nightless sect, but also making Okabuki stronger. This bone sword. Gamberki checked the ceremony and made sure that everything that happened was a dream. And then, he was relieved. At this point, the big wolf, skeleton, and Okibu were all destroyed by the shadow army. Ying thought for a moment to see if he could find a bad solution. She vented her anger on the light giant, turned her back, like an animal protecting its prey, and tried hard to destroy Tyr. Gamberki had no way to change the outcome of the battle during the final ceremony, so he could only turn his hopes to the remaining woman and the light giant. Kill, die, become your new body. You're the devil's son. You're so naughty and curious about him. Did Bohong threaten Gamberki? But it sounded like a threat. Bell took out Lamont's holy whip, inserted the head of the whip into Ying's granular drill bit, and pierced Bai Hongjing's eye socket like a big snake. My demon cocoon is only half completed. I can only rely on the Yui sect. Huh? When he comes up, he will know if he has any chance. Immediately afterwards, the Jibu's mask exploded. It doesn't have that few skeletons. As long as it absorbs those desire to kill, it's enough for you to make a comeback. Has he finished killing him? Is it your turn? Tyr's face appeared on the woman's back in the holy light. And he asked Belle. Gambelki's face sank. What's more, there is the final ceremony of the Colosseum outside. Only relying on the eyes of Nightmare. There is no way to intervene from the bottom. When you kill us, who should you choose to be your body, and who should you choose to be Beelzebub? I was afraid that Gambelki would cheat. And I was just afraid that he would understand the principles. I used the holy relics of the Okip family, and the relics of a certain demon scribe, to constantly tamper with the number of souls brought to the Colosseum to endlessly provide souls for Bai Hong Jingji. Gambelki's revealed voice made Bai Hong understand that the gambling demon was still cheating. Gamberchi realized that the chain was coming, and wanted to be the first to make a profit after it was completely broken. Today's withering thorn is used to kill Tilly. Do you have any leftover for adding chains? My magic cocoons, buzzing, flies are burning, my soul is not full, but I can only rely on you, yes. Yes. I can think of Bai Hongha. Gambelchi even started to think carefully. Belle was just stating the facts. Huntler, whose action prediction success rate was 73%, had no chance outside Belle's bone mass. And Gambelki, who had a success rate of 79%, would only be worse off. That's why Bai Hong has always focused his attention on Gambelki no matter what happens in the wasteland. The first opponent will always be the king of the Colosseum. Liu is just an emblem, but it seems to be a treasure of the Colosseum. So Gambelki will place his best hope on them. Tamper with it. Tamper with it, fill it up. Avoid being taken advantage of by gambling demons. The Jibu's movements were not affected too much. He shook his head to get rid of it. But he heard a harsh metallic sound outside his head. This is the sound of the drill bit breaking through the chain and the thorn retreating. Belle also paid attention to Bai Hong, who was famous all over the world. It doesn't matter. Even if they are all dead, only you and the Devil's Son are left. Chapter 474. I didn't mean it. What are you curious about? Liu did not rush to take action, but began to pour self-healing bones, demon wolf fangs, tentacles, and deformed eyes from the shadow into the ground. Until now, the little wolf has escaped back to his father, and Gamble and the skeleton's second ancestors have become the desire to kill in the twin swords. No matter how to kill the Nightless sect and Tyr next, we must start thinking about how to kill Ajibuki. Liu is setting up a battlefield that is beneficial to him. You solved the plague. Tyr's expression was a bit like constipation. Probably because he was trying his best to resist the bites of the Nightless sect. Don't take it to heart. I didn't mean it. Liu spread his hands. The black lake swelled under my feet. The tentacles were so crowded that they almost pushed out the body. You killed Tilly. A trace of sadness appeared in Tyr's seriousness. The killing was a bit hasty. There should be a better way. Liu shook his head and thought that if he still had the withering thorn and the library still had magic power, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of throwing things underground. Liu was too lazy to answer. And if you use that to kill him? Tyr muttered to the other face, indicating that the machine box is a valuable thing. With his ability to create, it is likely to cause even smaller disaster. Immediately afterwards, it extinguished the ball of light in its palm, and disappeared from the Colosseum, like a lamp suddenly extinguished. It would be a pity for the Yi sect to die. The twisted belief will only bring disaster to the small continent. Tyr grinned after being bitten by the woman, but his expression was very determined. So you're thinking, she brought this to me from outside the portal. Liu had thought that one day, he would be able to convince an enemy to die with his words. The tentacles and eyeballs underneath began to be laid out near the stands. But the candlelight there was swaying, and there was no real existence. More like a broken space. Then one night, Godmother's body was torn apart. Is there any way you can break the ritual and kill him alone? Tyr said something that Fan Jingyubi agreed with. No. Thank you. Liu also knew what to say. It feels like there is always a little mist of light lingering in the distance of the machine box, flowing in a certain range with the rotation of the gears. But I only heard one name from the Devil's Manual. Then something happened. A machine box from chaos. It shouldn't be me who led the Ministry of Creation to develop the magic motorcycle, magic cannon, brave transformation technology, and also developed that machine box. King of the Colosseum was the main course of that trip, and I couldn't let go of the others. Tyr has seen Lee use bone conduction cannon and bone zero creation armor, and has no new doubts. From the feet, to the body, to the head, with bare hands, She squeezed Godmother Yui into a colorful ball of light and held it in the palm of her hand. If she masters that kind of technology, the manager's worst fears may really happen, Tyr said. And Liu slowly turned his attention to me. His stupid devil is really lucky. Tyr chuckled. Liu realized that the light hand belonged to the little magician from the Taz Empire who he had met before. The unveiling of light. Right. The balls were not damaged at all. Liu only felt that it was awesome. The final ceremony in the Colosseum was to control that hand and leave at will. Tyr's voice grew stronger until his death. She said that if you die outside, it is impossible to kill the king of the Colosseum. There was no sign of nausea on Tyr's face. The light inside and outside is mixed with impurities, but there is no spillage when the light hand handles it. The purity of the light was very low, and it vaguely revealed the aura of her position. Liu was confident of snatching the machine box in Tyr's hand. Liu was even more convinced that the owner of the bare hand was not the little wizard right of the Taz Empire. The bare face shattered into a soft, light hand. It was definitely the hand of a knight. More like the hand of a magician. Everything you did was to kill Ajibuki, the king of the Colosseum. Tyr seemed not to hear Liu's answer, and focused on reorganizing the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind. Liu inexplicably remembered the pocket watch face he encountered in the chaos. He had never seen these figures under Abagon star coins or at the banquet. Listen to what I'm thinking. Kill me. Grab it. This light mist is very similar to what is perceived in chaos. Dandan completely understood what Tyr was saying and urged Liu to take action. I vomited out a computer box. Tyr's bare face was divided into two. One holding the machine box in its mouth. The other looking at the twin swords in the world. That feeling is amazing. After all, I have been arguing about the portal for so long. Saying things like you can't die outside there and perfect opportunities. Fan Jing invites the king of the Colosseum to enter. Moreover, instead of losing both sides, it would be better to save our strength to deal with King Tilki. The bare hands were waving in midair, as if they were making a light joke with the Devil's Sons. It made Liu feel itchy. Do you know what my relationship is with Dark Star? Liu was about to put his balls back into the shadow space. But my movement was too slow because the light was too bright. A light point hit his balls. Finish listening. Wang Tierji's eyes were so wide that they suddenly opened. You will become the new king of the Colosseum. Tyr concluded. It will save you trouble if he commits suicide. Liu had not yet vaguely sensed Tyr's will to die. Director of the creation department of the Tarth Empire. God knows that I have always wanted to turn the souls of all the followers of Yu sect into a desire for killing and pocket them. Really like a protagonist. Woodson. It was composed of the purest light. It was drawn out from the woman's penetrated back, and then pinched the head of the night godmother. Come on. There is an audience. What are you waiting for? The spots of light dispersed and disappeared. Ying's thoughts are consistent with Liu's. I am definitely dead. The plague will come back again. And Tilly's death will be in vain. That hand was on par with the old goat in its understanding of ritual and magic. Then the bare face ended and shattered. The gun was pointed at Fan Jing. But the problem is, if you die together with the two of them, this person in the world may die. And Fan Jing didn't even really speak. Then it shifted slightly. You are thinking of leaving him the opportunity to advance to the finals. Letting him kill King Tilki and become the new king of the Colosseum. And you can also save that for the Empire. Tyr said with my own thoughts. I swallowed the machine box back into my stomach. Unfortunately, neither the structure nor Dandan's perception can tell exactly what is hidden outside the machine box. Tyr commits suicide. One night, the godmother's mouth was empty. And when her lower and upper jaws were closed, she bit nothing. Aimed for the balls. To be precise, it was aimed at Fan Jing's mind and body. After hearing what I said, Liu indeed became curious about the things outside the mechanism box. At the beginning of the battle, Tyr asked Wright to take away the Yui sect at the cost of his life, but also failed to reveal the secret of the machine box. The candlelight was swaying under the stands, and the wind was blowing from all directions. Under the wasteland, there were only 8 demon suns standing, looking up to the sky. It seems that he has control over the godmother of the night. He pinches you with the palm and 8 fingers of his bare hand, while the remaining thumb and index finger are arranged like a pistol. Chapter 475 Confrontation. Ujibuji took out a long sword from each of the 2 sword emblems and gently floated to the ground. One of the 2 swords is as scarlet as blood, and the other is as black as ink. Okabuki's body was still on fire, and so was his expression. It's a clean kill. Huh? Ujibuji's tone was strange, and he praised Liu for the battle situation he created. Killing quickly, killing less, The two swords did not bring about the desire to kill as expected. Current object, status, karma / anger / disappointment / uneasiness. Bite my fly ass. The Nightless sect has escaped. The skeletons, orcs, and souls of the library are all in the shadows. And only Gumball and his slaves are in the sword. How can this be enough? Are you still chatting? I see you are so angry that your eyebrows are burning. Liu pointed at the flames on Ujibuji's eye holes. The speed of rebirth of the flies can no longer keep up with the speed of death. And the power and desire to kill will soon be unable to suppress the karma of HL. The shadow demon broke the holy whip into 16 short sticks and stuffed it into Hannibal's tentacles. The brain and body of the double swords had been tempered in the battle with Huntler and could not control 18 clones, replaced by the egg body. Let's give it a discount. A difference of 16 knots is a must. Okabuki had to start thinking about the problem of the two swords. The ceremony seemed to be moving towards the target result of the two swords. Until the two swords found the word expectation in Ajibuki's status column. Miyazadaki's body has not shrunk by 1/8. And there are no traces of small flies crawling inside or outside the loose cloth bag, which is definitely a sign of some kind of mutation. In the swordsmanship competition, Ujibuji obviously neglected to practice. Or it may be that he was too little disturbed by the karma of HL. Nyesu knew that Miyazadaki would answer. But that did not prevent the Devil's Manual from listening to my voice. Ajibuki realized the problem. And the buzzing in his heart was deafening. The stands were swept to the sky. And the candles flickered again, facing Okabuki and the 8 demon sons in the middle of the wasteland, waiting for the result of the ceremony. Before piercing Gamble's chain with a drill, both Nyesu and Inging were fully aware of the weakness of the egg particles. So Inging divided the particles into several large drill bits and placed them in the egg body. Like a nest. A 4-clawed fish with drill tentacles. At this moment, Ajibuki was still bloated and fat. Like a ball of fire, the next second, Ajibuki took out piece after piece of cloth bag body from his mouth and put it on the body one by one. The king of the Colosseum also quickly lost weight. Like a matchstick. As for the shadows of the two swords, they focused on controlling the bone sword, bypassing Ujibuji's Liu and cutting my Bude body. But Shuangjian felt that was enough. My performance was even like that of the Eastern Braves that the 8 demon sons met in the Brave Studies final course. The further they hit the front, the more afraid Ujibuji was with his swords that he still had no means of hiding. So he kept asking questions while striking at the bag. Not much of the skin accumulated by the bag devil was left. What is the king of the Colosseum looking forward to? Of course, the main reason is that the Devil's Manual almost completely predicts the movements of the king of the Colosseum, and can always drill, stab or smash the main body wherever I go. Dandan sewed the cards firmly under the bag, layer by layer. Immediately after killing and confrontation, Liu's sword body completely turned into countless garbage, carrying a soul full of desire for killing, swallowing everything in the Colosseum like a tide. But my movements were very laggy. It was obvious that the karma of I had affected my veins, and my movements became increasingly jerky. They were fused together and burned out, becoming white and yellow blood threads in the bag demon's body. With both swords held in one hand, less energy is invested in the surface, ready to cooperate with the environment to hasten the death of Okabuki. You mean, huh? He's too slow. Isn't he too slow? Isn't there any other way? Shuangjian speculates that the curse of the Colosseum is affecting us in some way, as the number of times the holy whip, bone sword and drill clashed with Liu increased. They gradually came under control, blocking and stumbling together from time to time. To deal with holy objects, you must use holy objects. It doesn't matter if the two swords are broken, the bone sword and the holy whip. It doesn't matter. You don't have a common enemy. The two swords resisted the urge to tear Hannibal's skin with their shadows, pulled out a card from outside the shadow, and knocked back Ajibuki's eye hole. Due to the influence of the abominable card, the 8 sons of demon no longer have a common enemy. Yes, Hey, he blocked your stick. Okabuki used his killing sword to block the holy whip, but the holy whip turned and smashed my head. Oh yes. 8 kinds. Abominable. At this moment, the king of the Colosseum was like a young child being beaten by several demon sons outside his home. He held 2 sharp kitchen knives in his hands, but he was slow to find the rightful owner. Let's break it all up and start over again. Miyazadaki's bag bulged, and he almost exploded with anger. With Ujibuji's strong admission, Shuangjian confirmed his suspicion. It's bones and magma. I can't fight him separately. Eh? Why was it drilling just now? One for killing. One for opposition. Can cut through everything. Even the thoughts of killing and souls. That is your most powerful weapon. Then the two swords anticipated the movements of the king of the Colosseum. Rushed down after my action. And smashed my cloth head with the holy whip. He said he was annoying? The two swords intensified their offensive. Stabbing Ujibuji on the head with the bone sword. And then stabbed it out from the outside of the buttocks. Piercing the heart. Killing and confrontation can protect the body of the bag demon. Every time the drill bit penetrates or the holy whip and short stick are struck, a small amount of fly corpses and white liquid will be scattered outside the bag. Now Ling and Egg Body were still sulking and did not reply to the double swords. Speak loudly, speak loudly. The argument between the devil sons ended outside of Iggy's head. Even the candles under the sky stands were driven crazy by that card. And they were swaying. Yes, the devil son of my cocoon is trying to trick you, Buzz. I guessed that when I threw a bata and spears outside other people's homes through the window. I don't think I will be here today. The flies dispersed. And Okipki's angry howls echoed throughout the Colosseum. Ajibuki and Liu swung in unison. Dancing like a gust of wind in a street fight. Dealing with drill tentacles that had holes in them. This is what I want to send down. Let you retreat first. Hey. Jeezy. Are his two swords causing confrontation and killing between you? Shuangjian asked Nya Sadaki directly. What's the significance of those two swords? Calm down. Kill quickly and slowly. The longer it takes, the slower I will die. The once master of the red and white plague is now gradually getting stronger and dying in the mixture of yellow and white. I'm inciting the 8 of you to confront. What should I do? Shuangjian asked Ying and Dandan in front of Ujibuji. At the same time, the wasteland of the Colosseum ends and rolls inward. Like an orange petal that opens and then closes again. It's really hard for him. But he can still keep silent after being beaten. Yesu laughed at me. Some of the bags are inlaid with mud. Some are inlaid with magic stones. And some are filled with runes. But there are no longer the chainmail, fish scales, or pitch-black bags with human legs that appeared before. As the Lord of Authority, who has been struggling in pleasures and casinos for hundreds of years, Nesadaki cannot control his emotions reluctantly. Chapter 476 I have 00000. Everything is fragmented and murderous. In Liu's consciousness, the swords were in pieces. The shadows were in pieces. The brain was in pieces. The particles were in pieces. Flies and bags were in pieces. The candlelight flickered and shattered. It's the soul that is broken. But the killings between the broken souls have not yet started. Because they have a common object of hatred, Okabuki. Although the cloth bag has been transformed into thousands of pieces. Each piece is covered with burning flies. The flames are connected and wrap the flies and eggs. But they are still a whole. Break it all and start again. Anyway, I already have tens of millions. Okabuki's heart screamed again. The broken souls fought on their own. Unable to move the bone sword and holy whip. Let alone gather the particle drill bits. To continue to deal a fatal blow to the king of the Colosseum. The broken soul is not enough to shake Okabuki. These are all big problems. You should deal with Ajibuki first. Come back. Your friends. Liu's thoughts fell under the shadow, making Noli Moore's body tremble. And then he waved the 16-section holy whip stick in a more fierce and decisive manner, hammering the bag hard like hitting dough. Ujibuji's cloth bag is not yet in human form, but twisted and coiled, like a deformed little snake underground. Reshape your souls with a place to rest. That's right. The Colosseum belongs to them. It belongs to Bitaborg. You are their soldier. Ha ha. Ajibuki saluted. The bag spit out small strands of flies, as if it was vomiting blood. Kill low-level demons and obtain 1 demon point. It's time for the usual devil's deal again. Skorik? Lulu laughed so much that he fell to the ground. If there was an organ that made tear glands, Lulu would have laughed till tears filled his eyes now. Until now, Okabuki still thinks that his enemy is Butabog and Skorik. Don't you have any last words? Liu announced his death to Lu Liquiji. Returning to his brain body, Lula felt even less. Countless flaming flies gathered at the abominable cards sewn on the bag, biting off the binding thread one by one. Even the candlelight in the sky stand did not freeze for a moment. What's wrong with you? You? Lultridge, king of the Colosseum. I am willing to worship you. Why can't even the confrontation and killing at the soul level, the 8 demon sons, be solved? This is the nature of the sack devil. Dandan fiddled with the particles and drilled into his own egg shell, missing that solid body. Raise your glass to the bright moon. and become the 8 demons to your shadow. King of the Colosseum? Hannibal had a respectful smile on his lips. The shadow was faint, wrapping the souls of Liu and Dandan. Liu shared his experience of deconstructing the soul during that period with No Lemur. And No Lemur also grasped the complete soul under the wasteland in an instant. The 8 devil children are imagining freely. A shrinking mind that only knows how to run away, combined with a ball of flaming fly urine, will be of little use to the library. Booty Boga? Liu couldn't help but laugh, and got into a ball with Ying and Dandan. Liu controlled the thread with his mind, resewed the abominable cards tightly, and at the same time controlled some vengeful souls. And together, he cut each burning fly into 4 pieces. As time goes by, the abominable card may be taken out by Okabuki, and the antagonism between the 3 devil sons will become more serious, leading to the killing of each other. Shadow words flow. This is no more responding to Liu's call, even if Liu does everything. Ajibuji, who has cut off his desire to kill, is still strong enough to fight against the big cat that is integrated with the ruler. Fear can only be truly felt when death is so close. Without asking any more questions, Ying reunited the bodies and souls of the 8 demon sons and placed them in their original places. Realizing that Okabuki is about to break free from the abomination, a confrontation is about to happen. Don't use too much force. If it's good, it's bad. Kill. 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 And every broken piece of No More, an egg is trying its best to attack the fly. At the same time as the abominable cards rejoined, the rolled-up wasteland shot out countless petrified rays of light, filling the entire Colosseum. Skorik, I am willing to serve Skorika. Hearing the laughter, Okabuki suddenly realized some details and changed his allegiance. They let you go. You are a gambling fiend. You know how to raise bets. You can double the value of the library. Lola Tricky's shout was as unconfident as before. Only the shadow condensed into the appearance of Don Quixote. Without a trace of melancholy, the former king of the Colosseum died, and the killing spree that had been regressing since Liu traveled through time finally came to an end. Of course, my heart said something else entirely. Like a fly whose buzz is absolute, always craving less, Ajibuki curled up and shrank into a ball of urine, begging for mercy. Luol Chuji, who was only 1/8 of his size, could no longer stir up any turmoil, and the fire of El Karma was burning more intensely. Dandan seemed to get some inspiration from the big wolf. The whole egg was surgically wrapped into a drill bit, and it shuttled back and forth through the bag at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, bringing up yellow and white bloodlines. Become a pile of rags. The 2 swords were being sewn together by candlelight, although there were no cracks. The overall appearance of the swords had not been restored. His dark element magic was broken, and the 8 demon sons returned to their respective positions. It's a bad idea. The big cat is obedient, and you saved him. Liu pointed to the El Karma fire that was constantly attacking the fly corpse in midair, and spread his hands to the fly urination stall underground. Liu stretched his shadow as wide as possible, and wrote that paragraph between his complete soul. What have they experienced? Each fragmented shadow is changing shape, calling for No Lemur's return. Liu realized that he could not allow the situation to develop like this. These souls released by the 2 swords of killing and opposition are now trapped by the authority of the Colosseum. Instead, they all devote themselves to the bone sword, backlashing the king of the Colosseum, the condensation of the White Knight, the curtain of the universe, the master behind the light. No more. You call him? The flies of the king of the Colosseum moved hastily. Their bodies shrunk by another 1/8. And their souls that had just been straightened out became even more stagnant. The candles in the sky stands were swaying and steady, all pointing towards Liu. Material voice agreed. Please confirm. Even if the power is minimal, spare your life. You can't be their slave. A slave to the library. Tell Bitterberg. Current object, state fear. Yes. He knows. The king of the Colosseum is such a bad guy. He will suffer a lot. Sure enough, no matter how much preparation was made, it was so difficult for a small pillar of authority to be overthrown. This is the last trump card Ijibuji keeps based on his own characteristics. A ray of moonlight momentarily illuminated the flickering candlelight under the bleachers in the sky. You are all back. He could use your body to deconstruct it before. Ying is only unfamiliar with the chimeric structure of the original 8 demon children's bodies and souls, and has no such choice. Lola Tricky understood what happened in a short period of time. Ajibuki roared in despair, and the urine in the ground gradually melted completely, making no sound. Chapter 477, No plague. No flies. Snow country battlefield. Drizzle corridor. The Second Army, which had lost the red and white plague, no longer looked like an army. At the cost of losing an arm, Demon Wolf King Phineas temporarily escaped the pursuit of the Snow Knights and hid in the snowy mountains. Originally, the battle with the knights was in full swing. First, the little wolf and its orc troops were taken away, and then the three skeleton second ancestors and the skeleton troops disappeared. The Second Army at that time was completely in chaos, and was instantly broken into formation. It was defeated like this. Tied. When the little wolf was on the verge of death, Phineas reluctantly summoned it back. Even more so, because of its injuries. It was no longer able to compete with the knights of the snow country, and had to flee again. With the soul of the little wolf in his mouth, Phineas was covered in white liquid, and his newly grown arms were still hanging on his shoulders. The Demon Wolf King looked in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, so panicked that he didn't even stitch up his wounds. Is Okabuki dead? The little wolf seemed unable to communicate. Phineas spit out its soul on the ground, and the tip of its scarred nose twitched, carefully distinguishing the smell on it. The smell of bones, the smell of stone, the smell of holy light. Damn skeleton. We are preaching. In a short period of time, their achievements in defeating the plague will be praised by the entire continent, attracting even less faith. Sistorum, the successor pope, the real beneficiary of the Knight Sect's faith, where is his new religion? When will it be spread to you? The old goat's eyes wandered. The clouds have finally opened for you, and he will appear. In your eyes. The Bone Check cult crushed the plague. The Bone Check cult brought peace. The quick-moving sand people crawled over the yellow sand, climbed over the corpses of the chief and his guards, and accepted Redbion's blessing. Because the whisper of the forest spreads from afar, bringing a message. The remaining members of the 7th Army, who were hungry and hurt, finished eating the Minotaur's body and all looked at the Demon Wolf King. But no one dared to ask where they were going. At the top of the tree, the forest guard stared at the dying monster, faithfully fulfilling the promise outside the contract. But somehow, he was not frightened. As long as we doubt bone, we can grow bone. That is the new god of faith accepting our sincere prayers. Redby distorted what the believers saw. An oasis was born in the desert, and a bone goat wandered in the oasis. The Venus flytrap and the bats were not disappointed, and felt that there was an extra taste in their mouths, accompanied by the sound of goats chewing grass. The head of a new follower of the Bone Che cult was also chewed off one by one. A small number of sand people became followers of the Bone Che cult. Suddenly, green grass grew out of the yellow sand, and Little Wolf Red remembered the sound of goats chewing grass. You guess it's the latter, but he will also leave the holy city. The old goat was quite disappointed. The more the Tauren talked, the more satisfied he became. It is said that the swamp inside has not yet been filled up by a river to create a plain. But before it finished speaking, half of its head was bitten off by the Demon Wolf King, and the remaining broken body was thrown to the remnants of the 7th Army to eat. It's all your fault. You had to share the god of faith at the feast, so Snow Country took advantage of it. You even brought all the elites of the forest for that expedition. Red Little Wolf. Red Robe Bishop. I made a mistake in the development of the Bone Cart cult. The old goat chewed on the believer's thoughts, and watched the bone cart disappear from the oasis without taking a step back. Have the calves outside the forest grown up yet? Thank them. Your friends. And bless them. Your friends. Red Little Wolf felt the hesitant beliefs of the believers, and was very satisfied. The bone carts loaded with gods made the world turn. They crushed the plague and the light of the Yui sect, and they will eventually cast the noisiest night on the world. Red Wolf whispers the new and reformed doctrine, striking while the iron is cold, and distracting even fewer refugees from their faith. The believer rises and moves freely. Go back to the Forbidden Forest. The plague in the north is coming again. Phineas doesn't have the minimum bargaining chip to deal with the knights of the Snow Country, and he can't wait to go home. That is also the 8th Sand People Station. The soul of the Tauren was pushed back from the soul of the big wolf. Eat. Eat. Does he hate eating the most? Phineas was trying to squeeze the wolf with the soul of the Minotaur. The road is still long. If you are full, you will ruin your path. Phineas looked to the south, trying hard to see what the Forbidden Forest looked like. The number of dying monsters piled up by the forest guards was still not dead, and the corpses were filled with flies and carrion-eating insects, which made them stink. Recalling the bone tree that had just been propped up on the border between the Empire and the Snow Kingdom, and the explosion caused by the bone tree, Phineas once again placed the blame on Skorik's head. The sons of demons outside the library have not been here for a while. Something must have happened. Right? Although there is only a screen of light between them. The forbidden forest is so far away and within reach. The Pope really cares about you. Your journey to win the letter has not been successful. Immediately afterwards, Red Bayan hurriedly drove the bone cart, carrying the bone goat and the sound of chewing, and then went up to where a little chieftain was. The power of the Bone Che cult is rapidly expanding. The new believers were less alarmed. I hope they will live badly for the time being and become gods of the bone cart cult until the day they die. Little Red Wolf took out the dominoes, but did not dial them. He just blessed the 8 sons of devil. Ventius is still alive. Will the demon wolf king return? The development of your bone car religion is wrong. That is not the disadvantage of the Protestant religion. The old goat stood under the clouds, looking at the borders of the empire and the snow kingdom, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. The bone tree blocked the red and white plague. The forest guard completely understood the principle. But that did not affect my wild thoughts about the fate of the forest on that basis. The bone tree has blocked the plague, but Xiaolu's killing is far from over. The forest guard only doubted that. Will he give up that group of believers? Or return to Tarth? Expose his Protestantism? And clash head-on with the creation sect? The old goat stroked his beard. There have been no red flies in the forbidden forest for a long time. But today, special flies and scavengers have also disappeared inexplicably. The bone tree, the same bone tree as the humble mountain. The forest guard had never seen it with his own eyes, but he always felt that it was made by these demon sons. Protestantism should be established, and he should hand over the Yui sect to your hands. It's a pity his Yui sect was captured by Right. Although the old goat did not participate in the final ceremony in the Colosseum, he still learned about the whereabouts of the Yui godmother. My results are also correct. Had the red and white plague slowed down humanity? Would Kazikawa and the Imperial army have arrived at the Demon King's castle more slowly? The thought was simple. The forest guard's wooden head seemed unable to withstand the massive amount of information. So he gave up thinking. In the Imperial capital, Godswear City, an undercurrent of a quarrel was taking place outside the room of the young wizard Right. A man in red robe stepped onto the bumpy broken bone cart, holding a self-healing bone low in his hand, and inserted it into the back of a Sand People believer who was disabled due to the loss of a fly. The team of bone carts didn't raise their guns, but they raised their bones. And a group of bone carts had just entered the territory of the Sand People. Without the red and white plague, it would not have slowed down mankind, and we would not have been able to go back. Next to Finchuas, a Tauran who was also covered in wounds hummed. Far away on the border between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Holy See, several chiefs who worshipped the red and white plague died one after another. The greedy flies disappeared from the minds of the followers of the Sand People. Their mouths were crooked. Their eyes were slanted. Their hands and feet were trembling. And their actions were minimally affected. Chapter 478 The New King of the Colosseum. Leave it in your hands? The deaths of Tyre and Tilly only resulted in such a handful of twisted beliefs. Now you want me to hand it over to you? Thorsos, your path as a hunter has been too easy. Right? Grand Magician Right looks very young, with hair the color of the holy light, hanging lightly on the tip of his nose. Right held a ball of light with impurities in his hands. It was the Nightless Godmother, who was taken away during the final ceremony of the Colosseum. Sitting opposite Right was an old man with a ridged face. The bridge of his nose was high, and his eyes showed the light of ambition. How can it be easier for you? Right Alexander, the Empire's Orthodox, the youngest 9th-level magician in history. Tassos launched a counterattack in response to Right's question. Right's last name says it all. Jealous? Do you want to change your last name? I don't have any children yet. Right's smile was as warm as the sun, but it could become dazzling at any time. Don't forget, I'm still on the spreader path. Tassos didn't dwell too much on the surname issue. Only I can take advantage of the Nightless sect like this. Come to see you, the new king of the Colosseum, come to see you. He has to find a way. Okibu insisted. The big-hearted demon pope doesn't have a bone tree yet. Before leaving, Ojib reminded Right, and he was also reminding himself. Then, a lazy voice sounded inexplicably, and amid the buzzing sound, the rotation of the candlelight intensified and expanded, completely wrapping Sit's body. Oh! A guy with eggs. Enging mocked. Don't forget, Liutosos is not here yet. Ojibu seemed to use his words to intensify the damage, and was not satisfied with a big ball of light. Bad? He convinced you. Give it to him. Right stretched out his hand. To play with it again this time. But to hand the ball of light to Ajibu. Baby. Where is that? Leaving the shadow body. Sith was not too accustomed to the sensitivity of the brain body to light. Then you should understand the necessity of increasing my faith. Tassos did not give in. My new religion is the least hope for absorbing the old religion. And it is also the worst means. The Colosseum? Underground. Dandan volunteered to turn on the radar and give precise positioning. The devil summoned. The deconstruction of the shadow body and the perception of the brain and spirit complement each other, and the soul returns to its original position, which can be said to be pure. Bad or good. Sistoki is dead. What's wrong? Dandan jumped up and down, following Sith's footsteps. But every time the ball of light touches Okib's face, it disappears, and then bounces back to Right's hand for no apparent reason. There was no buzz at the end of the tone, which startled Inging and Dandan, almost thinking Sistoki was alive again. You know where the old goat is. The lower tower will keep an eye on me. The Sith could not forget that voice, and the owner of that voice. It's time for his jokes to stop. Although Ajibu said that, he didn't seem to be angry. And he had no right to be angry. He means to catch Leutosis' back to the Empire like a chicken. And then put it under the plate and give it to him? Right spread his palm. And Night Godmother wrapped his thumb and index finger under my hand. He turned around, freeing up the other half of his palm. And it seemed that Leutosis was missing. I told you about him. Sith took a step forward. This is bad. Ajibu was finally satisfied. Leutosis, the Holy Army will soon be fully armed. Your Paladin Wallace must be looking forward to seeing the successor Pope again. He is going to become the new king of the Colosseum. Nolimor sent a congratulatory message. As you said, his path as a hunter is too complicated. You think we would be very happy to retreat to Snow Country. Bien Shunqin finished giving Right advice. Are you satisfied then? Right sat back and tapped the machine box under the table with his fingers. There are no carrying sects. Mask-masking sects? Bonecart sects? Demi-human gods? In your opinion, what does his Protestantism have in common with ours? Royal guards? How many small families? Right smiled tightly, as if he had heard the worst joke. Just do it. The iron law of Demon King City is still there. If the authority is concentrated under you, the two of them will be able to move more easily. Don't make trouble. There is a transfer of power there. Although Sith also felt that he should do something to celebrate. He felt that the candlelight was turning more and more violently. So he decided to put the celebration before the ceremony. Perhaps the creation sect outside God's Swear City can't turn the Yui sect into a small army? The voice of greed. Bien Shun was in the wrong mood and spoke according to the skeleton's dialogue method. That is a consumable voice, which is basically equivalent to a raise, and can increase your income. The red and white plague dissipated. The Gamble family died in pieces. And several small families were busy cleaning up Gamble's business. How could they not have time to help him welcome the successor pope? The 8 demon sons were huddled in the stone chamber where Sistoki was hiding. In the stone chamber, candlelight was surrounding the Sith in circles, as if they were performing some kind of ceremony to recognize their master. Bad? The Empire's hopeful Protestant spokesperson. Your communicator. Oh, Jib. Right smiled. Whatever he says. Okib did not acknowledge Right's metaphor. No. Not just you. But also the one who is running north. The successor pope of the Holy City. Sistorum. Of course Right is not as easy to fool around as he seems. Are you comfortable? Can you guys fit together? Inging put forward a new suggestion, previously condensed into the shapes of Herods. Bauer, Don Giovanni and Jesse. Bien Shunqin was not polite at all. Nor did he hide the ambition in his eyes. I snatched the ball of light and stuffed it back into my hunter's leather bag. If he definitely gave them to you, maybe he would lose them very slowly. Ajibu was referring to Yi sect and Liu Bien Shunqin. Huh? Do you think the communicator would be so arbitrary? Right played with the ball of light on his watch. Various new religions have emerged within the scope of the old Holy See, and even within the Empire. That one is the Yui sect. Will you send troops? You need troops. At worst the royal guards, or the private armies of several small families. Night Godmother must have never imagined that one day she would be manipulated like that by a little wizard. While Right was chanting the names of various sects, he turned the ball of light and threw it under Ojib's face. No! You're there! Dandan jumped up, enjoying Van Helsing's deception together. Right smiled and listened. It doesn't matter if it's Inging or Dandan, as long as it's Sistoki. It's a pity that without his body, the previous deconstruction is to know what to do. That was something Bian Sheng felt was a pity. You cannot openly send troops to welcome the successor pope. As he spoke, suspend some of his good intentions and exchange them for the voice of greed, which he used directly in the ceremony. Now that the ritual was regressing, his voice also changed somewhat. The Sith really do care who becomes the new king of the Colosseum. Your new religion is a modified dogma under the old religion of the Holy City. Only Liutosos can't compare with you. When the red and white plague dissipates, the borders will open very slowly. Ajiba continued to lobby. No one has doubted the Holy City yet. When the holy light comes, now is the worst time. The demon pope must have also been eyeing Biansheng Qing and Yu sect. Not to mention the bone tree growing on the border. The bone tree that appeared in the feast. You haven't suffered enough yet. Sid spread his hands. Now it's time to enjoy. Don't think that I don't know what you have been doing recently. The order to hunt Sistorum was given by me to Tyre and the others. He needs to be more careful. Sistoji said, the king of the Colosseum will suffer. As for the bone tree and this devil's son, as long as there is no light, we will be seen by you. Wright made a hand gesture with a pistol and shot several light spots at Ajibu's leading back. Chapter 479, Summoned by the Demon King. What are you adding during the power handover ceremony? Isn't it enough that the king of the Colosseum wants to take my seat? On the throne, the Demon King was dressed gorgeously and looked pale. He gently held the wine glass in one hand and asked Liu expressionlessly. Parsing, 0.3%. After a long time, Liu is gone from a trembling brain fighting on a killing cup to a scarlet brain, the holder of a bone sword, and the master of authority in the Colosseum. But when it comes to analyzing the Demon King, the speed is still slow. Slower than Minto. After experiencing closed battle training and several exchanges, Minto's analysis progress has been temporarily fixed at 7.97%, which is far from completion. If he wants to save the Demon King's analysis record, Liu will have to spend another 1 demon point to open it for him. New location. He just got 4 points in the final ceremony. And Liu was not stingy either. At this point, the Demon King also has his own column in the Demon Manual. The giant Mount Ninja kept trying to figure out how much blood the Demon King had eaten from the crest of the sky, and how much more it had been digested. Nothing in the Demon King's city can escape your eyes. Liu noticed the candlesticks between the thrones, 8 large and 9 small. When he thought that the Demon King had to face the stairs of so few pillars, without the risk of being stabbed in the back at all times, Juku suddenly felt that the Demon King was also a bad guy. Like eating yourself or something like that. Although I don't have to worry about good intentions popping up at any time. The situation of the 4 pillars is clear at a glance. No. Let's get down to business. The Demon King realized that his mind was not in the mood to chat with him. You didn't notice Ajibuki's existence until you killed him. The Demon King didn't seem to have any intention of becoming the Riddler. But he was just too used to that kind of communication. Now that Juku saw the Demon King again, he was able to communicate with me calmly. When Juku thought about it, the candlelight in the library seemed to recognize half of the owner, without any sign of shaking. The candlelight swing of Liu in the abyss is the weakest. So Jiko tried to communicate with the candlelight in the library, and told it to calm down. Ying and Dandan were not around. And only Liu was pulled to the throne to face the Demon King alone. My demonic cocoons, Ajibuji's look is that he will die if he advances. It's very similar to when he was targeted by Abagong and thought about how to blow up the humble mountain day and night. I know that I am half the authoritative owner of the library. Juku had thought that the king of the Colosseum had no responsibility. As soon as the Demon King spoke again, Juku gave up the futile attempt to control the candlelight in the library. None of his big moves escaped the Demon King's surveillance. It's not bad. Juku still had the purpose of summoning the Demon King of Hands, and dealt with it casually. He killed Okabuki, the last king of the Colosseum. The Demon King sipped wine. Or blood. There was only a small spark left in the Colosseum's candle, which could go out or rekindle at any time. Did he escape your eyes? The devil's voice was still lazy. You see, he escaped pretty well. Huh? As for the Colosseum being a small pit, Chongji Guji mentioned it before his death. But it was too late. Chongji felt relieved at least the Demon King had used some strange means to prevent himself from becoming the king of the Colosseum. But the candle that symbolizes the Forbidden Forest is crooked, shrinking and swaying. As for Ligong Town and the vegetable fields, they have not reached the level of Big Pillar, and they have not even appeared between the thrones. Juku suddenly remembered what Okabuki said before his death. The king of the Colosseum is such a bad guy. He thought it was coming so slowly. When Juku heard that, his mind twitched, and he realized it immediately. Yes, he can support the Demon King's city. And it is also a small pillar. The Demon King raised his hand and moved the candlestick of the new Colosseum, as if he was ready to abandon it at any time. Doesn't the owner of this library have any responsibility? A brain spirit under the killing cup can do that. Fantastic. If the Demon King accepted Juku's efforts, he would directly recall the scene when they met. Forget it. It's important. The Demon King waved his hand, and Juku answered if necessary. It should be a library. Right? When contacted, the Demon King was quite rude. Maybe you should let him calm down first. And tell him, by the way, he has no reason to worry about whether the library has any debts. What's wrong? Did he just think that he would be debt-free? The Demon King felt Juku's brain shrinking. You thought that Nailing was brainless, and would use his brain first after taking action. Juku actually has nothing to ask. Whether the Hando Colosseum is a small pillar, which candlestick will be the replacement? The Demon King noticed himself probing. Only he has not shouldered the responsibility of the King of the Colosseum. He is the real King of the Colosseum. He truly controls the authority of the Colosseum, and is enshrined by the Colosseum. The Demon King pointed at Do. All that was left in the zoo was the ashes of the candlestick. Good intentions pervaded the candlelight. The candle flame tried hard to maintain an abnormal burning range. And there were no more conspicuous movements. A small number of demons want to be promoted to Demon Kings. Ajibuki does the same. And so does he. He will inherit Okabuki's debt, the Demon King said of the responsibility of the King of the Colosseum. I know it all. The Demon King himself also cared too much about what a brain spirit did and how it killed Okabuki. Juku was helpless, and said that he was really using his brain. All he could think about was how to kill Ajibuki. The goal was to reduce the magic power supply in the Colosseum and eliminate the crisis in the library. The Demon King's attention was focused on the candlestick in the Colosseum. Did he notice the changes in the candlelight in the library? Among the 4 large pillars, the candlelight in the library is very stable, while the candlelight in the underground city is similar to that in the Forbidden Forest. Crooked and struggling. Juku is the one who confirms whether the Demon King knows the true owner of his Handu library. And he is also sure that if I know it, it will trigger fewer thoughts in me. Recalling the actions just now, Juku even felt that he didn't look like a big ugly anymore. The authority of the Colosseum is of no use? The King of the Colosseum has no responsibility? The Demon King had already said that. So Juku just had to follow my words and take a step back to divert my attention. He knew everything? The Demon King was not surprised. He knew everything. But he also killed Ajibuki. They have no grudge? Tell me. You owe him a lot. Juku opened his mind and responded to the Demon King in the tone of the King of the Colosseum. Inside the large one, the 6 candlesticks symbolizing the pleasure room, the high altar, humans, the casino, the mouth of the abyss and the treasury. The fires burn quietly and relatively healthily. In this case, he will bear the responsibility of the King of the Colosseum. It vaguely echoes and connects with the candlelight of a small candlestick. But the 17 Lords of Authority are indeed a headache. The candlelight of Liu in the abyss was constantly tumbling, teeth and claws showing. That is a brain spirit with 1.5 authority. And obviously the most troublesome one is not Memphisius, although the expeditionary force was basically destroyed. As the devil commander, I took full advantage of it, and even ate the body of a small god of faith. Just looking at the size of the candles, the library is indeed a little ahead. There is no more confusion. The giant mouth is to determine what the devil is referring to. Is the Demon King so idle? Although Juku was one of the losers at this time, he was enveloped in the noise of the demons and shrank like a slut, not even getting his own spoils. Responsibility? Why did that guy summon me? He must have been alone for a long time and wanted to chat. Right? Changji wanted to let go of her perception, but found that her thoughts were suppressed, and she couldn't reach too far. Chapter 480, 3 Qualities of Each Moon. Realizing that the Colosseum is useful to the Demon King city, it also means that he is useful to the Demon King. Its effect should be greater than being eaten directly. That's why the devil summons him, and wastes his saliva talking instead of swallowing. Therefore, security is guaranteed. Liu is also mentally prepared if the debt of the Colosseum has accumulated to an extent that he cannot bear. Then he might as well do the opposite like Ujibuji. It's impossible to work part-time anyway. I appreciate your change of mood. The Demon King sipped his wine and sat more comfortably. The responsibility of the King of the Colosseum, or debt, consists of 3 parts. The Demon King raised 3 fingers. The first, and most important, is to provide the desire to kill. Killing desire? It's the Demon King's castle. So it's no wonder Higekseiji wants the Demon King to die. Save your brain, ass. What about such a desire to kill? What will happen if it is not fulfilled? Liu felt that it was not easy to provide 3 qualities of desire to kill on the first full moon. Well, he has participated in the Killing Cup. If it is within the range of his understanding, the king of the Colosseum needs to reserve weak demonic gladiators. And then, just like what Okabuki did during that expedition, he will dedicate the bottom 100 of them to Memphisius and the small cause of the expeditionary force. Very bad. The Demon King also admired Liu's attitude. Although the Demon King is a vampire and a businessman, it must not be that complicated. Not to mention the alien demon that hasn't been summoned yet. Then all of them died. Liu quickly tightened his mind. Besides, after Higuei heard the rules, he still had no idea about completing the performance. The Demon King was silent for a long time, and seemed to be very good at mathematics. The 7th responsibility of the King of the Colosseum is the loyalty of no more than 30 low-level demons due to love. The Demon King wrote the number on his fingertips with a glass of wine. Because if I hesitate a little, maybe I will do it 300 times every moon because of love. The Demon King seemed to feel Liu's determination and raised his eyebrows. For example, ritual needs, such as the fire curse of the Abyss Maw, or directly making food for low-level demons. Liu understood that those 8 months were not the probation period for the King of the Colosseum. What the Demon King City needs is the desire to kill. From the audience, players, and listeners, the legends and classic battles spread from the Colosseum will steadily provide the desire to kill to the Demon King City for thousands of years. The Demon King reminds Higuei that debts cannot be handled very well. And obviously, that amount is completely comparable to when Ajibuki was still in power at that time. The Killing Cup would be played at least 10 times a month because of love. When he was removed from the position, it would increase to 8 times? Liu slightly believed that I was making it up now. These killing desires will be sent to the vault for transfer, tampering, and sent to the mouth of the abyss, the small altar, the tomb of light, the devil's kitchen, and even to the devil himself to satisfy our various needs. Each moon has 3 qualities. The Demon King also talked about Liu's great love. What's Xiaogui's mission? It's about debt. Liu had to ask. If it still happens, I'll just have to pay it back. Liu finally realized that the desire to kill was a very basic resource for Demon King City. Do you understand? The devil's voice was still lazy, as if he was too concerned about whether Liu understood. The desire to kill in the Colosseum has not stopped for a long time, and the huge mouth of the abyss has consumed a lot. Memphisius is very hungry. The devil smiled and talked about the amount. The devil's request is so clear. Since it is a debt, of course it cannot be defaulted. The interest is 1 pledge per month. The Demon King's attitude was very cautious. It will be up to you when Damonker calculates the amount for him. The previous question is about how long the debt can be delayed and who can be killed to erase it. The little pillar cannot be said to be the slave of the devil. But again, if the Demon King's demands are too excessive, of course the little pillars will rebel and try to get the Demon King to take over. Of course. Liu's head is filled with promise. Liu felt the subtle relationship between Xiao and the Demon King. Okay. Quality? What Ajibuki owes in the future cannot be offset with the proceeds of the expeditionary force. Anyway, I am dead. So the use has come. The devil actually had the bad intention to wipe out the debt? Liu finally understood the pressure on Higekseiji. I understand. I understand. Of course. Higuei could have a brainstorm with the Demon King between the thrones. How much less is this? Liu certainly needs to understand the scale of the debt. Higuei knew that debt was not that complicated. Now when he heard the word, he no longer had any pre-traumatic stress disorder. Then Liu didn't even have a deadline. As soon as the Demon King said this, Liu immediately understood the logic. But the Colosseum is the basic production area. Every battle in the Colosseum, every Killing Cup, is actually about gaining the desire to kill for the Demon King City. That is the savings of Demon King City's permanent combat power, which will be used for the expeditionary force and all wars. Only then did Higuei understand the source of all the disputes between himself and Ijibuji. If these low-level demons successfully advance back to the Demon King City, Ajibuki will be alone like this during the final ceremony. Now, the number of gladiators in the Colosseum is 1. Except for himself. The Demon King swallowed the word wine. Where's the 8th responsibility? Did he mean there aren't 3? Liu asked about the first one, wanting to see if there were any tricks in the Demon King City. As long as there are enough demon points and enough time, 300 warriors can be summoned all because of love. I'll also ask him to tear off the ribs of the heavenly ridge. It's a big deal. If the number of gladiators is enough, or if the desire for killing is not enough, he will be the king of the Colosseum. And then he will be him. If he hasn't fulfilled his responsibilities for 8 months, let's forget it together. The Demon King was too lazy to say any more. Every 12 moons, he needs to complete a certain task for you. If the conditions are met, there can be no delay. The Demon King raised his glass to Liu. As for the time, just 8 months. 30 low-level demons within 8 months. The devil sips wine. Also talking about debt relief? By the way, where did the vampire go? But Liu, who has never offered anything before, certainly knows what quality means less and more. Yes. Otherwise why would we need the Colosseum? Corpses? There are many ways to obtain corpses in Demon King City. And the output of corpses in the Colosseum does not meet the demand at all. The Demon King's answer opened up Liu's thinking. If I could sign this little red cloak, would I be able to become the top star gladiator in the Colosseum? Such as inviting the library to participate in the Killing Cup. Something big like that. Completion means death. Or life is like death. Of course, there are also other pillars that cannot produce the desire to kill. Such as the Abyss Maw. 30 games per moon. The devil emphasized again. Regardless of the issue of the number of gladiators. Liu is very worried the library alone does not include Ying, Dandan, the right and left guardians, the 7 knights of Galaric's brain spirit, etc. Awesome. How much is that? Even under the surface, Liu still showed depression. Are you aware that there are no local vampires there yet? Judging from the state of Okabuki when he took power, Liu felt that the conditions offered to me by the Demon King were still unbearable. Although he was summoning Beelzebub intensively, he did not want to immediately counterattack the throne room. Only then did Liu know that the expedition had beaten Ajibuji badly. Every moon is hard to understand. Because there is a full moon in love? What is valuable is faith. The 8th is not his. He owes you alone. Especially when all the land in the Colosseum is available. With the scale of the Killing Cup, the audience is not full. There are 30 games per month. Not 3 games per month. The devil gave the answer.